Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3390 to Chapter 3479. This is. When it sensed the third type of energy in Linfeng's body, the terrifying creature revealed a look of disbelief. The owner of this type of energy, you are, the terrifying creature screamed in horror. It did not dare to say the rest of the words. The reason for that was because this living being knew that he absolutely could not say those words. That would be taboo words. If it was really said, it would be beyond redemption. Swoosh! The creature turned around and tried to escape. However, it was too late. The third type of energy that surged out of Linfeng's body instantly entered the mind of the terrifying creature. Ah! Why is this happening? The terrifying existence let out a miserable cry of unwillingness. Then, his body fell head first onto the ground. It was motionless. There was no aura. The third type of energy that surged out of Linfeng's body disappeared silently. That type of energy, it was as if it had never appeared. What is going on? Linfeng's face was filled with confusion. Just now, he vaguely felt a terrifying energy surging out of his body. It was this terrifying power that had scared off this terrifying creature, and then killed it. However, regarding that energy, Linfeng was unfamiliar with it. Where did that energy come from? Linfeng could not help but be puzzled. He had a few powerful treasures. Could it be those powerful magic treasures, for example, ancient weapons, ancient devil rings, or devil beads? Linfeng could not figure it out, but he did not think too much about it. Following that, Linfeng walked over to the terrifying creature and inspected it carefully. He realized that the terrifying creature had been completely killed. Not even a trace of its soul was left. Damn it! How dare you try to take over my body? You deserve to die. Looking at the death of the terrifying creature, Linfeng could not help but laugh coldly. Linfeng held the bronze book in his hand and opened it. He sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the content. The name of the bronze book was the 3000 Grimoire. Linfeng had obtained the second half of the grimoire. As for where the first half of the grimoire went, Linfeng did not know. The 3000 grimoires actually recorded the 3000 great daos. The second half of the grimoire recorded 1500 types of 3000 great daos. When he saw the introduction above, Linfeng almost cried out in surprise. One had to know that Linfeng had only cultivated 1100 types of 3000 great daos. The second half of the 3000 grimoire actually recorded a total of 1500 types of 3000 great daos. It was truly inconceivable. Linfeng's face was full of surprise. He carefully flipped through the 3000 grimoires. It turned out that the 3000 great daos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great daos started from the 1501st place. The 1501st great dao was called the Great Clairvoyance Technique. It was said that after successfully cultivating it, one would gain the ability to see through things. Linfeng could not help but roll his eyes. There was actually such a 3000 great dao. It was really too evil. If he cultivated the Great Clairvoyance Technique, wouldn't he be able to see all the beauties in the world? Linfeng compared the 3000 great daos that he cultivated with the 1500 types of 3000 great daos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great daos. Linfeng discovered that the 3000 great daos that he cultivated had a total of 300 types of 3000 great daos that overlapped with the 3000 great daos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great daos. Then, in other words, of the 1500 types of 3000 great daos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great daos, only 1200 types of 3000 great daos were useful to Linfeng. However, this already made Linfeng extremely excited. The 3000 great daos that he cultivated now, in addition to the 1200 types of 3000 great daos that he obtained now, made a total of 2300 types of 3000 great daos. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the Red World Fairy's 3000 great daos. However, the gap between them had been greatly narrowed. If I were to successfully cultivate all of these 1200 types of 3000 great daos, to what extent would my cultivation base reach? Linfeng couldn't help but think. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. It's a pity that the first half of the 3,000 Great Daos can't be found. If only I could find it. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Then, he looked at the corpse of the terrifying expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. What kind of existence was this guy at back then? He actually obtained so many 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng even suspected that the 3,000 Great Daos weren't created by this existence. The 3,000 Great Daos might have been created by some unknown super expert. However, in the end, it was obtained by this terrifying existence. Countless years later, the 3,000 Great Daos fell into his hands. Whether or not this was the reason, it didn't seem to be important anymore. Because Lin Feng had already obtained what he wanted the most. To be able to obtain the 3,000 Great Daos this time, this opportunity was really too heaven-defying. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. The things left behind by immortals were indeed different. It was a pity. The immortal tomb was too rare. And even if the immortal tomb appeared, it wasn't something that ordinary people could explore. For example, this immortal tomb. If not for the appearance of the demonic hand and the attack on the immortal tomb, perhaps Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to obtain the 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng kept the 3,000 Great Daos. Then, he flew outside. Just as he flew out, suddenly, an emperor's sword tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. This attack was too sudden. Lin Feng didn't even have time to resist. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the emperor's sword. Just at this moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng instantly disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was shocked. He had already appeared a few hundred meters away. The void split open. An old man stepped out. That emperor's sword flew back into the old man's hand. Little bastard. Consider yourself lucky that you managed to dodge the attack just now. The old man's expression was gloomy. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the old man with a gloomy expression. In his eyes, a dense killing intent flashed. Wu family's Wu Moya. The old man said coldly. So it's the Wu family's patriarch. I didn't expect you to personally make a move. Lin Feng looked at Wu Moya indifferently. The Wu family's three great experts. Wu Yunfan, who was in the God Emperor realm, was crippled by Lin Feng in one move. Other than that, there was the Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qingfeng, who had gone missing during a space voyage hundreds of years ago. Then there was the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Moya. Previously, Lin Feng heard that this person was in closed-door cultivation. Now, this person had come out. And Lin Feng felt that this Wu Moya's cultivation was extremely high. It wasn't the immortal emperor realm that was widely rumored in the outside world. Seeing Lin Feng's calm look, Wu Moya's face turned extremely ugly. Facing a powerful expert like him, Lin Feng didn't seem to care at all. What did this mean? Was he looking down on Wu Moya, thinking of this? Wu Moya's killing intent towards Lin Feng became even stronger. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Wu Moya looked coldly at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, a mere first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm dares to find trouble with me. I think you're tired of living. Brat. You're really arrogant. When you're suppressed by me later, let's see if you're still as stubborn as you are now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Moya rushed towards Lin Feng. The magic treasure in his hand was an emperor-level treasure sword. It was extremely powerful. Sacred sword immortal slaying art. Wu Moya shouted coldly. Then, a sword slashed towards Lin Feng. Endless holy light condensed and formed. The holy light was dazzling. It was incomparably gorgeous. Amidst the boundless sacred light, the emperor's sword slashed out a terrifying sword gleam. Whoosh, the sword light quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. It instantly tore through the void. It came to Lin Feng's side. The dazzling sword light directly slashed down. It was as if it wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He flicked his finger. A clang was heard. Lin Feng collided with the sword chi that was slashing towards him. In an instant, the terrifying sword qi that was slashing towards him. It was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Wu Moya's expression changed drastically. Although he knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extremely tyrannical, Wu Moya never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. It was really unbelievable. He was so young. It was actually able to withstand the attack of an imperial monarch. Furthermore, it was still quite easy to break his attack. This kind of shock was simply unimaginable. An imperial emperor's cultivation base is already considered pretty good. But compared to me, there's still a huge gap. Lin Feng said indifferently. His figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Wu Moya. Then, he threw a punch at Wu Moya. Lin Feng's punch was the ancestral dragon fist. It was the supreme divine ability passed down by the third ancestral dragon. In fact, only the dragon clan could unleash the full power of this mystic ability. Of course, Lin Feng was not a dragon. However, the ancestral dragon fist itself was too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng used this divine ability. The ancestral dragon fist also displayed enough power. After Wu Moya felt the terrifying power of Lin Feng's punch, he didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly stabbed his sword towards Lin Feng. Buzz, that terrifying sword instantly locked onto Lin Feng. Clang, Lin Feng's fist collided with Wu Moya's emperor sword. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the ancestral dragon aura. This ancestral dragon aura was extremely powerful. It directly broke Wu Moya's sword qi. That tyrannical fist force directly landed on Wu Moya's body. Wu Moya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew backwards. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng had absorbed a great imperial emperor level devouring godly demons imperial law. 10 divine emperor level food god demon emperor laws. Wu Moya, a cultivator who had just entered the imperial emperor realm, was naturally no match for Lin Feng. Unless it was those high-level imperial emperor realm experts. Only then would they be able to defeat Lin Feng. After Lin Feng repelled Wu Moya, he quickly flew towards Wu Moya. Then, he directly pressed down on Wu Moya with his large hand. Monstrous magic power condensed and formed. It was as if it could destroy the world. Its power was so strong that it moved people. Wu Moya wanted to resist. But it was difficult for him to resist Lin Feng's suppression. His body was almost unable to move. Cultivating to the Imperial Emperor realm is already an overlord of the universe. It's such a pity to kill you. On account of the goodness of the heavens, if you swear to acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life. Lin Feng looked down at Wu Moya. The current Lin Feng was like an immortal ancient immortal. Every move. It gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die. I won't become your slave either. Wu Moya gritted his teeth and said. In the world of cultivators, there was naturally no lack of people who were afraid of death. But there were also many cultivators who were very unyielding. They would rather die than be manipulated by others. Wu Moya was obviously such a person. Lin Feng sneered and said, even if you want to die, I won't let you die. In this star field, there are currently no forces that belong to me. I see that your cultivation is not bad, so I'll convert you into my slave. Then, I'll accumulate strength and recruit experts. Maybe one day, I'll be able to use you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng directly used the incomparably tyrannical Great Purification art. This 3000 Great Tao directly converted the craftsman into a slave. Once he was converted, he would definitely be loyal and devoted. He would definitely not be disloyal. Even if Lin Feng wanted him to die. When the time came, he would commit suicide without hesitation. This was the terror of the Great Purification art. The power of purification condensed and poured into Wu Moya's head. No. I don't want to be purified. I don't want to become a slave. Brat. Die with me. Wu Moya couldn't help but roar. Following that, his body began to swell. Wu Moya actually wanted to self-destruct. The self-destruction of an Emperor Realm expert was naturally no small matter. However, Lin Feng didn't give Wu Moya the chance to self-destruct. Seeing that Wu Moya wanted to self-destruct, Lin Feng flicked his finger. One rune after another wrapped around Wu Moya's body. Immediately, Wu Moya's mana was sealed. Wu Moya couldn't self-destruct even if he wanted to. At this moment, a large amount of the power of purification had already poured into Wu Moya's soul. This was the first time Lin Feng had purified an Emperor Realm expert. And the first thing he did was to purify an Emperor Realm expert. However, Lin Feng wasn't nervous at all. Purifying an Emperor Realm expert was exactly the same as purifying an ordinary cultivator. The only difference was that purifying an Emperor Realm cultivator was much more difficult than purifying an ordinary cultivator. An hour later, Wu Moya finally couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification. His ferocious eyes gradually calmed down. Soon. 15 minutes passed. Wu Moya's body had an additional aura of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Ba, good. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping me cross the sea of bitterness. Wu Moya pressed his palms together in an incomparably pious manner. Ha, fellow Taoist Wu is too polite. I am very gratified to see fellow Taoist Wu return from the wrong path. After edifying an emperor-level expert, Lin Feng was in a very good mood. After instructing Wu Moya on some things that he needed to do over the years, he let Wu Moya return to the Fire Snake Star. Lin Feng also left this place. He planned to go into seclusion again. To refine the 3,000 Great Tao that he had just obtained. Just like before. Lin Feng found a lonely planet and entered the center of the planet. He began his seclusion. This time, Lin Feng would probably spend even more time in seclusion. After all, comprehending the 3,000 Great Tao. It would take time. Time passed day by day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 18 years, 20 years, this time. Lin Feng spent 20 years comprehending 1,200 types of 3,000 Great Tao. When he came out of seclusion, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's brows could no longer be suppressed. However, Lin Feng relied on the power of the Emperor Law to suppress the light of calamity between his brows. Lin Feng couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After refining the Emperor Law, his talent had also increased greatly. Therefore, Lin Feng could refine more 3,000 Great Tao. If he hadn't refined the Emperor Law, Lin Feng felt that refining 1,500 to 600 types of 3,000 Great Tao might have been his body's limit. At that time, even if he didn't want to break through to the Emperor Realm, he had to break through to the Emperor Realm. Because once his body reached its limit, the light of calamity could no longer be suppressed. Once the light of calamity could no longer be suppressed, it would attract the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. Therefore, at that time, Lin Feng had no choice but to transcend the tribulation and become an emperor. However, after refining the Emperor Law, his body's condition had been improved by the Emperor Law. His talent had increased greatly. Lin Feng could also refine more 3,000 Great Tao. For Lin Feng, this was naturally a good thing. Although Lin Feng was still at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. However, Lin Feng knew his battle prowess had increased by many times. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he continued to follow the ancient path and flew towards the undying realm. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators. After asking around carefully, he found out. Not long ago, more than a dozen Emperor Sect-level experts besieged a God-Eater demon expert. Although that God-eating demon expert was only at the peak Emperor realm. But his combat strength was extremely heaven-defying. Under the siege of more than a dozen Emperor Sect experts, he didn't die. He was only injured and managed to escape. Currently, many cultivators were searching for the whereabouts of the culinary god. If he could find the whereabouts of the culinary god, he would be able to report this news to the major factions. At that time, the various great Emperor demon expert a demon expert. Thus, many cultivators in the star world were searching for the whereabouts of the culinary god demon. However, it was not an easy task to find him. God demons to God. Moreover, culinary god demons were very good at disguising themselves. Even if an ordinary person saw a god-eating demon expert, they might not be able to recognize him. God-eating demons were similar to the heavenly demons. They were proficient in disguise and confusion. If a peak Emperor Realm God-Eating Demon expert is injured, his combat strength will definitely decrease greatly. If I can find this God-Eating Demon expert, I might be able to kill him. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng had obtained a lot of benefits from refining a few 10-sounds fruits. Therefore, Lin Feng was very eager to find the God-Eating Demon expert and kill him. When the time came, Lin Feng would be able to obtain the God-Eating fruit that the God-Eating Demon had turned into. Every time Lin Feng refined a God-Eating fruit, he would be able to obtain an Emperor Law of the God-Eating Demon. How many Emperor Laws would a peak Imperial Emperor level culinary God fruit have? Thinking about it, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Lin Feng also began to search for the whereabouts of the God-Eating Demon in this star field. Many cultivators quickly flew towards the various planets in the star field. Then, they searched for the God-Eating Demon's whereabouts. Lin Feng also searched a few planets, but he didn't find any clues. He asked the other cultivators if they had found the gluttonous God Demon's whereabouts. However, no one could find the gluttonous God Demon. The injured God-Eating Demon seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce the whereabouts of the God-Eating Demon. It was very difficult to deduce the whereabouts of the God-Eating Demon. This was because the God-Eating Demon was very powerful and knew how to hide his presence. He also knew how to hide from the heavenly secrets. Therefore, Lin Feng's several divinations ended in failure. Until a certain day a month later. Lin Feng actually managed to deduce the whereabouts of the God-Eating Demon. He quickly flew in the direction he deduced. In the end, Lin Feng saw a planet shrouded in endless death energy. Quite a few cultivators had found this place. When the cultivators looked at this planet, they also felt that this planet was extremely extraordinary. It was a good place to hide. And so, many cultivators entered this planet to find the whereabouts of the God-Eating Demon. It should be here. Looking at this planet shrouded in death energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He quickly flew towards this planet. Soon, Lin Feng landed on the planet. This planet was shrouded in death energy. Wandering spirits and ghosts could be seen everywhere. The cultivators who landed on the planet scattered to look for the God-Eating Demon. Lin Feng also began to look for the God-Eating Demon on this planet. But after searching for a long time, he still didn't find any clues. And Lin Feng also noticed something. In the beginning, he would often see traces of cultivators. However, recently, he didn't see any cultivators. Something's not right. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This strange situation attracted his attention. Something was clearly wrong. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. Could it be that the God-Eating Demon made a move? 2 hours later, Lin Feng suddenly heard a scream from afar. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't seen any other cultivators for about 3 days. Now, he finally heard the voices of other cultivators. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the source of the sound. When he arrived, Lin Feng saw a cultivator lying on the ground. The cultivator was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground, unmoving. But Lin Feng was shocked to find that the cultivator wasn't dead. There was still an extremely weak aura. Lin Feng was about to quickly go over to check when the Demon Lord reminded him. Use the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. The God-Eating Demon is extremely cunning. It's not normal for him to suddenly appear at this time. Hearing that, Lin Feng nodded and opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye was the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. When Lin Feng saw the dying cultivator, he was shocked. If it wasn't for the Demon Lord's warning, Lin Feng wouldn't even have noticed that this cultivator was actually a man-eating demon. Man-eating demons were indeed extremely cunning. This man-eating demon had transformed into a heavily injured and dying cultivator in order to attract his attention. Then, he let his guard down. When he went over to check on his condition, this man-eating demon would probably instantly explode. Then, he would use his most powerful attack and launch a sudden attack on Lin Feng. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng might really fall into this man-eating demon's trap. Fortunately, Lin Feng had seen through this man-eating demon's scheme. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't worried about falling into this man-eating demon's trap. Lin Feng planned to beat this man-eating demon at his own game. Didn't this man-eating demon want to trick him? Lin Feng planned to pretend that he didn't know anything. Then, he approached this man-eating demon. When Lin Feng arrived next to this man-eating demon. Lin Feng unleashed a thunderous attack. Then, he attacked this man-eating demon. Lin Feng might even be able to kill this man-eating demon. Lin Feng had already established communication with several treasures. He quickly ran toward the man-eating demon. As he ran, he shouted, "Fellow Taoist, are you all right? What happened just now? What injured you? Idiot, if you come any closer, I'll immediately kill you." The man-eating demon couldn't help but laugh coldly. Naturally, he couldn't answer Lin Feng's questions right now. Moreover, this man-eating demon wanted to disguise himself as well. Thus, he didn't even dare to release his divine sense. Lin Feng guessed that most of the cultivators who entered this place had already been killed by this man-eating demon. The reason he hadn't attacked Lin Feng was probably because this man-eating demon sensed that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, the gluttonous god fiend decided to attack him after killing everyone else. There was a high probability of this happening. Moreover, this man-eating demon wanted to deal with Lin Feng. He didn't even hesitate to use his schemes against Lin Feng. When Lin Feng arrived 3 meters away from the man-eating demon, Lin Feng's divine sense moved. Instantly, Black Dragon's sword, along with the 3 stone swords, they all flew towards the culinary god demon. It was a short-distance fight. Naturally, sword-type magic treasures were the most lethal. The power of the 4 swords was incomparably powerful. They instantly arrived beside the gluttonous god demon. Then, he charged toward the culinary god demon. "Brat, how dare you trick me?" The culinary god demon couldn't help but roar in anger. Originally, he wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would see through it, and he would be played by Lin Feng instead? The culinary god demon quickly got up and dodged the attacks of the 4 swords. But the distance was too close. The gluttonous god demon was only able to block the black dragon sword's attack. The other 3 stone swords struck the culinary god demon directly. Poochie poochie poochie. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. 3 bone-deep wounds appeared on the culinary god demon's body. The gluttonous god demon couldn't help but scream. The injuries caused by the stone sword were not as simple as 3 wounds. The sword chi from the stone sword would directly enter the culinary god demon's body. Then, it would cause great damage to the culinary god demon's internal organs. That was the most terrifying part. Therefore, the damage of the stone sword was extremely powerful. Now, the culinary god demon was injured by the stone sword. He was already severely injured when he was surrounded by more than 10 emperor-level experts. His previous injuries hadn't healed yet, and now, he was injured by the stone sword. Now, he was even more injured. The situation was extremely bad. "Brat! How dare you injure me so badly? You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times." The culinary god demon was very extraordinary. After being injured by the stone sword, he quickly retreated. After putting some distance between them, he looked at Lin Feng with a chilling gaze. It was a gaze of unforgettable hatred. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Seeing the chilling gaze on the culinary god demon's face, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. "How dare you boast so shamelessly when you're heavily injured? Today, I'll kill you and refine you into a culinary god fruit to help me increase my combat strength. Brat, do you think I'm one of those culinary god demons you killed before? Even though I'm heavily injured, it's still easy to deal with you." The culinary god demon said coldly. Obviously. The culinary god demon should have sensed the culinary god demon emperor law in Lin Feng's body. The culinary god demon's cultivation realm was very high. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that he could sense the culinary god demon emperor law in his body. Boom. Both sides didn't hold back and started fighting. Now, Lin Feng had obtained 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords could form a combination. With one thought, he could control the stone sword combination. It was like controlling Heis. With one thought, he could condense the 3 Heis into a magnetic field. Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra at the same time. The weapon mantra was one of the 9 secrets of Taoism. Lin Feng had already seen how powerful it was. It was just that he didn't know how to use the weapon mantra before. Now, Lin Feng had also learned the weapon mantra. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was gradually released. The stone swords were one of the most terrifying magic treasures since ancient times. Lin Feng would never forget the scene he saw back then. A stone sword flew across the sky. With one sword, it killed a black fog creature at its peak. The power of the stone swords was unimaginably powerful. Previously, Lin Feng didn't have the incantation to control the stone swords, so he couldn't release the power of the stone swords. But now, Lin Feng had mastered the weapon mantra. Although the weapon mantra couldn't release the full power of the stone swords, the weapon mantra could release part of the stone swords' power. The stone swords were supreme treasures. Even if they could only release part of their power, it was already terrifying enough. The 3 stone swords instantly arrived in front of the gluttonous god demon. The gluttonous god demon's voice was cold. "Suppress your stone swords." The gluttonous god demon opened his hand and evolved a mysterious world. He wanted to use that mysterious world to suppress Lin Feng's stone swords. However, the gluttonous god demon had underestimated the power of the 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords were Lin Feng's strongest combat power at the moment. The moment the 3 stone swords appeared, it was simply earth-shattering. They were so powerful. Everyone turned pale with fright. Facing the suppression of the illusory world condensed by the gluttonous god demon, the 3 stone swords instantly pierced through the illusory world. Then, they flew in front of the gluttonous god demon as fast as lightning. The gluttonous god demon couldn't dodge in time. Pooh! 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 3 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. Ah! The gluttonous god demon couldn't help but scream in agony as the 3 stone swords pierced his body. His body was severely injured. This kind of injury was fatal to the gluttonous god demon. When the 3 stone swords pierced the gluttonous god demon's body, the sword energy released by the stone swords almost destroyed his internal organs. The gluttonous god demon didn't die immediately because his cultivation was strong enough. The gluttonous god demon grabbed the 3 stone swords and pulled them out of his body. He threw all 3 stone swords out. He quickly retreated. Blood gushed out of the gluttonous god demon's body. "Gluttonous god demon, it's time for you to die." Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued to control the 3 stone swords to attack the gluttonous god demon. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What kind of storms have I not seen in my life? But in the end, I actually died at the hands of an ant like you. I can't accept this." The gluttonous god demon knew that he had lost. However, he didn't want to die like this. He had already recovered to the peak of the sovereign emperor realm. If he had slowly recovered, the day would have come. He would have regained his former glory. However, now, all hope seemed to have been extinguished. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I heard that you destroyed dozens of vital planets and devoured all the living beings on them. That's why so many experts from the sovereign sects surrounded you. Have you ever thought about how many innocent people have died at your hands? Have you ever thought about how great of a sin you've committed? There's a saying that goes, those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. This saying is very suitable for you." The gluttonous god demon said coldly. "The weak are prey to the strong. Only the fittest survive. Did I do anything wrong?" Lin Feng sneered. "Since you don't think you did anything wrong, then there's naturally nothing wrong with me killing you." After saying that, Lin Feng continued to attack the gluttonous god demon. The 3 stone swords, under the influence of Lin Feng's soldier incantation, were astonishingly strong. The 3 stone swords moved as fast as lightning and once again arrived before the gluttonous god demon. Then, they attacked the gluttonous god demon. The gluttonous god demon couldn't resist the 3 stone swords. In the end, he was killed by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Bang! Lin Feng waved his sleeve and the gluttonous god demon's body exploded, turning into a gluttonous god fruit. Lin God Demon. Then, he would find a place to refine the divine eating fruit. Very few people came to this planet. Planet. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it with a deployment spell. Then, he sat as Lin Feng continued to refine the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to completely refine the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power. Although his cultivation realm didn't increase, his combat strength increased by a lot. Of course, what made Lin Feng the happiest was that after the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power was refined, the emperor laws within the fruit appeared. There were actually a total of 8 emperor laws. These were the emperor laws of the emperor realm. The stronger the gluttonous god demon, the harder it was for their emperor laws to integrate into the gluttonous god fruit. Therefore, the gluttonous god demon actually left behind a total of 8 emperor laws after its death. It was extremely difficult. Lin Feng refined all 8 emperor laws. These were 8 emperor laws of the peak emperor realm. They were very powerful. It was hard to imagine. After refining the 8 emperor laws, Lin Feng felt as if his body had endless power. This feeling. It was too comfortable. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued to fly towards the undying realm on the ancient ship. On the way, he would often study this treasure, the heart plate. This was a heaven-defying compass. Lin Feng had been trying to comprehend the method to activate the heart plate. However, after trying many times, he didn't gain anything, which made Lin Feng feel quite disappointed. Although he was very disappointed, Lin Feng had always been a person who became braver the more setbacks he faced. Now, he couldn't find a way to activate the heart plate. It didn't mean that he couldn't find a way to activate the heart plate in the future. The harder it was to find a way to activate the heart plate, the more extraordinary the heart plate was. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge world. That world was bigger than any of the planets Lin Feng had seen before. Cultivators and ancient starships arrived one after another from all directions, flying towards the vast and boundless world. Brother, can you ask around what kind of world that is? Lin Feng pointed at the huge world that appeared in the distant starry sky world. That world is the 9 Mysteries Great World. The cultivator stopped by Lin Feng said impatiently. Then, he quickly left. The 9 Mysteries Great World. Originally, this world was the 9 Mysteries Great World. Lin Feng was very surprised. If the 9 Mysteries Great World hadn't died in the 9 prefectures, it would still be in a flourishing state. The current situation of the 9 Mysteries Great World was quite similar to that of the 9 prefectures Great World. After the 9 Mysteries Great World's death, many forces came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to snatch its resources. Then, they besieged the 9 Mysteries Great World's clansmen. They wanted to obtain the treasure that the 9 Mysteries Great World's Great World had. Lin Feng didn't know what that treasure was. Perhaps some people knew, but Lin Feng guessed that those who knew what it was must be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. So many cultivators came to the 9 Mysteries Great World not just for that treasure. Although the supreme treasure from the Supreme Celestial Court was incomparably precious, there was only one of it. Many people came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to get as many benefits as they could. The 9 Mysteries Great World was one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Although it ranked lower, it was still one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Therefore, there were still many treasures in the 9 Mysteries Great World. Some top forces even had their eyes on the Great World origin of the 9 Mysteries Great World, wanting to seize it. The Great World origin was too precious. If they could get enough of it, it might be able to help cultivators become immortals. I heard that the treasure from the Divine Court hasn't been found by many forces yet. I wonder what it is. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He was also very interested in that treasure. Buzz. Buzz, suddenly, the 2 fire talismans in Lin Feng's hands emitted fluctuations again. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The fluctuation from the fire demon talisman was so intense. Could it be that the 3rd fire demon talisman was in the 9 Mysteries world? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. If that was the case, it would naturally be a good thing for him. If he could find the 3rd fire demon talisman, the fire demon talisman would be reorganized. When the time came, he would be able to evolve his martial soul once more. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the 9 Mysteries world. When Lin Feng landed in the 9 Mysteries world, the fluctuation of the fire demon talisman disappeared. Lin Feng's fire demon talisman couldn't sense the whereabouts of the third fire demon talisman at any time and place. It was always intermittent. If I can understand the secret of the heart plate and get the method to control it, maybe I can find the whereabouts of the third fire demon talisman with the help of the heart plate. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. It was a pity. The heart plate was mysterious and had an incredible positioning ability. But Lin Feng couldn't activate the heart plate now. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce. The result was that Lin Feng went all the way west. The location of the fire demon talisman seemed to be somewhere in the western region of the Nine Mysteries world. But Lin Feng couldn't deduce the specific location. After all, Lin Feng didn't practice the innate 8 trigrams for a long time. In addition, the deduction technique was mysterious and unpredictable. How could it be so easy to master it? Everything needed to be done step by step. It couldn't be done in a flash. It was unrealistic. For Lin Feng, it was good enough to know the approximate location. At least he knew the direction to look for it. And Lin Feng believed that as he got closer to the location of the fire demon talisman, at that time, the 2 fire demon talismans on him would also react. At that time, the 2 fire demon talismans on him would definitely guide him to find the third fire demon talisman. The Nine Mysteries world was very chaotic because too many forces came to fight for the resources of the Nine Mysteries world. So, cultivators fighting could be seen everywhere. It was like a river of blood. It was extremely difficult for the native forces of the Nine Mysteries great world to survive. Many local forces were destroyed during this period of time. The situation was dire. This kind of thing was predictable. Whenever a force was invaded, its native forces would usually suffer a heavy blow. On this day, Lin Feng saw the woman in white from afar. Previously, the white-clothed woman had been surrounded and attacked by the black fog creatures. There seemed to be something on the white-robed woman that the black fog creature had set its eyes on. An item that could catch the attention of a being from the previous era definitely had an extraordinary origin. Therefore, the identity of the white-clothed woman would definitely cause people to speculate. Lin Feng had previously made a deal with this woman in white at the trade fair. Lin Feng had heard through the grapevine that this woman in white might be related to the Undying Realm, but whether it was true or not, Lin Feng was not sure. She's been looking for something, and now she's in the Nine Mysteries great world. Could it be that the thing she's looking for has also appeared in the Nine Mysteries great world? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The white-clothed woman also saw Lin Feng, but she didn't say anything. Her expression was cold as she quickly left. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, they had made a deal before. She actually had such a cold expression. What a heartless woman. Lin Feng flew all the way to the west. Along the way, many opportunities appeared, but Lin Feng didn't care about them. He didn't stop to compete with others for those opportunities. This was because Lin Feng's thoughts were all on the third fire demon talisman. If he could find the third fire demon talisman, it was too important to him. The third fire demon talisman was enough to transform Lin Feng's martial soul. Lin Feng was looking forward to seeing his devouring martial soul evolve again. His martial soul was closely related to him. When his devouring martial soul evolved, Lin Feng's battle strength would increase greatly. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the famous Nine Black Fallen Immortal Realm in the Nine Black Great World. It was an endless stretch of ancient forest. The place was very quiet. Nine Black Fallen Immortal Realm. The legendary land of fallen immortals. That place was almost a forbidden zone for life. Although there were countless opportunities, few people took the risk to enter it. That was because that place was too dangerous. Many experts had been buried there in the past. Countless years ago, someone saw an immortal fall from the outer world into the depths of the forest. It was said that an immortal could form a strong magnetic field. Therefore, after the immortal fell, he changed the law of heaven and earth and gradually turned this place into a forbidden zone for life. Many cultivators gathered outside the Nine Black Fallen Immortal Realm. Some of them were quite familiar with the legend of the Nine Black Fallen Immortal Realm. I heard another version. A cultivator said. It was different from what the previous cultivator had heard. The cultivator said, "It said that a continent fell from the sky when the Xianxia lifeforms ruled the heavens and realms. Later, the fallen continent formed the Jiuxuan fallen immortal realm." More and more people came out with a few more legends. However, it was impossible to tell which of the legends about the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was the real deal. Because no one had experienced what had happened back then. That was something that had happened countless years ago. Later generations could only understand what had happened back then from some legends. How much of what everyone knew was true, and how much was made up by the later generations, who knew? Buzz. Buzz, as Lin Feng looked into the depths of the 9 black fallen immortal realm, the 2 fire demon talismans in his mountain river ring vibrated again. This, Lin Feng was shocked. He looked into the depths of the 9 black fallen immortal realm. Could the fire demon talismans be in the depths of the 9 black fallen immortal realm? Maybe it was possible. Lin Feng felt that he had to enter the 9 black fallen immortal realm to search. At this moment, a beam of immortal light shot up into the sky from the 9 black fallen immortal realm. What's that? Many people were shocked. Something could be vaguely seen floating in the immortal light. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a scepter. As time passed, everyone could finally see what was inside the immortal light. It really was a scepter, and a golden one at that. A golden scepter. What's so special about it? A cultivator asked, puzzled. Could it be that thing? An old cultivator asked, his expression uncertain. He seemed to have thought of something shocking. Senior, what is that scepter? A cultivator asked impatiently. It's very likely to be the legendary divine scepter. Hiss. This was Lin Feng's first time hearing the name Holy Scepter. He didn't know the origin of the Holy Scepter. There were many cultivators like Lin Feng who had never heard of the Holy Scepter. They didn't know what the Holy Scepter was either. However, from the shocked expressions in the eyes of those who had heard of the Holy Scepter, one could tell how extraordinary the Holy Scepter was. The old cultivator said, "Do you know the division of forces in the innate life form era? Nuwa, Pangu, fire god Zhirong, 12 ancestral shamans, and so on were all experts of that era, and they stood at the peak," a cultivator said. Indeed, many experts appeared in that era, and those experts often had many followers, which formed the earliest division of forces. However, the existences we are talking about all belong to the forces of the Eastern Universe world. The old man said. Eastern Universe world? What does that mean? Many people couldn't help but be puzzled. You meant boundless and limitless. You meant the fusion of time and space. The meaning of the universe was the boundless world. It also meant the boundless starry sky world. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, all the starry sky, stars, worlds, parallel spaces, and so on included in an era were collectively called universe. However, countless people had never heard of the concept of the Eastern Universe world. The old man continued, "Everyone should know that everything in the world is divided into yin and yang." At this point, the old man glanced at the surrounding cultivators. Many people nodded. Of course, everyone knew this. It was like day and night. Men and women. The sun and the moon. Everything in the world seemed to follow the cycle of yin and yang. The old man continued, "Although the universe is only a macroscopic concept, in reality, the universe also follows the principle of the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, there was the division of the Eastern Universe and the Western Universe. The beginning of the era. The Eastern and Western universes gave birth to each other, and in the Eastern Universe, existences like Pangu, Nuwa, and so on appeared. And in the Western Universe, terrifying existences like Zeus, Allah, God, and Odin appeared. The development of the Eastern and Western universes is different, but in history, 2 universes with different cultures will collide sooner or later. Therefore, in the great wars since ancient times, in addition to the wars between the creatures of the previous era, the creatures of the alien domain, and the innate realm, there are also wars between the forces of the Western universe and the Western universe. It's just that too much time has passed, and a lot of information has disappeared. When the era of Xiantian lifeforms ended, there was an unprecedented disaster. Even cultivation was cut off, not to mention the Taoist scriptures that recorded the historical records. They were all destroyed in the Great War. That's why the world doesn't know much about the Western universe anymore. After hearing the old man's words, countless people were shocked. For too many people, the Western universe was full of mysteries and unknowns. It was even full of fear and worry. The cultivation system of the Western universe forces was definitely different from the cultivation system of the Eastern universe forces. However, this didn't affect the strength of the powers in the Western universe. Lin Feng was also shocked. This was the first time he had heard about the Western universe. For example, Zeus, Allah, God, and other existences. This was also the first time Lin Feng had heard about them. Of course, from the old man's description, he could clearly know how terrifying those existences were. They should be existences of the same era as Nuwa, Pengu, and the others. Lin Feng didn't know if the Demon Lord knew about the Western universe. Anyway, the Demon Lord had never mentioned the Western universe to him before. At this time, the old man continued, the Holy Scepter is the top treasure of the Western universe world. Many people couldn't help but be moved. Since it was the top treasure of the Western universe, its power was definitely very powerful. Moreover, if they could get the Holy Scepter, they might be able to understand the Western universe world in detail through the Holy Scepter. Soon, the holy light disappeared. The Holy Scepter also disappeared. However, the news quickly spread. Many major forces were alarmed, and more experts came here. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could continue to wait. The Jiuquan Fallen Immortal Domain was very dangerous. If those top forces entered to look for the Holy Scepter, the dangers in the Jiuquan Fallen Immortal Domain would most likely be attracted by those top forces. When he entered the Jiuquan Fallen Immortal Domain, the danger factor would be much lower. Boom, a day later, a terrifying expert arrived. It was an expert at the Emperor sect level, shrouded in a demonic light. It was a Saint Demon expert. Soon, more Emperor sect level experts arrived, their bodies surrounded by Emperor Qi. It's a cultivator from the Mystic God clan. It's rumored that they are an extremely mysterious clan. A cultivator said. The various races outside the domain, including the myriad races of the heavenly sage great world. There were cultivators arriving. The experts were as numerous as clouds, gathered here. On the third day, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the world. Next, in the distance, a 9-headed dragon pulled a divine chariot over. Around the divine chariot, there were more than 10 great emperors guarding it. Everyone was shocked, because the other party's formation was too big. Who is it? Could it be a Saint Emperor? Many people were shocked. Perhaps only a Saint Emperor's trip would cause such a huge formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the divine chariot in the distance. 9 dragons pulling the chariot. It was extremely noble. Finally, the divine chariot stopped in the void. One of the great emperors lifted the curtain. A young man in embroidered robes walked out of the divine chariot. It was a very young and handsome young master. When they saw the young master, everyone was astonished. Originally, everyone thought that it was a Saint Emperor. Who would have thought that it was just a young cultivator? For such a young cultivator to travel with such a huge entourage, it was simply too inconceivable. Who is that person? Could he be a direct descendant of a superpower? Someone asked. He was very curious about that young cultivator. Many people were discussing the young man's identity. Someone said, that young man is from the Heavenly Human clan. I think his name is Tian Wuya. What? The legendary Heavenly Human clan cultivator? Countless people heard the cultivator's words. The celestial race. What an ancient race. This was the earliest human race. It was also one of the most powerful human forces. The ancestors of the primordial era were actually the celestial race, the immortal race, and other races. Originally, these humans had also experienced weakness. However, after experiencing many upheavals, not only did they not go extinct, they became stronger and stronger. Later, after the War of the Liches and Demons, the celestial race and the immortal race joined forces to occupy the supreme heaven realm. However, at this time, the human race was very divided. The celestial race and the immortal race were still powerful, but the bloodlines of many human tribes began to weaken. Their physical bodies were not as strong as before. The celestial race and the immortal race no longer recognized themselves as humans. Because they looked down on those human forces that were becoming more and more ordinary. Perhaps, the primordial era human race, the celestial race, and the immortal race were the only human forces whose bloodlines had not weakened. Today, the celestial race and the immortal race were still powerful. The heaven realm was still under the joint control of the celestial race and the immortal race. It was said that even the celestial emperor, the leader of the undying realm, which was ranked first in the 3,000 great worlds. He was also an expert of the celestial race. In order to better control the undying realm, the celestial emperor had just come to the undying realm from the supreme heaven realm. To the cultivators of the mortal world, the celestial race and the immortal race were basically legendary races. In the mortal world, there were no cultivators of the celestial race and the immortal race at all. If all the worlds in the Eastern universe were regarded as a centralized country, then the celestial race and the immortal race would be the supreme ruler. And these direct descendants of the celestial race and the immortal race, they would take in princes and princesses. Their status was high and mighty. Now that they knew Tian Wuya's identity, everyone finally understood why a young cultivator like Tian Wuya would be followed by so many emperor-level experts. This was the prince of the Eastern universe world. Any cultivator of any faction would naturally have to curry favor with Tian Wuya when they saw him. It's very rare to hear of the celestial race or the immortal race's clansmen moving around in the mortal world. At most, they would move around in the undying world and a few other top-ranked worlds. How did this Tian Wuya come to our Nine Mysteries Great World? The Star Ocean world where our Nine Mysteries world is located is already far away from the center of the universe. It is equivalent to a frontier area of a centralized country. Such a royal family member would not come to such a frontier area to suffer. Some cultivators voiced out their doubts. Who knows what these big shots are thinking? Maybe there are some unknown things that need to be dealt with, so I came to this Star Sea world and heard many things about the Nine Mysterious world, so I came to the Nine Mysterious world. Someone said. Tian Wuya stood outside the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal Realm. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the past, present, and future. Tian Wuya was really too young. Lin Feng felt that this person's lifespan should only be around 100 years. However, his cultivation was actually at the Imperial Emperor realm. This was truly inconceivable. He had no idea how this fellow cultivated. But then he remembered that Tian Wuya was from the heavenly human tribe. He must have all kinds of cultivation resources. If he encountered a cultivation bottleneck, he would definitely have extremely powerful teachers to guide his cultivation. This was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. Is this Tian Wuya from the Undying Realm or the Celestial Realm? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. A powerful force like the heavenly human tribe was definitely divided into many factions. For example, the Celestial Emperor belonged to one of the factions. Moreover, he belonged to the feudal officials. He held an important position in the heavenly human tribe. The Celestial Emperor was just a title. In fact, the Celestial Emperor's surname was Di. The Celestial Emperor's son, Di Wudao, had followed his father in the past. However, he betrayed his father and even plotted against him. Otherwise, the tragedy would not have happened. His mother would not have been suppressed, his uncle, whom he had never met, would not have died, and his father would not have been seriously injured. Tian Wuya and Di Wudao both belonged to the heavenly human tribe. However, their surnames were different. Perhaps they belonged to different factions. When the experts of the Starry Sky realm saw Tian Wuya, they wanted to go up and greet him. However, they were stopped by the great emperors beside Tian Wuya. The group of experts had ugly expressions. However, when faced with someone as important as Tian Wuya, they could only swallow their pride. They could only swallow their pride. They could only retreat with their tails between their legs. Which one of them isn't a famous expert in the Starry Sky realm? If it were any other time, they would have already flared up. But now, they don't even dare to say a word. Someone could not help but sigh. Perhaps the important figures in our eyes are just ants in the eyes of the heavenly human tribe. Someone else said. Many people nodded. Perhaps only those who had reached the Sage Emperor, Emperor Lord, or even the Immortal Realm. That was why the heavenly human tribe and immortal tribe valued them. The apocalypse has arrived and the worlds have been destroyed. However, with the strength of the heavenly human tribe and immortal tribe, they will definitely be able to survive until the next era. Lin Feng could not help but think. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Tian Wuya said. Yes, young master. The great emperors beside Tian Wuya replied. These great emperors did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly followed Tian Wuya into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. After these people entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, cultivators flew into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm one after another. However, most of the cultivators who entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm were great emperors. Without reaching the great emperor realm, these cultivators did not dare to enter the 9 profound fallen immortal realm casually. After all, the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was very dangerous. Without reaching the great emperor realm, entering the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was no different from suicide. Lin Feng also entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm because the fire demon talisman was in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to enter and search for it. Fortunately, there were already many cultivators who had entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. These cultivators helped Lin Feng attract many dangers in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. The 9 profound fallen immortal realm was very quiet, surrounded by white mist. This white mist separated the 9 profound fallen immortal realm from the outside world. Looking into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm from the outside world, one could not see the situation inside at all. Unless there was a huge commotion like when the golden scepter appeared and a glaring light was released, the cultivators outside would not be able to see it clearly. Buzz. Buzz. After entering the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, the 2 fire demon talismans vibrated more and more violently. Lin Feng took out the 2 fire demon talismans. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It seemed that the 2 fire demon talismans must have sensed the aura of the third one. That was why they took the initiative to fly deeper. Lin Feng followed the 2 fire demon talismans all the way into the Jiuxuan fallen immortal realm. The Jiuxuan fallen immortal realm contained extremely terrifying and powerful restrictions. Those restrictions contained terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, those restrictions couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng's research on large arrays had reached a level of perfection. No matter how powerful the restrictions were, it wasn't easy to hurt Lin Feng. Just like the restrictions here. Although they were very powerful, they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's journey was relatively smooth. When he arrived at the 5th mountain, Lin Feng felt a cold aura spread all over his body. The fire demon talisman also stopped and floated in midair. White fog rolled. This place severely restrained the mental power of a cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng's perception was severely suppressed. When his divine thought searched for the source of the cold aura. But he didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Swoosh! At this moment, a chill came from behind. Then a cold light suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a sharp claw. It reached out from the void and grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even notice all this in advance. This showed how terrifying the existence was. However, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. Now his body seemed to have an instinctive reaction. This was an ability to actively avoid danger that he had developed in countless battles. When the terrifying attack came, Lin Feng's body would actively avoid it. It was the same this time. Whoosh, when the danger came, his body moved horizontally to the left. Immediately, he dodged that terrifying attack by a hair's breadth. And the terrifying existence that attacked Lin Feng disappeared without a trace again. Lin Feng searched with his divine thought. But he found nothing. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the terrifying existence, when the terrifying existence approached Lin Feng, Lin Feng's body would have an unprecedented sense of tension. This was a sense of unknown danger. At this moment, Lin Feng had this feeling again. Lin Feng knew that terrifying existence must have appeared again, that terrifying existence must be closing in on him at a rapid pace, so the situation was extremely bad. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. He performed the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. 2 clones appeared. Then, the 9 domineering aura magnetic field. The power of the 9 layers domineering magnetic field was so terrifying that it could make ghosts and gods pale in comparison. When the 9 aura magnetic field was released, the terrifying creature that could merge into the void and attack silently was immediately enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic field. After being enveloped by the 9 domineering magnetic field, the terrifying creature could no longer completely hide its body. A silver-white figure flashed and disappeared. But soon it became invisible again. Found you. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Although the silver-white figure only appeared for a short time. However, Lin Feng was still staring at the silver-white silhouette. The silver-white figure. There was nowhere to hide. Then, Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed forward. The speed was too fast. Clang! Clang! 2 consecutive clangs of collision were heard. 2 of the stone swords were hit by the creature hidden in the void. The 2 stone swords were sent flying. However, the 3rd stone sword unleashed its might and struck the terrifying creature that was hiding in the void. A puff was heard. The 3rd stone sword tore the body of the terrifying creature apart. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. Screech! The being hidden in the void couldn't help but let out a painful shriek. Then it rushed out of Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic field. What a powerful creature. If I didn't have so many tricks up my sleeve, I might have really fallen into the hands of this creature. After the terrifying creature left, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary and he successfully resolved the danger. There are quite a few great emperors who have entered this place. I think some of them will fall here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was completely predictable. Because the Jiaoxian fallen immortal region was indeed incomparably dangerous. The 2 fire demon talismans that were floating motionlessly in the air vibrated violently again. Then the 2 fire demon talismans continued to fly deeper. Lin Feng followed the 2 fire demon talismans. In the end, the 2 fire demon talismans arrived in front of a cave on the 6th mountain. That cave. It was extremely deep. Waves of gloomy and cold aura were emitted from the cave. After feeling the gloomy and cold aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The inside of this cave was probably not a safe place. Perhaps there was something terrifying hidden inside. However, the 2 fire demon talismans flew into the cave without hesitation. The 3rd fire demon talisman is in the cave? Lin Feng couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He followed the 2 fire demon talismans into the cave. Along the way, Lin Feng was very cautious. Because this place was a forbidden zone for life. In such a dangerous place, one must be careful at all times. Or else, you might die in such a dangerous place. The cave was extremely long. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't reach the end. Half an hour later, a huge mountain appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the mountain. The 2 fire demon talismans were floating in the mountain. Lin Feng looked at the rock wall of the mountain. Suddenly, he showed an extremely shocked expression. He saw that there were murals on the rock wall. He didn't know who carved the murals. Those murals were surrounded by immortal power. Therefore, even though an extremely long time had passed, those murals were still preserved. If it weren't for the immortal power surrounding those murals, perhaps they would have been destroyed by the power of time. What are these murals painted? Lin Feng was puzzled. He quickly walked towards a mural. Then, Lin Feng saw that this mural was actually a stone tower. The stone tower had a total of 7 floors. There were many stone pillars on each floor of the stone tower. A person tied to a pillar? What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The demon lord said, sacrifice. It's a type of sacrifice from a very long time ago. This type of sacrifice is very evil. It binds a person to a pillar, and the pillar will gradually suck away the person's essence, blood, and soul. In the end, the person tied to the pillar will only be left with a skeleton. Hearing this type of sacrifice, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. This was using a living person as a sacrifice. This type of sacrifice was incomparably evil and forbidden. Of course, in extremely ancient times, this type of sacrifice might have been allowed. Stone pagoda, stone pillars, when will such sacrificial rituals be used? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said this type of sacrifice should only be used in burial. Because it's too cruel, this type of sacrifice was lost later on. Burial? Could it be that this stone pagoda is actually a burial ground? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. His expression became serious. A stone tower was actually used as a burial ground. It seemed that the existence that had fallen back then was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps he was a peerless and invincible expert? Yes, it should be a burial ground. In the Stone Age and some eras before, some top forces would often use stone burial methods. The so-called stone burial method is to create powerful stone treasures, such as the more common stone coffins. Of course, there are also many things made of stone. The corpses of experts would be placed in these things made of stone. Some of the more evil forces would carry out extremely cruel and evil sacrifices during burial. This type of sacrifice is very strange. For example, this type of sacrifice that appears on the murals. It binds a person to a stone pillar, and the cultivator's essence, blood, and soul will be completely devoured. This is a type of sacrifice from that era. The demon lord continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. He continued to look at the murals. The second mural showed a group of people carrying a stone coffin into a stone tower. Stone coffin, stone tower. It seems that the identity of the person who died all those years ago was not ordinary at all. Lin Feng said. The third mural appeared on the 7th floor of the stone tower. The group of people carried the sarcophagus to the 7th floor. On the ground of the 7th floor of the stone tower, there was an unknown array. The sarcophagus was placed in the center of the formation by the group of people. The demon lord said, many forces in that era believed in the resurrection of the dead. They felt that the soul of the dead had temporarily left the body, and that the soul would return again one day. Therefore, in that era, people generally did not burn the body after death, but preserved the body very well. Look at the array on the 7th floor of the tower. If I'm not wrong, that should be a resurrection array set up by this evil force to resurrect the dead. Resurrection array? There's such a formation? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. This was the first time he had heard of the so-called resurrection array. Yes. At that time, there were indeed many forces that researched all kinds of resurrection arrays. Because the era was different, the concept was different as well. Some of the actions of the people of that era might be inconceivable, but in their era, it was very normal. The demon lord said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Because, Lin Feng discovered that the demon lord had a very clear understanding of things that happened in the distant past. When the demon lord had just awakened, his memories were incomplete. He didn't even remember who he was. Now, the demon lord actually remembered things that happened so long ago so clearly. It seemed that the demon lord had recovered quite well. Lin Feng continued to look at the murals. The murals at the back were scenes of various sacrifices. Many creatures appeared and surrounded the stone pagoda. Then, they began to worship it. The last mural was filled with endless black fog. The boundless black fog completely covered the stone pagoda. Then, the stone pagoda disappeared. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng was very surprised. How did the stone tower disappear? Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the black fog? Where did the stone tower go after it disappeared? But there were no more murals at the back. So, everything was a mystery. After Lin Feng finished looking at the murals, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why would these murals appear in this place? Did these murals hint at something? Lin Feng thought. These murals shouldn't have appeared in this place for no reason. There must be some deep meaning in it. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly had a feeling of being on his back. It was as if he was being stared at by some terrifying creature. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something and looked up. He immediately saw. At the top of the rock wall, there were actually densely packed stone bats. After seeing those stone bats, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. One must know. The Stone Clan was a very terrifying creature. And it was very difficult to see Stone Clan creatures. But there were so many stone bats in front of him. This was too terrifying. The stone bats looked at Lin Feng with their cold eyes. Those pairs of eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Some stone bats seemed to still be in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up. But many stone bats had already woken up. And, at this moment, there were more stone bats that were constantly waking up from their deep sleep. It was really terrifying. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely solemn expression. There were too many stone bats and their aura was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. If he was besieged by these stone bats, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng was very clear about this point, so Lin Feng planned to quickly leave this place before these stone bats attacked. Whoosh! At this time, 2 fire demon talismans flew as fast as lightning towards the depths of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into a passage in the depths of the mountain. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He didn't fly out, but rushed into the deeper passage. Screech! At this time, the densely packed stone bats let out a sharp ear-piercing cry. Then, those stone bats spread their wings and rushed towards Lin Feng. The terrifying waves coming from behind were simply suffocating. Lin Feng increased his speed to the extreme. Those stone bats were in hot pursuit. And those stone bats could release powerful sound wave attacks. Those sound waves condensed together. They attacked Lin Feng again and again. The sound wave attacks of these stone bats were extremely strange. Not only could they form a powerful physical attack, they could also have a great impact on a cultivator's soul. Before the sound waves arrived, they had already shaken the void and launched a soul attack on Lin Feng from a long distance. Lin Feng's soul had been greatly affected by it. He almost fell head first into the abyss. But fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough to withstand the sound wave attack at the critical moment. Therefore, Lin Feng stabilized his body. Then, he quickly dodged and moved, avoiding the terrifying sound waves that were bombarding him. These stone bats are so freakishly strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The stone bats were so terrifying that people couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, Lin Feng's means were also extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, he might have died under the attack of the stone bats just now. Lin Feng stepped on the world in all directions. He increased his speed to the extreme. Fast. Fast. Fast, Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He gradually pulled some distance away from the stone bats. Although he couldn't shake off those stone bats. But fortunately, the distance between the two sides was quite far, and this distance was considered a safe distance. The stone bats' attacks couldn't cross this distance to hurt Lin Feng for the time being. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but show an expression of relief on his face. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that the passage ahead was getting wider and wider. After rushing out of the passage, Lin Feng saw a huge underground rift valley. The 2 fire demon talismans quickly rushed into the underground rift valley. Lin Feng also quickly chased after the 2 fire demon talismans. After the stone bats reached this place, they didn't continue to chase Lin Feng. After those stone bats let out a shrill cry of unwillingness, they quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, flew all the way down. The further down they went, the higher the temperature. When Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, he discovered that there was a world of magma below the Great Rift Valley. This was a magma world formed underground. Everywhere was boiling magma. The 2 fire demon talismans flew towards the depths of the lava world. Lin Feng continued to follow behind the 2 fire devil talismans. Looks like we're about to reach the location of the 3rd fire demon talisman. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Once he obtained the 3rd fire demon talisman, his martial soul would evolve once again. Roar! Suddenly, the roar resounded throughout the world. Clattering sounds could be heard. Next, a large amount of lava splashed in all directions. A terrifying existence rushed out of the world of lava. It was a giant fiery red beast. Its whole body was like a round meatball. After rushing out, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. It wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. Is this a chaos divine beast? Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The creature that rushed out looked like the legendary chaos divine beast. The demon lord said, "It's not a chaos divine beast, but a magma giant beast." This magma giant beast's appearance is quite similar to a chaos divine beast, but its strength is far inferior. Although the magma giant beast's strength and the chaos divine beast's strength were quite different. But that was because the magma giant beast was inferior to the chaos divine beast. But in fact, the magma giant beast was also an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, Lin Feng was even more powerful. This magma giant beast wanted to compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body quickly moved to the left and immediately dodged the magma giant beast's attack. Then Lin Feng raised his right hand and used his palm as a knife. He directly slashed out a blow. Puff! The power of that blow was so tyrannical that it made people turn pale with fright. It directly split the magma giant beast down the middle. Blood spurted out. The magma giant beast's huge body fell into the lava. In an instant, it was drowned by the boiling lava. Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the lava. The fire demon talisman stopped above a piece of boiling lava. But that place was very ordinary. Lin Feng didn't see anything special. Could the third fire demon talisman be under the lava? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He was about to enter the depths of the lava to explore, but he didn't expect that the fire demon talisman would undergo a shocking change. The runes on the fire demon talisman lit up. Looking carefully, it was actually 2 maps. They were 2 maps to find the third fire demon talisman. Both fire demon talismans shot out a beam of light. And that beam of light shone into the lava below. Rumbling sounds came from under the lava. Then, a stone platform broke through the lava and appeared in Lin Feng's sight. He saw a fiery red toad lying on the stone platform. But that fiery red toad was no longer alive. In the mouth of the fiery red toad, there was a fire demon talisman. The fiery toad had a talisman in its mouth. That fiery red toad was definitely not an ordinary character. Lin Feng even felt a suffocating pressure from the body of the fiery red toad. That fiery red toad had been dead for so many years. But its body could still release such a powerful pressure. He really didn't know how terrifying the power of that fiery red toad was when it was alive. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. He flew toward the fiery red toad. But at that moment, someone flew over from afar. Lin Feng looked over and found that there were a total of 7 people. Among these people, Lin Feng only knew one of them, which was the white-clothed woman who was besieged by the black fog creatures. Of course, he didn't really know her. After all, Lin Feng didn't even know the name of the white-clothed woman. They had only met a few times and made a deal at the trade fair on planet Lanzhou. As for the other 6 people, Lin Feng had never seen them before. These 7 people came together. They probably joined forces to resist the attack of the stone bats and arrived here. But after coming in, they distanced themselves from each other. They were clearly not from the same camp. Previously, they were only temporarily working together to deal with the stone bats. Martial talismans. 3 martial talismans. An Emperor Realm cultivator looked at the 3 fire demon talismans in shock. The other cultivators also saw the 3 fire demon talismans, but they weren't very interested. Because they weren't human cultivators. Those cultivators all looked at the fiery red toad lying on the stone platform. Holy fire toad! It really is this terrifying creature. In the past, it was only one step away from becoming an immortal. It was said that when it was refining some kind of heavenly fire, it was devoured by the heavenly fire and finally died. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It was one step away from becoming an immortal. It seemed to be a subimmortal existence. But in the end, it died from the backlash of refining the heavenly fire. What a pity. However, this was the world of cultivators. It was an extremely cruel world. Many cultivators might have cultivated to an extremely high level. But in the end, they still couldn't escape death. Take this holy flame toad for example. In the past, it was only one step away from becoming an immortal, but in the end, it still died. It was really sad. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of another possibility. The reason why this holy flame toad died. Was it because, in the past, it wanted to use the heavenly fire to break through to the immortal realm? But it was devoured by the heavenly fire, thinking about it carefully. It was really possible. Lin Feng couldn't sense the aura of the heavenly fire. This meant that there was no heavenly fire that the holy flame toad refined in the past. Was the clue to the heavenly fire on the holy flame toad? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heartbeat suddenly become much faster. Heavenly fire. It was equally important to him. Because heavenly fire could play an extremely important role in many cases. If one could gather 9 types of heavenly fire, they could form the legendary 9 heavenly fire immortal slaughtering formation and other top heavenly fire formations. It was said that once these heavenly fire formations were used, they could directly refine a great world. If an immortal realm expert was trapped in such a heavenly fire array, only death would await them in the end. Of course, these were just legends after all. Lin Feng didn't know whether they were true or not. He would have to wait until Lin Feng collected all 9 types of heavenly fire in the future to know. Lin Feng now had 5 types of heavenly fire. It would be even better if he could get the heavenly fire that the holy flame toad failed to refine in the past. When the time came, Lin Feng collected 6 types of heavenly fire. Everyone, you're late. The things here already have an owner. Please go back the way you came. Lin Feng said. Humph. Immediately, a great emperor snorted and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. An ant-like thing dares to boast shamelessly here? These great emperors all looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. They did not put Lin Feng in their eyes at all. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant or a dog. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would be as simple as moving a finger. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You keep saying that others are ants, but I think that you are the ants. Just now, I gave you face and let you go back the way you came. However, if you don't want face, I don't mind stepping on you like bugs under my feet and directly crushing you to death." The 7 great emperors entered. Only the white-robed female cultivator did not say anything. Instead, she watched the conflict between Lin Feng and the 6 thearchs from the side. The white-robed female cultivator had long recognized Lin Feng's identity and knew that Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, she had been waiting and watching. As for the other 6 thearchs, they naturally did not put Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor cultivator, in their eyes. However, a mere quasi-emperor cultivator, whom they regarded as an ant, was now looking down on them. How could the 6 thearchs tolerate it? The emperor realm cultivator who spoke first looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Boy. This seat is a guard under the command of young master Tian Wuya of the Celestial Clan. Now, this seat orders you to hand over that martial talisman to this seat, then sever one of your arms. Then, this seat will not pursue today's matter with you." This Emperor Realm expert said these words to Lin Feng from his personal point of view. He did not pursue the matter with Lin Feng. As for whether others would pursue the matter with Lin Feng, it was none of his business. This Emperor Realm expert's tone was completely unquestionable. He glanced sideways at Lin Feng, treating Lin Feng as an ant. This was a kind of arrogance that emanated from his bones. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Heavenly Human Clan's Tian Wuya? You want to give the martial talisman to your master and let your master refine it? What a loyal servant." Although the Heavenly Human Clan that Tian Wuya belonged to had long since stopped recognizing themselves as humans. But they were still humans in essence, and they also had martial souls. Therefore, Tian Wuya could indeed use the martial talisman. When he heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was furious. The corners of this Emperor Realm expert's mouth twitched violently. Many great emperors saw it as an honor to be able to follow Tian Wuya. Because Tian Wuya was a supreme disciple of the Heavenly Human Clan. Following Tian Wuya, his future was limitless. But now that these words came out of Lin Feng's mouth, he, who followed Tian Wuya, had actually become a loyal servant. Of course. To be honest, Lin Feng's words were not wrong. But in the eyes of this Emperor Realm expert, Lin Feng's words were clearly mocking him. How could this monarch realm cultivator endure such mockery? Brat. Since you want to die so badly, then I don't mind fulfilling your wish. The Emperor Realm expert's voice was cold as he spoke. His dermic power started to flow within his body. This person began to prepare his attack. The rest of the great emperors looked at this scene indifferently. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They were also happy to see Lin Feng be killed. After Lin Feng died, they would then fight for the Holy Fire Toad's corpse. As for the 3 martial talismans, these people planned to give them to Tian Wuya as a favor. I never kill a nameless person. Tell me your name. Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Emperor Realm expert's mouth twitched violently. He was actually looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. This Emperor Realm expert's killing intent was monstrous. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately. Brat, go to hell. This Emperor Realm expert took a step forward and then punched towards Lin Feng. This Emperor Realm expert didn't use any divine ability. With his cultivation base, it would be a joke if he used divine ability to deal with a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. That brat is dead for sure. The other 5 great emperors looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They didn't think that a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator could resist the attack of an Emperor Realm expert. Among all the people present, only the white-clothed female cultivator had a little confidence in Lin Feng. However, this confidence was also negligible. After all, Lin Feng was only a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. A boundary Emperor Realm cultivator wanted to resist the attack of an Emperor Realm cultivator. It was simply daydreaming. Boom. At this moment, the Emperor Realm cultivator's terrifying punch had already arrived and was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, even the little confidence the white-clothed female cultivator had in Lin Feng disappeared. Everyone felt that. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure, Lin Feng attacked. He threw a punch at the opponent. Even in the face of the attack of an Emperor Realm expert, Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. In the past, the Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. It was very likely that she had also refined some powerful Emperor laws. Her combat strength was almost heaven-defying. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 2,300 types of 3,000 great Daos. Although he was still 700 types of 3,000 great Daos away from the Red World Fairy's 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. But in reality, Lin Feng had cultivated enough 3,000 great Daos. One had to know. There were many cultivators. Before becoming an emperor, one only needed a few dozen types of 3,000 great Daos. However, Lin Feng had cultivated so many. In addition, Lin Feng had already refined 9 emperor laws. 10 God Emperor laws. These laws could provide him with power that was so powerful that it made people pale in shock. At that moment, Lin Feng could kill gods and Buddhas if they tried to block his path. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Everyone saw Lin Feng colliding with the Emperor Realm expert. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would be instantly killed, but it did not happen. Instead, the Emperor Realm expert was forced to retreat after colliding with Lin Feng. How is this possible? LV Wenjun was forced to retreat. Is that kid really only at the Quasi-Emperor realm? A series of exclamations suddenly resounded. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. The cultivator who was fighting with Lin Feng was called LV Wenjun. She was at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. She had originally followed Tian Wuya into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. However, after Tian Wuya and the others entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, they were attacked by some terrifying creatures in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. In the end, LV Wenjun and Tian Wuya separated. Later, LV Wenjun joined forces with the other 6 emperors to enter this place. They let everyone know how terrifying LV Wenjun was. LV Wenjun had always been by Tian Wuya's side, so she had gained a lot of benefits over the years. Therefore, LV Wenjun was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, such a powerful LV Wenjun was actually no match for a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. It was truly inconceivable. No, this is absolutely impossible. LV Wenjun found it even more unacceptable. He was actually forced back by a young human cultivator in front of everyone. Just now, LV Wenjun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Looking at it now, it was really ironic. LV Wenjun roared angrily, "Brat, today I will definitely let you die without a burial ground." At this moment, LV Wenjun had completely lost her mind. After following Tian Wuya for such a long time, LV Wenjun felt that she was superior to others. Only he could humiliate others. How could he be humiliated by others? Being repelled by Lin Feng was a great humiliation to LV Wenjun, so no matter what, LV Wenjun had to regain her face. And from LV Wenjun's point of view, only by killing Lin Feng. Only then could she regain her face. Whoosh, LV Wenjun quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. An endless holy light gushed out from his body. At this moment, LV Wenjun gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. Myriad divine Tao, billions of living beings, immortal law, destroy all worlds. LV Wenjun's cold voice suddenly rang out. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat. Today, I will let you have a taste of the supreme divine ability passed down by the celestial race." Celestial race. The most ancient human race. The divine ability passed down by the celestial race would naturally be so powerful that it could not help but shock people. Now, LV Wenjun began to display the divine ability passed down by the celestial race. It was probably taught to this person by Tian Wuya. Heavenly Tao breaks all worlds. Suddenly, LV Wenjun roared. His body turned into eternal holy light and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. At that moment, LV Wenjun seemed to have become the only one in the world. The entire world. It was as if it was about to stop. Around all the cultivators revealed looks of extreme shock. LV Wenjun's attack was really too powerful. It was indeed worthy of being the supreme divine ability passed down by the celestial race. Can that brat still withstand LV Wenjun's attack? The 5 great emperors could not help but think. Because Lin Feng's battle strength was strong enough. Therefore, even though LV Wenjun had displayed extremely terrifying battle strength now, everyone was not sure if LV Wenjun could defeat Lin Feng. The female cultivator in white narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng as if she wanted to see through Lin Feng. LV Wenjun's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng displayed an unparalleled divine ability. With a thought, flowers bloomed and the sovereign descended. It was the supreme inheritance that originated from the mysterious demon lord. This was definitely one of the most terrifying techniques since ancient times. After Lin Feng displayed this divine ability, he seemed to have turned into an invincible demon lord. With a look, it was as if he could destroy the world in all directions. Lin Feng directly swept his fist towards the holy light that LV Wenjun had transformed into. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and LV Wenjun collided once again. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's punch directly shattered the endless holy light. LV Wenjun was beaten back to his original form. Oh my god, has the celestial race's inheritance been destroyed by that brat? The 5 great emperors who were watching the battle could not help but be shocked. They could not believe their eyes. Seeing Lin Feng's divine ability, the woman in white was also very shocked. Lin Feng's attack did not end there. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about the logic of beating a drowning dog. Take his life while he was sick. Therefore, after LV Wenjun's divine ability was broken by Lin Feng followed like a shadow and quickly arrived beside LV Wenjun. Then, his fist continued to bombard LV Wenjun. Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly swept across LV Wenjun's body. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Countless bones in LV Wenjun's body were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Puff! Puff! LV Wenjun vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. He had already suffered internal injuries from Lin Feng's attack. His combat strength plummeted. Is this your strength? You dare to jump around in front of me with this little strength? You really don't know what death is. Lin Feng stepped on the 7 stars and punched towards LV Wenjun again. LV Wenjun felt the aura of death enveloping his body. He felt a deep killing intent from Lin Feng. LV Wenjun knew. Lin Feng really wanted to kill him. It was not as simple as just saying, "My master is young Master Tian Wuya of the celestial race. If you dare to kill me, you are dead meat." LV Wenjun used Tian Wuya to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about LV Wenjun's threat. "I'll fight it out with you." Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go, LV Wenjun's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. No matter what, LV Wenjun was also an emperor-level expert. Although he had been injured by Lin Feng, his combat strength was still very strong. LV Wenjun's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. At this moment, his body began to burn. LV Wenjun seemed to have turned into a flaming man. He was burning his life source to increase his combat strength. However, even though LV Wenjun had burned his life source to increase his combat strength, he was still no match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an immortal god fiend. He was invincible. No matter who came to fight him, they were destined to die. Lin Feng still punched at LV Wenjun. Bang, the two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng showed his might. LV Wenjun's body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Too cruel. The other 5 great emperors couldn't help but gasp. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed had deeply shocked them. The 5 great emperors' cultivation was on par with LV Wenjun's. If there was anyone who could defeat LV Wenjun, no one dared to say such a thing. However, LV Wenjun was killed by Lin Feng so easily. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want to end up like LV Wenjun?" Lin Feng couldn't help but say coldly. The 5 great emperors were naturally furious when they were reprimanded by a young cultivator like Lin Feng. The 5 of them joined forces. They weren't necessarily afraid of Lin Feng, however, they weren't willing to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Even if they killed Lin Feng, they felt that they would probably lose a few people on their side. Humph. The 5 great emperors couldn't help but snort coldly and quickly leave. Lin Feng looked at the woman in white and said indifferently, "Fairy, why aren't you leaving?" The woman in white said, "You're not a simple person. I underestimated you before." Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. He knew that the female cultivator was not simple. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Furthermore, her origins were extremely mysterious. Previously, she had been surrounded by so many black fog creatures, yet she was still able to escape unscathed. From this, one could tell just how astonishing this woman's methods were. Lin Feng knew that this woman had stayed behind because she had something to tell him. This made Lin Feng very curious. He didn't know what this woman wanted to say to him. The female cultivator continued, "Perhaps we can cooperate once." Cooperation? Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator in surprise and asked, "What kind of cooperation do you want?" "There might be something shocking in the Jiuquan fallen immortal realm." The woman in white said. "Divine scepter?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of the divine scepter from before. It was indeed an extremely extraordinary treasure. Of course not. Perhaps it's even more extraordinary than the divine scepter. It's somewhere in the Jiuquan fallen immortal realm. That place is too dangerous. If I enter it with you, we can look out for each other." The woman in white said. Lin Feng said curiously, "I'm really curious. What exactly is this thing you're talking about? Once you see it, you'll know." "It's even more amazing than you can imagine," the woman in white said. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The woman in white couldn't help but be taken aback. She had just been discussing cooperation with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was asking her for her name. Wasn't his train of thought jumping a little too quickly? "Is that important?" the woman in white asked. Lin Feng said. "I'm just curious." The woman in white said. "Lu Ruoxin." "Lu Ruoxin? That's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." The woman in white replied. "You're beautiful. Your name is beautiful too." Lin Feng said. "Don't say such words to deceive ordinary girls in front of me." The woman in white said. Lin Feng said, "I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm just speaking the truth. Because you're really beautiful. The woman in white didn't answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng didn't feel awkward. He continued asking, I heard that you're related to the undying realm. I wonder if the rumors are true. There are many things that are both true and false. Perhaps we don't need to care about whether they're true or false at times. The woman in white said. That's very reasonable. Lin Feng nodded and said, I can cooperate with you, but that'll have to wait until I've refined the martial talisman. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard outside for me for now. If anyone dares to disturb my cultivation, I'll have to trouble you to chase them out. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She actually became Lin Feng's guard. And Lin Feng actually had the nerve to make such a request. Truly, shameless people were invincible. You'd better hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. Lu Ruoxin said angrily. Then, she flew outside without looking back. Lin Feng looked at the holy flame toad. He flew toward the holy flame toad. However, the holy flame toad emitted an extremely terrifying aura that suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his haki to resist the terrifying aura emitted by the holy flame toad. Finally, he approached the holy flame toad. At this moment, the holy flame toad's body was burning. A powerful existence like the holy flame toad wouldn't allow others to touch its body. Therefore, it would leave a backup plan. When others were about to touch its body would self-destruct. Such a situation. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng saw it. When the holy flame toad's body was completely burned to ashes, only two things were left. The first thing was the third fire demon talisman. As for the second item, it was a piece of bronze fragment. After seeing the bronze fragment, Lin Feng couldn't help showing a surprised expression. He temporarily put away the 3 fire demon talismans. Then, Lin Feng picked up the bronze fragment. He carefully studied the bronze fragment. Lin Feng found that the surface of the bronze shard was actually covered with dense patterns. When Lin Feng tried to sense the bronze fragment with his divine thought, Lin Feng suddenly felt an extremely hot aura enveloping his body. He felt that his soul was about to be pulled into a mysterious world. As for that mysterious world, it was pitch black. In the depths of the endless darkness. Instead, it was occupied by a ball of black flames. Heaven fire, Lin Feng was surprised. His divine thought returned to his body. Lin Feng looked at the bronze fragment in surprise. If he didn't guess wrong. The whereabouts of the heaven fire that the holy flame toad couldn't refine. In the past, the holy flame toad was so powerful that it was only one step away from entering the immortal realm. However, even such a powerful holy flame toad had suffered a backlash from the heavenly fire. From this, one could see how terrifying the heavenly fire was. However, Lin Feng guessed that although the holy flame toad had suffered a backlash, it hadn't died immediately. Therefore, the holy flame toad must have engaged in an intense battle with the heavenly fire. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the heavenly fire's fire spirit had most likely been killed by the holy flame toad. Perhaps only the heavenly fire's origin was left. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. If only the heavenly fire's origin was left, it would be much easier for Lin Feng to refine it. If the heavenly fire's fire spirit was still there, it would be somewhat troublesome. Of course, Lin Feng was powerful and daring. Even if the heavenly fire's fire spirit was still there, it might not be impossible to deal with it. After all, in the battle back then, even if the heavenly fire's fire spirit wasn't killed by the holy flame toad, it would have been severely injured. Existences like the heavenly fire's fire spirit were different from cultivators. Cultivators recovered faster from injuries. However, the heavenly fire's fire spirit was born from heaven and earth. Moreover, it had been nurtured for countless years before it was finally born. Therefore, once the heavenly fire's fire spirit was injured, it would be extremely difficult for it to recover. This heavenly fire is a black heavenly fire. Demon Lord, among the 72 types of heavenly fire, is there such a black heavenly fire? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, asking the Demon Lord to sense the bronze fragment. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable, so he might have heard of it. The Demon Lord's divine sense invaded the bronze fragment. Then, the demon lord pondered for a moment and said, a completely black heavenly fire that even evolved into a black space. Could this heavenly fire be the fifth-ranked extreme demonic fire? Extreme demonic fire? What's so special about this heavenly fire? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. A heavenly fire that could rank so high was definitely extraordinary. However, Lin Feng didn't know anything about this extreme demonic fire. He didn't understand it. The demon lord said, this is a kind of heavenly fire born from the power of extreme. Rumor has it that this kind of heavenly flame has killed many Xianxia life forms. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a tyrannical ability this extreme devil fire had. It had actually refined quite a few Xianxia life forms to death. It seemed like they had their heyday in the past. Has no one ever subdued the extreme devil fire before? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord shook his head and said, the extreme demonic flame was refined by Qiyu in the past. Hiss, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Qiyu, this was an illustrious existence. It was a terrifying being that made the heavens and earth lose their color and the sun and moon lose their light. Now, Qiyu's evil deeds back then were being spread throughout the universe. They said that it was Qiyu who brought chaos to the world. Later, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor joined forces to defeat Qiyu. In the end, Qiyu fell. Only then did the chaos subside. Whether or not this rumor was true, Lin Feng didn't know yet. However, from the various rumors, it seemed that the evaluation of Qiyu wasn't very high. Of course, no one could deny Qiyu's strength. He was definitely an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Even the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, the ancestors of the human race, had to join forces to contend against Qiyu. From this point, one could see how powerful Qiyu had been back then. Lin Feng was so shocked that Qiyu had refined this kind of skyfire. If it were someone else who had refined it, Lin Feng might not have been so shocked. I heard that Qiyu was enraged when he saw the extreme demonic fire wreaking havoc in the world. Many Xiantian life forms were killed by the extreme demonic fire. He was killed by the extreme demonic fire himself. After that, Qiyu refined the extreme demonic fire. I guess after Qiyu's death, the extreme demonic fire gave birth to a new fire spirit. When the Holy Flame Toad refined the extreme demonic fire, it should have faced the fire spirit that was born from the extreme demonic fire. The demon lord said. These skyfires were extremely special. The fire spirit was equivalent to the soul of the skyfire. After the fire spirit was destroyed, the skyfire could still give birth to a new fire spirit after a long time. Under normal circumstances, a heavenly fire with a fire spirit was many times stronger than a heavenly fire without a fire spirit. Isn't this Qiyu an evil demon? Shouldn't he clap his hands and cheer when he saw the extreme devil fire killing the innocent? Why would he take the initiative to destroy the extreme devil fire? Lin Feng said in surprise. Yao Jun said, it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong for what happened countless years ago. Qiyu may have indeed fought with Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor, but the later generations have no way of knowing the specifics. It's only the later generations who painted Qiyu as an unpardonable evil demon, not the people of that era. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the demon lord's words had a hidden meaning. Moreover, recently, the demon lord gave Lin Feng a more and more mysterious feeling. It was as if there were no secrets in the world that the demon lord didn't know. Lin Feng still remembered that the demon lord was one of the 72 realm lords of the Undying Realm. He belonged to the ancient era, but the existence of the ancient era shouldn't know much about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors Qiyu's era. But the demon lord. Why did he know so much, and it seemed to be reminding him of something, intentionally or unintentionally? Lin Feng suppressed the doubts in his heart. The demon lord wouldn't say. If he asked, the demon lord still wouldn't say. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Therefore, Lin Feng simply didn't ask the demon lord about those things. Lin Feng put away the bronze fragment that recorded the clues of the extreme devil fire. Then, Lin Feng took out 3 fire demon talismans. The 3 fire demon talismans floated in the air. Then, gradually, they fused together. Each of the 3 fire demon talismans emitted violent fluctuations. In the end, the 3 fire demon talismans began to gradually fuse together. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. 2 hours later, the 3 fire demon talismans were successfully fused. And Lin Feng grabbed the fused fire demon talisman. Then, he began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to absorb the energy in the fire demon talisman. The energy in the fire demon talisman was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Then, all the energy merged into Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. In Lin Feng's dantian, the 5 devouring martial spirits began to circulate on their own. Every time it circulated, it would shake out a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was a martial spirit that originated from the Sovereign Emperor clan. The 5 devouring martial spirits distorted the void and began to fuse together. After the 5 devouring martial spirits fused together, they absorbed the energy in the fire demon talisman even more crazily. These mysterious figures all had extraordinary origins. They were all the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan. One of them was shrouded in endless darkness, creating the heaven-devouring demonic art. That existence. It was the heaven-devouring demonic emperor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. That existence stood tall in the sky. He had an imposing aura, and a single look from him seemed capable of collapsing 100,000 worlds. That existence. He was the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan who had punched through the undying realm. That existence stood in the void, as though he had transformed into an eternal sovereign. Even the gods and immortals had to bow down to him. That existence was the master of gods. He was the first person of the post-Xianxia life-form era to create a new cultivation system. One ancient existence after another appeared. They stood in the black hole and looked at Lin Feng. They were all looking at him with eager eyes. They were all looking at him with deep emotions. When Lin Feng saw them, tears welled up in his eyes. These were all his ancestors. At this moment, a woman walked out from the depths of the black hole. She was so beautiful. She looked at Lin Feng with a gentle gaze. She seemed to be saying to Lin Feng, my child, you've suffered all these years." She was Lin Feng's mother. Finally, even the Sovereign Emperor clan's first primogenitor appeared. The first ancestor of the great imperial clan was standing in the black hole, looking at Lin Feng encouragingly. Lin Feng was the continuation of their bloodline. He was the hope of the Sovereign Emperor clan's future. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to hear a voice from his bloodline. No matter how difficult it is, don't give up. You must persevere. When that voice resonated in the atmosphere, Lin Feng's absorbing spirit started to change again. This time, Lin Feng felt something. His devouring martial soul began to split. Rumble, rumble, a violent sound echoed through the clouds. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul split into a new devouring martial soul. This was Lin Feng's 6th devouring martial soul. However, after the 6th devouring martial spirit was formed, there was no more 7th devouring martial spirit. Perhaps it was because the fire demon talisman was ranked relatively low among the martial talismans. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Feng's martial soul to continue splitting. Or perhaps it was because Lin Feng's martial soul was too powerful. Therefore, the fire devil talisman could only help Lin Feng split his martial soul once. However, even if it was only the devouring martial spirit, it would still be very powerful. Lin Feng was already very satisfied. Who? After finishing his cultivation, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He quickly got up and flew outside. Lu Ruoxin was guarding the entrance out of boredom. Seeing Lin Feng fly over, he said, "Let's go. We've already been delayed for a long time. We need to hurry." Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew outside with Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin was indeed a top beauty. Up close, her beauty was truly indescribable. It was enough to compete with 100 flowers. She was definitely a rare beauty. In addition to her powerful cultivation, Lu Ruoxin was definitely a goddess among goddesses. However, this goddess had an ice-cold look on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Even though Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin had reached an agreement to cooperate. However, Lu Ruoxin still had an ice-cold look on her face when facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already used to it. When they left, they were attacked by the stone bats. Fortunately, the two of them had extraordinary means, and they managed to shake off the stone bats that were chasing after them. The stone bats seemed to be confined in the cave, and they couldn't get too far away from the cave with the mural. "Did you see the mural?" Lin Feng asked. "What? What are you trying to say?" Lu Ruoxin said coldly. She didn't give Lin Feng any face. Lin Feng said, "I suddenly have a feeling that the stone pagoda on the mural seems to be in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain." "Why do you say that?" Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but ask doubtfully. She didn't know where Lin Feng got this feeling from. Lin Feng said, "Intuition." Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, "I have a feeling that someone will be able to live forever in the future." "Oh?" Lin Feng looked at Lu Ruoxin in surprise and asked, "Who do you think will be able to live forever?" "Myself," Lu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Lu Ruoxin said in all seriousness, "A woman's sixth sense is usually very strong." Lu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Clearly, Lu Ruoxin was using her words to support Lin Feng's earlier words. However, Lin Feng hadn't lied to Lu Ruoxin. He really did have a feeling. The stone pagoda was in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, but Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a feeling. It was a very strange feeling. Lu Ruoxin clearly didn't believe Lin Feng's intuition. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. After the two of them flew out of the cave, they flew toward the depths of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. They were very careful because the 9 profound fallen immortal domain was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death, so they had to be very careful. Lin Feng didn't want to die young. The 9 profound fallen immortal domain was filled with continuous mountain ranges. When the two of them arrived at the 70th mountain, they still hadn't reached the deepest part of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. A mountain range. It stretched for more than 10 miles or even dozens of miles. No one knew how far the 9 profound fallen immortal domain extended. The 9 profound fallen immortal domain was a little too big. When they arrived at the 30th mountain, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin saw several cultivators in the distance. They were all in the Great Emperor realm, and their strength was unfathomable. Since the 9 profound fallen immortal domain was an extremely dangerous place, most people would cross the mountains on foot instead of flying. If they flew in the air, they would be courting death. First of all, if they flew in the air, they would become the target of those terrifying creatures in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Second of all, there were terrifying restrictions everywhere in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, and the restrictions in the air were especially powerful. If they flew in the air, they would directly face the attacks of those restrictions. It would be extremely dangerous. Just as the cultivators in front of them were about to cross the 30th mountain and head to the 31st mountain, suddenly, a streak of white light flashed through the forest. Its speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin couldn't see what it was. The Great Emperor realm cultivators in front of them didn't have any reaction and disappeared without a trace. "It's a ferocious beast. It swallowed several great emperors." Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Those were several Great Emperor realm experts. They didn't even have time to react before they were swallowed by the white ferocious beast. It was unbelievable. "Let's leave quickly," Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. He beckoned Lu Ruoxin to leave this place as quickly as possible. That white light was too terrifying. If it were to attack the two of them, they would not be able to resist it. The speed of the attack was truly shocking. The two of them quickly left the area. Fortunately, the terrifying creature did not appear. Lin Feng said, "The 9 profound fallen immortal domain is extremely dangerous. The creatures here are exceptionally terrifying. Moreover, the deeper you go, the stronger the creatures will be. There might even be a king realm existence here." Lu Ruoxin nodded. She agreed with Lin Feng's words. A terrifying king realm existence had definitely appeared in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. The owner of the white light earlier might be such a creature. They did not know what it was, but it was definitely powerful enough to make one's soul tremble. If anyone were to encounter such a creature, they probably wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to escape with their lives from that creature's attack. After changing their route, the two of them crossed the 30th mountain and continued toward the 31st mountain. At the 31st mountain, they saw a dozen great emperors fighting a firebird. Those great emperors seemed to have obtained something precious from the cave abode guarded by the firebird. The firebird was furious. It launched a frenzied attack on the group of great emperors. In the end, 5 of the great emperors were killed. The other 7, the remaining 7 escaped with injuries. The firebird shrieked in anger, its voice piercing to the ears. Those cultivators had thoroughly infuriated the firebird. However, the firebird seemed to be unable to leave the 31st mountain. Therefore, it could not chase after those cultivators who escaped. This allowed those people to escape. Otherwise, those people would have died under the attack of the firebird. In the end, the firebird returned to the cave abode. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin came out from their hiding place. "This place is really dangerous." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. "If it's not dangerous, would it still be called the Life Forbidden Zone?" Lu Ruoxin pouted. Lin Feng realized that Lu Ruoxin liked to tease him for no reason. However, a good man would not fight with a woman. As such, Lin Feng just smiled and didn't argue with Lu Ruoxin. The two of them also encountered several dangers along the way. Terrifying ferocious beasts attacked them. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin had extraordinary means. They managed to avoid the dangers many times. In the end, they arrived at the 49th mountain peak. When they arrived, it was already night time. The 9 mysterious fallen immortal domain was even more dangerous at night. Many terrifying creatures liked to move around at night. 7 stars piercing sun. He pointed at the mountain. 9 was the extreme number. Avoid the 9th prince. Lu Ruoxin could not help but ask. Lin Feng said, "In that case, the place that fairy spoke of should be within the 49th mountain." Lu Ruoxin said, "That's right. It is indeed on this mountain. However, the only problem now is the 49th mountain. How do we determine where the entrance is? Do you have a token?" "If there's a token, it won't be difficult to confirm," Lin Feng said. Lu Ruoxin's eyes lit up when she heard that. She said, "Of course, there is a token. But how can we be sure?" Lu Ruoxin took out an item as she said that. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and found that it was a stone pendant. Lin Feng took the stone pendant and said, "Let's wait and see, celestial being." Next, Lin Feng looked at the stone pendant. He immediately found out. There was a dragon and a phoenix carved on the front of the stone pendant. There were 2 words written on the back. Ahuang. Ahuang, this seems to be a name. Could it be that an old friend is already so romantic? He actually carved the name of his lover on the stone pendant? Lin Feng said in surprise. Ahuang. The demon lord's expression froze when he saw the stone pendant. Then, he shook his head slightly and sighed. He could not help but reveal a thoughtful look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ruoxin said, "The ancients naturally knew how to talk about love." Lin Feng began to draw the 8 trigrams. He wanted to use the innate 8 trigrams to deduce the location of the place that Lu Ruoxin mentioned. The stone pendant was the primer. Lin Feng placed the stone pendant in the center of the 8 trigrams. He began to deduce. "Innate 8 trigrams," Lu Ruoxin said in surprise. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxin and said, "Fairy, you're really experienced and knowledgeable. With just one look, you can tell that I'm using the innate 8 trigrams technique. I'm really impressed." Lu Ruoxin said, "This innate 8 trigrams technique is mysterious and unpredictable. I've seen people using it before, but it's far from being as exquisite as yours. It seems that you've obtained a more complete innate 8 trigrams inheritance." The amount of information that Lu Ruoxin revealed was no small matter. It seemed that someone else had obtained Fushi's inheritance. However, the other party didn't seem to have obtained a lot of inheritance. It should only be a part of it. Lin Feng didn't say much and continued to deduce. In the end, Lin Feng deduced a result. He looked in the northwest direction and then pointed in that direction and said, "It should be in this direction, but I'm not sure where it is." Let's go and take a look, Lu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng nodded and handed the stone pendant with the words Huang written on it to Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin held the stone pendant in her hand and walked towards the northwest with Lin Feng. Inside the demon bead. On the lonely grave. The demon lord's gaze was a little absent-minded. Huang. 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 He kept muttering Huang's name. The demon lord seemed to know this woman called Huang. His expression became a little sad. Lin Feng didn't know the change in the demon lord's expression inside the demon bead. He and Lu Ruoxin walked towards the northwest direction. The mountains were continuous. The two of them felt a terrifying aura spreading over. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Lu Ruoxin and used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin disappeared without a trace. At the same time as they disappeared, a white light suddenly appeared and flashed. It disappeared instantly. It's that terrifying existence. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin's expressions became extremely ugly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's heaven patching technique was extraordinary. It saved Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin's lives. It hasn't left yet, Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. What? It hasn't left yet? Lu Ruoxin's expression changed slightly. She didn't sense that terrifying existence. Therefore, Lu Ruoxin thought that the terrifying existence had left. However, Lin Feng said that the terrifying existence hadn't left yet. Lu Ruoxin had seen Lin Feng's various extraordinary abilities. Therefore, she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It should be watching us from a dark place. Unfortunately, I can't determine where it is hiding." That existence was simply too terrifying. With Lin Feng's ability, he couldn't determine the hiding location of that terrifying existence. It had to be said that the terrifying existence might have completely exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. That kind of existence. How powerful was its combat power? It was inestimable and unimaginable. Now, Lin Feng was facing a formidable enemy. The unknown was the most terrifying. As for the existence hidden in the dark, Lin Feng didn't know. It was the same for Lu Ruoxin. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin both knew that they were in trouble. It was definitely a disaster to be targeted by that terrifying existence. However, until now, the two of them hadn't been able to think of a way to solve the crisis in front of them. Lin Feng had already performed the heaven patching technique. There was still the great death substitution technique left. In other words, he and Lu Ruoxin still had a chance to avoid death. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. It was a kind of feeling from the bloodline. Just like the special ability of the sudden inspiration. He could sense the arrival of danger. Sometimes, it was hard to explain with words why he had such a strong feeling. However, such a strong premonition was very important in many cases. It was a feeling of death. It was suffocating. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Ruoxin. This time, he performed the great death substitution technique. Then, he and Lu Ruoxin disappeared from where they were. This time, his disappearance was also very timely. The moment Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin disappeared, the white light reappeared. However, he missed. Lin Feng could feel the anger in the air. After missing twice in a row, the terrifying existence became extremely angry. The cliff on the right. The entrance should be there. At this moment, Lu Ruoxin suddenly spoke. She seemed to have sensed the location of the entrance to that mysterious place. Hearing this, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. He grabbed Lu Ruoxin's jade-like hand and quickly dashed to the right. Lu Ruoxin's hand was very soft. But now was not the time to be distracted. The most important thing now was to escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mass of destructive energy descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin. That ball of destructive energy should be the attack of that terrifying existence hiding in the dark. Feeling the power contained in the destructive energy, Lin Feng's face turned pale with fright. That ball of destructive energy was too terrifying. Even if it was an attack from an emperor or even an immortal, Lin Feng would not have any doubts. Such an attack was so powerful that it would make one turn pale with fright. However, Lu Ruoxin summoned 2 miniature puppets at this time. The 2 miniature puppets quickly grew bigger, they turned into Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin respectively. That was the puppet technique. And it was an extremely advanced puppet technique. The 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin and quickly flew toward that ball of destructive energy. Something shocking happened at this time. That ball of destructive energy. It was attracted by the 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin. Then, the 2 balls of destructive energy directly bombarded the 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin. After seeing that, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Lu Ruoxin's puppet technique was really amazing. She could even take the initiative to attract the attack. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a puppet technique. Among all the puppet techniques, Lu Ruoxin's puppet technique could be considered the most powerful one. Lu Ruoxin's puppet technique helped Lin Feng and her to avoid a disaster. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the cliff that Lu Ruoxin mentioned. "It's down there," Lu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin quickly flew down. After flying for about 100 meters. Then, they saw a cave. Then, both of their eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin quickly entered the cave. "It's here," Lu Ruoxin said. The reason why they could confirm that it was this place was because Lu Ruoxin's stone pendant was emitting waves of energy. The stone pendant was equivalent to a token. Now, the token was emitting waves. It meant that the 2 of them had arrived at their destination. "Is Empress Huang buried here?" Inside the demon bead. The demon lord couldn't help but murmur. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened in the demonic bead. If he knew, Lin Feng would definitely be suspicious. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin were looking outside from time to time because they were worried that the terrifying creature would chase after them. However, what made the 2 of them heave a sigh of relief was that the terrifying existence did not appear. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin then walked into the depths of the cave. The cave was very long. After walking for an hour, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. The stone door blocked Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin's path. The stone door was densely covered with runes. Those runes were extremely complicated. Even though countless years had passed, those runes were still very powerful. However, those runes were still extremely powerful, and the fluctuations they emitted were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng studied the stone door for a while. After spending an entire day, he finally cracked the seal on the stone door. After the seal on the stone door was cracked, Lin Feng pushed open the stone door. A rotten smell gushed out from the stone door. That smell was nauseating. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had entered this place. That was why the rotten smell was emitting. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin entered the stone door and saw what was inside. Inside the stone door was an extremely huge cave dwelling. The cave dwelling seemed to be divided into several layers. Many jade scrolls were placed in the first layer. It was unknown what those jade scrolls contained. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin quickly walked over. Lin Feng then picked up a scroll. However, he found that the scroll was already damaged. It had been too long, and the scroll couldn't be preserved. Lin Feng then picked up a jade scroll. The content recorded in the jade tube shocked Lin Feng greatly. Because what was recorded in the jade tube was actually an extremely terrifying supernatural power. This supernatural power was called Qiyu God-slaying art. Qiyu. One of the most terrifying existences since ancient times. His strength was simply unimaginable. He was definitely an earth-shattering figure. The demon lord once told him before. The rumors about Qiyu in the outside world might not be true. Many things that happened countless years ago were destined to become the past and history. And now, various interpretations of Qiyu. In fact, they were all compiled by the later generations. Therefore, Qiyu was not necessarily an unpardonable evil demon. Lin Feng knew the meaning of the demon lord's words. There was a deeper meaning hidden in the demon lord's words. But these were destined not to be what Lin Feng could understand at the moment. Now, Qiyu's inheritance actually appeared here. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. The owner of this place seemed to be called a Huang. Could it be that a Huang had something to do with Qiyu? If she had nothing to do with Qiyu, why would a Huang have Qiu's inheritance here? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the mysterious stone pendant he saw from Lu Ruoxin. Could it be that the mysterious stone pendant was actually given to a Huang by Qiu? Lin Feng had always been a person with a wild imagination. Therefore, at this moment, he thought of many possibilities. Were Qiu and a Huang a pair of lovers in the past? Lin Feng was puzzled. He wondered if he could find some answers here. There were too many secrets in the world. Lin Feng was not interested in exploring many secrets. But for a terrifying existence like Qiu, Lin Feng was still very interested in learning more. After all, Qiu was a terrifying existence who could fight against the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor when they joined forces. This Qiu god-slaying art was definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying supernatural power. If he could cultivate it successfully, it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng continued to check the other scrolls and jade tubes. He found almost all the scrolls had been destroyed. Time was enough to destroy everything. Time was the most terrifying power. Even those jade tubes. Only a very small number of jade cylinders were completely preserved. Many jade tubes were also destroyed by the power of time. However, the contents of those preserved jade tubes were extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng even saw the method to go to the demon realm in a jade tube. As the top world among the 3,000 worlds, the demon realm was a mysterious and powerful world. That place, it was ruled by the demon race. That place had the most powerful demon race forces and their bloodline. Apart from that, Lin Feng also saw some prescriptions and extremely powerful deployment spells. The contents of these preserved jade cylinders were varied. But the contents were all extraordinary. Lu Ruoxin Feng's time. Apparently, Lu Ruoxin had also discovered how shocking the information recorded in the jade tube was. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. A jade tube actually recorded a set of 3,000 great Daos. This 3,000 great Dao was called the Great Dark Night Art. It was a very extraordinary 3,000 great Dao. Once it was used, day would turn into night in an extremely short period of time. And the cultivator who used the Great Darkness Art could hide in the dark night. They could become part of the night. It was an unimaginable ability. Of course, this was not the only ability that this divine ability gave the cultivator. There were many other abilities. For example, in the dark night, one's combat strength would increase explosively. These abilities would be obtained after the cultivator successfully cultivated the Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng had never cultivated the Great Darkness Art before. Lin Feng was very happy to be able to obtain this Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng continued to search for other jade tubes. He felt that he might be able to find more of the Great Darkness Art. What Lin Feng wanted the most right now was not those powerful immortal arts, but rather some even more powerful divine abilities. Lin Feng wanted the Great Darkness Art. In the end, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin looked through all the jade tubes. Most of the jade tubes had been destroyed. Therefore, what was recorded in those jade tubes was destined to be a secret to Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin found enough shocking things in the jade tubes that could be checked. They found 245 types of the Great Darkness Art. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had already studied most of the 3,000 Great Tao skills. There were only 100 types of the Great Darkness Art that Lin Feng had never cultivated. However, this already made Lin Feng very excited. He had already cultivated 2,300 types of the Great Darkness Art. Now, adding the 100 types of the Great Darkness Art that he had never cultivated before, Lin Feng had a total of 2,400 types of the Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng thought. Perhaps he could find 3,000 types of the Great Darkness Art before he became an emperor. Originally, he didn't even dare to dream about this. But it was different now. Lin Feng had already obtained 2,400 types of the Great Darkness Art. He was close to collecting all 3,000 types of the Great Darkness Art. He was only one step away. Therefore, for Lin Feng, now, collecting all 3,000 types of the Great Darkness Art didn't seem to be an impossible task. Apart from these 3,000 types of Great Darkness Art, Lin Feng liked the Qiu God-slaying art the most. This was the supreme ability passed down by Qiu. If he could cultivate it successfully, it would definitely become a trump card. At the critical moment, it might be able to reverse the situation. Of course, Lin Feng also liked the dozen or so powerful killing arrays. Those killing arrays. They would definitely play a key role in the future. Especially for a spirit array master like Lin Feng. Such a killing array. It could become a trump card. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin made a copy of all the content provided. Then, the two of them each had a copy. The two of them collected the items. Then, they continued to search in the first cave. They couldn't find anything else. The two of them walked towards the depths of the cave. When they arrived at the second cave, Lin Feng saw a stone statue placed in the middle of the cave. This stone statue was a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. It could still be vaguely seen. This woman was wearing a royal robe. This robe indicated the woman's extraordinary identity. A Huang. Lin Feng instantly thought of this name. It was the name on Lu Ruoxin's stone pendant. Emperor. It was an honorific. It represented supreme power. This woman was called a Huang. Could it be that countless years ago? Was she a female saint emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked when he thought of this possibility. An empress. She was definitely an invincible existence. What happened to this empress in the past? That stone pendant. A Huang. A Huang. Inside the demonic orb, Demon Lord looked at a Huang with sadness in his eyes. He was muttering a Huang's name. However, a Huang was destined not to hear the Demon Lord's call. Do you know something about a Huang? Lin Feng could not help but look at Lu Ruoxin. He had a feeling that this woman knew something about a Huang. However, she did not tell Lin Feng anything about a Huang. She did not say anything. Lin Feng took the initiative to ask. After all, Lin Feng had nothing to be embarrassed about. What do you want to know? Lu Ruoxin asked calmly. Are a Huang and Qiyu lovers? Lin Feng asked. Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes and said, Who said that a Huang and Qiyu are lovers? They do not belong to the same era. Oh? It seems like you know something about Qiyu and a Huang. Can you tell me more about them? Lin Feng said. Lin Feng had always been the kind of person who would ask questions whenever he did not know anything. He would never be embarrassed to ask about these things because of his reputation. Lu Ruoxin said. You should have heard a lot about Qiyu. Lin Feng said. But legends might not be true. Is Qiyu really as evil as the legends say? Lu Ruoxin raised her eyes and said, Rumor has it that Qiyu can control demons and beasts. Qiyu himself has 8 legs, 3 heads, and 6 arms. He has a copper head and an iron forehead. He is invulnerable. However, this rumor is not true. The real Qiyu in history is actually a human. Oh? Qiyu is a human? Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The infamous evil demon Qiyu. The Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor defeated him. Qiyu was actually a human. Lu Ruoxin continued, That's right. You didn't hear it wrong. Qiyu is indeed a human. It goes back to the tribal era. There's a clear gap between the human forces and other forces. At that time, the 3 emperors had already fallen, and the forces that the human race had painstakingly united once again fell apart. It was difficult to survive in troubled times, so the new Saint Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, wanted to unify the human race. Qiyu refused to be controlled by the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, he started a war with the Yellow Emperor. At that time, Qiyu was the god of war. He was extremely powerful. He also wanted to lead the human race to glory. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor fought against Qiyu, there was no difference between good and bad. Their goal was the same, to defeat the other party, make the other party submit, become the new leader of the human race, and lead the human race to survive in this chaotic world. The more Lin Feng listened, the more shocked he became. Qiyu, who had been recited for tens of thousands of years. Qiyu, who was cursed by countless people. To think that he had been wronged all this time. To be honest. Qiyu. In fact, he was also the ancestor of the human race. Lu Ruoxin said sarcastically, The funny thing is, after countless years, everyone thought that Qiyu was an evil demon. They couldn't even remember who their ancestors were. It's not without reason that the human race was declining. Lin Feng retorted, the human race has indeed made many mistakes in its history, but this race is diligent, kind, warm-hearted, optimistic, tenacious, and unyielding. This race has many good points. Lu Ruoxin did not continue. Indeed. Although the human race had declined, this race did have many good points that other races could learn from. Therefore, disaster after disaster. However, the human race had continued to survive. On the other hand, many of the more powerful races had disappeared one after another in the Great Wars. What about a Huang? Who is she? Is she the female Saint Emperor of the human race? Lin Feng continued to ask. A Huang is indeed an amazing woman. She is the lover of Emperor Shun, one of the 5 emperors of the human race. Lu Ruoxin said. The 5 emperors referred to. The Central Emperor Yellow Emperor, the Eastern Emperor Qing Emperor, the Southern Emperor Red Emperor, the Western Emperor White Emperor, and the Northern Emperor Black Emperor. Emperor Shun was the Northern Emperor Black Emperor. After Emperor Shun fell, the era of the 5 emperors came to an end. The human race was once again faced with disintegration. A Huang replaced Emperor Shun in power and delayed the disintegration of the human race. Unfortunately, a Huang was destined to fail in uniting the human race. Lu Ruoxin said. As a woman, she seemed to hold a Huang in high esteem. Lin Feng said, so, she is Emperor Shun's woman. Could this be the place where a Huang used to live? Perhaps? The 9 profound fallen immortal realm did not belong to the 9 profound great world. It fell from the outer space. Therefore, some of the things in this place do not belong to the 9 profound great world. Lu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng had heard this from others before. Since so many people had said this, even Lu Ruoxin had said so. It seemed that the 9 profound fallen immortal realm had indeed fallen from the outer space. The 2 of them searched carefully in the second cave, hoping to find some valuable treasures. However, they searched many times, in vain, they found nothing. Let's go in and have a look. Lin Feng said and walked deeper into the cave. Lu Ruoxin and Lin Feng also walked deeper into the cave. The demon lord appeared and stood alone in front of a Huang stone statue, gazing at her. He stretched out his hand. He wanted to touch a Huang gently. But in the end, the demon lord withdrew his hand. In the end, the demon lord sighed. His body gradually dissipated. After arriving at the 3rd cave, Lin Feng saw a stone platform. On the stone platform, there were 2 things on it. One of them was an alchemy book iron certificate. The other item was a square seal. Since a Huang had placed these 2 things here, they must have an extraordinary origin. It's a Huang's imperial jade seal and Emperor Shun's alchemy book. Lu Ruoxin said in surprise. Oh? What kind of extraordinary origin do these 2 treasures have? Lin Feng could not help but ask in surprise. Looking at Lu Ruoxin's surprised expression, he knew that these 2 treasures were extraordinary. A Huang's imperial jade seal was made by a Huang when she was in charge of the human race. Rumor has it that it represents the orthodoxy of the human race. It is said that Emperor Shun's alchemy book has 108 words. Emperor Shun personally searched for 9 heaven Xianxia immortal iron to make the alchemy book iron certificate. He then wrote the 108 words himself. Emperor Shun's alchemy book was infused with Emperor Shun's willpower. Lu Ruoxin said. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Lin Feng was also very surprised. I want a Huang's imperial jade seal. Lu Ruoxin said. I want Emperor Shun's alchemy book. Lin Feng smiled. As a man, he should naturally inherit the treasures left behind by Emperor Shun. The treasures left behind by a Huang were extraordinary, but a Huang was a woman. The treasures left behind might not be suitable for Lin Feng. These 2 treasures belong to me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When that voice faded away, one by one, figures flew over. Finally, they landed. A total of 9 people. The person in the lead was the heavenly human tribe cultivator, Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya had a noble status, equivalent to the prince of the Eastern Universe world. High and mighty, looking down on the world from the sidelines. Even sage emperors and emperor lords would have to give boundless heaven some face when they saw him. Who asked Tian Wuya's background to be so awesome? Those sage emperors and emperor lords could ignore Tian Wuya. However, they couldn't ignore the heavenly human tribe behind Tian Wuya. After the beginning of the new era, how many terrifying and powerful races had appeared in the past? Perhaps there were already countless of them. But with the passage of time, those major forces were eliminated by the river of time. No matter how powerful he was in the past. But now, it was all in the past. But the heavenly human clan was different. From the human clan in the tribal era to the Lich era, they had to endure hardships. After the Great Witch Demon War, controlling the heaven realm. From then on. Thus, it never declined again. No one knew just how powerful the heavenly human tribe was now. Even though he had experienced several great tribulations. The fact that the heavenly human tribe hadn't been annihilated was enough to show how terrifying the foundation of this tribe was. However, Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin simply ignored boundless heaven. So what if you're a heavenly human tribe cultivator? I won't give a damn about you. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin quickly arrived in front of the two supreme treasures. Lin Feng grabbed Emperor Shun's alchemy book. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxin held the Ahuang Imperial Jade Seal in her hand. When Lin Feng held the alchemy scripture in his hand, it suddenly released a mysterious force that poured into Lin Feng's body. That power. It seemed to be the inheritance of a bloodline power, bloodline inheritance. Endless vitality. That kind of power made Lin Feng involuntarily have an impulse to roar towards the sky. That power greatly increased Lin Feng's battle prowess. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to break through the shackles of his realm. He could no longer suppress the light of calamity in his glabella. Lin Feng was shocked. He had received the support of Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. The Emperor Tribulation seemed to be about to descend. However, Lin Feng didn't want to transcend the tribulation right now. He had just obtained 100 types of 3,000 great Daos and had not had the time to cultivate them yet. Cultivating 2,300 types of 3,000 great Daos to transcend the Great Emperor Tribulation was obviously different from cultivating 2,400 types of 3,000 great Daos to transcend the Great Emperor Tribulation. Furthermore, even though Lin Feng had already practiced 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Tao, he didn't intend to use Culpa strength for the time being. He had already practiced 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Tao. There were only 600 of the 3,000 great Daos left to reach the 3,000. Why not learn from the Red World Fairy, cultivating 3,000 types of great Daos before transcending the Great Emperor Tribulation? Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. However, Lin Feng discovered that even the archaic dragonesque elephant art could not suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. Hence, Lin Feng performed the 8 divine seals and the great suppression art. It was difficult to suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. It was really not easy. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. How dare you ignore me? Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin in disbelief. His expression was extremely ugly. Because this was the first time something like this had happened. Tian Wuya had even seen more than one Saint Emperor, and even Emperor Lord level experts. After those experts found out about his identity, Yi Zichen's expression changed. They were all very polite. But now, 2 young cultivators actually dared to ignore him. What angered Tian Wuya the most was that one of the 2 had not even broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Such a cultivator was like an ant. They actually dared to ignore him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Tian Wuya was really mad with anger. Tian Wuya, I know you. We should have met once back then. Lu Ruoxin suddenly said. You are. Tian Wuya narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Ruoxin. So it's you. He recognized Lu Ruoxin's identity. Lin Feng was shocked. It was rumored that Lu Ruoxin was someone who had walked out of the undying world. Now, it seemed that it was really possible. Tian Wuya actually knew her. That's right. Now, I want this thing. You won't make an enemy out of me just because of this thing, right? Lu Ruoxin said very seriously. Tian Wuya's expression was gloomy. He didn't want to let Lu Ruoxin go, but when he thought about the power behind her, Tian Wuya said fiercely. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and leave. Lu Ruoxin glanced at Lin Feng and said, I'm also a clay Buddha crossing the river. I almost couldn't even save myself. You're on your own now. You have no sense of brotherhood. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lu Ruoxin curled her lips and quickly left. She didn't have a deep relationship with Lin Feng. The two of them had only worked together for a short period of time. Since Lu Ruoxin had a way to leave, she naturally wouldn't stay and fight Tian Wuya and the others. There were many experts on Tian Wuya's side. Most importantly, Tian Wuya himself was an extremely terrifying existence. Lu Ruoxin naturally wouldn't continue to make an enemy out of Tian Wuya just because of Lin Feng. After Lu Ruoxin left, Lin Feng was left alone in the cave to face Tian Wuya and the others. A lowly human dares to snatch what this young master wants? You really don't know how to write the word death. Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng with contempt. It was a kind of contempt that radiated from his bones. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Despicable humans? Are you scolding yourself? Are you cursing your ancestors? Hearing that, Tian Wuya's expression turned cold. He said coldly, Kid, what are you talking about? Lin Feng still had a calm expression. He said indifferently, What? Am I wrong? What's so great about the heavenly human tribe? The heavenly human tribe used to be a branch of the human race. Since you're using the word lowly to insult human cultivators, aren't you cursing yourself? You're also cursing your own ancestors. When those ancestors of the heavenly human tribe hear what you've said, they'll probably crawl out of their coffins one by one to see which unfilial descendant is cursing them. Lin Feng's ability to argue was second in the world. No one would dare to say they were first in the world. With just a few sentences, Tian Wuya was rendered speechless. Young master. There's no need to get angry over an ant. Your subordinate will take care of this kid for you. A great emperor cultivator said. Tian Wuya said coldly, pull out his tendons and skin him. Put him to death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, the great emperor cultivator walked towards Lin Feng with a sinister smile. The great emperor cultivator was a monarch. He didn't think much of Lin Feng at all. Brat. I hope you won't be crippled by my punch. The imperial emperor realm cultivator laughed sinisterly when he arrived beside Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. That powerful punch contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng and then brazenly attacked. The rest of the people watched all this with indifferent expressions. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Facing the attack of this imperial emperor realm cultivator, he threw a punch at this emperor realm cultivator. This imperial emperor realm cultivator was only at the first heaven of the imperial emperor realm. He was not taken seriously by Lin Feng at all. One had to know that although Lin Feng's cultivation had not broken through to the emperor realm. However, his savings were simply too powerful. With Lin Feng's savings, even if he was facing a third or fourth heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator, he would be invincible. Lin Feng had such confidence. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng colliding with the first heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator. The sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. An unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Facing the opponent's attack, Lin Feng was safe and sound. As for the first heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator, his arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's attack did not weaken at all. After forcing the first heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator back, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward. An incomparably powerful punch. He continued to attack the imperial emperor level expert. Bang! Following that, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the chest of the first heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator. On the other hand, the chest of the first heaven imperial emperor cultivator exploded. His flesh was mangled. He fell to the ground. He was already dead. The first heaven of the imperial emperor realm cultivator died tragically on the spot. After seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. An emperor realm cultivator was killed by a quasi-emperor realm cultivator with a single punch. It was simply too inconceivable. Even Tian Wuya was far from being able to do this back then. Tian Wuya was also a genius. Back then, when he was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he could fight against cultivators at the 4th or 5th heaven of the god-emperor realm. He hadn't even entered the emperor realm, yet he was able to fight against emperor realm cultivators. It could be said to be heaven-defying in any place. However, Tian Wuya's level back then was far from Lin Feng's current level. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng displaying such heaven-defying battle prowess, Tian Wuya thought to himself. Suddenly, a deep sense of jealousy welled up in his heart. As for Lin Feng, he took out 3 stone swords before Tian Wuya and the others could react. The soldier incantation began to operate. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was raised to the extreme. Then, the 3 stone swords all slashed towards Tian Wuya. The 3 stone swords shook the void. The void was almost shattered into pieces. The power was simply too tyrannical. Stone swords. You actually have stone swords. And 3 stone swords at that. Tian Wuya couldn't help but exclaim. Since this Tian Wuya was a heavenly human cultivator from the Undying Realm, then he definitely knew that Di Wudao had 9 stone swords. Perhaps Tian Wuya had seen Di Wudao's 9 stone swords before. This was also very likely. Therefore, now that Tian Wuya recognized Lin Feng's 3 stone swords, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The 3 stone swords slashed through the void. Shattering heaven and earth, the power was so strong that it moved people. This Tian Wuya's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. He opened his hand, and endless magic power surged out. An illusory world formed, and that illusory world suppressed the 3 stone swords. Tian Wuya wanted to suppress Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Emperor Sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, Lin Feng had always thought that Tian Wuya's cultivation was at the Emperor Realm. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Emperor Realm. But who would have thought that Tian Wuya had actually concealed his cultivation? This person. He was an Emperor Sect expert. He had only cultivated for 100 years. He had actually cultivated to the Emperor Sect realm. As expected of a cultivator from the huge heavenly human tribe. The young elites nurtured by the heavenly human tribe were indeed very heaven-defying. This was something that one couldn't help but admire. Of course, so what if he was at the Emperor Sect realm? It was simply impossible to suppress the stone swords. Under Lin Feng's control, the stone swords displayed heaven-defying power. The stone swords destroyed Tian Wuya's attack and quickly slashed towards him. Tian Wuya's face darkened slightly. He hurriedly tore through the void and left quickly, dodging the stone sword's attack. Lin Feng didn't continue to attack Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya had the advantage in numbers, and Tian Wuya himself was actually an Emperor Sect realm cultivator. His cultivation base was simply too much higher than Lin Feng's. To think that he could rely on his own strength to fight against Tian Wuya and the other experts. It was simply an impossible thing to be completely right. Swoosh, after Lin Feng collected the 3 stone swords, he quickly flew outside. Tian Wuya appeared from the void 20 meters away, his face extremely dark. Chase after him, he took the lead and chased after Lin Feng. The rest of the people followed closely behind. After Lin Feng rushed out of the cave, he directly threw dozens of jade talismans into the cave. Rumble, 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 a loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The jade talismans exploded. The mountain collapsed. Tian Wuya and the others were instantly buried in it. Lin Feng quickly left the area. After Lin Feng was a distance away, Tian Wuya and the others rushed out. They broke out of the ruins. Right now, they looked extremely wretched. If not for their powerful cultivation bases, they would have been crushed by the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. They would have most likely died. Because the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm were also filled with restrictions. When the mountains collapsed, it would affect the whole situation. It was definitely not something as simple as a mountain collapsing. There were many other things involved. There might even be many unexpected dangers. Because of this, once a cultivator was crushed by the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, there was a high chance that they would die. Lin Feng stood in the distance and saw Tian Wuya and the others rushing out of the ruins. Tian Wuya's face was extremely pale, his hatred overflowing. Search. You must find that brat. This young master will grind that brat's bones to dust. Tian Wuya said viciously. Yes, young master. After the others received the order, they split up to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng didn't appear. He found a hidden place to rest. Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy was filled with runes. Those runes. They should have been written by Emperor Shun. Apart from those runes, the most mysterious thing was naturally the 108 ancient characters. What are these characters? What do these 108 characters mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He didn't recognize the 108 ancient characters on Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. Demon Lord. Look at the ancient characters on Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. Do you recognize them? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Whoosh. A light flashed. The Demon Lord flew out from the demon orb. At this time an extremely shocking scene occurred. When the Demon Lord flew out. For some reason, Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy emitted rays of divine light. Then, Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy flew to the Demon Lord's side and circled around the Demon Lord. As if a long-lost relative had met. What's going on? Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy is very close to the Demon Lord? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. This should be the first time Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy met the Demon Lord. Why would Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy fly to the Demon Lord's side? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The Demon Lord held Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy in his hand as if he was holding a sacred item. He gently stroked Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. His eyes were looking at the ancient characters. For a long time, he didn't speak. Could it be that the Demon Lord has seen Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy before? That can't be right. Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy has always been in a Wang's cave. Logically speaking, the Demon Lord definitely hasn't seen Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy before. But why is there something wrong with Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy and the Demon Lord? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. His heart was filled with countless doubts. But Lin Feng knew the Demon Lord's character. If he wanted to tell Lin Feng didn't ask. The Demon Lord would naturally speak. If he didn't want to tell Lin Feng, even though he did ask, the Demon Lord wouldn't say anything either. Since he knew this, Lin Feng did not intend to tell the Demon Lord about his doubts. Demon Lord. Do you recognize these ancient characters? Lin Feng asked again. The Demon Lord's thoughts seemed to have been pulled back to reality by Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng and said, these ancient characters record a sacrificial speech. Words of sacrifice? Could it be some kind of sacrificial technique? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. It can't be considered a divine ability, but through sacrifice, it can communicate with some great beings in the unseen world. The Demon Lord said. What are those great existences? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, perhaps when you can truly control the Shun Emperor's alchemy book in the future, you will know. The Demon Lord didn't continue. The Shun Emperor's alchemy book hid a great secret. But that required Lin Feng to comprehend. The Shun Emperor's alchemy book was indeed too extraordinary. Wanting to comprehend its secrets was not an easy task. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. At night, a destructive aura filled the world. After feeling the destructive aura, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What kind of creature could emit such a terrifying aura? Of course. It could also be some unknown thing that emitted such a terrifying aura. But as for what it was, Lin Feng didn't know. When that aura was emitted, between heaven and earth, everything became so quiet. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little manic. Lin Feng still stayed in the place of seclusion and didn't come out. He just looked through a gap and looked into the depths of the Jiuxuan fallen immortal domain. This place was too dangerous. There were many unknown and terrifying things or creatures. Rumble. 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 In the latter half of the night, the earth shook violently. The mountains were also constantly shaking. It was like a big earthquake had occurred. There were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. All the sounds between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Lin Feng felt that he was about to suffocate. That kind of feeling was really terrible. What the hell is going to happen? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He didn't know what was going to happen. But Lin Feng knew one thing. That was, what was about to happen would be incomparably terrifying. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. This situation continued until dawn arrived. When the sky was completely bright, everything returned to normal. Lin Feng walked out of the place of seclusion and looked into the depths. Lin Feng's face was immediately filled with a stunned expression. He couldn't even believe what his eyes were seeing. In the depths, a stone tower that was at least 100 meters tall appeared. 100 meters tall wasn't particularly tall, but the stone tower gave people the feeling that it was as majestic as a mountain. Heavy, oppressive, suffocating, that stone tower. It was emitting an aura that made people feel like they were going crazy. It's that stone tower. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The stone tower that had appeared in the mural. It was so similar to the stone tower in the Jiuquan Fallen Immortal domain. The stone tower that had mysteriously disappeared after being shrouded in black fog had actually appeared here. It was really unbelievable. The stone tower in the mural used to be an extremely evil tomb. Back then, the creatures who built the stone tower sacrificed so many people without hesitation. Who was buried in the stone tower? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The stone tower was very mysterious. No one knew who was buried in it. Perhaps only the creatures that had built the stone tower in the past knew. The outside of the stone tower was surrounded by dense runes. Many runes. They emitted a power that made one's soul tremble. Incredible. The runes on the stone tower are incredible. If I can comprehend them, it will greatly increase my battle prowess. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. The stone tower was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. That kind of gray fog. It emitted a power that made people shudder. Before entering the stone tower, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of fear just by sensing the stone tower's aura. It was a feeling of fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of one's soul. Countless years have passed. What happened to the stone tower's master? Has his body already decayed? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Time was merciless and could destroy everything. In Lin Feng's opinion, the stone tower's master was no exception. It was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. In the Jiuquan Fallen Immortal domain, there were cultivators rushing toward the stone tower from all directions. The stone tower was too extraordinary. Even though these cultivators hadn't seen the mural's contents, they only needed to sense the stone tower's aura to know how extraordinary it was. Lin Feng also moved towards the stone tower at full speed. Cultivators arrived one after another and lingered around the stone pagoda. They did not approach the stone pagoda rashly. The stone pagoda had just appeared. They were now approaching the stone pagoda. Obviously, it was not a wise move. Therefore, many people planned to observe for a while before considering entering the stone pagoda. Lin Feng also had the same idea. They could not approach the stone pagoda rashly. They needed to observe for a while. Only after observing the situation could they consider entering the stone pagoda. Lin Feng saw Lu Ruoxin not far away. This woman was as beautiful as always. She stood in the void like a fairy from the 9 heavens, attracting the attention of countless people. Lu Ruoxin's divine sense was very powerful. She also saw Lin Feng. It was just that both parties treated each other as strangers. Maybe I underestimated this Lu Ruoxin. She hid her strength too well. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He had never been able to see through Lu Ruoxin. This woman was hiding many secrets. Moreover, this woman hid her strength very well. Lin Feng discovered that he and Lu Ruoxin were exploring the danger zone together. Lu Ruoxin seemed to have been hiding her strength all this time. This was because even when she was in danger, she did not display her true strength. She only displayed a very limited portion of her strength. The portion of strength that Lu Ruoxin displayed was obviously not her peak strength. Moreover, the incomparably arrogant Tian Wuya did not even dare to make things difficult for Lu Ruoxin after recognizing her. This was enough to show how powerful the force behind Lu Ruoxin was. A force that could make Tian Wuya feel apprehensive must not be very powerful. Be it in terms of mental state or talent, Tian Wuya seemed to be far behind Lu Ruoxin. If the forces behind them were about the same, then there was no reason for Lu Ruoxin to be inferior to Tian Wuya. This woman is really unfathomable. However, I have to be wary of her as much as possible. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Since ancient times, many people had been careless because of their negligence. In the end, they suffered a calamity. Lin Feng did not want to become such a person. More and more cultivators arrived. There were about 200 to 300 martial emperors who had arrived. Lin Feng estimated that the Emperor Realm cultivators here were only a portion of the Emperor Realm cultivators who had entered the Nine Mysteries Great World. Many emperors were still searching for the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord, wanting to snatch the supreme treasure from the Supreme Divine Court. It was just that the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord had concealed themselves too deeply. So many forces had almost turned the entire Nine Mysterious World upside down, but they still couldn't find the descendant of the Nine Mysterious World. They didn't know where the descendant of the Nine Mysterious World was hiding. However, it was only a matter of time before the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord were found. After the arrival of the great emperors, some terrifying beings from the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal domain also appeared. For example, there was a terrifying creature that had a total of 36 heads. The 36 heads looked like crocodile heads, but they also looked like dragon heads. They were ferocious and terrifying. The body of the terrifying creature was actually that of a giant lizard. There was also a terrifying creature with 12 pairs of wings. It looked like an eagle-type creature, but it had 9 eyes. The creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal domain looked very strange. Although their appearances were strange, the creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal domain were incomparably powerful. Every single one of them exuded a suffocating aura. About 30 terrifying creatures appeared one after another. Many of the great emperor's expressions turned grave. The cultivation of the creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal domain was unfathomable. The appearance of a few of them was already heaven-defying. But now, more than 30 of them had appeared. Many great emperors couldn't help but feel threatened. Of course. After all, the foreign cultivators had the absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, this made them feel a little more at ease. It didn't take long for a gloomy aura to permeate the area. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression when they sensed the gloomy aura. In the distance, a white light appeared. It's that existence, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng still didn't know what kind of beast that white light was. However, Lin Feng had seen that white light devour a few great emperors before. Those great emperors didn't even react. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxin were also attacked by that white light. At one point, they almost died under the white light's attack. Fortunately, they managed to neutralize the white light's attack. Now, that terrifying creature was finally about to appear. Lin Feng was also very curious about what that terrifying creature was. How could it be so powerful, soon? The white light flew over. Then, the white light turned into a huge python. The python was 1,000 meters long. It was completely white. When it stood up, it was as huge as a mountain. When the white snake appeared, the surrounding beasts all bowed to the white snake. The kingdom of the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng's facial expression was grave and solemn. Although the creatures in the Jiaoxian Fallen Immortal domain were powerful, if they fought on their own, the threat would be much smaller. After all, the 200 to 300 great emperors who came from outside were not to be trifled with. However, if the creatures in the Jiaoxian Fallen Immortal domain had a king to lead them, that was a completely different concept. A king-level beast was able to unite all the powerful creatures. The threat of those creatures would greatly increase. He had to pay attention to this. The white python is a variant of the snake species. Be careful. If you see something wrong, immediately leave this place. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng didn't doubt the demon lord's words. Moreover, he also felt that this white snake was a little too powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng had already planned to leave this place at any time. Stone Tower. Is it a treasure passed down from the Stone Age? At this moment, an expert walked over from afar. It was an expert shrouded in holy light. His aura was extremely powerful. Great Emperor, that expert. It was actually a Great Emperor level expert. An expert of this level was absolutely terrifying. In the entire starry sky world, they were all top-notch experts. This is interesting. With the appearance of a Great Emperor level expert, the foreign cultivators seemed to have more confidence. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Humph. The white snake looked at the Great Emperor level expert and couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, no one would have thought that the white snake would take the initiative to attack the sage emperor. The tail that was as huge as a mountain whipped down. The void shattered. The strength of the white snake was definitely at a level that could shock people. Now, the white snake displayed its powerful combat strength. It swept its thick tail gently. The void collapsed. It was really shocking. The sage emperor was not to be underestimated. To be able to cultivate to his level, he was naturally an unparalleled existence. Facing the white snake's attack, the sage emperor gently waved his hands in front of him. All of a sudden, a vast star field appeared. The battle prowess displayed by the Saint Emperor was extremely shocking. When the white snake's tail slammed into the star domain condensed by the Saint Emperor level expert, the Saint Emperor level expert's star domain was completely destroyed. The white snake and the Saint Emperor were evenly matched, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. Is this the cultivation of a sage emperor? It's only SOSO. The white snake could not help but sneer. It did not take the sage emperor seriously at all. I'm rather disappointed in your cultivation, the sage emperor retorted. He naturally did not want to lose to the white snake in a battle of words. His words were full of contempt for the white snake. The white snake looked at the sage emperor with a mocking gaze. It did not continue to argue with the sage emperor. However, the white snake did not continue to attack the sage emperor. Naturally, the sage emperor cultivator didn't attack the white snake. If he could avoid fighting the white snake, he would avoid it. The white snake was too terrifying. There was no benefit in fighting with the white snake. He might even encounter danger. Therefore, it was best for both sides to be at peace. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone tower. The densely packed runes on the stone tower began to distort. After seeing those distorted runes, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The runes were distorted and the stone tower was moving. Did this mean that the stone tower was about to open? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the door on the first floor of the stone tower without blinking. It was a simple and unadorned stone door. The simple and unadorned stone door exuded an ancient aura. That ancient aura was suffocating. Many people could not withstand the pressure from the stone tower and had to quickly retreat. They used this to dissolve the powerful pressure from the stone tower. The stone tower should be opening. The stone tower is so extraordinary. What is inside? Who knows? But such an extraordinary stone tower must have an extremely heaven-defying treasure inside, right? Many cultivators began to discuss. Usually, there were few opportunities that could attract so many experts. However, a treasure like the stone tower was an exception. Everyone was waiting for the stone tower to open. Time continued to pass. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, the door of the stone tower began to creak. It seemed like the door was about to open. After hearing the sounds of friction, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh, even the white snake turned into a human form. The white snake transformed into a white-robed woman. Although it was a demon but the woman did not have any demon chi. Instead, she looked very otherworldly. Her body was filled with immortal chi. Creak. Creak, the stone door continued to make loud creaking sounds. Finally, the stone door gradually opened. The stone tower was extremely strange because the stone door opened on its own. Over the years, Lin Feng had been to many places and seen all kinds of opportunities. This was the first time he had seen the stone door open on its own. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. However, Lin Feng became more cautious. The stone door opened on its own, and there was an additional strange aura. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, he might suffer because of his carelessness. In the distance, when Tian Wuya saw Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Tian Wuya quickly flew toward Lin Feng. He seemed to want to kill Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the stone door opened. Many cultivators hurriedly rushed into the stone tower. "You're lucky. I'll take your life later." Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng coldly and said in an extremely cold voice. Then, Tian Wuya abandoned Lin Feng and quickly flew toward the stone tower with a few subordinates. The fastest was the female cultivator that the white snake turned into. Then, it was the sage emperor-level expert. The terrifying creatures in the Jiuxuan fallen immortal realm also rushed in. The foreign great emperors also entered the stone tower. Lin Feng followed a large number of cultivators into the stone tower. The first floor of the stone tower exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. On the first floor, there were a total of 99 stone pillars. There was a cultivator tied to each of the stone pillars. Those cultivators were already dead. They had completely turned into dried corpses. Their life source had been devoured by the stone pillars. These stone pillars were extremely strange and terrifying. Lin Feng had already understood the strangeness of these stone pillars from the murals. Now that he saw these stone pillars in person, Lin Feng felt that these stone pillars exuded a bone-chilling power. He came to the side of a stone pillar. Then, he carefully studied it. He immediately discovered that the runes drawn on this stone pillar were extremely strange. Lin Feng had never seen these runes before. When Lin Feng wanted to use his divine will to examine them, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. Only then did his complexion recover a little. The runes on these stone pillars are actually so strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even with his attainments and formations, he couldn't study these runes on the stone pillars. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to study the runes on the stone pillars. There were already people walking toward the second floor. Everyone didn't find anything on the first floor. Thus, many cultivators walked toward the second floor. On the second floor of the stone pagoda, there were also stone pillars that stood one after another. However, there were only 81 stone pillars on the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were much fewer stone pillars. There was also a dried corpse tied to each of the stone pillars on the second floor. It should be the same as the situation on the stone pillars on the first floor. These people were all living beings that had been sacrificed. However, on the second floor of the tower, there was a Dao platform. A table was placed on top of the Dao platform. There were 3 items on the table. The 3 items were surrounded by a cloud of black mist. Lin Feng was surprised because the female cultivator and the Saint Emperor weren't on the second floor of the tower. They were on the second floor. They were on the second floor. They were the first to reach the second floor. They didn't collect the 3 items on the second floor. This caused everyone to be very surprised. Was it because the items on the second floor of the stone pagoda did not catch the eye of the female cultivator and the Holy Emperor, or was there another reason, that was why the 2 terrifying existences didn't collect the items on the platform? Someone couldn't help but rush towards the Dao platform. But at that moment, the Dao platform vibrated, sending out waves of death. The death ripples were terrifyingly powerful. They went straight for the cultivator who wanted to collect the 3 treasures. The cultivator's expression was cold. He flicked his finger. A golden light streaked across the sky. Then, the cultivator took out a golden ball-like magic treasure. That golden ball-like magic treasure shot out a golden beam of light, and that golden beam of light quickly turned into a golden light shield. The golden light barrier enveloped the cultivator. That golden ball was an extremely extraordinary defensive magic treasure. Perhaps it was because he possessed such a powerful defensive magic treasure that the cultivator was extremely confident in himself. At that moment, the death ripples swept over. Clang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The death ripples. They swept across the cultivator's defensive light barrier. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivator's defensive light barrier began to crack after taking the brunt of the death ripples. It couldn't withstand the power of the death ripples at all. The situation was extremely bad. The Sage Emperor's expression changed abruptly. Only now did he realize how terrifying the death ripples were. The confidence he'd displayed before. Now, it was all gone. The Sage Emperor wanted to retreat quickly. But it was too late. The death ripples' attack came in waves. Just as the first wave ended, the second wave was already brewing. Now, the second wave of the death ripples was so terrifying that it made people pale. It was much more powerful than the first wave. The second wave of the death ripples instantly slammed into the cultivator's defensive light barrier. There was a bang. The cultivator's defensive light barrier was instantly destroyed. The Emperor Realm cultivator tried to use his divine ability to neutralize the death ripples. The divine ability he used was an extremely powerful divine ability. It was called the 3000 Universes. But such a powerful divine ability still couldn't block the death ripples. The divine ability was instantly destroyed by the death ripples. Then the death ripples slammed into the Sage Emperor's body. The Sage Emperor's body exploded. He died on the spot. Hiss, a series of gasps resounded throughout the second floor of the stone tower. A great Emperor-level expert was killed just like that. It was unbelievable. It seemed that it would not be easy to obtain the 3 items on the Tao platform. The second floor of the stone tower became extremely quiet for a moment. It was completely silent. Because a powerful Sage Emperor had just died, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to attempt to obtain the 3 treasures. It seemed that it wasn't that the woman and the Saint Emperor didn't want to take the 3 treasures, but that it would take too much time and effort to do so. They were more willing to spend time and effort on the treasures above. Because the higher the tower went, the treasures that appeared would be even more extraordinary. I'll give it a try. At this time, a cultivator stepped forward. It was a thin cultivator. He seemed to only be a Sage Emperor. Because of this, he gave off a very ordinary feeling. The Sage Emperor who had just died was a peak Sage Emperor. In many people's eyes, this Sage Emperor cultivator taking the initiative to give it a try was no different from sending himself to death. Of course, there were also some who thought that since this Sage Emperor cultivator dared to try, it meant that he was hiding something powerful. Perhaps this person. He really had a way to break the death ripples and obtain the 3 treasures. Many people's hearts were filled with killing intent. If this cultivator failed, then so be it. But if he succeeded, when the time came, he would surely kill off the cultivator and snatch away the 3 treasures that the cultivator had obtained. Cultivators with such thoughts, not a few. This Sage Emperor cultivator approached the Tao platform step by step. Then, waves of death rippled out from the Tao platform once again. This time, however, the ripples of death that spread out were even stronger than the ripples of death that had spread out when he killed the first cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that there was something wrong with this Sage Emperor cultivator. But Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. He decided to carefully observe this Sage Emperor cultivator's performance when faced with the death ripples. The death ripples are even stronger. I'm afraid this guy is dead for sure. Some cultivators said. They didn't think that a Sage Emperor cultivator could resist the death ripples. Even if he had a powerful defensive treasure, he shouldn't be able to. That was because the cultivator who was killed earlier had a powerful defensive treasure, but it still wasn't able to resist the death ripples. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Of course, some cultivators thought that a miracle might happen. But at that moment, the death ripples slammed into the God Emperor cultivator. Something shocking happened. When the death ripples landed on the God Emperor level cultivator, the God Emperor level cultivator was shocked. The death ripples were actually devoured by the God Emperor level cultivator. This was too inconceivable. When everyone saw this, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. This God Emperor realm cultivator in front of him actually had the ability to devour the death ripples. This was truly unimaginable. All the death ripples were devoured by the Sage Emperor cultivator. He approached the Tao platform step by step. He's actually going to succeed. One cultivator after another cried out in surprise. In the end, the Sage Emperor cultivator arrived in front of the Death Tao platform. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the 3 treasures. The surrounding cultivators were filled with killing intent. They were already prepared to attack the sage emperor cultivator. Hand over the 3 treasures and we might spare your life. But if you don't, you'll definitely die today. An expert said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although the others did not say anything, their intentions were clear. If this person had obediently cooperated with everyone and handed over the 3 treasures he had just obtained, he might have been able to avoid death. If he did not cooperate, he would definitely die. The God Emperor looked at the surrounding cultivators mockingly and said with a cold smile, I advise you all to stay away from me. Because if we really fight later, it's hard to say how many of you will die in the end. The cultivator's eyes flashed coldly, as if he was extremely confident in his methods. Someone sneered. Disdain was written all over their faces. Because in the eyes of the crowd, this cultivator could not even withstand a single blow. He was only in God Emperor. Could it be that he could still stir up some waves? But there were also people who were very concerned about this cultivator's words. Since a God Emperor level cultivator dared to say such words, he must have some hidden methods. If they were not careful, something unexpected might happen. At that time, for some people, such an unforeseen event could be fatal. Perhaps some people would die tragically in such a situation. Some of the cultivators with relatively weaker cultivation bases. Some of the more cautious cultivators retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the battle. They chose to watch the show from afar. Lin Feng did the same. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something strange about that man. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what was strange about him, he had the feeling that something was wrong. Naturally, he had to pay more attention to him. Ant-like thing, we asked you to hand over the treasures, but you didn't. Now, you can only hand over your life. At this moment, a cultivator sneered, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. This was a peak Immortal Emperor expert. He took the initiative to attack the God Emperor cultivator. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators also started attacking the God Emperor level cultivator. Boom boom boom. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that permeated the air. One by one, the God Emperors attacked. So many God Emperor realm cultivators acted together because they wanted to instantly kill that God Emperor realm cultivator and then snatch the treasures on his body. Since you all want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The God Emperor cultivator's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. But the cultivators who attacked did not care about the God Emperor cultivator's words at all. He was merely a God Emperor level cultivator. What could he possibly do? He was underestimating them too much. Facing the attacks of a group of cultivators, this God Emperor level cultivator made his move. He waved his hands lightly. Instantly, an earth-shattering wave of energy surged out from the body of this God Emperor. In the next moment, death ripples appeared one after another. Waves, and they attacked the surrounding cultivators. Waves of death. Quickly. Many people couldn't help but cry out in horror. The Death Ripples attack had been unleashed by the Dao platform, so everyone had seen how terrifying the Death Ripples were. Now, that God Emperor level cultivator actually unleashed Death Ripples as well. How could the surrounding cultivators not be shocked? They did not even know how the God Emperor cultivator attacked with waves of death. But it was too late for those cultivators to retreat. The waves of death instantly killed many of the cultivators' divine abilities. Then, it attacked those cultivators. Bang bang bang, when the waves of death swept across those cultivators. One by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Shock, disbelief, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. How could this God Emperor cultivator attack with waves of death from the God Emperor cultivator? Everyone was puzzled. Just now, when the death ripples from the platform hit him, they were all absorbed by his body. Now, he's using death ripples to attack everyone. Could it be that the death ripples he's using are the same ones he absorbed not long ago? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. After thinking of this, Lin Feng was astonished as well. What kind of ability was this, absorbing other attacks and then releasing other attacks? Wouldn't such an ability make this cultivator invincible? Ah, screams of agony could be heard. The great emperors who were attacking this God Emperor cultivator continued to suffer. Soon, more than 10 great emperors were killed by the waves of death from the god emperor Cultivator. Some other great emperors were seriously injured. However, those people successfully avoided the attack of the death ripples. Of course, some stronger cultivators were not injured and managed to avoid the waves of death. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, the great emperor's expressions were ugly. A group of experts besieging a god emperor cultivator actually ended up in such a state. This made many people feel as if they had lost all faith. However, the god emperor realm cultivator's methods were too strange. Therefore, those cultivators did not dare to attack again. I told you not to provoke me. But you didn't listen. Who can you blame for your death? The god emperor cultivator had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Now, he looked at everyone around him. His arrogant attitude made many people want to kill him. The all-energy absorption body. This person should be the legendary all-energy absorption body. At this moment, the demon lord's voice rang out. The all-energy absorption body? What kind of physique is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a physique. The demon lord said, this physique is said to be able to devour all attacks. Then, it can store other people's attacks in its own body and release them when the battle starts. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Just as he had guessed, this cultivator's ability was really heaven-defying. Therefore, although this cultivator was only in the god emperor realm, but his combat strength could not be judged by his realm. There are so many strange people. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The opportunity on the second level of the stone pagoda was obtained by the skinny cultivator. The others did not dare to attack the skinny cultivator. Therefore, many cultivators walked toward the third level of the stone pagoda. Lin Feng did not stay on the second level of the stone pagoda. When he arrived at the third floor of the stone pagoda, Lin Feng discovered that the woman transformed from the white snake and the holy emperor level cultivator were also here. If the two of them were here, then, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to snatch the opportunity from their hands. Of course, anything was possible. Anything that would happen later might be very possible. The third floor of the stone pagoda was similar to the first two floors. However, there were only 72 stone pillars in this floor of the stone pagoda. There was still a dried corpse tied to each of the stone pillars. In the depths of this floor of the stone pagoda, there was a black energy ball floating. That black energy ball emitted waves of cold and terrifying aura. That aura. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. What kind of treasure is in the energy ball? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the thing in the energy ball was definitely extraordinary. However, as for what it was exactly, it was still hard to say. The woman transformed from the white snake and the holy emperor level cultivator didn't rashly make a move. From this, it could be seen that energy ball was so extraordinary. Many cultivators stared at the energy ball without blinking. They wanted to explore the secret within. However, the two terrifying existences were still here. They didn't make a move. The rest of the people were even more afraid to make a move. Everyone was waiting for the two terrifying creatures to make a move. Since you don't want to make a move, then let me take this treasure. The holy emperor level cultivator said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped toward the black energy ball floating in midair. The woman transformed from the white snake had an indifferent expression. She didn't express any opinion, as if she was an outsider. She just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to participate. Powerful magic power surged out of the holy emperor level cultivator's body. That powerful dermic power heavily surrounded his body. Buzz, at this moment, the black energy ball attacked the holy emperor level cultivator. Streaks of black gas flew out. A stream of black gas, it was enough to collapse a piece of void. Not to mention there were so many streams of black gas. Every single strand of gas exuded a power that made people shudder. It instantly arrived beside the holy emperor level cultivator. Humph. The Saint Emperor coldly snorted. He threw punch after punch at the black gas. Bang bang bang, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The black gas was blasted away by the sage emperor. That Sage Emperor level cultivator was indeed very powerful. His combat strength was shocking. The black energy ball's attack was unable to harm the Sage Emperor cultivator. The Sage Emperor cultivator continued to approach the distorted black ball of energy. Is that black ball of energy going to be collected by that Saint Emperor? 7-floored stone pagoda. The higher I go, the more valuable the treasures should be. I wonder what is in the black energy ball. It must be an extremely heaven-defying treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength to seize this treasure. The surrounding cultivators could not help but discuss among themselves. At this moment, the Saint Emperor had already arrived beside the black ball of energy. The Saint Emperor cultivator opened his hand and grabbed at the black ball of energy. Just as the Saint Emperor was about to grab hold of the treasure, the Saint Emperor suddenly stopped. But at this moment, a thick black pillar of light surged out of the black ball of energy. The black pillar of light shot toward the Saint Emperor cultivator. The Saint Emperor cultivator did not expect this at all and could not help but be shocked. However, the Saint Emperor cultivator reacted extremely quickly. Facing the attack of the black pillar of light, the Saint Emperor cultivator threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. The Saint Emperor cultivator's fist collided with the black pillar of light. The Saint Emperor cultivator was immediately sent flying by the black pillar of light. Everyone was shocked. The power of that black beam of light was simply too powerful. It was truly shocking. After the black ball of energy sent the Saint Emperor cultivator flying, it quickly flew away like lightning. But at this moment, the woman transformed from the white snake attacked. The woman transformed from the white snake sent out 3 palm strikes in a row. The 3 palm strikes overlapped and instantly blasted toward the black ball of energy. The black ball of energy was not to be outdone. It was as if it had its own spiritual consciousness. Facing the attack of the woman transformed from the white snake, the black ball of energy once again shot out a terrifying pillar of light. The pillar of light instantly arrived in front of the woman transformed from the white snake. However, the powerful black pillar of light was instantly destroyed by the woman transformed from the white snake. The strength of the woman transformed from the white snake was truly unimaginable. One had to know that the pillar of light shot out by the black ball of energy had sent the Saint Emperor cultivator flying before. But this time, the same attack was destroyed by the woman transformed from the white snake. Clearly, the woman transformed from the white snake had concealed her strength before. Suppress. The woman turned her right hand and instantly, the image of a mountain condensed in the void. It was a celestial mountain. It emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was as if it could suppress the world. The celestial mountain descended from the sky. It went straight for the black ball of energy. It was about to suppress the black ball of energy. The black ball of energy disappeared into thin air and dodged the attack of the woman transformed from the white snake. The next moment, the black ball of energy directly appeared at the stairs leading to the 4th floor of the stone tower. The black ball of energy quickly rushed toward the 4th floor of the stone tower. You think you can escape? The woman transformed from the white snake sneered and quickly rushed toward the 4th floor of the stone tower. However, right at this moment, a terrifying thing happened. An aura that made one's soul tremble surged out from the 4th floor of the stone tower. Then, along with a violent bang, there was a violent collision sound. The woman transformed from the white snake suffered a calamity. Her body flew out from the 4th floor of the stone tower. Then she landed on the 3rd floor of the stone tower. What was unbelievable was that the woman transformed from the white snake actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's eyes turned pale with shock. The powerful woman transformed from the white snake was actually injured. What kind of terrifying existence was on the 4th floor of the stone tower? Thud thud thud. Right at this moment, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. Everyone's eyes turned to the staircase. Soon, a creature covered in black scales walked down from the 4th floor of the stone tower. The being covered in black scales was 3 meters tall. It looked extremely ferocious. Its head looked like a human but not a human. It looked like an ape but not an ape. No one knew what kind of creature it was. It was this terrifying creature that had injured the woman transformed from the white snake. The woman's cultivation was so strong, but she wasn't a match for this creature. No one knew how strong this creature was. As for the black energy ball, it hovered around the terrifying creature. The black energy ball emitted waves of violent fluctuations. The space around the black energy ball twisted violently. Despicable creatures. You dare to barge into the Forbidden Tower? Do you want to be buried with the Lord? The terrifying creature spoke in a sinister voice. The Lord he was talking about, Lin Feng guessed that it was most likely the owner of this stone tower. It was the terrifying expert who was buried here. Who was buried in this tower? The woman couldn't help but ask. She lived in the 9 profound fallen immortal region. He was the undisputed king of the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. However, even though she didn't know much about this stone tower. Do you think you have the right to know? The terrifying creature couldn't help but mock. Even the woman who was as strong as the white snake wasn't taken seriously by this terrifying creature. He had no idea what level of combat power this terrifying creature possessed. Humph. The woman who was transformed from the white snake snorted coldly. Although she was no match for the terrifying monster, she was still able to defeat it. However, she was facing the terrifying creature. She wasn't afraid. The king of the Forbidden Zone still had some powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. If he used them, the woman who was transformed from the white snake believed that she was not much weaker than this terrifying monster. The terrifying monster didn't pay any attention to the woman. At this moment, the terrifying monster's lips started to squirm. He seemed to be chanting an incantation. Clattering sounds could be heard. It was the sound of chains clashing. Look at the chains on the stone pillars. A cultivator pointed at the stone pillars and said. The chains on each of the stone pillars seemed to have come to life. The chains actually moved of their own accord. Soon, the chains on the stone pillars automatically opened. Swish swish. Next, the mummified corpses opened their eyes one after another. Those were pairs of sinister and terrifying eyes, emitting a sinister light. Every gaze was filled with power that made one's heart palpitate. Those dried corpses had all come back to life. The mummified corpses pounced on the cultivators closest to them. Not good. Quickly leave this place. A cultivator said in a deep voice. The stone pagoda was too terrifying. No matter what other treasures were up there. Now, no one dared to have any extravagant hopes. Because those treasures were fated to have no fate with them. To be able to get out of the stone tower without a hitch. This was already an extremely difficult task. Magic treasures were summoned one after another. Next, those magic treasures emitted a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. One by one, the magic treasures charged towards the resurrected corpses. In an instant, clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The corpses' bodies were simply too strong. They were simply unbreakable. Many cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fright. And those dried corpses suddenly exploded, instantly charging in front of the cultivators. Then, they began to attack those cultivators. Their sharp claws clawed at the cultivators' chests. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. Many cultivators' chests were directly pierced, and their hearts were directly dug out by the dried corpses. There were also some cultivators who quickly rushed towards the second level of the stone pagoda. However, the dried corpses on the second level of the stone pagoda had also come back to life. After seeing the cultivators rushing down, the dried corpses on the second level began to besiege those cultivators. Those cultivators had finally reached the second level of the stone pagoda from the third level of the stone pagoda, and then they were attacked by those powerful dried corpses. They were extremely depressed. However, they had no choice but to fight those dried corpses to find a chance to escape. Both of you, go to hell. The terrifying monster directly locked onto the female cultivator transformed from the white snake and the sage emperor expert. The female cultivator transformed from the white snake and the sage emperor expert joined forces to fight that terrifying monster. And that energy ball also joined the battle, constantly sweeping out terrifying black light pillars. The power of the black pillar of light was extremely powerful. One by one, the cultivators struck by the black pillar of light were sent flying. Some cultivators were even seriously injured by the black light pillars. In such a chaotic battle, there was almost no chance to use magic. However, such a battle was also Lin Feng's favorite. In such a battle, a strong body and powerful magic treasures could play an extremely important role. Not only did Lin Feng have powerful magic treasures, but his body was also incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the power of the dragon elephant arm by 6 times, he was simply invincible. He held the black dragon sword in his hand, and with the power of the dragon elephant arm by 6 times, he swung the black dragon sword at the dried corpses. The magic treasures of the surrounding cultivators were unable to cause any damage to the dried corpses. However, when Lin Feng's black dragon sword struck those dried corpses, they were directly cut in half by the black dragon sword. Lin Feng was simply an invincible existence. He killed his way from the 3rd level of the stone tower to the 2nd level. Some cultivators followed behind Lin Feng and also rushed to the 2nd level of the stone tower. The dried corpses on the 2nd level of the stone tower pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng displayed his invincible might. After killing more than 10 dried corpses, he quickly arrived at the 1st level of the stone tower. Then, the dried corpses on the 1st level of the stone tower also surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to use the dragon elephant arm by 6 times to swing the black dragon sword at the corpses that surrounded him. A large number of dried corpses died under the black dragon sword. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to rush out of the stone tower. But at this moment, the black energy ball chased after him. It was unknown what that black energy ball was. It seemed to have its own intelligence. Buzz. At this moment, a violent wave surged out. The black energy ball. It directly shot out a terrifying black light pillar. Lin Feng had already seen how powerful the black beam of light was. At that moment, the black beam of light was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed an extremely dangerous qi. It was an aura of death. Lin Feng hated that kind of aura. As the black beam of light approached, it became denser and denser. When the black beam of light was about to hit him, swoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the attack of the black beam of light. The next moment, Lin Feng came to the side of the black ball of light. Then, he slashed at the black ball of light with his sword. Clang! A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng's sword. It was as if he had slashed at a huge bell. After the black ball of light was hit by Lin Feng's sword, its aura became extremely chaotic. The surrounding void directly collapsed. Lin Feng's sword was too powerful. Come out, heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the heaven-swallowing jar flew out quickly. After the heaven-swallowing jar was taken out, it surged with an extremely powerful devouring power. The powerful devouring power enveloped the black ball of light. The black ball of light was now in a state of confusion after being hit by Lin Feng's sword. Therefore, when faced with the heaven-swallowing jar's devouring power, it did not resist much. Then, it was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing jar. Haha, this treasure is mine. Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly used the 8 God-forbidding seals to seal the treasure to prevent it from struggling violently after it regained its consciousness. After taking the treasure, Lin Feng rushed out of the stone tower. Some cultivators followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out of the stone tower. However, most of the cultivators were still trapped in the stone tower and were fighting a life and death battle. After rushing out, Lin Feng quickly rushed into the distance. The stone tower was too dangerous. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, there might be other unforeseen events. As for the cultivators in the stone pagoda, they could only pray for the best. After leaving the stone tower, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. He had already obtained enough benefits in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. Lin Feng wanted to find a place to cultivate the 100 types of 3000 great Daos that he had obtained. At the same time, Lin Feng wanted to carefully study what kind of treasure was inside the black energy ball. Look, someone's coming out. When Lin Feng came out of the 9 Xian fallen celestial region, some people were astonished. There were many cultivators gathered outside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Most of them had yet to reach the Emperor realm, so they didn't dare to enter the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. These cultivators should be glad that they haven't broken through to the Emperor realm yet. Because if they broke through to the Emperor realm, they would definitely enter the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Perhaps. Now, he had already died in the stone tower. That guy is so young. Has he already become a great emperor at such a young age? Someone couldn't help but sigh. He seems to be the first cultivator to rush out of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. I wonder what's the situation inside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain? Another cultivator asked. He wanted to know more about the situation inside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Lin Feng didn't stop outside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. No one dared to cause trouble for him. After leaving the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, Lin Feng found a secluded cave in the middle of the forest. Then, he set up a concealment restriction and completely sealed off the cave. Lin Feng sat down on the ground and fell on his back, panting heavily. He had been in a tense state before this. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Lin Feng sat up. Then, he took out the sealed item. That thing was still shrouded in the black energy ball. As soon as Lin Feng took it out, the item started cursing. Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you suppress me? You must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts. I'll give you a chance to release me now. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. When Lin Feng heard the words coming from the black energy ball, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was really asking for a beating. He kept calling himself this lord. He didn't seem like a prisoner at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but say fiercely. Could it be that you've forgotten your current situation? Do you think I won't melt you with my heavenly fire? You dare? The guy continued to clamor. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He took out the powerful heavenly fire, the god-devouring black flame. The god-devouring black flame burned fiercely. It began to burn the treasure inside the black energy ball. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. The black energy ball ignited. Sizzle. 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 Ah, you actually dared to burn me. You're seeking your own death. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. No one in this world can save you. The existence inside the black energy ball continued to clamor. It didn't seem to care about Lin Feng at all. Even Lin Feng's heavenly fire didn't scare this guy. The heavenly fire burned the black energy ball into nothingness. At this moment, he finally got a clear look at the item that had been roaring nonstop just now. It was actually a piece of black demonic iron. The demonic iron was covered in mysterious runes. The demonic iron emitted a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end. However, the demonic iron had been sealed by Lin Feng, so it couldn't display its full strength. Lin Feng's god-devouring black flame enveloped the demonic iron and burned it repeatedly. The demonic iron screamed as it was burned. However, it showed no signs of melting. Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of material was this demonic iron? It was actually able to resist the burning of the god-devouring black flame. It was truly inconceivable. Ah. Stop. We can make peace. The demonic iron screamed as it screamed. Although the demonic iron hadn't been melted by the heavenly fire, it was on the verge of collapse under the constant burning of the god-devouring black flame. The main reason was that the burning of the god-devouring black flame was too painful for the demonic iron. You think you can make peace just because you want to? Lin Feng sneered. Then what do you want? The demonic iron asked in exasperation. Simple. Just acknowledge me as your master. Lin Feng said. What? You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Brat. Are you dreaming? The demonic iron roared furiously. Lin Feng seemed to have crossed the demonic iron's bottom line by asking him to acknowledge him as his master. What? You don't want to? I forgot to tell you that I have 5 types of heavenly fire. Since one type can't melt you, can't you melt if I burn you repeatedly with 5 types of heavenly fire? Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. The other 4 types of heavenly fire flew out as well. The god-devouring black flame was unable to melt Mo Tai. However, the pain was enough to make Emotai hover between life and death. Now, Lin Feng summoned 5 types of heavenly fire. Emotai was almost scared to death. Even if he could withstand the attacks of the 5 types of heavenly fire, he would still be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng looked at Emotai with a faint smile and said, "Do you think you can withstand the melting of the 5 types of heavenly fire?" Emotai said, "Do you really want to make things so ruthless?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it." "Who said I didn't cherish it? I was just joking with you." "Do you have a sense of humor?" "A person must have a sense of humor." Emotai shouted. "Are you human? You're just a piece of iron." Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Emotai said fiercely, "Even if you're not human, you must have a sense of humor to make iron." Lin Feng said, "Fine. In that case, I'll give you one more chance. If you acknowledge me as your master now, I'll spare you." Emotai was naturally unwilling to acknowledge Lin Feng as his master, but he had no other choice. Apart from acknowledging Lin Feng as his master, he really couldn't think of any other way to escape this danger. "God damn it. Why did I have to meet a freak like you?" Emotai couldn't help but shout gloomily. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. Moreover, he controlled 5 types of heavenly fire, which perfectly countered Emotai. This made Emotai extremely depressed. It seemed that the only choice left was to submit to Lin Feng. Emotai was currently venting the depression in his heart. Lin Feng was patiently waiting for Emotai to acknowledge him as his master. "I can acknowledge you as my master. However, we have to set a time limit," Emotai said. "What? You're actually talking about conditions with me? You don't seem to have the consciousness of being a prisoner." Lin Feng curled his lips and said. "Of course I have the consciousness. However, we still have to talk about the conditions." Emotai was obviously a thick-skinned person. He spoke without blushing or skipping a beat. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "All right. 1,000 years then. Serve me for 1,000 years and I'll give you your freedom." After hearing this, Emotai was secretly delighted. Originally, it thought that Lin Feng would set a time limit of many years. Who would have thought that it would only be a mere 1,000 years? 1,000 years might seem like a long time, but for an existence at the level of magic iron, it was like a snap of a finger. Emotai even wondered if Lin Feng was an idiot. He actually only requested for it to serve for 1,000 years. Magic iron thought this way mainly because it did not understand Lin Feng. There were so many people who followed Lin Feng. At first, there were also some who were unwilling, but it didn't take long for them to willingly work for Lin Feng. For example, the 2 ghost emperors, Du Zhu, and the others. Therefore, this time limit didn't need to be set for too long. Lin Feng believed that these subordinates who had no choice but to follow him for various reasons. Soon, they would be conquered by his charisma. Then, they would be loyal to him. Naturally, Emotai was no exception. "All right, then 1,000 years. Emotai said. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and gently tapped Emotai. One rune after another poured into Emotai. Emotai did not resist. He allowed those runes to pour into his body. Within 1,000 years. Emotai had to be loyal. If he had second thoughts, Lin Feng could sense it through the runes. When the time came. With a thought, Lin Feng could rely on those runes to kill Emotai. After the runes were completely imprinted on Emotai's body, Lin Feng removed the seal on Emotai's body. He said with a smile, "Soon, you will find that following me will be the best decision you have made in your life." Hearing this, Emotai couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't comment on Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng knew that Emotai wouldn't believe him just based on what he said. As time passed, Lin Feng believed that Emotai would believe what he said now. "Could it be that your true body is this piece of Emotai?" Lin Feng asked. Emotai said, "You must not underestimate this piece of Emotai. This kind of Emotai is called Supreme Emotai. It is a material even rarer than Chaos Stones. Over the countless years, there have not been many pieces of such Emotai." "Supreme Emotai?" Lin Feng was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a material. Of course. Mo Tai's cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Previously, if it wasn't for the fact that he had activated the Black Dragon sword with 6 times the strength of the Dragon Elephant arm, causing Mo Tai to enter a short period of dizziness. Lin Feng knew. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to suppress Mo Tai. What's the origin of that stone tower? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very curious about that stone tower. Mo Tai said, I'm not very sure either. Previously, I had been in a deep sleep. I only woke up when you people entered the stone tower. I remember that the place I was sleeping in was the battlefield of the gods, but when I woke up, I appeared in the stone tower. I was very puzzled. However, the 4th level of the stone tower is actually guarded by that terrifying monster. From this, you can see how terrifying the master of that stone tower is. Mo Tai didn't know the origin of the stone tower, which disappointed Lin Feng. However, the fact that Mo Tai had been in a deep sleep in the battlefield of the gods had piqued Lin Feng's interest. The battlefield of the gods that you were in a deep sleep in, which battlefield of the gods is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Since ancient times, countless battles of the gods had taken place. Hence, there were many battlefields of the gods. Of course, the most famous battlefield of the gods was the ruins of the great battle before the end of the Xianxia lifeform's rule. The battlefield of the gods I'm talking about is the battlefield of the gods left behind from the great battle that almost led to the extinction of the Xianxia lifeforms. Mo Tai said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually the battlefield of the gods. The gods' token Lin Feng had obtained had something to do with this battlefield of the gods. In the past. Could it be that you also participated in the War of the Gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Mo Tai in shock. Of course. Don't be fooled by how much my cultivation has dropped. Thinking back to the past, I was still an unparalleled existence. When I think back to that battle, the blood in my body feels like it's going to burn. Mo Tai began to boast. Mo Tai said. I really don't know the exact reason. But it's not like I don't know anything about it. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. You should have heard of the Supreme Divine Court, right? Mo Tai asked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Supreme Divine Court. He knew how terrifying the Supreme Divine Court was. There were too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng said. I do. It's said to be one of the most mysterious things in the universe. It's as mysterious as the door of everlasting life. It's said that the Supreme Divine Court has an endless amount of treasures, and the value of each treasure can be described as heaven-defying. Apart from all kinds of treasures, the Supreme Divine Court also has many heaven-defying abilities, inheritances, and even inheritances that surpass immortal techniques. The most mysterious Great Fate art can also be found in the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the most shocking thing isn't the Great Fate art. It's said that there are inheritances that surpass immortal techniques, but I don't know what kind of inheritances surpass immortal techniques. In addition, the Supreme Divine Court also records the secrets of eternal life. Mo Tai said. Mo Tai said, it's just as you said. There are too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court, so many that it's hard to believe. Before the end of the Xiantian era, the Supreme Divine Court had appeared once. This time, it's different from the past. When the Supreme Divine Court appeared in the past, it was difficult to pry into its secrets. But that time, it said that the gates of the Supreme Divine Court opened wide. Some of the cultivators have entered the Supreme Celestial Court. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was really inconceivable that such a thing had happened. The Supreme Divine Court was a mysterious divine court that existed only in legends. How could it open its gates one day? He didn't know what amazing things had happened in the past. Lin Feng asked. If the gates of the Supreme Divine Court were opened, wouldn't the cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court obtain extraordinary things? I'm not sure. However, the Supreme Divine Court disappeared soon after, but since then, the world has been in chaos. Mo Tai said, I'm guessing. The reason why the world is in chaos is related to the opening of the Supreme Divine Court's door. Perhaps it's just as you said. After the door opened, those lucky cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court must have obtained great opportunities. The cultivators who haven't entered the Supreme Divine Court want to obtain lucky chances, so they attack the cultivators who have entered the Supreme Divine Court. But because there are too many groups attacking each other, there are more and more conflicts between the different groups. In the end, it formed that pinnacle battle. Later on, there was no way to control it at all. More and more forces were involved, and more experts were involved. Countless people died in the war. But, even if a war like this happened, Xianxia lifeforms shouldn't have been wiped out, right? Lin Feng said. Emotai replied, actually, it's not that they're truly extinct, but that they're pretty much all dead. Xiantian lifeforms were born at the beginning of the world, which is why Xiantian lifeforms are extremely rare. Era after era passed, and Xiantian lifeforms fell one after another. By the time Xiantian lifeforms ruled over the myriad worlds, there weren't many Xiantian lifeforms left. After that unprecedented war, a group of Xiantian lifeforms fell. Another batch of Xiantian lifeforms has fallen, and the number of Xiantian lifeforms who can survive will be even fewer. That's why I said that after that war, Xiantian lifeforms were nearly extinct. Lin Feng said, what about the other forces? They shouldn't have suffered such great losses, right? After the Xiantian lifeforms era ended, the cultivation system formed over countless eras collapsed, and countless inheritances were lost. It wasn't until the immortal ancient era that the Lord of Gods came into being and created a new cultivation system. The cultivation world gradually recovered from its decline. Oh? The collapse of the previous cultivation system? Countless inheritances were lost? Something like that happened? I fell into a deep slumber, so I don't know what happened afterward. Logically speaking, even if those major powers suffered heavy losses, they shouldn't have lost their orthodoxies. Could it be that something unknown happened after that war? Emotai couldn't help but wonder. Emotai's words hit the nail on the head. Lin Feng had also suspected before. After that war. Could something else have happened? Now it seemed like that might be the case. Actually, the war back then didn't cause the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. Instead, it was something that happened after that war that caused the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. As a result, the myriad worlds fell into an era of decline. Because cultivators didn't have a complete cultivation system to support them, they couldn't increase their cultivation. Therefore, after that war, one great era after another. Basically, there weren't any powerful cultivators. Until the Lord of Gods rose in the immortal ancient era. After the new cultivation system was created, everything went on the right track. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that what happened after that war must have been incomparably tragic. It's hard to imagine how much slaughter was needed to cause the cultivation system formed over many eras to collapse. Emotai. That's unknown. Lin Feng touched his chin and said, I feel that it's filled with the smell of the end of the world. However, I heard that every 3,000 eras is an era, and the end of the era will be the end of the era. At that time, it will be the true end of the world. The myriad worlds will be destroyed. After the universe is destroyed, a new universe will be born and a new era will begin. Emotai said, now that you mention it, I also feel that what happened after that war back then felt a little like the end of the world. In fact, what you said about the end of the era being the end of the era is not accurate. Why do you say that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The end of the era can happen in every era. However, it will only happen during the heyday of some eras. As there are too many powerhouses in the myriad worlds, it's very difficult to succeed. It's different at the end of the era. Although the myriad worlds will have a temporary final radiance, resulting in the emergence of a group of powerhouses, these new powerhouses are destined to not be able to change this end of the era. Emotai said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this. There were too many secrets hidden in the myriad worlds. Only then did Lin Feng realize that the world he had come into contact with was still too small. There were countless secrets in the myriad worlds. Lin Feng hadn't even come into contact with them yet. Things have already happened. We should still look forward. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What? Do you want to enter the battlefield of the gods? Emotai asked. Lin Feng said. That's indeed the plan. The great battle back then took place in the demon realm. Emotai said. Demon realm? One of the 7 supreme realms of the 3,000 great realms? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. It was in this place that the battle was too tragic. I was injured and fainted in the middle of the battle. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if the demon realm was destroyed. Emotai continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was another secret, and it was a secret that would cause anyone's expression to change if they heard it. Where is the demon realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon realm is very mysterious. Back then, when I went to the demon realm, I followed someone else. It was difficult to find the ancient star map, and even if I did find the ancient star map, it would be difficult to find the demon realm. This is because the dozens of starry seas around the demon realm are very special. They contain powerful magnetic fields that can change the course of ancient starships. Emotai said. Oh? Dozens of starry seas are enveloped by powerful magnetic fields? Why do those starry seas have such powerful magnetic fields? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Back then, I heard rumors that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, died there, which is why such a powerful magnetic field was formed. Emotai. Hearing Emotai's words, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great sage, Heaven's Equal. What a familiar name. Twin stone apes. Both were heaven-defying. One became the great sage, Heaven's Equal, fighting heaven and earth. Who could compete with him? The other became the sacred battle emperor, dominating the world outside the bloody battle domain. However, after the great sage, Heaven's Equal, mysteriously disappeared, there was no more news about him. No one knew where the great sage equaling heaven had gone. Lin Feng had interacted with the descendants of the sacred battle apes before. Even they didn't know where their ancestor, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had gone. Now, Lin Feng heard rumors about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, from Emotai. In his heart, how could he not be shocked? Where did you hear this news from? How credible is it? Lin Feng asked. When we went to the demon realm, we encountered a powerful magnetic field. Someone on the ancient starship mentioned that legend by chance. I can't be sure if it's trustworthy. Emotai said. Some things may not be as simple as just rumors coming from nowhere. Lin Feng said. Emotai said, that is indeed the case. Since there are such rumors, perhaps the great sage equaling heaven really did go to that place. Lin Feng and Emotai chatted for a long time. He learned a lot of secrets from Emotai. Lin Feng obtained some of the answers he wanted, but he also learned a lot of new secrets, which added a lot of questions to his heart. Naturally, the two of them couldn't continue chatting like this. There would be plenty of time in the future to ask Magic Iron what had happened in the past. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to finish cultivating the 100 types of 3,000 great Dao that he had just obtained. If he cultivated these 3,000 great Daos, his savings would increase greatly once again. Combat strength. He would definitely be greatly improved. Lin Feng began his seclusion. One by one, Lin Feng successfully cultivated the 3,000 great Daos. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had cultivated too many of the 3,000 great Daos. Therefore, now, Lin Feng's speed of cultivating these 3,000 great Daos had also increased greatly. If it was in the past, it would take more than a year to complete 100 types of 3,000 great Daos. If it was slow, it might take several years to complete it. And now, Lin Feng only spent half a year to successfully cultivate 100 types of 3,000 great Daos. After successfully cultivating another 100 types of 3,000 great Daos, Lin Feng felt that his life had undergone a sublimation. That kind of feeling was too comfortable. This time, not only did his strength increase greatly, his great Dao foundation was also stronger. Now, Lin Feng's divine thought moved. He could even create a powerful divine ability that was not inferior to an emperor technique. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Great Wish technique that the Red World Fairy cultivated back then. That was truly an unparalleled divine ability, both ancient and modern. But it was said that the Great Wish technique was even harder to cultivate than the Great Destiny technique. Because to cultivate the Great Wish technique, one needed to have the courage to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the world. This was something that very few people could achieve. To be willing to die for the sake of the world was really too much. Many cultivators did their best to contribute their strength for the sake of the world. It was just like what Lin Feng had done in the continent of the 9 provinces. But if those people did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the world, probably no one could do such a thing. Even Lin Feng could not do it. Because Lin Feng carried too many responsibilities. Of course, Lin Feng had not yet obtained the Great Wish technique. So it was still unknown whether he could cultivate the Great Wish technique. Maybe Lin Feng would be able to find another way to practice the Great Aspiration technique. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng left the ancient forest. He came to an ancient city called Azure Dragon City. This ancient city was one of the 10 ancient cities of the 9 Mysteries Great World. After coming here, Lin Feng heard a lot of news about the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain. More than half of the great emperors who entered the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain died. Only a small number of great emperors escaped. This matter caused a huge uproar. According to rumors, even the experts of the Celestial Clan from the Undying World came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to find out the truth. The experts from the Undying World were personally sent by the Celestial Emperor. No one knew what they were called. But it was said that this person's surname was Emperor. Obviously, he was not from the same faction as Tian Wuya. This person should be an expert from the Celestial Emperor's clan. However, the outside world did not know much about this expert. Besides, there was another matter that caused a heated discussion. It was said that someone found the hiding place of the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants. And a great battle broke out. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen were slaughtered in large numbers, and only a small number of them escaped. Now that the Starry Sky World was sealed by many great forces, the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants could not escape. Therefore, the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants were still hiding in the 9 Mysteries Great World. Many great forces sent more cultivators to search for the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants. The Celestial Emperor's envoy has arrived. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen have been discovered. These 2 matters were very important, and they even spread to other starfields. More and more experts gathered around the area. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master was born lowly. It is said that he was just a coachman. He was able to rise because of that supreme treasure. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant when he overheard the conversation of the cultivators at the next table. Lin Feng listened attentively to their conversation. At this time, another cultivator said, "The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's background is so lowly? This is the first time I've heard of this. Is this reliable?" Of course it's reliable. It's absolutely true. Back then, one of my ancestors knew the 9 Mysteries Realm Master. It's just that after the 9 Mysteries Realm Master rose, he changed his name. Many people don't know about the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's past, and those who know don't dare to say much, afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, if it wasn't for the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's death, I would have buried these words in my heart and not dared to say it. That cultivator said. Don't ask about the background of a hero. At this time, another person said. The others nodded in agreement. These words were indeed very reasonable. Since ancient times, there were many cultivators with poor backgrounds. But their cultivation was so strong that it was unbelievable. Such cultivators. There were simply too many to count. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng left the restaurant. He planned to find a place to stay first. Then, he would have a good rest. Lin Feng was really too tired now. Soon, Lin Feng found a good inn to stay in. He slept for a while. This sleep lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. After waking up, Lin Feng immediately felt refreshed. He went out to continue to inquire about the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. Lin Feng was also very interested in the supreme treasure in the hands of the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. What kind of supreme treasure was passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court? He had never seen the real thing. Lin Feng didn't dare to make any guesses. But he wasn't able to find much useful information. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Many cultivators were searching for their whereabouts. But they still didn't find anything. On this day, a big piece of news spread throughout Azure Dragon City. This news was about the Celestial Emperor's envoy. It was said that the Celestial Emperor's envoy was about to arrive in Azure Dragon City. The news spread very quickly, and it spread through the streets and alleys. Then, this news quickly spread to other places. The Celestial Emperor was the ruler of the Undying World, the number 1 world of the 3,000 great worlds. High and mighty. He cast a sidelong glance at the heavens. In addition, the Celestial the Arch was a cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. His status was simply too extraordinary. Countless people, countless forces. Even in his dreams, he wanted to befriend the Celestial Emperor. But now, they saw such an opportunity. The arrival of the Sky Emperor in the 9 Mysteries world was the best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Lin Feng also paid some attention to this matter. Back then, because of Di Wudao, Lin Feng and the Celestial Emperor's bloodline were absolutely irreconcilable. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had yet to reach a level where he could contend against Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor's clan. Therefore, now, Lin Feng couldn't expose himself yet. At this stage, what Lin Feng needed to do was to continuously increase his strength. The only thing that mattered was strength. Only then could he think about revenge. If he wasn't strong enough, he would seek revenge. In the end, he failed in his revenge. Moreover, he had also died. On this day, Lin Feng saw a terrifying cultivator on his way back from the 100 Days Pavilion. The cultivator was dressed in white, and his body was surrounded by an indescribable immortal qi. He was incomparably otherworldly and extraordinary. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the cultivator. "You can see me?" the cultivator asked when he came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was shocked. What did this cultivator mean? Could others not see him? Lin Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "I can see you." The cultivator took a deep look at Lin Feng and then left. A day later, news quickly spread throughout Azure Dragon City. The Celestial Emperor's envoy had arrived. He was now drinking in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. After this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators quickly rushed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Azure Dragon Pavilion. It was the most high-end restaurant in Azure Dragon City. The consumption here was extremely high. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it at all. It was said that the prices of the things sold here were calculated in immortal stones. Therefore, one could imagine how astonishing the value of the things in the Azure Dragon Pavilion was. Now, there was a sea of people outside the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Many major forces had arrived and wanted to enter the Azure Dragon Pavilion. However, they were stopped by the guards outside. They were the guards brought by the Celestial Emperor. Each of them had a powerful aura and an unfathomable cultivation base. The Azure Dragon Pavilion had already been booked by the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor didn't want others to disturb him. However, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Lin Feng stood in the distance, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to appear. Lin Feng also wanted to see what kind of powerful figure the Celestial Emperor was. Many forces were like Lin Feng, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come. However, their purpose was different from Lin Feng's. They were waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come because they wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor. Not long after, Tian Wuya arrived. Tian Wuya of the Tian family of the Celestial Clan requests to see Senior. Tian Wuya said outside. He was an extremely arrogant person. Now, he was extremely respectful to the Celestial Emperor in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. It seemed that the Celestial Emperor's identity was definitely extraordinary. "Come in." At this moment, a voice came from the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Tian Wuya immediately entered the Azure Dragon Pavilion. To be able to represent the Celestial Emperor outside, this Celestial Emperor's envoy was definitely the Celestial Emperor's trusted aide. There were rumors. The Celestial Emperor was very likely a cultivator who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, even in the celestial clan, he had a pivotal position. Lin Feng didn't know if this rumor was true. However, the Celestial Emperor was definitely an extremely terrifying existence who could represent the Celestial Emperor to patrol the heavens. His cultivation base must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to patrol the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor. Because if he wasn't strong enough, it was very likely that he would be killed while patrolling the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor. In the evening, everyone finally saw what the Celestial Emperor's envoy looked like. The Celestial Emperor's envoy drank for half a day before coming out of seclusion. He was dressed in white and had a special aura about him. That temperament made him look otherworldly and extraordinary. It's actually him. When Lin Feng saw the Celestial Emperor's envoy, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Lin Feng had seen the Celestial Emperor's envoy before. It was no one else. It was the mysterious man that Lin Feng had seen before. That man had asked Lin Feng, "Can you see me?" Lin Feng didn't expect this. After the Celestial Emperor came out, the crowd immediately erupted. "My lord, we are from the Long family of the Demon Dragon Star Field. We have specially prepared a 1.52 million-year-old blood god for you to replenish your chi and blood. My lord, we are from the Nalan family of the Wild Wolf Star Field. We have specially prepared a Sun Immortal crystal for you. We hope it can help you." After the Celestial Emperor's envoy appeared, a dense crowd of cultivators surrounded him. Everyone was talking at once. They wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor's envoy. "Everyone. I already know your intentions, but it's not convenient to communicate here. Everyone can go to the City Lord's mansion. I will be staying there for the time being," the Celestial Emperor's envoy said. "Everyone, please make way." The Celestial Emperor's guard shouted in a deep voice. Naturally, no one dared to stop the Celestial Emperor's envoy. Everyone made way for the Celestial Emperor's envoy. The Celestial Emperor's envoy left with Tian Wuya and the others. A large number of cultivators rushed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. I originally thought that the Celestial Emperor's envoy would be an extremely arrogant person and would not interact with the cultivators of the lower forces. But now it seems that this is not the case. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seems to be very flexible. That's right. The Celestial Emperor's envoy is indeed very flexible, and I feel that this Celestial Emperor's appetite is not small. This is a chance to make a fortune. Many people could not help but discuss. It was indeed as those people had said. This was a chance to make a fortune. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seemed to have seized this opportunity to make a fortune. Perhaps, no matter who was the Celestial Emperor's envoy, they would not easily let go of this opportunity to make a fortune, right? Lin Feng didn't stop, he continued walking towards his residence. However, Lin Feng did not notice that when he returned to his residence, he was being watched. When the cultivators in the dark saw Lin Feng, their eyes flashed with killing intent. About 3 days later, there was an important news. In the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World, someone had found clues about the Nine Mysteries Great World's Master's clan. Therefore, a large number of cultivators were flying toward the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World. The Nine Mysteries Great World was a special place where the laws of heaven and earth imprisoned the void teleportation restrictions. Therefore, there were no space-time transmission formations or wormholes in the Nine Mysteries world. They could only rely on flying to travel. After hearing that the Nine Mysteries World Lord's clansmen had appeared in the Southern Territory, Lin Feng decided to head there to take a look. Regardless of whether or not he could obtain the supreme treasure that the Nine Mystical Realm Lord had obtained from the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng wanted to work hard for once. Even if he failed, there was nothing to regret. After Lin Feng left Azure Dragon City, he quickly flew in the direction of the southern region. The Nine Mysteries world was divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Currently, Lin Feng was in the northern region. If he were to fly, even with Lin Feng's speed, it would still take him a month to reach the southern region. Lin Feng didn't stop. He was as fast as lightning. He quickly flew towards the southern domain. However, on the way, Lin Feng was attacked by someone else. When he passed by a mountain forest, Numerous killing formations were activated. Then, those killing formations launched an extremely fierce attack on Lin Feng. The terrifying attack instantly attacked Lin Feng. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Someone actually attacked him on the way. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. When the dense barrage of attacks came crashing down on him, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. He activated the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to block the attack of the formation. Then, Lin Feng used the formation cracking technique to quickly crack open the killing formation here. He charged out of the absolute kill grand array. "Who is it? Get out here!" Lin Feng shouted with a gloomy expression. Fortunately, his research on formations was extremely profound. Or else, it was too dangerous just now. "Kid. Not bad. I actually let you escape this calamity." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a cultivator stepped out of the void. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng had seen that cultivator before. It was the cultivator who took the stone pagoda treasure on the second floor of the stone pagoda. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of this thin cultivator. Although this person was only in the God Emperor realm, he had the all-energy absorption body. This body constitution was extremely powerful and terrifying. It could swallow any attack of others and store it in its body. Then, it could release those attacks. Of course, those attacks couldn't be stored indefinitely. Usually, they could be stored for 3 days. Within 3 days, the stored attacks had to be released. Otherwise, those attacks would dissipate on their own. Of course, even if they could be stored for 3 days. That was shocking enough. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the thin cultivator and said indifferently, "Why did you attack me?" The thin cultivator sneered and said, "Naturally, it's because I want something that doesn't belong to you." Although he was only in the God Emperor realm, because he had the all-energy absorption body, he was extremely arrogant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he considered everyone else beneath him. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Everything I have naturally belongs to me. Those who dare to covet my things will eventually become corpses." "Is that so? I'd like to see what qualifications you have to boast so shamelessly." The thin cultivator sneered and released an extremely tyrannical divine ability. This divine ability was extremely powerful. It condensed an army of thousands of men and horses and charged toward Lin Feng to crush him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used the demon ancestor sacred fist. The appearance of the demon ancestor instantly broke the army's attack. The demon ancestor sacred fist was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. After breaking the opponent's divine ability, the demon ancestor's phantom quickly charged toward the thin cultivator. However, when the demon ancestor's phantom touched the thin cultivator's body, it was instantly swallowed by the thin cultivator. After seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Previously, he had seen this cultivator's body swallowing attacks. Now, he had personally experienced this situation. It's useless. No matter how strong your divine ability is, it can't hurt this seat. Seeing that your talent and cultivation are not bad, this seat can take you as a slave. Now, kneel in front of this seat and kowtow to this seat. This seat will spare your life." When Lin Feng saw the skinny cultivator's arrogant expression, he couldn't help but want to kill him. This person was extremely arrogant when he was in the stone tower. But at that time, this person did not provoke Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with him. But now, this thin cultivator had provoked Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was not the kind of person who liked to cause trouble, if anyone dared to offend him, they would definitely not have a good ending. "You don't know what's good for you. Do you think your all-energy absorption body is invincible? It's okay to be arrogant, but you can't be too stupid." Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator with an indifferent expression. His face was full of sarcasm. Lin Feng's disdainful expression made the skinny cultivator extremely angry. The thin cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly. He said coldly, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the thin cultivator leaped out. He directly charged toward Lin Feng. This time, the thin cultivator used the demon ancestor sacred fist that Lin Feng had used before. He had just devoured the demon ancestor's phantom. Therefore, he was able to use this divine ability now. Lin Feng naturally knew how powerful the demon ancestor sacred fist was. Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping gods painting to counter the attack of the demon-worshipping gods. Then, he instantly broke the demon ancestor sacred fist. Next, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the thin cultivator. This thin cultivator's all-energy absorption body was indeed extremely terrifying. It could devour any attack. However, the attack referred to here was an attack using magic power to activate the divine ability. It did not include physical attacks. Physical attacks were punches to the flesh. They were purely physical attacks. The all-energy absorption body could not devour such attacks. After all, a physical collision was a head-on collision. The all-energy absorption body could not absorb such a head-on collision. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect constitution. Even Lin Feng's immortal physique and sovereign physique had their flaws. The all-energy absorption body was naturally extremely powerful. However, it was not without its flaws. Its weakness was that it could devour all kinds of divine abilities, but it couldn't defend against physical attacks. If it could devour all kinds of divine abilities and dissolve physical attacks at the same time, that was too perfect. As the saying goes, the great Tao is flawed. Only then could the inheritance be passed on. The great Tao was flawless. He was destined to be annihilated. This meant that it was very difficult to pass down those perfect great Taos. The heavenly Tao would not allow such a great Tao to be passed down. There would be all kinds of situations that would destroy this great Tao. Only the flawed great paths could continue to be passed down. If the all-energy absorption body was a perfect and flawless physique, then it would be impossible for him to defeat the all-energy absorption body. They would never appear in the world again. Seeing that Lin Feng was trying to get close to him quickly, Yi Zichen was shocked. The skinny cultivator's face sank. He knew what his weakness was. His fleshly body was his weakness, so this skinny cultivator would generally not engage in a physical battle with others. When he saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he was shocked. The skinny cultivator naturally would not give Lin Feng a chance to get close to him. However, this was not something the skinny cultivator could decide. Lin Feng was too fast. The skinny cultivator's speed was much slower than Lin Feng's. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. In order to prevent Lin Feng from getting close to him, the skinny cultivator unleashed a series of powerful attacks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Where's the arrogance from before? I didn't understand what a stray dog meant at first, but now that I've seen your current state, I finally understand what a stray dog means." Upon hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the skinny cultivator was almost angered to death. His expression became increasingly unsightly. "You'll be crying later," the skinny cultivator said coldly. He continued to release powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng, but all the attacks he released were neutralized by Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's current battle strength, unless the skinny cultivator absorbed the divine ability attack of an Emperor Sect cultivator or above, only then would Lin Feng be wary. Or else, he couldn't threaten Lin Feng at all. Seeing his divine abilities being neutralized by Lin Feng, the skinny cultivator's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the skinny cultivator. When Lin Feng came to the skinny cultivator's side, suddenly, a black light flew out from the skinny cultivator's body. That black light. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng and stabbed towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng saw what that black light was. That black light turned out to be a black thorn as thick as a strand of hair. He didn't know what material it was made of. After being taken out by the skinny cultivator, it shook out waves of terrifying fluctuations. That black thorn-like treasure was about to pierce through Lin Feng's head. At this moment, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang, a sonorous collision sound suddenly rang out. All of a sudden, the black thorn-like magic treasure was directly bounced away by Lin Feng. Die! A cold voice suddenly rang out. The skinny cultivator wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Feng sent the blackthorn magic treasure flying to kill Lin Feng. However, the skinny cultivator didn't get what he wanted. Because Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. After he sent the blackthorn magic treasure flying, he quickly threw a punch at the skinny cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator collided. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The skinny cultivator's arm was directly broken when he collided with Lin Feng. White bones were instantly exposed. Ah! The skinny cultivator screamed. Lin Feng's punch severely injured the skinny cultivator. The power of Lin Feng's terrifying punch didn't diminish. It continued to bombard the skinny cultivator. Bang! Another violent collision sound rang out. This time, the skinny cultivator's body directly exploded. Lin Feng originally thought that the skinny cultivator would die without a doubt. But soon his expression changed slightly. Because it wasn't the skinny cultivator's body that was killed. It was a puppet. This was the puppet technique. At the critical moment of life and death, the skinny cultivator used the puppet technique. He died on behalf of his body. In the end, he dodged Lin Feng's sure kill attack. Swish! With a flash of light, the skinny cultivator appeared hundreds of meters away. Kid! Just you wait, I won't let you go. I'll make you die miserably. The skinny cultivator looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Before running away, the skinny cultivator didn't forget to threaten Lin Feng. After saying that, the skinny cultivator quickly rushed into the distance. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it would be easy to catch up to the skinny cultivator, but he never thought the skinny cultivator's speed was much faster than he had imagined. The skinny cultivator's speed was simply like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that it was inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was shocked. That's not right. This isn't his original speed, this guy used a talisman. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. Because he saw a talisman on each of the skinny cultivator's shoes. Those two talismans were simply too extraordinary. Once activated, it could greatly increase the user's speed. Right now, the skinny cultivator's speed had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, it would not be easy for the skinny cultivator to shake off Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's speed was also very fast. After the skinny cultivator's speed increased to the limit, although Lin Feng could not catch up to the skinny cultivator, the distance between the two of them had always been more than 1,000 meters. Lin Feng believed he would definitely be able to catch up to the skinny cultivator, because the power of the talisman would soon be exhausted. The skinny cultivator's face was extremely gloomy. Being chased by Lin Feng all over the world, the skinny cultivator was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He wished he could directly slap Lin Feng to death. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him, so for the time being, he had to think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. Both sides, one fled and one chased. What made Lin Feng speechless was that the skinny cultivator had more than 2 talismans that increased his speed. Because after the first 2 talismans were destroyed, the skinny cultivator took out 2 more talismans. I should be the one to deal with this guy. At this time, Emotai flew out from the mountain river ring. Can you catch up to this guy? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I can't catch up. But if I give you a punch with all my strength, then I'll increase my speed to the limit. With the support of your punch, catching up to that guy should be as easy as blowing off dust. Emotai said. How terrifying was the strength of Lin Feng's arm of the dragon and elephant sixfold. If he attacked with all his might, he would indeed be able to form a powerful support force. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he raised his fist. Then, he attacked with all his strength. He threw a punch. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng's monstrous fist violently crashed onto the demonic iron. After receiving the support of Lin Feng's punch, the speed of the magic iron was extremely fast. Piercing through the void, he quickly rushed towards the skinny cultivator who was running away. Ha 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 ha, the speed is too fast. Emotai couldn't help but shout excitedly. Hearing Emotai's voice, the lanky cultivator who was running away reflexively turned around to see Emotai rushing towards him. The skinny cultivator's expression suddenly changed. However, the skinny cultivator quickly regained his composure. He opened his hand. Boundless dermic power surged out, and huge stars revolved around his palm. The thin cultivator sent a palm strike towards Mo Tai. However, the skinny cultivator's attack was actually dodged by Mo Tai. In the end, the skinny cultivator's attack hit the air. Mo Tai instantly rushed in front of the skinny cultivator. He fiercely crashed into the skinny cultivator's body. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard. Who knew how many bones in the skinny cultivator's body were broken? Wah! In midair, the skinny cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Lin Feng had already flown over. He sneered at the skinny cultivator and said, "Now, it's time for everything to end. Are you ready to die?" As his voice fell, Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to attack the skinny cultivator. Now that the skinny cultivator was severely injured and had his aura completely locked by Lin Feng, there was no way for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. The skinny cultivator couldn't help but shout, "Do you know who I am?" "I'm..." Obviously, the skinny cultivator wanted to say the power behind him to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give the skinny cultivator a chance at all. His right hand directly slashed out a sword chi. That dazzling sword chi tore through the void. It slashed towards the skinny cultivator. The sword chi instantly arrived in front of the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator condensed a golden defensive light shield. He wanted to use this golden defensive light shield to block Lin Feng's attack. Poochie, a tearing sound suddenly came out. The golden energy light shield couldn't block Lin Feng's attack at all. The sword chi that was slashed out by Lin Feng was instantly torn apart. Then, the sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out cut the skinny cultivator's body in half. Lin Feng took the skinny cultivator's storage ring and then flicked his finger. The flames burned fiercely. The skinny cultivator was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. And Lin Feng quickly left this place. This little bastard's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. A gloomy voice suddenly came from the mountain forest, and then a figure appeared. The existence that appeared looked at Lin Feng with resentment. But that existence didn't stop and quickly left this place. After killing the skinny cultivator, Lin Feng planned to find a place to take a good look at the items in the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Back then, the skinny cultivator took the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone pagoda. It was really unexpected. Those 3 treasures finally fell into Lin Feng's hands after circling around. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know what those 3 treasures were for now. Lin Feng found a cave. He entered the cave and set up a few concealment restrictions. Then, he took out the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the storage ring. What a big storage ring! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The skinny cultivator's storage ring was extremely large. Although it wasn't as large as Lin Feng's mountain river ring, it was still very large. However, the size of the storage ring also formed an extremely large space. The cultivator who refined this storage ring was definitely a terrifying expert. He must be extremely proficient in the study of the Tao of space. That's why he was able to refine such a large storage ring. There were many good things piled up inside the storage ring. For example, there were mountains made up of supreme-grade origin crystals in the storage ring. It was quite shocking. Lin Feng even found a mountain made up entirely of immortal stones. Adding those immortal stones together, there were at least 1 million of them. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Because the amount of immortal stones in this guy's storage ring was actually more than the amount in his mountain river ring. He didn't know how this guy got so many immortal stones. There were also many treasures in the storage ring. For example, all kinds of natural treasures, immortal iron, immortal stones, and so on. Roar. When he heard that low roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Why was there a beast roar in the storage ring? Could it be that the skinny cultivator had raised a powerful beast? Not long after, a flame beast rushed out from the depths of the storage ring. The flame beast's body was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a tiger, but its body was covered in black scales. The head of the flaming beast was rather strange. It had a single horn, a large bloody mouth, and 3 eyes. Its head was like a dragon but not a dragon, like a tiger but not a tiger. After seeing that terrifying creature, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That ferocious beast was actually a flame beast. The fire beast was a terrifying beast born from the flames. This kind of beast was born with the extraordinary ability to control flames. This kind of beast's attack power was very powerful. It was rumored that even a beast like Xianxia was not a match for the fire beast. Of course. These were only rumors after all. As for whether the rumors were true or not, Lin Feng didn't know. Because before this, Lin Feng had never seen a beast like the fire beast. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a fire beast. The aura of the fire beast in front of him was extremely terrifying. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. This fire beast didn't seem to be a real fire beast. It was formed from a drop of treasure blood. Lin Feng's soul turned into Luya's star chart and suppressed the fire beast. Although the fire beast was powerful, it couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. In the end, the fire beast's body directly exploded. It turned into a drop of blood surrounded by treasure light. It's really a beast's treasure blood. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The blood of a terrifying beast like the fire beast was incomparably precious. It could greatly increase a cultivator's combat power. If he was lucky. The blood of the fire beast would even contain the supreme technique of the fire beast race. Lin Feng sealed the fire beast's blood in a porcelain bottle. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, he could refine this drop of blood. This could increase Lin Feng's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's divine sense began to search for other treasures. What he needed to find the most were the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. What is that? Lin Feng's spiritual force found something inside the storage ring. He saw 3 things. The first item was a scythe-type magic treasure. The magic treasure was densely covered with runes. Those runes were very mysterious and complicated. Moreover, the power of those runes was also very strong. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Those runes. It was actually the Nether rune. That scythe-type Dharma treasure should be a Dharma treasure from the underworld. Grim Reaper's scythe. That treasure should be the Death God's scythe. The Demon Lord said. What? The Grim Reaper's scythe? This treasure is the Grim Reaper's scythe? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Grim Reaper is actually a title from the era of conferred gods. The first generation of Grim Reapers was the strongest, and every generation of Grim Reapers would forge their own Grim Reaper scythe. I wonder which Grim Reaper of the era of conferred gods forged this Grim Reaper scythe. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, what level of treasure is the Grim Reaper scythe? The treasures of the era of conferred gods are categorized differently from the treasures of this era. It's like the difference between 2 cultivation systems. However, even if the categorization is different, I'm guessing that the Grim Reaper scythe's power has already surpassed that of an Emperor weapon. Of course, I can't say for sure. After all, each generation of Grim Reaper scythe's power is different. I wonder which Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper scythe you obtained. I wonder what level the Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper scythe to. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, what's so special about this Grim Reaper scythe? The Demon Lord said, like any other treasures, the Grim Reaper scythe can unleash its own attacks. However, the scythe's most powerful aspect is its ability to deal damage to spirits and ghosts, the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is the god of death. That's why the Grim Reaper is the nemesis of all spirits and ghosts. Lin Feng said, it seems like this Grim Reaper scythe is one of the 3 treasures in the stone tower. Lin Feng looked at the 2nd treasure. The 2nd treasure was actually a bone. It was a green bone. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a bone of this color, and he couldn't help but feel curious. The bone's color was simply too strange. A green bone, what kind of creature's bone was this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng carefully observed the green bone, but he couldn't see any runes on it. He also couldn't sense any fluctuations from it. Thus, this green bone looked very ordinary. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pay attention to it. However, Lin Feng guessed that this green bone was one of the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. That was why the skinny cultivator had placed it beside the Grim Reaper scythe. Since the green bone was placed on the second floor of the stone tower, it meant that it was definitely extraordinary. However, at this stage, Lin Feng still couldn't discover anything special about the green bone. Demon Lord. Do you recognize this green bone? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, I don't recognize it. I've never seen or heard of such a bone before. It's indeed strange. I wonder what kind of creature's bone it is. Even the Demon Lord didn't know about the green bone. Thus, Lin Feng skipped past the green bone and looked at the third treasure. The third treasure was a scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. He discovered that there was nothing on the scroll. It was a blank scroll. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng didn't understand. A blank scroll was placed on the second floor of the stone tower. What's the origin of this scroll? Lin Feng was puzzled. He tried to use his divine sense to enter the scroll. He carefully sensed the scroll. However, Lin Feng failed, his divine sense couldn't enter the scroll at all. This scroll's material is very special, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng also discovered that the scroll's material was indeed very special. He even tried to tear the scroll apart. However, he discovered that the scroll was extremely sturdy. Lin Feng had such great strength. But he couldn't tear the scroll apart. It was truly inconceivable. Thus, this scroll was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng withdrew his divine sense from the storage ring. The three treasures on the second floor of the stone tower. The Grim Reaper's scythe. The green bone. The mysterious scroll. Apart from the death god's scythe, the green bone and the mysterious scroll were filled with too many unknowns. Perhaps one day, he would be able to unravel the secrets of these two treasures. However, for now, Lin Feng couldn't unravel the secrets of these two treasures. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued flying toward the southern region. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the southern region. After arriving, he heard about the 9 Mysteries World's Master's clan. The clan's master had been found again. The descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had also been through many hardships and battles. Not many of them had survived. But Lin Feng didn't sympathize with those people. When the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord descended upon the 9 continents, countless people had died in his hands. Now, the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had ended up like this. It was all karma. There were many experts in the southern region. All the major factions were searching for the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord. However, the southern region was vast and filled with ancient forests. Therefore, it was not an easy task to find the whereabouts of a few people in the vast and boundless southern mountain range. After Lin Feng arrived, he used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce their approximate location. Not long after, Lin Feng managed to deduce their approximate location. The Firmament Ancient Forest was one of the largest primeval forests in the southern region. There were many terrifying creatures living in this ancient forest. Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Firmament Ancient Forest. This was the location he had deduced. Where in the Firmament Ancient Forest? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Previously, although he had roughly guessed the other party's location, it was difficult for him to determine where they were hiding. After all, Lin Feng's innate 8 trigrams had not reached a high level yet. He flew towards the depths of the Firmament Ancient Forest. That night, a violent vibration came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng, who was resting, was alerted. There are cultivators fighting. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly flew towards the direction of the vibration. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the battle. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts were attacking 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators were 2 old men and a young man. All 3 of them were Emperor Realm experts. Wang Zijuan. Hand over that thing and I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, a cultivator's cold voice suddenly sounded. The cultivator's eyes flashed with killing intent. The cultivator called Wang Zijuan was the one who looked quite young. The cultivator's life aura was around 30,000 years old. However, his cultivation was already at the Imperial Emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, it was natural that he could be considered to be at the pinnacle. His future was even brighter. However, it was obvious that they were besieged by dozens of great emperors. There was no longer any hope of escape. Even if he had to hand over that supreme treasure, these people were still dead. Ever since this top power made a move on the clansmen of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord, the cultivators from these top forces had already made up their minds to slaughter all the people from the Nine Mysteries world. It was impossible for them to let go of such a talented and powerful cultivator like Wang Zijuan. After all, if he really let Wang Zijuan go, who knew what would happen in the future? I would rather die in battle than submit. Wang Zijuan's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He stared helplessly at his fellow clansmen being killed. There was only hatred in Wang Zijuan's heart. Everyone, let's kill the three of them with all our might, someone suggested. These great emperors of different strengths clearly planned to kill Wang Zijuan and the other two before fighting for the supreme treasure. Good. Attack. The other great emperors nodded in agreement. Then, these experts made their move. Divine abilities that could destroy the heavens and earth condensed one after another. These divine abilities, all of them charged towards Wang Zijuan and the other two. Wang Zijuan and the other two were already severely injured. Therefore, there was no way they could resist the siege of dozens of great emperors. Juner, leave quickly. Live well. At this time, the two old emperors beside Wang Zijuan shouted loudly. Their voices were filled with endless sorrow. These were the two elders of the Nine Mysteries World's clan. Now, these two elders' bodies were burning fiercely. They flew towards those cultivators. Boom! Boom! These two elders did not hesitate to self-destruct their bodies. One of the two elders was a cultivator at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. The other was a cultivator at the fifth layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. He was very powerful. Now, the power of the self-destruction of these two elders was extremely terrifying. The aftermath of the self-destruction instantly destroyed the divine ability attacks of dozens of great emperors. Seeing the two elders self-destruct, Wang Zijuan's eyes were about to split open. Blood almost came out of his eyes. His heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to cut the surrounding great emperors into pieces. Retreat quickly. When the dozens of great emperors saw the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family, their expressions changed greatly and they quickly retreated. They avoided the self-destruction of the two elders. However, not everyone successfully avoided the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family. 5 or 6 great emperors were directly killed by the explosion. There were also dozens of cultivators who were severely injured. The self-destruction of the two elders tore a hole in the encirclement. Wang Zijuan took advantage of this opportunity to quickly rush into the distance. Wang Zijuan's speed increased to the maximum. This is not good. The surrounding great emperors' faces darkened. They did not want to let Wang Zijuan escape so easily again, because it would be very difficult to find Wang Zijuan. And they did not know if there would be any changes in the future. I must become stronger. I must avenge my clansmen. After Wang Zijuan rushed out of the encirclement, his heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to avenge his family. However, at this moment, an immortal sword tore through the void and instantly appeared above Wang Zijuan. Then, the immortal sword slashed at Wang Zijuan. Faced with the immortal sword's attack, Wang Zijuan could not dodge in time. Puchi! The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. Blood splattered. Wang Zijuan's body was cut in half at the waist. Ah! Wang Zijuan let out an incomparably shrill cry. He hurriedly let his life force slip away quickly. Wang Zijuan did not want to die. But his body was cut in half at the waist. Wang Zijuan knew that there was no way he could reverse the situation. Just a moment ago, he was complacent and wanted to improve his cultivation base. He wanted to take revenge in the future. However, those things were destined to never be achieved. A cultivator stepped out of the void. That cultivator was the one who used the immortal sword to cut Wang Zijuan in half. That cultivator was not anyone else. It was the heavenly human cultivator, Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya's expression was indifferent. He wanted to rush forward and finish off Wang Zijuan once and for all. But at this moment, the void around Wang Zijuan trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out and enveloped Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was kept in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. It's you. Previously, Lin Feng and Tian Wuya had a conflict. Relying on Tian Wuya's incomparably arrogant personality, he wished that he could tear Lin Feng into pieces. It was just that, he had not found a chance to attack. Now, just as he was about to kill Wang Zijuan and obtain the supreme treasure from the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. He kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. New hatred and old hatred were added together. Tian Wuya's hatred for Lin Feng was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. It was also like the overflowing yellow river that could not be stopped. Lin Feng looked at Tian Wuya mockingly and completely ignored him. He turned around and quickly flew into the distance. Was there anything more infuriating than directly ignoring the opponent? No, Lin Feng had directly ignored Tian Wuya. This was something that the incomparably arrogant Tian Wuya could not accept at all. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng again and again. Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. I want your life, Tian Wuya roared in exasperation. In fact, Tian Wuya could be considered a scheming person. It was just that, he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Feng. It had completely messed up Tian Wuya's state of mind. Capture that brat. We must skin him alive. One by one, great emperors flew over from afar, all of them filled with killing intent. With so many great emperors, plus Tian Wuya, Lin Feng naturally would not stay behind to fight a life and death battle with these people. That would be too much of a loss. Moreover, Lin Feng had kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. That item from the Supreme Divine Court already belonged to Lin Feng. Therefore, there was even less need for Lin Feng to stay behind to fight to the death with this group of great emperors. Lin Feng increased his speed to the maximum. Tian Wuya and the others could not catch up to Lin Feng at all. The group of people gnashed their teeth in anger, but Lin Feng still managed to escape unscathed. After getting rid of the group of strong cultivators, Lin Feng found a secluded cave. Then, he entered the cave. He casually set up a few restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. After doing this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Shua, with a wave of his right hand, a light flashed. Instantly, Wang Zijuan flew out. Wang Zijuan was lying on the ground, his body was still bleeding, and he was on the verge of death. I don't want to save you. My goal is that treasure. Lin Feng said to Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan said weakly, I know. However, dying here is much better than dying in the hands of those people. Lin Feng didn't say a word. Wang Zijuan's flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. His life had come to an end. Therefore, Lin Feng was waiting for Wang Zijuan to finally die. Although directly ending Wang Zijuan could save some time, Lin Feng did not do so. Who are you? Wang Zijuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng was able to snatch him from the hands of so many experts and successfully escape. It was really too extraordinary. 9 prefectures. Lin Feng. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng told him where he was from. 9 prefectures worlds Lin Feng? I've heard of you before. Everyone said that you were the pillar of the 9 prefectures world's human race. But at that time I felt that 9 prefectures had declined. So what if you were a pillar? You probably didn't have much combat power. But only now do I realize how wrong I was at that time. Wang Zijuan sighed. Then he continued, I want to apologize for what my great-grandfather did to 9 prefectures. I once advised my great-grandfather not to participate in the invasion of 9 prefectures, but he didn't listen to my advice. In the end, my great-grandfather died in 9 prefectures, and our Wang family was indirectly exterminated because of this. The great-grandfather Wang Zijuan was talking about was the Jiuxuan realm lord. Lin Feng didn't expect Wang Zijuan to be such a reasonable person. Now Lin Feng even sympathized with Wang Zijuan's experience. You didn't do anything wrong. Lin Feng said. The worst thing I did was to persuade my great-grandfather to go to 9 prefectures. If my great-grandfather didn't go to 9 prefectures, our Wang family wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Wang Zijuan's face was already covered in tears. Too many of his clansmen were killed in front of him. This included his father, mother, elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, and many other relatives. But Wang Zijuan couldn't save them. Many things are too cruel, Lin Feng said with a sigh. Yes, it's really too cruel. If there is an afterlife, I must become a strong enough cultivator. Only in this way can I protect my family, Wang Zijuan murmured. Tears of blood began to flow out of his eyes. Wang Zijuan's mouth was also constantly vomiting blood. Blood also flowed out of his nose and ears. Wang Zijuan raised his hand. He seemed to see his family members coming to his side. He tried hard to grab the hands of his family members. But in the end, all the strength in his body seemed to be exhausted in an instant. Wang Zijuan's hands fell down. Then he became motionless. He completely lost his vitality. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and reached out his hand to caress Wang Zijuan's cheek, so that Wang Zijuan could close his eyes. Looking at Wang Zijuan's body, Lin Feng was a little emotional. His mood was very heavy. He saw a trace of himself in Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was fighting against fate. But in the end, he died tragically. Wasn't he also fighting against fate? He had experienced countless dangers and constantly improved his cultivation. He hoped that one day, he would be able to help his father restrain the demonic seed technique, save his mother, find his clansmen, and protect his family and loved ones in this chaotic world. It's not easy for everyone to live in this world. But no matter how difficult it is, we should look up at the starry sky. We have to show an optimistic smile, because life will not pity us because of our weakness. It will only hurt us more because of our weakness. So, we have to be strong. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zijuan's body and said. This sentence was more like Lin Feng's encouragement to himself. Then Lin Feng took off Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He couldn't wait to see what the treasure from the Supreme Divine Court was. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He was searching for the whereabouts of the treasure. Finally, Lin Feng saw something in Wang Zijuan's storage ring. It was a mysterious mirror shrouded in holy light. While Lin Feng's inner sight was probing the mirror, suddenly, a voice came from the mirror. The inheritors of the Sovereign Emperor clan and Undying clan, after countless years, have finally found a cultivator with a powerful bloodline to inherit the mirror of future. After hearing the mirror's words, Lin Feng's expression changed to one of extreme shock. This mirror actually called itself the Mirror of Future. Lin Feng could still clearly remember seeing a mirror of future in the past. That mirror of future said that it could predict everything in the future. Lin Feng had the mirror of future predict the direction of his life. And then Lin Feng saw something that he would never forget. Deep in the boundless starry sky, it was a coffin that seemed to have been formed at the beginning of the world. The coffin gave off a heavy and terrifying presence. It was simply too large. Like a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. A peerlessly beautiful woman was suppressed beneath it. The mountain-like coffin was the legendary Jiutian god-burying coffin. Lin Feng's mother. She was suppressed underneath the Jiutian god-burying coffin. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. He felt a sharp pain like a knife being twisted. In the distance, a battle broke out between cultivators. Black fog rolled. Terrifying living beings appeared from the black fog. These living beings were all from the black fog race that had transcended eras. The black fog race. Although their talents couldn't compare to other races that had transcended eras, the black fog race had the largest population out of all the races that had transcended eras. This race. Because they had a large population. Because of that, a few peak combatants had appeared. And now, the terrifying living beings of the black fog race were attacking a cultivator in a blood-soaked white robe. And the cultivator being attacked by the black fog race was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian. The battle was extremely intense. Lin Beidian wanted to save his wife who was being suppressed. But he failed. Within the black fog, a spear that gave off an endless chill flew out. Poof. The blood-soaked spear. It pierced through Lin Beidian's chest. Lin Feng would never forget that scene. Lin Beidian walked towards his mother with a pale face. The black fog surged over, and a huge hand reached out from the black fog and grabbed the war spear. He lifted his father into the air. The terrifying existence's right hand shook. His father's body exploded in the void. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The scene at that time was so real, as if it had happened yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Lin Feng didn't want to believe what he was seeing. However, the mirror of the future was incomparably firm. He told Lin Feng. That was the fate of his father, Lin Beidian. He was destined to die at the hands of the Black Mist, therefore, Lin Feng was cultivating like a madman. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation. He hoped. One day in the future, he could fight alongside his father and rescue his mother. The mirror of the future from back then quickly disappeared. From then on, Lin Feng never saw the mirror of the future again. Who would have thought that he would see another mirror of the future? How many mirrors of the future are there in the world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The mirror of the future said, 2. One Yin mirror. One Yang mirror. Lin Feng asked, do you belong to the Yin mirror or the Yang mirror? The mirror of the future said, I belong to the Yin mirror. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered that the mirror of the future's voice had become much more real. Moreover, this voice was obviously a woman's voice, and the voice from before had obviously been processed. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female. Can you see my future? Lin Feng asked. The mirror of the future said, do you want to see your future? Of course. Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future said, if you want to see your future, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay a price. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Price? You're already a supreme treasure that belongs to me. Do I still have to pay a price for using the mirror of the future's power? The mirror of the future said, you're wrong. The mirror of the future doesn't belong to anyone. It's just that the mirror of the future often likes to find someone with a decent future and follow them around. Both sides can help each other. However, you have to remember one thing, the more you gain, the more you lose. Therefore, if you want to see the future from me, you'll have to pay a certain price. Only then can you abide by the law of conservation of gains and losses. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What do you want? After a pause, Lin Feng asked. This is our first time working together. My requirements will be a little lower. Leave the immortal herb of immortality to me. I'll let you see some of the things you want to know the most. The mirror of the future said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was actually so greedy. Asking for the immortal herb of immortality as soon as they met, he only had one immortal herb of immortality. Unless there was no other choice. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't use that immortal herb of immortality. Your request is a little too much. Perhaps I can use an ordinary immortal herb of immortality to make the first deal with you. Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future was clearly very angry. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? It said coldly. Look at what you're saying. This is called unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. A woman's figure appeared in the mirror of the future. She was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see her clearly. The voice of the mirror of the future was her voice. All right. I agree to your proposal. The woman in the mirror of future said. Lin Feng looked delighted. In truth, he hadn't held out much hope that the mirror of the future would agree to his request. He hadn't expected the mirror of the future to actually agree. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng took out an immortal herb of immortality and handed it to the mirror of the future. Swish, the mirror of the future flashed and swallowed the immortal herb. Lin Feng noticed something. The woman in the mirror of the future held an immortal herb in her hand. It was the immortal herb that Lin Feng had just given to the mirror of the future. The mirror of the future. It was truly incomparably strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Now, you can state your specific request, the woman's voice continued to ring out from the mirror of the future. I want to see my father's future. Lin Feng couldn't help but say after thinking for a moment. He would never be able to forget the scene of his father he'd seen in the first mirror of the future. It was a tragic battle. It had caused Lin Feng incomparable pain. He didn't want to see his father die in the hands of the Black Fog tribe. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was very nervous and uneasy. He was looking forward to seeing his father's future. But he was also afraid of seeing his father's future. You should be worried about your own future, not your father's. You haven't even controlled your own fate. Do you want to control the fate of others? The mirror of future couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said, I don't want to control anyone's fate. I just want to know what my father's fate is like. If fate is unfair, as his son, I'm willing to work hard and sacrifice everything to fight against this unfair fate. Hearing that, the mirror of future didn't say anything else. Shua, divine light surged on the mirror of future's surface. Every ray of divine light surged with terrifying waves of energy. Then, an image appeared on the mirror of future's surface. In the black fog, the clanking of chains could be heard. A disheveled cultivator's body was pierced by chains. He was trapped. Roar, roar, waves of beast-like roars came from the disheveled cultivator's throat. He was trying hard to break free from the chains, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the chains that pierced through his body. Several terrifying beings arrived. The undying bloodline allowed him to be reborn. The bloodline of fate is even more mysterious. It can even be used to refine the immortal pill of fate. I wonder when we'll be given an immortal pill of fate. Another being couldn't help but say with great hope. This isn't something we can decide. Everyone, don't delay. Lord is still waiting for this person's blood to refine the immortal pill of fate. A third cultivator said. The others nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for suppressing the trapped cultivator. Others were responsible for extracting his blood. The method of extracting his blood was very simple. They directly used a sword with a groove to pierce the cultivator's body. Then, they pulled out the sword. The blood that entered the groove was the blood they needed. It was like rearing an animal in a pen. When the animal was needed, they would bleed it. Shua, all the images froze at this moment. Then, it disappeared. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. His fists were tightly clenched together. Fingernails. It pierced the skin. Blood flowed out. But Lin Feng. However, it was as if he didn't feel it at all. Now, Lin Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was about to burn his body. As the son of man, how could she watch her father go through such a thing? This was something that they absolutely could not accept. I sensed everything you saw in the young mirror. Your father wasn't killed. He has the undying bloodline, and his fleshly body can be reborn. However, he will be captured. The mirror of future said. After a pause, the mirror of future continued, of course. The future was ever-changing, and what the mirror of future deduced was the highest probability of happening. Whether or not it would happen, no one could say for sure. However, after so many years, the probability of the events predicted by the mirror of future is still very high. The probability of it happening should be around 90%. So high. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The only way to stop this from happening was to increase his cultivation level and meet up with his father before his father rescued his mother. When the time came, the father and son would attack together. They would take care of each other. The probability of rescuing his mother would be much higher. Strength. In the end, it was still strength. Lin Feng wanted to continue to increase his strength, to ensure that he would be qualified to fight with his father when the time came. If he wasn't strong enough, then, no matter how good the fantasy was, when the time came, there was still nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't want to see such a thing happen. Do you still want to continue watching? Perhaps you can see what your fate is like. Seek fortune and avoid calamity. After seeing your fate, you will know what to do next in life. The Mirror of Future said. Lin Feng thought for a while, shook his head and said, "No. I don't want to see my fate now, because when I know my fate, I might be fearful when doing things." This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng didn't want to do things fearfully. Because, once there was fear in his heart, the path of cultivation was destined to become extremely difficult. "When I need you, I'll contact you again," Lin Feng said. "No problem," the Mirror of Future replied. Then, Lin Feng cut off the communication with the Mirror of Future and put the storage ring that stored the Mirror of Future into the mountain and river ring. At this moment, the Demon Lord suddenly transmitted a weak telepathic thought to Lin Feng. This telepathic thought was very hidden. The Demon Lord had never done this before. Now that he did this, Lin Feng guessed that it was to guard against the Mirror of Future. "I need to be on guard against this Mirror of Future because this guy is very strange. I can't not believe all of its words." Lin Feng checked the contents of the Demon Lord's telepathic thought. He nodded. The Mirror of Future was indeed strange enough. A treasure that came from the Supreme Divine Court was definitely not that simple. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master who possessed the Mirror of Future actually died in the 9 prefectures. So, there were many things that he couldn't rely on the Mirror of Future, but on himself. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He planned to leave the 9 Mysteries Great World, because he had already gotten everything he wanted. Moreover, the 3,000 Great Tao had increased to 2,400 types. The trip to the 9 Mysteries Great World made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. But not long after, Lin Feng was discovered. More than a dozen great emperors arrived, all of them filled with killing intent. "Kid, hand over the treasure that came from the Supreme Divine Court." A great emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng didn't know these great emperors, but they knew him. It seemed that Tian Wuya and the others had used a special method to remember his aura. As long as he showed himself, they would have a way to find him. The world of cultivators. Anything could happen. Get lost, or all of you will die. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he looked at the dozen or so great emperors. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the faces of the dozen or so great emperors instantly became gloomy. "Kid, I heard that your cultivation base is very strong. Have you really not entered the Emperor realm?" One of the great emperors looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the boundary Emperor realm. These great emperors could naturally sense it. However, they were unwilling to believe that Lin Feng's cultivation base was really at that level. There were many miraculous techniques in the world of cultivators. Once they were used, one could hide one's cultivation base. Some techniques could even change a cultivator's life aura. If one cultivated these miraculous techniques, they would naturally be able to hide it from everyone. Therefore, these great emperors felt that Lin Feng had cultivated these miraculous techniques to hide his true strength. Then, he would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The other great emperors couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They were also very curious about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't hide his cultivation base and displayed such heaven-defying combat strength at the boundary Emperor realm, then it could only mean one thing. That was, Lin Feng had some means that they didn't know about. Perhaps it was a terrifying treasure that boosted Lin Feng's combat strength. As for Lin Feng having such combat strength himself, these people would never believe it. Because it was too unbelievable. "Do you want to know? Kneel down and beg me to tell you. I might consider it." Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Seeing Lin Feng's mocking expression, the great emperor's expression turned extremely ugly. "You're courting death. You're about to die and you still dare to provoke me. I'll let you know how the word regret is written later. Fellow Taoists, let's do it before something unexpected happens," the great emperor cultivator said. The others nodded in agreement. Now that all the major factions were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they were the first to find Lin Feng. This was their fortune. They had to quickly deal with Lin Feng. If they attracted the attention of even stronger experts, at that time, they would have nothing to do with it. Boom. Boom. Boom, more than 10 great emperors attacked at the same time. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave that could destroy the world. More than a dozen great emperors condensed an almost heaven-defying divine ability. These great emperors all had extremely high cultivation realms. The weakest among them was at the immortal emperor realm. Furthermore, there were 2 imperial emperors holding down the fort. Therefore, the combination of these people was extremely terrifying. With so many experts attacking at the same time, their divine abilities gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. The battle had long since attracted the attention of some of the surrounding cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators also flew over to watch the battle from afar. Due to their lack of strength, the cultivators who were attracted over did not dare to participate in this battle. Is that guy the one who stole the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court? Someone said from afar. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard that his cultivation base is terrifying. But it makes sense. If his cultivation base was weak, he wouldn't have been able to snatch the treasure away from so many great emperors. Someone else said. But now that he's surrounded by so many great emperors, it's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He should be dead for sure, right? A cultivator frowned and said. He did not think highly of Lin Feng. This cultivator's words immediately resonated with many people. Many people had the same opinion as this cultivator. Lin Feng wanted to fight against so many strong cultivators by himself. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, many cultivators felt that Lin Feng would definitely die in this battle. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and summoned the Devil Stone. Damn, I just rested for a short while and I'm already summoned. Do you really think I'm a coolie? Mo Tai cried out in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng, on the other hand, activated the 6-fold dragon elephant arm. Then, he smashed his fist on the magic iron. Lin Feng had just discovered this move some time ago. Back then, Lin Feng had used this move to severely injure the skinny cultivator who was running away. Now, Lin Feng was using the same move again. With the help of the arm of the dragon and elephant, Xianxia's strength increased by 6 times. Mo Tai's speed was unbelievably fast. Mo Tai shouted, "A bunch of bastards, you're the ones who disturbed my sleep. I'm going to kill you all." Mo Tai began to show its power. It directly collided with the divine abilities of more than a dozen great emperors and instantly shattered them. Next, Mo Tai quickly rushed in front of a great emperor. Before the great emperor could react, Mo Tai had already bombarded him. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The great emperor's physical body directly exploded. The great emperor died on the spot. The rest of the great emperors were shocked. It was just a black lump of iron, but it was so powerful that it terrified them. The great emperors quickly distanced themselves from Mo Tai. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed towards the great emperors. His speed was too fast, and he instantly arrived in front of an immortal emperor cultivator. He activated the 6-fold dragon elephant arm. He threw a punch at the immortal emperor cultivator. This was Lin Feng's favorite way of fighting. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his physical body. He believed that he could be invincible in close combat. Courting death. The immortal emperor cultivator who was attacked by Lin Feng suddenly had a sinister smile on his face. That immortal emperor expert's original body was transformed from a wolverine. His physical body was strong. Therefore, that great emperor was very confident in his physical body. The great emperor didn't fear Lin Feng's punch at all, so he punched back fearlessly. Bang, the 2 sides collided. A shocking scene appeared. The great emperor who was attacked by Lin Feng directly exploded. He was actually killed by Lin Feng in one move. Oh my god, that guy's physical body is so terrifying. Didn't they say that humans have weak physical bodies? How can that guy's physical body be so strong? The cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in turmoil. They had never seen such a powerful physical body before. Moreover, a cultivator with such a physical body was actually a human cultivator who was known for his weak physical body. It was really unbelievable. When the other great emperors saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. Retreat! An Emperor realm expert shouted in a deep voice. He wanted to quickly retreat and distance himself from Lin Feng. Then, he used his magic power to activate his ability to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't give these people a chance at all. Endless domineering aura. When these people retreated, Lin Feng activated his supreme domineering aura and displayed the supreme technique recorded in the second level of supreme domineering aura. Endless domineering aura appeared. The terrifying domineering aura bombarded the great emperors. The supreme aura was indeed the supreme aura. It could be released to attack indiscriminately. Therefore, when the supreme aura was released, its power was truly tyrannical to the point of causing others to be aghast. Now, Lin Feng released the power of the supreme aura and instantly displayed terrifying battle strength. Of course, the reason why the endless aura was so powerful now was not only because of the endless aura itself. It was also closely related to Lin Feng's current battle strength. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 2,400 types of 3,000 Great Tao, refined 9 Emperor Lord laws, and 10 God Emperor laws. In addition, Lin Feng had refined many heavenly treasures and cultivator's source. His battle prowess had risen to a level that would shock anyone. He displayed endless aura. The power of the endless aura was naturally extremely powerful. The spectating cultivators were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was too shocking. One person against more than 10 great emperors. The other party even had 2 great emperors at the Imperial Emperor realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng had a crushing advantage. Therefore, the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was very strong. It was really unexpected. Other than the few cultivators who died, the rest of the Immortal Emperor realm cultivators were also injured. Mo Tai, on the other hand, shot out terrifying black pillars of light towards the emperors. Many Immortal Emperor realm cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed by the black pillars of light. Only 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators blocked Mo Tai's attack. Dead. There are only 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators left. What is that lump of metal? Could it be a magic treasure? It's actually so terrifying. It's really unbelievable. That kid is also incomparably terrifying. I think the last 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators might not be able to escape either. The spectating cultivators discussed animatedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock and incomparable horror. They had never seen such a huge battle just now. Especially Lin Feng's endless aura to attack more than 10 cultivators. That kind of indiscriminate attack was simply beyond many people's imagination. Go, go, go. The 2 imperial emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had previously looked down on Lin Feng. Did they think that killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake? After all, they had so many experts on their side. Lin Feng was just one person. But after the real battle, they realized how wrong their previous thinking was. Lin Feng's strength. It was completely beyond their imagination. It didn't matter if this was Lin Feng's own strength or the strength he obtained with the help of a magic treasure. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. If the battle continued, it was simply too dangerous. His life might be in danger. Therefore, these 2 imperial monarchs only had one thought in mind, and that was to quickly escape from this place. He would run as far as he could. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, at that time, only death awaited them. Lin Feng's strength had already made them lose the courage to continue fighting with Lin Feng. The 2 imperial emperors fled in different directions. His speed was extremely fast. Mo Tai. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Mo Tai understood and quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng threw a punch at Mo Tai. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm 6 times stronger suddenly erupted. A terrifying punch landed on the magic iron. Whoosh! In an instant, the demonic iron turned into a dazzling cold light. The cold light instantly pierced through the void and quickly charged towards an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. "Take my attack." Emotai quickly charged over and then roared. A terrifying power erupted. It fiercely charged towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. When Emotai rushed over, he threw a punch at Emotai. Bang! A powerful attack landed on Emotai's body. However, at this moment, Emotai had received the support of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arms 6 times stronger, in addition to his own powerful strength. Therefore, Emotai's combat strength was extremely terrifying. After the two sides collided, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's fist directly exploded. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but scream. In the next moment, Emotai rushed in front of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Endless cold light surged out. Emotai instantly pierced through the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's chest. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically on the spot. At the same time, Lin Feng had already caught up to another Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Lin Feng took out the 3 stone swords. Lin Feng controlled the 3 stone swords to slash towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was released. The 3 stone swords shook the void lightly, as if they could collapse the void. It could be seen how powerful the 3 stone swords were. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator hurriedly took out his Dharma treasure. His Dharma treasure was an Emperor-level weapon. This Emperor-level weapon was a small golden bell that was extremely powerful. The small golden bell quickly grew larger. Then, it collided with Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. This Imperial Emperor-level cultivator had completely underestimated Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. They were as powerful as Emperor-level weapons. They were actually pierced through by the 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly slashed towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. "My life is over." The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but cry out in fear. Poochie, a tearing sound was suddenly heard. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's body was directly torn apart by the 3 stone swords. Then, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically. Lin Feng took the Great Emperor's origin and storage rings before leaving with Emotai. Only a group of dumbfounded spectators were left behind. 2 Imperial Emperors were killed so easily? If news of this battle gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The cultivators who were watching the battle murmured. Soon, the news of this battle quickly spread. When the news of this battle spread, many forces in the 9 Mysteries Great World were shocked. But soon, someone asked in confusion, "What is that piece of black iron? It's actually so powerful. That kid's cultivation level isn't high, but he can kill the Imperial Emperor. Is it related to that piece of black iron? Could that piece of black iron be a treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court?" When this question was raised, many people felt that there might be such a possibility. "This kid must die." The higher-ups of many large factions spoke out. Their voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. Moreover, the Emperor sect and even the Emperor-level cultivators personally took action. These experts couldn't hold back and wanted to kill Lin Feng. While many cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, Lin Feng had already arrived at the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. However, the extraterritorial Starry Sky World had been sealed off by many forces. There were many Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. There were even Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky World, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. The Emperor Realm cultivators in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World had already received the news that more than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators had been killed. This made their killing intent towards Lin Feng even stronger. Because they also felt that the reason why Lin Feng was so strong was because of that black iron. These cultivators were certain that the black iron was a supreme treasure that had been passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. Now, these cultivators couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately and obtain the black iron. Lin Feng was discovered in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. A divination expert deduced that Lin Feng had appeared in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. Then, these forces cooperated with the universal mirror. They locked onto Lin Feng. Dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators arrived. Among these Emperor Realm cultivators, there was 1 Emperor Realm cultivator, 10 Emperor Realm cultivators, and more than 30 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators. This time, the ones who surrounded Lin Feng were all elite Emperor Realm cultivators. Even Emperor Realm cultivators didn't have the qualifications to participate. Brat. Your time of death has come. The Emperor Realm cultivator's voice was extremely cold. Boom, he took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. Attack, kill this brat. The other cultivators shouted coldly and attacked one after another, launching a sure kill attack on Lin Feng. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. 9-fold magnetic field. Stone sword, black dragon sword, sky drum. Lin Feng took out the Hell King bell and other magic treasures. Lin Feng used all his means and fought this group of cultivators. This was a great battle. There were too many experts on the other side, and there was also an Emperor Realm cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng was doomed. That D-Zone was wary of the treasure on Lin Feng's body. Hence, he had been holding back and didn't go all out. However, cultivators at this level were simply too powerful. Even though they were only able to unleash a portion of their combat power, it was still an unimaginably terrifying level. With the help of so many emperors, Lin Feng was almost killed by that Emperor Ancestor stage cultivator. Lin Feng was bathed in blood. This battle was truly too difficult. In the end, Lin Feng broke out of the encirclement and rushed into the depths of outer space. Don't let that brat escape. The group of emperors chased after Lin Feng with dark expressions. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries recovered quickly. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds, his speed reaching the extreme. Those emperors simply couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to break free from those Emperor Realm cultivators. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. A huge vortex appeared in the starry sky world. The vortex seemed to be connected to another part of the starry sky. Waves of destructive energy waves emanated from the huge vortex. After feeling the terrifying aura from the vortex, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. There was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence about to make a move. However, that existence was relatively far away from him, so it formed a vortex like this across the endless void. Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only a cultivator at the level of an emperor could have such terrifying battle prowess. Cultivators below this level, it was impossible to display such terrifying combat power. Buzz. At this moment, the whirlpool began to vibrate violently. Then, a finger was formed. That finger. It exuded a destructive energy wave. That finger. It directly locked onto Lin Feng and charged towards Lin Feng. That finger. The power of after rain made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of despair. It was simply too terrifying. It's the Emperor's move. The great emperors in the distance couldn't help but say in shock when they saw the finger. Although they were far away. However, they felt the aura emitted by that finger. Those great emperors also revealed shocked expressions. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Lin Feng, who was locked onto by that finger, was under. The attack of an emperor-level powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was like a giant dragon attacking an ant. No one in the world can save that kid's life, the great emperors couldn't help but sneer. In the eyes of those great emperors, Lin Feng was undoubtedly going to die. However, just as the energy finger condensed by the emperor-level powerhouse was about to kill Lin Feng, at this moment, whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another opportunity from the heavens. The heaven patching technique played an extremely crucial role. At the most dangerous moment, it helped Lin Feng avoid the terrifying attack of the emperor-level cultivator. That energy finger didn't hit Lin Feng. Instead, it killed him in the void. Suddenly, the energy finger dissipated in midair. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away. He raised his speed to the limit. Lin Feng wanted to get away from the huge vortex as soon as possible. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That kid actually dodged the emperor-level powerhouse's attack. A cultivator cried out in disbelief when the machine crashed. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer was terrifyingly strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had dodged the attack of such a strong cultivator. Everybody was astonished. They would find it unbelievable. But this was indeed what happened in front of them. "You're courting death, brat." The furious voice of the Emperor-level powerhouse came out of the vortex. The attack of the Emperor-level powerhouse failed to kill Lin Feng. It was equivalent to being slapped in the face by Lin Feng. The Emperor-level powerhouse was naturally furious. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Shameless guy, as an Emperor-level cultivator, you actually attacked a junior like me. You've lost all the face of your ancestors. If your ancestors knew about this, even their coffins wouldn't be able to cover your dead ancestors. I want you to die." The Emperor-level powerhouse was already furious because Lin Feng dodged his attack. Now, after hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, he was almost angered to death. The Emperor-level cultivator was completely enraged. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the huge vortex emitted a deafening sound. The Emperor-level powerhouse was obviously preparing a new killing move. Stone sword. Slash. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords. Under the operation of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords reached the peak level. They directly cut through the void before the Emperor-level cultivator's attack could be completed. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the huge whirlpool. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The huge vortex. The power of the soldier mantra was simply too shocking. Now that Lin Feng was using it, it displayed even more terrifying power. Lin Feng used the soldier mantra, a peerless technique, to control the 3 stone swords and directly destroy the huge vortex. The attack of the Emperor-level powerhouse was not even able to be used. The vortex was already destroyed. The Emperor-level powerhouse could no longer continue to attack Lin Feng. "This is impossible." The group of great emperors could not help but roar. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was a huge vortex formed by an Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. They were astonished. "Return." Lin Feng waved his hand. After receiving Lin Feng's command, the 3 stone swords quickly flew toward Lin Feng. The 3 stone swords were as fast as lightning. They quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Then, they were collected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The speed of those great emperors was worlds apart from Lin Feng. It was impossible for them to catch up with Lin Feng. After a quarter of an hour, a terrifying aura surged out of the starry sky world. The void split open. A powerhouse stepped out. The powerhouse who walked out of the void had an extremely gloomy expression. This powerhouse was an Emperor-level powerhouse. This was none other than the Emperor-level powerhouse who attacked Lin Feng across the endless void. "Sir." The surrounding great emperors bowed to the Emperor-level cultivator. "If you dare to spread what happened today, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Emperor Realm Master said in a cold voice. The rest of the people could not help but tremble slightly. "Yes." The great emperors hurriedly replied. "Search for that brat with all our might. I don't believe that brat can escape." Next, the venerable sovereign issued an order. After receiving the order, the other cultivators quickly spread out to search for Lin Feng. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. How could it be easy to find Lin Feng? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng cultivated while heading to the undying realm. He was familiarizing himself with the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. Of course, Lin Feng did not cultivate every day. Sometimes, he would read some books about gods and demons to relax. Calculating the time, my 8-9 mysterious art is about to expire. I have to raise the level of my 8-9 mysterious art. Otherwise, I will die from the backlash of my 8-9 mysterious art. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His 8-9 mysteries was still at the 3rd level. If it was upgraded to the 4th level, it could temporarily resolve the current crisis. However, cultivating the 8-9 arcane art was not easy. The 8-9 mysterious art required some auxiliary methods to be successfully cultivated. If he wanted to cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art from the 3rd level to the 4th level, it would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would need some extremely terrifying destructive power to stimulate his body to activate the 8-9 mysterious art. Then, the 8-9 mysterious art would evolve again. However, Lin Feng's current physical body was too strong. Ordinary places could not cause him any harm. Not to mention stimulating the evolution of the 8-9 mysterious art. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find such a place in the starry sky world. At this time, violent fluctuations came from the front. He saw hundreds of starry sky pirate ships besieging more than 20 ancient starry sky ships. The ancient starry sky ship being besieged was a merchant ship. In the starry sky world, there were many merchant ships. Of course, these merchant ships were not simple. They were equipped with all kinds of powerful spirit stone cannons and were escorted by experts. Ordinary starry sky pirate groups did not dare to provoke these merchant ships. However, some top starry sky pirate groups regarded these merchant ships as targets to plunder. What shocked Lin Feng was that this starry sky pirate ship turned out to be the famous Sinister Demon Bandit group. Previously, Lin Feng killed the young leader of the Sinister Demon Bandit group, and the Sinister Demon Bandit group had been looking for Lin Feng. The leader of the Sinister Demon Bandit group was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly changed direction and flew into the distance. Although Lin Feng sympathized with the fleet besieged by the Sinister Demon Bandit group, but there was nothing he could do about it. The other party was a starry sky pirate group with an Emperor-level powerhouse. At this stage, Lin Feng could not fight against this behemoth. Since he could not fight against this behemoth, he could only escape. Lin Feng had always been self-aware. He would never joke about his life. 3 days later. In the distance, more than a dozen cultivators flew over. Those cultivators were all injured, and the leader was a young master. Behind them, there was a pirate ship of the Sinister Demon Bandit group chasing after them. Help! Help! Those people cried out for help when they saw the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. Lin Feng naturally also noticed this group of people. He opened the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia and let this group of people enter the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. After this group of people came in, they all lay on the deck and gasped for breath. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the Sinister Demon Bandit group's pirate ship fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. One after another, the spirit stone cannonballs came crashing down. The power was huge. Fire! Lin Feng looked indifferent and gave the order to fire. The ancient starry sky ship Xianxia was equipped with the most powerful spirit stone cannons. These spirit stone cannons were all bronze spirit stone cannons and had unimaginable power. Lin Feng gave the order. Suddenly, the puppet operating the spirit stone cannons ignited the spirit stone cannons. Boom boom boom. One after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs flew out. Some of the spirit stone shells collided with the other party's spirit stone shells and exploded. Some of the spirit stone shells also hit the restrictions on the other party's pirate ship. Of course, some of the spirit stone shells on the other party's pirate ship also hit the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. The giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia were simply too powerful. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions on the pirate ship were destroyed. Then, huge spirit stone cannonballs landed on the pirate ship. The pirate ship could not resist the giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. It directly exploded into pieces. However, the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia's restrictions easily blocked the spirit stone shells fired by the pirate ship. The group of people got up and came to the entrance of the cabin. "Thank you for saving us, brother." The leading young master thanked Lin Feng. "No need to thank me. You can leave after resting well." Lin Feng's voice came from the cabin. Vaguely, the leading young master saw the young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the cabin. This made the leading young master very shocked. Such a powerful ancient starry sky ship was extremely rare, and the owner was such a young cultivator. Moreover, this cultivator didn't even have a guard with him when he went out. I really don't know if it's because he's brave or because he's ignorant. The leading young master said, "Brother, you have to be more careful. This evil bandit group is very terrifying. The leader is an Emperor Realm powerhouse, so you have to be careful." "And I will remember," Lin Feng said. This group of people rested on the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia for a few hours. Then they bid farewell and left. The ancient starry sky ship Xianxia searched for a place in the starry sky world where Lin Feng could cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art. But they searched for many places. They couldn't find any. Until one day, Lin Feng heard someone talking about a place on a planet. The Destruction Great World. One of the 3,000 great worlds, not too far from here. That place. It contained the most terrifying destructive power. The Destruction Great World's laws were all the Destruction Great World's laws. After hearing about the Destruction Great World, Lin Feng planned to go there. Perhaps he could upgrade the 8-9 mysterious art to another level in the Destruction Great World. This was something that could not be delayed. Could not be delayed. 1 month later, Lin Feng saw the huge world in the depths of the starry sky world surrounded by endless destructive power. That world. It was like a giant beast entrenched in the starry sky world. It gave people a heavy sense of oppression. That great world. It was the famous Destruction Great World. In the starry sky world, countless cultivators gathered and flew in the direction of the Destruction Great World. Ancient starry sky ships also quickly flew over, flying towards the Destruction Great World. The Destruction Great World was ranked at the top of the 3,000 great worlds. Such a large world was a dazzling pearl in the starry sky world. It was the absolute center of the dozens of galaxies around. Therefore, there would be many experts arriving every day. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient starship Xianxia. He also flew towards the world of destruction. After arriving at the major world of destruction, Lin Feng immediately felt the difference between the major world of destruction and the other major worlds. The great world of destruction was filled with the power of destruction. Therefore, the space law of the destruction major world was extremely unstable. However, this did not stop the enthusiasm of the starry sky world's cultivators. Xianming City. This was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the great destruction world. It was extraordinarily bustling, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was said that this ancient city had existed since the primordial era. It had survived many battles and still stood strong. The mysterious underworld city was filled with experts. There were many powers. Their fangs were also intertwined as they fought against each other. The mysterious underworld city did not restrict cultivators from fighting. Therefore, the mysterious dark city wasn't a particularly safe place. Every day, there would be killings and robberies, or battles between different forces. It was unknown how many people were killed every day. It was unknown how many forces had been destroyed in the war. The old forces had perished. New forces had appeared. This was the story that happened every day in the mysterious underworld city. After Lin Feng arrived at the mysterious underworld city, he first went to the all-knowing pavilion in the mysterious underworld city to inquire about some of the dangerous places in the major world of destruction. After coming out of the all-knowing pavilion, Lin Feng found an inn to stay for the time being. He planned to rest for a few days and then explore the few dangerous places that he had found. The lanterns were lit. The mysterious underworld city was brightly lit. Such a huge ancient city was extremely lively. The nightlife began at night. Therefore, the mysterious underworld city at night was even more lively than during the day. The Fragrance Brothel. A famous brothel in the mysterious underworld city. It was said that the women there were as beautiful as fairies. Lin Feng came to the Fragrance Brothel. He had nothing to do. Naturally, he needed to find a place to relax and enjoy. The Fragrance Brothel was a good place. "Hey, brother, we meet again." When a young man saw Lin Feng, he was overjoyed. Lin Feng looked at the young master. He realized that the young master was none other than him. It was the young master that he had saved in the extraterrestrial starry world. Lin Feng did not expect the young master to be the person who had destroyed the major world of destruction. Lin Feng nodded and said, "What a coincidence. I'm Yang Kuan." How should I address you, brother? The young master first introduced himself and then asked. Lin Feng. Haha, so it's brother Lin. Did you come here alone? Yang Kuan could not help but ask. The major world of destruction was far away from Jiuzhou. Therefore, Lin Feng was naturally not famous in the major world of destruction. Of course, perhaps some people had heard of Lin Feng's reputation. However, most people were similar to Yang Kuan. They had not heard of Lin Feng's reputation and deeds at all. Lin Feng nodded and said. That's right. Yang Kuan said, it's so boring to be alone. Why don't you follow me, brother Lin? There's a gathering here. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Lin Feng also wanted to see the cultivation level of the younger generation of cultivators in Xianming City. Haha, brother Lin is straightforward. Please follow me. Yang Kuan said with a smile. Lin Feng followed Yang Kuan to the gathering place. The gathering place was in the heaven room A on the 5th floor. When Lin Feng and Yang Kuan arrived, there were already more than 10 cultivators sitting there. There were men and women. Lin Feng sensed their life auras. Most of them had a lifespan of around 30 to 40,000 years. Compared to their long lifespan, a lifespan of 30 to 40,000 years was naturally very young. These people were also very talented. Although they were young, they were all at the Emperor realm. There were even a few who had broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. To be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm at this age was indeed very rare. They were worthy of being nurtured by any major force. Of course, although these people were extraordinary, they were not worth mentioning when compared to Lin Feng. After all, a monstrous existence like Lin Feng was too rare. In the myriad worlds, perhaps it would be difficult to find a few. Brother Yang. You're late. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later. Someone said with a smile. I accept the punishment. Yang Kuan said with a smile. Who is this brother beside brother Yang? Someone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. This is my friend, Lin Feng, brother Lin. Yang Kuan introduced. Everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation and found that Lin Feng was only at the quasi-emperor realm. They could not help but reveal a look of disdain. Of course. He still had to give Yang Kuan face, although he looked down on Lin Feng in his heart. But these people didn't say much. Yang Kuan introduced the cultivators sitting here to Lin Feng. Those people just nodded at Lin Feng indifferently. They had an extremely arrogant look. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed about these people's attitude. People who looked down on others. Wherever he went, he would meet them. Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng with a slightly embarrassed look. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan knew that Lin Feng didn't take it to heart and let out a sigh of relief. Yang Kuan stood up and said, Everyone. I will drink these 3 cups of wine. His voice fell. Yang Kuan raised his wine cup. He drank 3 cups of wine in a row. It caused the entire hall to cheer. I heard that brother Yang encountered danger in the starry sky world. What exactly happened? A female cultivator asked curiously. Yang Kuan sighed and said, At that time, our Yang family's fleet encountered the evil demon bandit group and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only a dozen people escaped. Yang Kuan didn't tell them about Lin Feng's matter. Because Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was too precious. He was worried that after telling them about this matter, Lin Feng would be remembered by others. This was not something Yang Kuan wanted to see. Yang Kuan's gratitude towards Lin Feng came from the bottom of his heart. He naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be safe and sound. Brother Yang is really amazing. You can even escape from the evil demon bandit group. If you survive a great disaster, you will definitely have good fortune in the future. A cultivator said. I hope so. Yang Kuan said. At this time, another cultivator said, I heard that recently, the evil demon bandit group has been searching for the whereabouts of a person and has even issued a warrant for his arrest. The reward is extremely generous. It's just that I don't know the identity of the wanted person. A female cultivator said, I also heard about this matter. It is said that the wanted person killed the son of the evil demon bandit group's leader, Xie Duanhuan. What? There's such a thing? Many people couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they heard this. The leader of the demonic bandits was an Emperor Realm Master, yet someone dared to kill the son of an Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't want to live anymore. This matter is absolutely true. It's just that the place where it happened is very far from here, so the people who know about it are extremely limited. The female cultivator said. Who is so daring as to kill the son of the sinister bandits leader? Someone asked curiously. The female cultivator shook her head and said, I'm not sure about that. This group of people talked about a lot of things, and one of their discussions caught Lin Feng's attention. This matter was related to one of the 3,000 Great Daos. And this 3,000 Great Dao was actually the Great Wish Art. In the northernmost part of the world of destruction, there was an endless primeval forest. In the primeval forest, there was a place called the Heavenly Mountain Range. About a month ago, there were waves of majestic sounds coming from the Azure Mountain Range. Those voices were all the great wishes of the cultivators. Some experts headed to the Upper Tsang Mountain Range and heard the majestic voices. They were extremely shocked. It was said that the powerhouse had seen someone use the Great Wish Art in the past, so he had a deep impression of the Great Wish Art. That powerhouse suspected that the 3,000 Great Dao, the Great Wish Art, was in the Azure Mountain Range. However, the Azure Mountain Range was a land of death in the world of destruction. That place couldn't be entered easily, and danger lurked everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. If anyone dared to enter rashly, they would definitely die. Therefore, even though it was very likely that the Great Wish Art was in the Azure Mountain Range, no one dared to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for it. Now, many top forces were thinking of ways to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for the Great Wish Art. Lin Feng had been coveting the Great Wish Art for a long time. In the past, the Red World Fairy had used the Great Wish Art, which was extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, Lin Feng also wanted to cultivate the Great Wish Art. He wanted to see if he could cultivate this heaven-defying ability, which was said to be the most difficult to cultivate among the 3,000 Great Dao. Therefore, after hearing about the Great Wish Art, Lin Feng had the idea of going to the Azure Mountain Range to explore it. Moreover, the Azure Mountain Range was one of the few places that Lin Feng had planned to go. It was a land of death in the world of destruction. Danger lurked everywhere in the Azure Mountain Range. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Moreover, there was definitely a place that could allow the 8-9 arcane art to evolve again. The banquet ended. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan left together. My uncle is holding a birthday banquet tomorrow. Can Brother Lin come? Yang Kuan asked. It's not convenient. Lin Feng said. He had no interest in this so-called birthday banquet. There will be many experts coming after the banquet. At that time, it is said that there will be a trade fair. Perhaps there will be something that Brother Lin needs at the trade fair. Yang Kuan continued. Lin Feng had no interest in Yang Kuan's uncle's birthday banquet, but he was a little interested in the trade fair. Lin Feng liked to look for things he needed at trade fairs. All right then. I will definitely go tomorrow. Lin Feng said. Yang Kuan said. Brother Lin, you don't have to go personally. I will come and pick you up when the time comes. I will send Brother Lin back now so that I can find out where Brother Lin lives. That's fine too. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his residence, Yang Kuan stayed for a while. He then bid farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Yang Kuan personally came to Lin Feng's residence and invited Lin Feng to visit the Yang clan. In Mysterious Dark City, there were 16 powerful forces, 1 sect, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. The Yang clan was attached to the Moon God sect, one of the 7 schools. The Moon God sect was a force with a long history and was extremely powerful. Therefore, many forces attached themselves to the Moon God sect. These forces would pay tribute to the Moon God sect every year. As for the Moon God sect, they would protect these tributes. On the way, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Yang clan from Yang Kuan. The current patriarch of the Yang clan was Yang Kuan's uncle, Yang Tianwen. He had cultivated for 620,000 years and was at the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. At the same time, he was the #1 expert of the Yang clan. In Mysterious Dark City, he could also be ranked in the top 50 experts. At the same time, Lin Feng inquired about the situation of the expert who destroyed the Great World. The realm master who destroyed the Great World was said to be a sage emperor-level expert and was extremely mysterious. In addition, there were also 10 emperor-level experts who destroyed the Great World. These 10 emperor-level experts were the city lords of the 10 great ancient cities. They also lived in seclusion and rarely came out. Other than these experts, there were also the leaders of the sects, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. The Yang clan was extremely lively, with people coming and going, and guests coming and going constantly. The Yang clan was not a top faction. However, it was still a reputable figure in Mysterious Underworld City. A large number of guests came and presented their gifts. Then, these guests were welcomed into the inner hall. After arriving at the Yang clan, Lin Feng handed over the gifts he had prepared to the master of ceremonies. Yang Kuan did not stay by Lin Feng's side. As a direct descendant of the Yang clan, he still needed to entertain other guests. Lin Feng saw Yang Tianwen. Yang Tianwen looked to be in his 40s and was in the prime of his life. After the birthday banquet ended, a portion of the cultivators stayed behind to participate in the small trade fair. Lin Feng frequently traded at the small trade fair. He exchanged many things he needed with others. Especially the dozens of insect materials used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Insect, and Desolate Demon Refining Insect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his harvest. After the small trade fair ended, people left one after another. Some chose to stay for the night. Only then would they leave. Yang Kuan invited him warmly, so Lin Feng planned to rest for a while before leaving. The Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Tianwen, hosted a banquet to entertain a dozen cultivators, including Lin Feng. Other than Lin Feng, the others had extraordinary backgrounds and had close ties with Yang Tianwen. Yang Tianwen had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son was called Yang Qian. His second son was called Yang Hai. His third son was called Yang Jiang. The 3 of them were quite talented. His second and third sons were both god emperors. As for his eldest son, he was an immortal emperor. As for Yang Tianwen's daughter, she had never appeared. Lin Feng heard from Yang Kuan that his cousin was one of the 3 great beauties of Mysterious Underworld City. She had countless suitors. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Kuan, is this young friend of yours? Asked Yang Tianwen while glancing at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and looked at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan said, "Yes, uncle. This is my friend Lin Feng. He's also here to celebrate uncle's birthday." "Little friend, you are too kind." Yang Tianwen couldn't help but say. "That's what I should do," Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen nodded his head and did not pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was a private banquet after the birthday banquet. Therefore, there weren't that many rules. "I heard that Brother Yang's daughter is cultivating under Fairy Yuanfa? I wonder if the rumors are true." At this moment, someone asked. This Fairy Yuanfa was a rather famous expert in the Destruction Major world. It was said that she was an Emperor Ancestor level expert. A cultivator of this level could contend with the leaders of the top 10 ancient cities in the Great Destruction world. That's right. Lan'er is indeed cultivating under Goddess Yuanfa. This child's talent is not bad. To be able to receive guidance from Goddess Yuanfa is this child's fortune. Yang Tianwen smiled and said. "I don't think I've seen Lan'er at this birthday banquet," a female cultivator said. "A few years ago, I left the Destruction world with Fairy Yuanfa. However, I received a letter some time ago and will be returning in a few days," Yang Tianwen replied. Obviously, Yang Tianwen was extremely satisfied with this daughter. Moreover, Yang Tianwen already had 3 sons. Young Lan'er was Yang Tianwen's youngest daughter. Naturally, he doted on his youngest daughter even more. He, I seem to hear everyone talking about Lan'er." Just at this moment, a gentle and pleasant laughter came from outside. Then, a woman in a blue dress walked into the hall. This woman was tall. She was wearing a long blue dress that revealed her tall and slender figure. This woman had a delicate face that could be broken by the wind. It was a face that seemed to be made by nature. It was like a masterpiece of the heavens. So beautiful that it was suffocating. Fourth sister. You're back. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but show joy when they saw this woman. This woman was obviously Yang Lan'er. Brothers. Yang Lan'er bowed to her 3 brothers and then came to Yang Tianwen's side. She took out a white jade box and said, "Father, this is a 9 spirits return pill. It's a gift from your daughter to you." What? 9 spirits return pill? That's an immortal pill. Yang Tianwen couldn't help but be shocked. That's right, it's an immortal pill. I obtained it when I was training outside. This immortal pill can greatly increase a cultivator's soul force. It's a peerless soul treasure and is greatly beneficial to father's cultivation. Yang Lan'er said. The surrounding guests all looked at Yang Tianwen with envy. One of them said, "Brother Tianwen is really lucky to have such a beautiful and promising daughter like Lan'er. How enviable." The rest of the people also chimed in. Yang Tianwen also felt very proud and couldn't help but smile and say, "Lan'er, this girl has been here for so many years. She is indeed very outstanding." Lan'er pays her respects to the seniors. Yang Lan'er bowed to the surrounding guests. This is, Yang Lan'er saw Lin Feng. Because among the guests present, only Lin Feng was very young. Moreover, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on her. This caused Yang Lan'er to frown slightly. She was a little unhappy and couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a little. Yang Tianwen and Yang Lan'er's brothers, as well as the guests, had also noticed that Lin Feng had been sizing up Yang Lan'er. Those people couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a lot more in their hearts. A person who was infatuated with women. He definitely wouldn't have any great achievements. Of course. They still had to give Yang Kuan face, so they didn't say much. After hearing Yang Lan'er's question, Lin Feng came back to his senses. After seeing Yang Lan'er just now, Lin Feng was a little lost in thought. Because Yang Lan'er and Huihan had some similarities. In a trance, Lin Feng even thought that the person who appeared in front of him was Huihan, who was sleeping in the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin, who had woken up. However, Lin Feng knew Yang Lan'er wasn't Huihan. Although they had some similarities, it was obvious that they weren't the same person. Whether it was their demeanor or personality, they weren't the same person. Lin Feng could see the mocking expression in the depths of Yang Lan'er's eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kuan's friend, surnamed Lin, named Feng." "Oh." Yang Lan'er responded, and then ignored Lin Feng. He was just a nobody. She didn't care about him. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Outside, the demonic fog rolled, and that cloud of demonic fog occupied the top of the Yang family. Devil Dao expert. He's coming with ill intentions. After sensing the aura outside, Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly, and his voice was somewhat solemn. "Look. A cloud of demonic fog has appeared above the Yang clan. It seems to be a demon Dao expert. That expert is openly releasing his powerful aura. Clearly, he doesn't come with good intentions." "That's right. I wonder who that person is. Let's go and take a look." Dark Nether City. Countless cultivators could not help but exclaim in shock. Then, they quickly flew toward the Yang clan. He's at least a 3rd or 4th Heaven Imperial Emperor. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. The other party was definitely a terrifying existence. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Yang clan?" Yang Tianwen's expression turned solemn. Although he was also in the Imperial Emperor realm, he was only a 1st Heaven Imperial Emperor realm cultivator. Naturally, he could not fight against this existence. "Yang Tianwen. My master wants me to ask you something. Is the item in your Yang clan's collection still here?" The terrifying existence in the demonic fog said coldly. That existence didn't mention what he was talking about because he knew that Yang Tianwen definitely knew what he was talking about. Yang Tianwen's expression changed when he heard the cultivator's words. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you're talking about. Our Yang clan doesn't have what you need." Please leave. Ha 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 ha. If our master says we have it, then we have it. The existence in the demonic fog laughed loudly. Who is your master? Yang Tianwen asked in a deep voice. My master is Ling Shuzi. The existence in the demonic fog said in a sinister voice. What? Ling Shuzi is your master? Yang Tianwen's expression changed drastically. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. Ling Shuzi was a terrifying existence. It was said that he had obtained a great opportunity. It seemed like he was not far from breaking through to the sovereign realm. This existence occupied a star field and built Ling Shuzi Mountain. This existence and the forces that destroyed the great world had always minded their own business. Now that he had sent a subordinate here, it seemed like he had obtained extremely accurate information. Since you know my master's reputation, you should cooperate obediently. The terrifying existence in the demonic fog continued. Yang Tianwen's expression was extremely ugly. That item was definitely not to be handed over. He said in a deep voice, Master Ling Shuzi must be mistaken. Our Yang family doesn't have the item that you want. If you don't believe me, I can open the door of the treasury and let you search for it. The being in the demonic fog said coldly, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wouldn't it be easy to hide a treasure? Why put it in the treasury? My master has already given the order to give you 3 days to prepare. If you dare to disobey, your entire Yang family will be wiped out. In 3 days, I will be here. Whether you hand over that thing or your entire clan will be wiped out, it's up to you. After the being in the demonic fog finished speaking, it quickly flew into the distance. Brother Dugu, please help our Yang family. Yang Tianwen quickly looked at a middle-aged cultivator. The cultivator Yang Tianwen addressed as Brother Dugu was an elder of the Divine Moon sect. He was called Dugu Shan. He had a high position and authority. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's cry for help, he said with a fake smile, Brother Yang, that Ling Shuzi is a ruthless person. Our Divine Moon sect can't afford to offend him. However, since he wants that item, we'll just have to hand it over. I'm afraid. Even if we hand it over, our entire Yang family will still be wiped out. Yang Tianwen said with an ugly expression. Ling Shuzi was ruthless. The item the Yang family had should be extremely extraordinary. To keep it a secret, Ling Shuzi could indeed wipe out the entire Yang family. These experts. Which one of them wasn't an existence that killed without batting an eyelid? Ling Shuzi, he was one of the best among them. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's words, he knew that this matter might be more troublesome than he had imagined. He said, Brother Yang, you're on your own now. After Dugu Shan said that, he quickly left. As for the others, they didn't dare to stay. They didn't even dare to say another word to Yang Tianwen, afraid that they would get into trouble. They all quickly left. These people are all greedy and afraid of death. Previously, they called father his brother, but now that our Yang family is in trouble, they're all running away faster than the other. How hateful. Yang Hai couldn't help but say viciously. Now, his face was extremely pale because he had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. Not only Yang Hai, but everyone in the Yang family present was as pale as a sheet, their eyes filled with horror. Why don't we run away quickly? Yang Kuan said. Yang Tianwen shook his head and said, There's no way we can escape. Why don't we go to the Moon God sect and plead for mercy? Yang Qian said. Yang Tianwen sighed and said, Dugu Shan's attitude just now is the Moon God sect's attitude. The Moon God sect won't interfere in this matter. Yang Jiang said viciously, Our Yang family pays so many tributes to the Moon God sect every year, but the Moon God sect doesn't help us. I curse this faction to be reduced to ashes in the future. Yang Tianwen looked at Yang Lan and asked, Lan can you go and beg Fairy Yuanfa? Perhaps she can save our Yang family. Yang Lan said, My master isn't destroying the world. Hearing this, the group of Yang family members all showed deep despair. Yang Lan said, But don't worry, father. I have a friend coming tomorrow. My friend will definitely solve our Yang family's crisis. After hearing Yang Lan's words, the group of Yang family members' eyes lit up. Good. That's great. Yang Tianwen smiled. He continued, Lan'er, you must be tired from the long journey. Go to your room and rest for a while. Okay. Yang Lan'er nodded and left the hall. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, and Yang Jiang also walked out. Before leaving, Yang Qian glanced at Lin Feng, then looked at Yang Qian and said, Brother Kuan, when making friends, you should make friends with people of the same status as us. Don't casually make friends with people without status, or people with no status. After saying that, Yang Qian, Yang Tianwen, and the others left together. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect cousin to say something like that. Yang Kuan's face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's fine. In any case, I'm not making friends with them. I'm making friends with you, Brother Yang. Yang Kuan said, Brother Lin is really magnanimous. It's admirable. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kuan continued, Now that the Yang family is facing the danger of being exterminated, I'm worried that cousin's friend won't really have a way to solve our Yang family's crisis. Brother Lin has nothing to do with this matter. For safety's sake, Brother Lin should leave first. Lin Feng smiled and said, I feel that Yang Lan'er's friend might really be a powerful person. I want to stay and watch the show. The next day, the Yang family was decorated with lanterns and decorations. It was even more magnificent than when Yang Tianwen celebrated his birthday. What the hell is the Yang family doing? They're about to be exterminated, and they're still doing this? That's right, I wonder what the Yang family is thinking. The people outside couldn't help but be puzzled when they saw the decorations of the Yang family. The Yang family. Now, they were in danger. However, the Yang family's actions were too abnormal. Many forces lingered around the Yang family, wanting to see what the Yang family was up to. In the afternoon, a very handsome young master came to the Yang family. Yang Tianwen led everyone from the Yang family out to welcome this young master. Senior brother Zhao, you're here. After seeing this handsome man, Yang Lan'er revealed a look of joy. This cultivator was called Zhao Fanxian. This Zhao Fanxian was not a simple person, his family ruled a huge star field. Although Zhao Fanxian was not a direct descendant of the family. However, because of his outstanding talent, Zhao Fanxian's status in the Zhao family was not inferior to the direct descendants. Yang Lan'er had met Zhao Fanxian when she went out with her master. She had seen Zhao Fanxian fight with an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator and not lose. This showed how powerful Zhao Fanxian's cultivation was. Zhao Fanxian had the intention to pursue Yang Lan'er. However, Yang Lan'er heard that Zhao Fanxian was a womanizer. Moreover, he had abandoned many women after having sex with them. Therefore, Yang Lan'er did not accept Zhao Fanxian's pursuit. Previously, when Yang Lan'er returned to the great world of destruction, Zhao Fanxian told her that he would come later. Now, Yang Lan'er hoped to use Zhao Fanxian to intimidate Ling Xuzi. So this is nephew Zhao. What a talent, a dragon among men. At this moment, Yang Tianwen said with a smile. This must be Uncle Yang. Fanxian greets Uncle Yang. Not only was Zhao Fanxian handsome, but he was also very polite. Haha, nephew, you don't have to be so polite, let's go in and talk. Yang Tianwen said with a smile. Following that, a group of people entered the Yang family. Isn't that guy Zhao Fanxian? When did the Yang family have a relationship with Zhao Fanxian? A cultivator recognized Zhao Fanxian's identity and said aloud. Zhao Fanxian? Who is this person? I've never heard of it before. Someone asked doubtfully. There's a northern sacred star field 30 million kilometers northwest of the destruction world. The master of that star field was Zhao Fanxian's family. Zhao Fanxian has only cultivated for 18,000 years this year, but it is said that his battle prowess is extremely terrifying. He can even kill the giant astral beasts. The cultivator said. Hiss, this person is actually so terrifying. Gasps could be heard one after another. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression on their faces. Zhao Fanxian was so young, but he was actually so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, someone else said, I've heard of this Zhao Fanxian. He has great talent and cultivation, but his character isn't very good. It's said that he likes to play with other people's feelings. Many women have been played with by Zhao Fanxian and then abandoned by him. I think this Zhao Fanxian has most likely hooked up with Yang Lan'er. Those women are also cheap. She clearly knew that Zhao Fanxian's character wasn't good, yet she still followed him. She deserved to be abandoned. That's right. There weren't many good gigolos. Following someone like Zhao Fanxian, they only have themselves to blame. Many people couldn't help but say sourly. In fact, they dreamed of becoming someone like Zhao Fanxian, who had seen all the beauties in the world. Just thinking about it. They all felt extremely excited. The Yang family attached great importance to Zhao Fanxian's arrival because the Yang family saw Zhao Fanxian as their life-saving straw. After the host and guests were seated, Yang Tianwen said with a smile, "I heard that nephew came specially for Lan'er. For my family's Lan'er to be able to obtain the love of such a genius like nephew, it's really her blessing of 3 lifetimes of cultivation." This Yang Tianwen was indeed an old fox. When he said these compliments, his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Yang Kuan, felt embarrassed for Yang Tianwen. However, Yang Tianwen remained calm and collected. His face had really been trained to a certain level. Zhao Fanxian said, "Uncle's words are too much for nephew. Lan'er's beauty, even the fairy 9 heavens, is far from comparable. To be able to meet Lan'er in this life is nephew's honor." This Zhao Fanxian was clearly a very scheming person. His words immediately made Yang Tianwen smile. And Yang Lan'er's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this moment, Yang Tianwen gave Yang Lan'er a look. Yang Lan'er understood. Then she said, "Senior brother Zhao, now that our Yang family has encountered some danger, I hope that senior brother Zhao can make a decision for our Yang family." Zhao Fanxian was thinking about how to get Yang Lan'er. But now that he heard Yang Lan'er's words, his eyes immediately lit up. He said with a smile, "Lan'er. No matter what it is, senior brother will help you solve it." Then Lan'er will thank senior brother Zhao here. Yang Lan'er bowed to Zhao Fanxian. Then she said, "The matter is like this. In our star field, there's an Emperor realm expert called Ling Shuzi. This person has taken a fancy to a treasure of our Yang family and wants to exterminate our Yang family. In another 2 days, one of Ling Shuzi's subordinates will arrive. When that time comes, our Yang family will be finished." Ling Shuzi? An Emperor realm expert? Zhao Fanxian immediately sneered, "This Ling Shuzi is really gutsy." "Lan'er, don't worry, leave this matter to me." Hearing that, Yang Lan'er was overjoyed. And Yang Tianwen and the others were even more ecstatic. These people were even more enthusiastic about Zhao Fanxian. The Yang family held an extremely lively banquet to entertain Zhao Fanxian. During this period, Yang Lan'er even personally walked to the center of the hall and danced. She was a beautiful woman to begin with. Now that she danced, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yang Lan'er's beauty was a soul-stirring kind of beauty. It directly attacked one's heart. Not to mention this woman's personality, just her appearance, figure, and temperament. She was definitely a rare beauty. Even Zhao Fanxian was mesmerized by her, and he even forgot to drink the wine in his hand. Zhao Fanxian was now praying that Ling Shuzi's subordinates would quickly come to the Yang family to cause trouble. At that time, he would be able to get rid of the other party and display his cultivation in front of Yang Lan'er. When the Yang family's crisis was resolved, Yang Lan'er would definitely throw herself at him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was also admiring Yang Lan'er's graceful and moving dance. Of course, this was purely an admiring gaze. He had no other thoughts about Yang Lan'er. After Yang Lan'er's graceful dance ended, Zhao Fanxian clapped his hands and praised, "Perhaps even the fairies of the Moon Palace can't compare to Lan'er. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Zhao." Yang Lan'er bowed slightly to Zhao Fanxian. "These are all words from the bottom of my heart," Zhao Fanxian said with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian glanced at Lin Feng. He had noticed Lin Feng earlier. Zhao Fanxian had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Although Lin Feng's realm did not seem high, Zhao Fanxian felt that Lin Feng was the most dangerous person among all of them. Zhao Fanxian was extremely talented. He had a monstrous perception of the outside world. Moreover, Zhao Fanxian's perception of the outside world was very accurate. He had always been extremely confident in his perception. Therefore, Zhao Fanxian was very interested in Lin Feng's identity. He said with a smile, "Brother, how should I address you?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fanxian. He actually took the initiative to ask about Lin Feng's identity. They could not help but feel very surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. Xianxia said sarcastically, "He's a rogue cultivator my cousin met outside." Lin Feng ignored Xianxia. Instead, he said his name. "Lin Feng? A rogue cultivator?" Zhao Fanxian could not help but mutter to himself. He tried hard to search for someone like Lin Feng in his mind. However, he did not have any impression of him. "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we spar?" Zhao Fanxian could not help but suggest. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not know why Zhao Fanxian would want to spar with him. However, Lin Feng had no intention of sparring with Zhao Fanxian. Because Lin Feng was not interested in this kind of sparring. Lin Feng had experienced it before. Most of the time, it was actual combat. A battle of life and death. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Zhao Fanxian would ask Lin Feng to spar. Zhao Fanxian was such a powerful figure. Wouldn't he be able to crush Lin Feng to death with a single move? "My apologies. Not interested," Lin Feng said. Xianxia said unhappily. "It's your fortune that brother Zhao wants to spar with you. How dare you refuse?" "So what if I refuse?" "I'm not interested in this kind of spar," Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, Yang Jiang, Yang Lan'er, and the others all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In their opinion, it wasn't that Lin Feng wasn't interested. It was more like they didn't dare to make a move. Because Lin Feng knew his own capabilities. How could he dare to fight with Zhao Fanxian? Lin Feng only smiled faintly at the ridicule of the Yang family. He didn't take it to heart at all. Zhao Fanxian said, "It's just a spar. Don't overdo it. Brother Lin, don't you dare?" Zhao Fanxian wanted to provoke Lin Feng into making a move. Lin Feng still shook his head. All experts had their own dignity. Originally, Zhao Fanxian thought that Lin Feng was hiding his strength, so he wanted to test Lin Feng's depth. But he provoked Lin Feng in that way. Lin Feng was still indifferent and unwilling to accept the challenge. If Lin Feng was really a powerful cultivator, how could he endure such provocation? But now, Lin Feng didn't dare to accept the challenge. This proved that his previous guess was wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhao Fanxian's mouth curled up into a sneer. Zhao Fanxian was a very arrogant person. If Lin Feng was on the same level as him, he might take him seriously. He was also happy to make friends with Lin Feng. But after determining that Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't strong, Zhao Fanxian looked at Lin Feng with a trace of contempt. Moreover, Lin Feng was still a human cultivator. Many cultivators of the human race looked down on the declining human race. Zhao Fanxian was the same. If brother Zhao wants to spar, I can be brother Zhao's sparring partner. There's no need to spar with a cultivator who hasn't even entered the Emperor realm. That would be a disgrace to brother Zhao's status, Yang Qian said. His words revealed his ridicule and contempt for Lin Feng. "Cousin, don't go too far," Yang Kuan said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng was his savior, so he would naturally protect Lin Feng. And humiliating Lin Feng now was no different from humiliating him. "Cousin, don't mind it. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean anything else," Yang Qian said. He still had to pay a little attention to Yang Kuan. Among the direct descendants of the Yang family, Yang Kuan's talent made Yang Qian very jealous. Of course, Yang Qian wouldn't directly show his jealousy of Yang Kuan on his face. After all, they were from the same family. If he directly showed his emotions on his face, then it would be a falling out. How would they get along in the future? Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng, wanting to express his apology. Lin Feng patted Yang Kuan's shoulder and smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't take what had just happened to heart. Yang Kuan couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was broad, ordinary people couldn't compare with him. And Yang Kuan had a special feeling that Lin Feng was not simple, to be able to control such a powerful ancient starship. How could Lin Feng be as simple as he appeared to be on the surface? The banquet ended. Lin Feng returned to his residence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, it was the day that Ling Shuzi's subordinate was going to come again. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Demonic fog rolled. Ling Shuzi's subordinate came again. Yang Tianwen. Is the thing ready? Ling Shuzi's subordinate sneered. Such a powerhouse would be an overlord in the starry sky world. Now that he had come, he could suppress the world. I heard that the Yang family invited Zhao Fanxian. I wonder if Zhao Fanxian will risk offending Ling Shuzi to help the Yang family? Although that cultivator in the demonic fog hasn't shown himself, he's definitely a terrifying figure. I'm afraid Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for him, right? There were many cultivators around to watch the show. They surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many people were discussing. The arrival of the cultivator in the demonic fog attracted the attention of too many people. The Yang family, today, would they be destroyed? This was the answer that everyone wanted to know. Don't go too far. Our Yang family is not to be trifled with. At most, we'll fight to the death. Now that the Yang family had Zhao Fanxian's support, Yang Tianwen was very confident. He couldn't help but sneer. Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to destroy your Yang family today. The palm strike from the being in the demonic mist was so powerful that it sent chills down one's spine. This being's cultivation was at least at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the sovereign emperor realm. Therefore, his strength far surpassed Yang Tianwen's. His palm strike came down. Yang Tianwen could not block this terrifying attack at all. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. He took a step forward. Then, he punched out. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Zhao Fanxian and the being in the demonic mist collided fiercely. Both sides were evenly matched. Who are you? The being in the demonic mist asked coldly. A pair of cold and terrifying eyes looked at Zhao Fanxian coldly. Northern Sacred Starfield. Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian's expression was indifferent and incomparably arrogant. He had an arrogant expression on his face. Although the being in the demonic mist was very powerful, Zhao Fanxian did not think much of him. Zhao Fanxian came from a big faction. The cultivator in the demonic mist was just a subordinate. There was a huge gap in status between the two sides. As a result, Zhao Fanxian was even more disdainful of the cultivator in the demonic mist. Of course, Zhao Fanxian was indeed a very strong person. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. I've heard of the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan, but this is the Nine Mysteries Starfield. The Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan has no right to interfere here, right? The being in the demonic mist sneered. Then, he could not help but mock. As for the direct descendants of the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan, I've also heard of them. I don't think there's anyone called Zhao Fanxian, right? Since you say you're from the Northern Sacred Starfield, you must be a disciple of the Side family. A mere disciple of the Side family doesn't have the right to be arrogant, right? Of course, some people might use the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan's name to intimidate others. I've seen many such people. You dare to insult me? Zhao Fanxian's face turned gloomy. The being in the demonic mist's words were simply heart-wrenching. Every word hit Zhao Fanxian's sore spot. This made Zhao Fanxian gnash her teeth in hatred. I'm just stating a fact. If you think that I'm insulting you, then it means that your mental fortitude is too weak. A cultivator with such a weak mental fortitude is destined to not go far on the path of cultivation. Perhaps it will be a temporary glory, but in the end, it will still fall like a meteor. The being in the demonic fog continued. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, soared into the sky. Powerful magic power surged out of his body. Zhao Fanxian was clearly enraged. He took the initiative to attack. These two are not simple, but Zhao Fanxian is still a little too young. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Zhao Fanxian was very powerful. However, he was unable to withstand the provocation of the cultivator within the demonic fog. Although Zhao Fanxian was quite shrewd. However, the older, the wiser. The being in the demonic mist was clearly more experienced. Zhao Fanxian was enraged. His combat strength would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Of course, that was if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess could greatly suppress the existence within the demonic mist. Even though his combat power was affected due to his anger. This influence was not enough to change the battle situation. However, if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess was on par with the existence within the demonic mist. This influence. Perhaps it would have the effect of changing the battle situation. At that time, Zhao Fanxian would very likely be defeated by the existence within the demonic mist. Of course. Whether Zhao Fanxian won or lost, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The reason why Lin Feng stayed to watch the show. The biggest reason was that he was very interested in the Yang family's treasure. That treasure was obviously extremely extraordinary. What exactly was it? If there was a chance, Lin Feng didn't mind taking that treasure for himself. At this time, Zhao Fanxian and the existence within the demonic mist were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides exchanged more than 10 attacks in a row. They had been evenly matched all the time. Zhao Fanxian was indeed powerful. And he was indeed talented. The battle prowess of the cultivator within the demonic mist was also extremely terrifying. It was shocking. After fighting for so many rounds in a row, it had been difficult for both sides to win against each other. It was at this moment that Zhao Fanxian unleashed an incredible ultimate skill. Zhao Fanxian's body suddenly became bright and dazzling. His body seemed to have transformed into the eternal holy light. Then, he quickly rushed towards the terrifying existence within the demonic mist. Strong. He was really too strong. The aura emitted from Zhao Fanxian's body made people unable to help but feel a sense of extreme horror. The existence within the demonic mist was not to be outdone. The demonic mist rolled, and the shadow of a demonic bell condensed in the demonic mist. That demonic bell was incomparably terrifying. There was a slight tremor in the void. As if it could collapse 100,000 starry sky worlds. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into collided with the demonic bell. Then, something shocking happened. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into actually tore the demonic bell apart. Then, the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards the existence within the demonic mist. Zhao Fanxian seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth, the eternal between heaven and earth. This divine ability was truly peerless and terrifying. The existence within the demonic mist obviously didn't expect Zhao Fanxian's attack to be so powerful that it directly broke his divine ability. Because the expression of the existence within the demonic mist changed greatly. His reaction was extremely fast. When the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards him, he hurriedly condensed dense defensive runes to protect himself. Bang! The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into bombarded the body of the existence within the demonic mist. Because of the protection of the defensive runes, that existence's physical body was not torn apart. However, the powerful impact still caused great damage to the living beings in the demonic fog. The sound of bones cracking could not help but be heard. It was unknown how many bones in the body of the existence within the demonic mist were broken. His entire body was blasted away, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Zhao Fanxian rushed forward, wanting to kill the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, the cultivator in the demonic mist instantly crushed a jade talisman. That was a precious space-time teleportation jade talisman. After the jade talisman was crushed, the space-time power blessed the existence within the demonic mist. Swish, with a flash of light, the existence within the demonic mist instantly disappeared without a trace with the space-time teleportation jade talisman. And this battle ended with Zhao Fanxian's victory. Zhao Fanxian stood in the void, dressed in snow-white clothes, his gaze arrogant and cold. This Zhao Fanxian's cultivation is really powerful, even the existence in the demonic mist is not his match. I really wonder what realm this person is at. Yeah, Zhao Fanxian is really terrifying, his future is simply limitless. Many people could not help but whisper to each other, Zhao Fanxian was indeed too extraordinary. It caused many people to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, even Yang Lan'er's gaze towards Zhao Fanxian changed. Yang Lan'er was extremely arrogant. And her standards were extremely high. She would not easily fall in love with a man. Unless that man was extremely outstanding. And now, it seemed that Zhao Fanxian was such a man. He was handsome, powerful, and had an extraordinary background. Other than Zhao Fanxian's reputation in terms of women, he was really a near-perfect man. If she were to take Zhao Fanxian in the future, with her beauty and means, would she be afraid that she could not subdue Zhao Fanxian? Yang Lan'er could not help but think in her heart, she was extremely confident in herself. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly, this Zhao Fanxian might have defeated the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, that cultivator was only a subordinate of Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi would definitely be furious. Once a powerful expert like Ling Shuzi was angry. It was definitely not something that Zhao Fanxian could contend with. Since Ling Shuzi was determined to get that supreme treasure, then, Ling Shuzi would not let it go. If Ling Shuzi came, no one could save the Yang family. Zhao Fanxian could not save them either. As for Zhao Fanxian's extraordinary identity, it was useless here. This was the Great Destruction World. Not the Northern Sacred Star Field. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, flew down. Everyone from the Yang family hurriedly surrounded Zhao Fanxian. Nephew is really resourceful, with your talent, you will definitely become an Emperor Lord level powerhouse in the future, you will be invincible in the world. Yang Tianwen could not help but praise. These flattering words were said so naturally by Yang Tianwen. Lin Feng had already seen Yang Tianwen's skin that was as thick as a city wall. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he heard Yang Tianwen's words. Thank you for your compliment, uncle. My goal is to ascend to immortality. Being an imperial emperor is just a stepping stone. Zhao Fanxian proudly declared. Yang Lan'er smiled and said, Lan'er believes that senior brother Zhao can definitely do it in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Lan'er. Zhao Fanxian smiled. A group of people welcomed Zhao Fanxian into the Yang family mansion. The entire Dark Nether city was talking about the battle between Zhao Fanxian and the cultivator in the demonic fog. Zhao Fanxian became famous in a single battle. Countless people couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Many female cultivators found it even harder to forget Zhao Fanxian after seeing him. They would talk about him every day and some even suffered from lovesickness. Yang family. Main hall, Yang Lan'er said, Senior brother Zhao, now that Ling Shuzi's subordinates have been beaten back, I'm worried that Ling Shuzi will personally come. If he comes, then the situation will be extremely bad. Hearing this, the faces of the Yang family members became solemn. Indeed. If an expert like Ling Shuzi personally came, it would definitely be a disaster for the Yang family. Unless, Zhao Fanxian could resist Ling Shuzi. But that was not realistic. Therefore, the Yang family hoped that Zhao Fanxian could invite the experts of the Zhao family behind Zhao Fanxian to help them resolve the crisis. Zhao Fanxian said, Ling Shuzi is indeed very powerful, but I don't take him seriously. I have a way to deal with him. What? Senior brother Zhao has a way to deal with an expert like Ling Shuzi? Yang Lan'er immediately cried out in surprise, unable to believe her ears. As for the group of people from the Yang family, they all looked at Zhao Fanxian with deep shock. Of course, just wait and see. Zhao Fanxian said confidently. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble senior brother Zhao to take action. Yang Lan'er looked at Zhao Fanxian with a hint of admiration. Zhao Fanxian smiled. Everything was under his control. Perhaps soon, he was about to embrace the beauty. There was no woman that he, Zhao Fanxian, couldn't get. 10 days later, a cultivator wearing a Taoist robe arrived at the Great Destruction World. The cultivator in the Taoist robe had a thin figure and a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. This cultivator's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura, which was the complete opposite of the righteous aura of the Taoist sect. Although this cultivator was wearing a Taoist robe, he shouldn't be a real Taoist. And this cultivator was none other than the famous Xianxia. Xianxia arrived with an icy gaze. Someone had actually attacked for the Yang family and injured his subordinates. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to see who its owner is. Since the other party dared to attack, it meant that they didn't give him any face at all. Xianxia was a vicious and merciless person with a vicious mind. Moreover, this person was vengeful. All these years, those who offended Xianxia didn't have a good ending. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at Xianming City. Yang family. They were still waiting for Xianxia's arrival. However, Zhao Fanxian was here. Yang family, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia. Who dares to go against this poor Taoist? Come out and accept your death. Xianxia walked towards the Yang family. Xianxia. It's Xianxia. He's going to attack personally. Xianxia is a cultivator who's extremely close to the sovereign realm. Now that Xianxia is here, that Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for Xianxia at all. Just wait and see, the Yang family will definitely be destroyed this time. That's right, Xianxia is too powerful. No one can fight against him. Although that Zhao Fanxian is strong, compared to Xianxia, he's too far away, many people couldn't help but discuss. They didn't think highly of Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian and a group of people from the Yang family rushed out. Lin Feng was still watching the conflict with the attitude of watching a show. Humph. Your Excellency, your words are too harsh. Zhao Fanxian looked coldly at Xianxia. Ignorant child, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in this poor Taoist's matter? I think you're tired of living. Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. Xianxia's hands were stained with the blood of countless cultivators. He was a great devil that everyone feared. Now, Xianxia wanted to kill Zhao Fanxian. This person would definitely not let Zhao Fanxian go. Xianxia, I'm from the Zhao family, the master of Northern Sacred Star region. If you know what's good for you, leave now. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Zhao Fanxian put his hands behind his back and looked at Xianxia indifferently. Now, he had brought out the force behind him, the Zhao family. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. The Zhao family was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to make an expert like Xianxia fear them. They were not from the same starfield at all. Generally, there were very few conflicts between forces from different starfields. Once there was a conflict, it might be a war between starfields. The Zhao family was actually able to stand for so many years without falling. Firstly, it had to do with the Zhao family's powerful strength. Secondly, it had to do with the Zhao family's ability to deal with conflicts between starfields. The Zhao family was very high profile, but that was within the Northern Sacred Starfield, which was their own territory. They could be as high profile as they wanted. After all, the entire starfield was ruled by the Zhao family. And now, Zhao Fanxian had not changed his arrogant attitude even after leaving the Northern Sacred Starfield. Xianxia sneered and said, "What a reckless thing. A mere disciple of the Zhao family, a force from the Northern Sacred Starfield, actually came to the great world of destruction to show off. What a joke." Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia attacked and blasted a palm towards Zhao Fanxian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. The power caused by an Emperor Realm expert's attack was truly peerless and terrifying. It was shocking to the extreme. As expected of an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert. The pressure emitted from Xianxia's body. It was already unbearable for many cultivators who were watching the show. And that pressure. It was not targeted at the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show. But even so. Many of the spectating cultivators also spat out mouthfuls of blood due to the terrifying pressure. Their faces were pale. Retreat, many people cried out in horror. Many cultivators were retreating quickly, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. Because it was too dangerous. If they were careless, he might die and his Tao would vanish. Facing Xianxia's powerful attack, Zhao Fanxian's face revealed an incomparably cold smile. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Zhao Fanxian shouted coldly. Then, a large amount of golden light surged out from his body. And those golden light rays. They surrounded Zhao Fanxian's body. Under the support of the golden light, Zhao Fanxian seemed to have completely changed into a different person. His cultivation level soared. Bang! With a violent clash, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Xuzi's attacks collided. Zhao Fanxian had actually neutralized Ling Xuzi's attack. It was truly inconceivable. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. How did Zhao Fanxian do it? Could it be that nephew Zhao is the reincarnation of an immortal? He actually blocked Ling Xuzi's attack? Yang Tianwen exclaimed. Geniuses, truly geniuses. Yang Qian and the others sighed, looking at Zhao Fanxian and the others with envious expressions. Yang Lan'er's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Isn't Zhao Fanxian a little too terrifying? How powerful. He is still so young, yet he is already able to contend against Ling Xuzi. Just how strong will he be in the future? Yeah, he's really too strong. This Zhao Fanxian will definitely become the supreme overlord of the starry sky world in the future. Many spectators couldn't help but say. They were deeply intimidated by Zhao Fanxian's terrifying battle prowess. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding people, Zhao Fanxian's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. He liked the feeling of being looked up to. Humph, you must have used the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body, right? I've been to the northern sacred starfield in the past, so I have some understanding of the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body. Although your techniques are extraordinary now, this isn't your true strength. Ling Xuzi couldn't help but sneer. Zhao Fanxian said coldly, "You're wrong. This is my true strength. Don't forget that treasures, clones, and other techniques are all a part of one's strength. The world of cultivators is a world that only cares about the results, not the process." Ling Xuzi said. You're right. However, do you think that a mere invulnerable glass golden body is enough to contend against me? That's just wishful thinking. I haven't even used 1/10 of my battle prowess. How arrogant. When I defeat you later, I'd like to see if you still dare to say such words. Zhao Fanxian couldn't help but sneer. Next. Zhao Fanxian took the initiative to attack Ling Xuzi. Zhao Fanxian opened his hand, which was surrounded by an endless amount of golden light. Zhao Fanxian attacked Ling Xuzi with his palm. One could vaguely see that the golden light had condensed into countless runes. No one knew what kind of divine ability Zhao Fanxian was using. However, it was definitely an unparalleled divine ability. Ling Xuzi sneered and attacked as well. He attacked with a sky-flipping palm towards Zhao Fanxian. The sky-flipping palm was extremely powerful. It was as if it could turn the world upside down. Bam! Accompanied by a violent collision, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Xuzi collided again. This time, Zhao Fanxian was sent flying by Ling Xuzi. Barf, he spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Fanxian was severely injured and the golden light surrounding his body dissipated. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, fell straight to the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet. The attack just now had caused Zhao Fanxian serious damage. Zhao Fanxian no longer had the strength to fight. Oh no! The expressions of the Yang family members changed drastically. Zhao Fanxian was defeated. Then, wouldn't the Yang family be massacred? Everyone's heart. It instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Fear. Despair. It shrouded everyone's heart. Zhao Fanxian has been defeated. The Yang family is finished this time. Many cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed. Everyone knew that. This time, the Yang family was definitely finished. No one could save the Yang family anymore. The Yang family. They should be killed. However, Yang Lan'er doesn't have to die. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. She can become my cultivation cauldron. Ling Xuzi couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Any cauldron would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. Yang Lan'er naturally knew what would happen if she became a cauldron. However, now, the Yang family had no way to resist Ling Xuzi. Because Ling Xuzi's strength was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel despair. Beauty, come on. Ling Xuzi laughed loudly and reached out to grab Yang Lan'er. How dare you? Yang Tianwen couldn't help but roar and pounce towards Ling Shuzi. Although Yang Tianwen was a little snobbish, he gave his all to his daughter. However, he was willing to give his all to his daughter. Perhaps this was the fearless spirit of a father. Therefore, although he knew that he was no match for Ling Shuzi, Yang Tianwen continued to charge towards Ling Shuzi without fear of death. Ling Shuzi's gaze turned cold and the big hand that was originally grabbing Yang Lan'er changed to slapping towards Yang Tianwen. Father! Seeing that Yang Tianwen was seriously injured, Yang Lan'er immediately pounced on him. Beauty who can't escape. Ling Shuzi sneered and continued to grab Yang Lan'er with his big hand. Many people were watching this scene from afar, but no one made a move. No one would offend an expert like Ling Shuzi for the Yang family. Even the experts whose cultivation could suppress Ling Shuzi were definitely not willing to offend an existence like Ling Shuzi. No. Yang Lan'er screamed in horror. She didn't want to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. That was definitely an extremely sad thing. When the time came, she would rather die. However, Yang Lan'er discovered that at this time, she had no one to respond to her cries. No one could save her. Yang Lan'er was in despair. This despair. It made her feel extremely sad. Such a beauty is actually going to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. What a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Yang Lan'er was a peerless beauty. A woman who was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Now. But she had to face such a tragedy. Many people couldn't bear to see it. However, no one dared to make a move for Yang Lan'er. They couldn't afford to offend an expert like Ling Shuzi. Even if they wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, they had to weigh their own strength first. Just as Yang Lan'er was about to be caught by Ling Shuzi, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Wearing a Taoist robe but doing such a dirty thing. I wonder if those real Taoist masters will come to deal with you, a fake Taoist master? I think you'd better leave with your tail between your legs. If a Taoist master really comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned on the spot. Obviously, the person who spoke was mocking Ling Shuzi, who was wearing a Taoist robe. How could he be so daring? He actually dared to mock Ling Shuzi. It was really unimaginable. Did he not want to live anymore? There was someone who thought that their life was too long. Even Ling Shuzi stopped in his tracks. Ling Shuzi's eyes were extremely gloomy. Someone actually dared to mock him in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could Ling Shuzi tolerate it? Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. Everyone saw. The person who spoke. It was an extremely young human cultivator. Among those present, no one recognized Lin Feng. Who is this kid? How dare you mock Ling Shuzi? He seems to be just a quasi-emperor cultivator. You are courting death. Courting death. This brat is simply courting death. Just wait and see. This brat is dead for sure. Ling Shuzi will not let this brat go. This kid will die in an incomparably miserable way. Many people couldn't help but discuss. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. It's him. Yang Lan'er looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She never thought that Lin Feng would stand up for her at this time. Although he had looked down on Lin Feng before. But now, Yang Lan'er's view of Lin Feng had changed a little. Lin Feng's realm was not high. But at the very least, Lin Feng was still a man. He would stand up for her. At this moment, Yang Lan'er still thought that Lin Feng admired her. That was why he stood up for her. But in reality, Lin Feng did not do it because of Yang Lan'er. It was because the Yang family's treasure. He decided to help the Yang family, but the prerequisite was that the Yang family had to give him the treasure. If the Yang family did not know how to appreciate favors, then Lin Feng could not be bothered with their life and death. At most, he would help Yang Kuan and Yang Kuan's parents. As for the rest of the Yang family, for example, what did the life and death of Yang Tianwen, Yang Lan'er, Yang Qian have to do with Lin Feng? Lin Feng was not a savior. Why should he save them, brat? Are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty? But unfortunately, with your little strength, you are not qualified to be a hero saving a beauty. The corner of Ling Shuzi's mouth curled up into a sinister expression, and he said with a sinister smile, "But don't worry, this penniless priest will not kill you directly later, but will torture you until you are better off dead. This penniless priest will then kill you. This is the miserable outcome of provoking this penniless priest." As the sound of his voice faded, Ling Shuzi directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. A large energy handprint immediately condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively, he was still a little lacking when it came to dealing with Ling Shuzi. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of Ling Shuzi. Because, even though his cultivation might not be able to defeat Ling Shuzi, but Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeves. He had many powerful magic treasures and the help of magic iron. In addition, it was time for the great desolate demon refining insects to reveal their fangs. True incantation of the army. Stone Sword Birth. Lin Feng activated the true incantation of the army. All of a sudden, 3 stone swords flew out. Under the control of the true incantation of the army, the 3 stone swords unleashed an extremely terrifying power and instantly charged towards Ling Shuzi. The large energy handprint that Ling Shuzi condensed. It was instantly broken by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly arrived in front of Ling Shuzi and slashed towards him. Ling Shuzi's expression could not help but change slightly. His reaction was fast enough. He flicked the sword 3 times in a row across the void. Clang! 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 The 3 stone swords were actually hit by an invisible force and changed their direction. However, at this moment, behind Ling Shuzi, the void split open. Magic iron flew out and smashed towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was indeed an expert of the high-level emperor sect. He was actually able to react at such a close distance. Ling Shuzi turned around and punched the magic iron. Clang! The magic iron collided with Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi underestimated the magic iron's strength. The magic iron directly smashed Ling Shuzi's fist until it was deformed. Blood immediately flowed out. "Come out, Chaos Demon refining bugs." Lin Feng waved his hand. All of a sudden, the Chaos Demon refining bugs covered the sky and pounced towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was surrounded by a huge group of Chaos Fiend refining bugs. Ling Shuzi attacked in a frenzy, trying to destroy the Chaos Demon refining bugs. However, the Chaos Demon refining bugs were too powerful. Although some of the desolate demon refining insects were killed by Ling Shuzi, most of them were still in good condition. Moreover, many of them bit off a piece of Ling Shuzi's flesh. It was extremely ferocious. In addition, Emotai was continuously attacking Ling Shuzi from the side. All of a sudden, Ling Shuzi was trapped between heaven and earth. "I am the Supreme. Reincarnation is immortal, I have eternal life." At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out. At that moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. It was the Supreme Aura. The Supreme Aura. Thump. Thump, thump. Countless cultivators who were watching the show could not withstand the terrifying aura from Lin Feng's body. They immediately knelt on the ground. Oh my god, just how powerful is he? Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was provoking Ling Shuzi. It was an act of seeking death, but now they knew that they were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng's strength shocked everyone's hearts. Yang Lan'er looked at Lin Feng without blinking. Her breathing seemed to have become a little rapid. Wasn't this the man she wanted to see even in her dreams? Boom. Finally, Lin Feng unleashed an unparalleled punch. He unleashed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, a powerful ability. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. It was Lin Feng's trump card. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, all the abilities that Lin Feng cultivated were activated together. 2,400 types of 3,000 Great Tao. All kinds of powerful immortal techniques, emperor techniques, and so on. These super abilities were continuously enhancing the might of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Strong, too powerful, the power of this punch was unimaginably powerful. Of course, such a powerful ability also consumed a lot of his mana. Lin Feng couldn't hold on for too long. However, Lin Feng felt that, even if he could only hold on for a short period of time, it was already enough. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Enough. At this moment, it destroyed Ling Xuzi's defense. When Lin Feng's invincible punch came, Ling Xuzi's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it. A quasi-emperor realm cultivator could actually unleash such a terrifying battle strength. In Ling Xuzi's opinion, Lin Feng must have borrowed the power of some magic treasure to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. With just Lin Feng alone, absolutely impossible. But this time, Ling Xuzi guessed wrong. This was Lin Feng's peak battle strength. This was Lin Feng's own Dao. It was also Lin Feng's most powerful ability. Ling Xuzi was entangled by the primordial demon refining insects and demon iron. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to deal with Lin Feng with all his strength. However, Ling Xuzi was indeed a terrifying person. His reaction was extremely fast. Although he was entangled by the prehistoric demon refining insect and the devil iron, he was still able to escape. When Lin Feng's fist moved towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed. Ling Xuzi still threw out a punch to counter Lin Feng's attack. Ling Xuzi's fist was surrounded by an endless amount of destructive power. It was a destructive force. It was as if it could collapse the universe. This mystique was called destruction of all worlds. It was the sublimation of the great art of destruction, one of the 3,000 great Daos. It was an ultimate technique that he had obtained. Bang! Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist collided with Ling Xuzi's world extermination. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist had broken Ling Xuzi's world-destroying divine ability. Ling Xuzi was sent flying by Lin Feng. Poof! What was unbelievable was that, Ling Xuzi, Lin Feng's punch had actually caused him to vomit blood. Shocking. His expression changed. It was unbelievable. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. A powerhouse who might soon enter the sovereign realm had actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a young human cultivator. It was too terrifying, it was too unbelievable. He's really strong. This person is too heaven-defying. I've never seen such a heaven-defying character. Yeah, I've never seen such a heaven-defying character either. If this person continues to grow, how terrifying will he become? It's simply unimaginable. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed one after another. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to attack Ling Xuzi. He wanted to get rid of Ling Xuzi. However, Ling Xuzi's body turned into a ball of demonic light. He quickly fled into the distance. Ling Xuzi. He was so scared by Lin Feng that he fled. Lin Feng frowned. He did not chase after him. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. Moreover, after performing the supreme reincarnation fist, Lin Feng felt that his dermic powers were severely depleted. At this stage, only the supreme reincarnation fist could hurt an expert like Ling Xuzi. The other divine abilities could not hurt an expert at Ling Xuzi's level at all. After Ling Xuzi escaped, Lin Feng descended from the sky. He once again regained his harmless expression. If they had not seen the previous battle, no one would have believed that Lin Feng was actually so terrifying as a young cultivator. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, 3 stone swords, demonic iron, all of them flew back into the mountain river ring. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help. Yang Lan hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng directly ignored Yang Lan. He looked at Yang Tianwen, who was being helped up by Yang Qian and the others. Now Yang Qian did not dare to face Lin Feng because he had mocked Lin Feng before. Now that he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, he was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping our Yang family resolve this crisis. If we don't dare to forget your kindness, we will definitely be rewarded. Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng said indifferently, I want the thing that Ling Xuzi wants. Hearing that, Yang Tianwen's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you are a smart person, you should know that you should hand that thing over to me at this time. Although Lin Feng spoke with a very gentle expression. However, how could Yang Tianwen not know? An expert like Lin Feng. If he could not get what he wanted, he did not know what crazy things he would do. Not to mention, Yang Tianwen also knew. Since that thing had already been exposed, it was impossible to keep it. Lin Feng did not want it. There would also be other forces coming to ask for it. If those who came to ask for it were all like Ling Shuzi, then, the Yang family would still be on the path to death. All right. That thing. I will hand it over to Lin Gongzi. Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Young master, please follow me. Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng followed Yang Tianwen into a mysterious secret room deep within the Yang family residence. That thing. It was placed in this secret room. Lin Feng was also very curious about what that thing was. Young master. This is the treasure of our Yang family. Yang Tianwen took out a golden brocade. After seeing the golden brocade, Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. He did not expect the treasure of the Yang family. It was actually a golden brocade. Lin Feng held the golden brocade in his hand and looked at it. He realized that the golden brocade was filled with words, but those words were too ancient. Lin Feng did not recognize those words. What is written on it? Lin Feng asked. Yang Tianwen smiled bitterly. Our Yang family does not know either. What's so special about this brocade? Lin Feng asked curiously. He carefully studied the brocade. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng also did not know about this brocade. What could it be used for? Or did it hide some shocking secret? Rumor has it that this brocade is related to the Emperor brush. Through this brocade, we can find the Emperor brush. Yang Tianwen said. What? Could he use this piece of silk to find the legendary Emperor brush? The Emperor brush. Lin Feng had naturally heard of it before. The human emperor held the Emperor brush and wrote down the great Tao and human ethics to enlighten the people. Words were the medium to spread ideas. And the Emperor brush. Starting from the first human emperor, it was passed down from generation to generation. The Emperor brush inherited the spirit and will of the human emperors. Therefore, the Emperor brush was important to the entire human race. It was extremely important. And most importantly, it was rumored that the Emperor brush was the first treasure in the history of the human race to surpass an immortal artifact. This was because the Emperor brush. It collected the will of the 9 human emperors. It finally completed the breakthrough. Therefore, the power of the Emperor brush was simply unimaginable. A brush. It wrote down thousands of scrolls of mountains and rivers. A brush. It wrote down eternity. A brush. It wrote down the vicissitudes of life. A brush. It wrote down the immortality of human Tao. A brush. It wrote down the rise and fall of the human race. The Emperor brush. One of the greatest treasures of the human race. Whoever could obtain the Emperor brush was equivalent to obtaining the approval of the 9 human emperors of the human race. It was equivalent to obtaining the sacred power of the 9 human emperors of the human race. One could even obtain the legacy of the 9 human emperors. This was the extraordinary part of the Emperor brush. It was the witness of human Tao. The writer of human Tao. It was the Emperor brush. A treasure like the Emperor brush had already transcended the meaning of a treasure. To be precise, the Emperor brush. It represented the legacy of human Tao. If the Emperor brush was found, perhaps, one day, Lin Feng would become the new human emperor of the human race recognized by the 9 human emperors. This was a supreme honor. Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment to come. He was also looking forward to being able to control the Emperor brush. To be able to become the new human emperor of the human race. It had been too many years since the human race had produced a human emperor to lead the human race forward. This brocade has been in your hands for so many years. Have you not discovered the secret of the brocade? Lin Feng looked at Yang Tianwen and asked. Yang Tianwen smiled bitterly and said, "What is the secret of this brocade? It is indeed too difficult to understand." Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to search for the emperor brush. Therefore, those who were not qualified to search for the emperor brush would not have the opportunity to understand the secret of the brocade even if they obtained it. This was also the reason why the Yang family had not been able to understand the secret of the brocade for so long. Good. I will accept this brocade. As for that Ling Suzi, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, the news of me obtaining your Yang family's treasure will definitely spread. At that time, if Ling Suzi really wants to make a move, he will look for me and not your Yang clan. After saying that, Zhang Wuji said, Lin Feng left the secret room. He planned to leave Xianming City and head to the Upper Tsang Mountains to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng hoped that he could also find the Great Wish technique. If he could find the cultivation method of the Great Aspiration art, that would definitely be of great benefit to Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi. Will we have a chance to meet again? Yang Lan'er was guarding outside. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Lin Feng. Yang Lan'er looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng only needed to beckon with his finger. Yang Lan'er might offer herself to him. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested. He didn't like Yang Lan'er's personality. Lin Feng ignored Yang Lan'er and walked towards Yang Kuan. He started chatting with Yang Kuan. Everyone in the Yang family looked at Yang Kuan enviously. They didn't know how Yang Kuan got acquainted with an expert like Lin Feng. They wanted to be like Yang Kuan. That way, they would be able to form a relationship with Lin Feng. After chatting with Yang Kuan for a while, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Yang Lan'er couldn't help but sigh. She had always been very confident in herself. However, Lin Feng didn't even have the mood to look at her. This made Yang Lan'er feel a great sense of defeat. If, when I first met him, I would have interacted more with him. Perhaps, I might have had a deeper relationship with him. But now, the more Yang Lan'er thought about it, the more depressed she felt. In the end, she sighed. Lin Feng quickly left Xianming City. A month later, he came to the famous Azure Mountain Range. This was a land of death. It was extremely dangerous and was surrounded by the destruction law. The power of the destruction law could destroy heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright. Apart from that, there were definitely terrifying creatures living in a land of death like the Azure Mountain Range. Those creatures had the strength to threaten the life of a great emperor. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer area of the Azure Mountain Range, he found many cultivators wandering around. Because of the Great Wish art, the Azure Mountain Range had become the focus of many cultivators after being immersed in it for countless years. A large number of cultivators gathered there. It was also because of the Great Wish art, which was a divine ability that had never existed since ancient times. To any cultivator, or any power, this was an extremely important matter. The effect it could have was immeasurable. Many major forces were still discussing the plan to enter the Azure Mountain Range. At this moment, Lin Feng continued walking towards the Supreme Tsang Mountain Range. Look, someone is walking toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range. Some cultivators noticed Lin Feng walking toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range and couldn't help but exclaim. It's a human cultivator. And it's a human cultivator from that group. Is that kid going to die? Many people looked at Lin Feng. They saw Lin Feng walking step by step toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range. Many people were discussing. They all felt that Lin Feng was simply going to die. What was the difference between entering a dangerous place like the Azure Mountain Range and courting death? Just as everyone was discussing the matter, Lin Feng entered the Azure Mountain Range. The Azure Mountain Range was a continuous chain of mountains. Soon, a creature from the Forbidden Zone appeared. This creature of the Forbidden Zone was actually a zombie. This zombie demon was surrounded by a terrifying baleful chi. Its body was as hard as the most powerful Dharma treasure, and its nails were 1/2 meter long. The zombie's nails, this was the zombie's most powerful Dharma treasure. The zombie's sharp claws scratched toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the demon ancestor's sacred fist and punched the zombie. A powerful fist shadow condensed and blasted toward the zombie. The zombie was no match for Lin Feng's attack. It was sent flying by Lin Feng, but the zombie's physical body was strong and didn't suffer any injuries. Therefore, the zombie demon roared. It pounced toward Lin Feng again. Just nice to suppress you. Let me ask you about the situation here. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used his palm as a sword. In the void. With a light stroke. Whoosh, a dazzling light surged out. Then. A dazzling sword chi flew out in an instant. Then, it quickly slashed toward the zombie. Clang, the sword energy collided with the zombie's claws, making a clanging sound. Lin Feng's sword energy directly shook the zombie back. However, the zombie's body was too hard. Therefore, it took such a heavy blow. The zombie didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng stepped forward, opened his big hand, and directly suppressed the zombie. Dense runes appeared. They pressed down on the corpse demon. Every rune was surrounded by terrifying power. The runes pressed down on the corpse charm, suppressing it in place. Roar. The zombie demon let out an angry roar. It struggled hard, but it couldn't break free. Lin Feng walked toward the zombie, put his right hand directly on the zombie's head, and then began to search the zombie's soul. The zombie struggled violently. But after struggling for a while, it couldn't break free from Lin Feng's soul-searching technique. Lin Feng saw the zombie's memory. His memory was very complicated. Endless scenes appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng found some content he wanted to see from these images. For example, Lin Feng knew some terrifying existences in the Heavenly Mountain Range. In the deepest part of the Heavenly Mountain Range, there seemed to be several unimaginably terrifying existences sleeping. Back then, a terrifying existence that had been sleeping in the depths of the Azure Mountain Range had awakened. When that terrifying existence awoke, something terrible happened. The entire Heavenly Mountain Range was shrouded in an extremely terrifying aura. Some creatures in the Heavenly Mountain Range even died. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the battle strength of the terrifying existence was to cause such pressure. Therefore, the Azure Mountain Range was an extremely dangerous place. When entering the Azure Mountain Range, one had to pray that the sleeping creatures inside would not wake up. Of course, so many years had passed. The existence in the Heavenly Mountain Range never woke up again. Perhaps those existences would not awaken often, which was something worth celebrating. After Lin Feng found the answer he was looking for, he quickly flew into the depths of the forest. The place Lin Feng was going to was called Dragon Soul Valley. It was an extremely terrifying place in the Azure Mountain Range. Not only did that place contain the laws of destruction that could obliterate the heavens and the earth, it was said to contain extremely violent dragon origin energy. This kind of dragon origin energy. It was said that it was left behind after the fall of the giant dragon. It was said that the dragon that fell in the Dragon Soul Valley was an extremely powerful divine dragon. Because their deaths were too tragic. Therefore, after his death, his body turned into the Dragon Soul Valley. The zombie had been to that place before. But it was too dangerous. Shermay hurriedly left that place. And that place. This was the place Lin Feng was looking for. Lin Feng had already entered several terrifying places of death. Therefore, Lin Feng had a lot of experience in entering those places of death. He knew how to restrain his aura in those places of death to avoid those terrifying creatures. Of course, it was very difficult to pass through those places of death. Lin Feng was also in danger in those places of death. He was targeted by a terrifying creature. That terrifying creature lingered in the darkness. After several battles, Lin Feng was almost killed by that terrifying creature. Fortunately, the mysterious iron box played a key role at this time. The mysterious iron box scared off that terrifying creature. And Lin Feng was lucky enough to escape in the end. If it wasn't for the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely die. Along the way, he saw some powerful cultivators join forces and enter the Azure Mountain Range. Had they finally come in to look for the Great Wish Art? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew. Those experts should have come in to look for the Great Wish Art. Many powers had already spied on the Great Wish Art to the point of madness. This was because those major powers were fully aware of how powerful the Great Wish Art was. If they could cultivate it successfully, it would be very useful to them. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that a dangerous qi was approaching him quickly. No, it's not targeting me. It's targeting those experts from the major forces. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. A terrifying creature from the Forbidden Zone was rapidly approaching. Lin Feng hurriedly left that area. There was more than one creature from the Forbidden Zone rushing over from afar. And it was extremely terrifying. Those great emperors were powerful. However, it was unrealistic to completely escape from the attacks of the creatures from the Forbidden Zones. When that happened, there would definitely be casualties. 5 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Dragon Soul Valley after experiencing several life and death crises. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, everywhere was steaming dragon qi and destructive energy. Vaguely, Lin Feng even felt that he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. When he heard the dragon's roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the dragon origin power in the Dragon Soul Valley had already developed spirituality? It could actually let out a dragon's roar. It was really unbelievable. And it was extremely shocking. Lin Feng wandered around the Dragon Soul Valley for a while. He squatted down and deduced with the innate 8 trigrams. Then he revealed a look of contemplation. Dangerous place. Dead place. It's actually so dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, it was definitely a dangerous place. It was so terrifying that one couldn't help but be shocked. But such a place. It was the place where Lin Feng cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art. No matter how dangerous it was, Lin Feng had to take the risk and enter. He walked towards the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley. When he entered the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley, a terrifying power swept towards Lin Feng. That power was a special power formed by the fusion of the power of destruction and dragon origin power. That kind of power was incomparably terrifying. It swept across Lin Feng's body. Puff, Lin Feng's body was actually torn apart in an instant, dripping with blood. What a terrifying power. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. One had to know that Lin Feng's body was now equivalent to the body of an Imperial Emperor cultivator, but he was still unable to withstand the attack of that energy just now. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying was that energy. More and more terrifying energy surged towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Those energies seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 8-9 mysterious art. When those terrifying energies surged over, one had to admit that Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was too overbearing. It devoured all energy. As the terrifying energy was devoured by the 8-9 arcane art, the terrifying energy was quickly refined by the 8-9 arcane art. Waves of powerful fluctuation surged out. That powerful fluctuation was enough to cause one's expression to change. As more and more terrifying energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body was adapting to the terrifying energy. Time passed. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Of course, it was not easy to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. It required Lin Feng to be patient. Moreover, he had to endure all kinds of terrifying torture. Only in the end could he complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng could not help but roar. At this moment, Lin Feng came to the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. He suffered a calamity here, and his body was almost completely torn to pieces. At the critical moment, Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immortal divine body and luckily saved his life. Fortunately, Lin Feng withstood this wave of attacks. The energy in the central region after the fusion of the dragon essence and the power of destruction was more terrifying than the energy in the outer region. In fact, Lin Feng had already thought of this situation and was mentally prepared. It had always been extremely difficult to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng had been cultivating the 8-9 arcane art for many years. Therefore, he knew the 8-9 arcane art very well. The 8-9 arcane art was heaven-defying, but it was also very deadly. At that moment, Lin Feng could only practice the 8-9 mysteries, but he couldn't use it. In the future, Perhaps he could find a way to resolve the 8-9 arcane art's consumption of vitality. At that time, the 8-9 arcane art would become one of the methods Lin Feng relied on the most. Lin Feng crazily operated the 8-9 arcane art to absorb the terrifying energy. A large amount of energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Lin Feng knew he had found the right place. Although this place was dangerous, it could indeed make a breakthrough in his 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng cultivated in the outer region for a day, but in the central region, he cultivated for 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Feng found that his body had a strong immunity to the terrifying energy in the central region. Lin Feng's physical body was also becoming stronger under the pressure of that terrifying strength. So, in this cycle of destruction and constant recovery, Lin Feng's physical body had become much stronger. When Lin Feng's body was strong to a certain extent, he would be immune to the terrifying energy. At that moment, the 8-9 mysterious art seemed to be affected by Lin Feng's physical body. It was immune to that kind of strength. Therefore, at this time needed to absorb the energy to absorb. At this time, Lin Feng had to go to a deeper position. Lin Feng continued walking deeper and deeper. When Lin Feng arrived in the depths of the palace, his physical body was attacked again. But this time, Lin Feng was already prepared. He used his immortal divine body to resolve the great damage to his body in the depths of the Dragon's Soul Valley. Then, Lin Feng continued to devour the powerful energy that was the fusion of dragon origin power and destruction power in the depths of the Dragon's Soul Valley. Time flew by. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. And Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had finally reached the point where it was about to transform. Waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out of Lin Feng's body. The fluctuations were so terrifying that it was suffocating. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was operating at an unprecedented speed. When the 8-9 arcane art was operating, Lin Feng felt the immortal power and sovereign power in his body begin to operate quickly. The immortal power and sovereign power were the two powers contained in Lin Feng's immortal bloodline and sovereign bloodline respectively. The operation of the 8-9 arcane art actually took the initiative to drive the two bloodline powers to operate, which surprised Lin Feng. Right at this moment, a blurry world appeared on Lin Feng's left. In that world, several blurry figures appeared. They were the ancestors of Lin Feng's father's bloodline. They were all people who had stunned the ages. Lin Qi, Lin Xiaobai, Lin Beidian. There were also a few others that Lin Feng didn't recognize. This bloodline began with Lin Qi. It seemed that a few top experts had appeared in the past. Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian, was among them. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Baitian's strength was. Another illusory world appeared on his right. The figures that appeared in that illusory world were the experts of the sovereign bloodline. The ancestors of the sovereign bloodline were incomparably powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the greatest and noblest bloodline of this era. The strength of this clan was something that no other clan or power could compare to. However, unfortunately, the sovereign bloodline had declined. Of course, Lin Feng's rise. It also meant that the sovereign bloodline would rise again. This was because half of Lin Feng's bloodline flowed in his body. It came from his mother's bloodline. The ancestors of the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline appeared at the same time. They all looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with endless anticipation. These ancestors. They seemed to be waiting for Lin Feng to fully mature. But right at this moment, something strange had happened. A third illusory world appeared behind Lin Feng. This third illusory world was a misty and mysterious world. It was like a mysterious world surrounded by the power of chaos. This mysterious world emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. This mysterious world seemed to be filled with endless secrets. It seemed to be filled with the most mysterious secrets of all the worlds in the universe. That world. Immortal. Ancient. Powerful. What's up with the third world? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The first two worlds represented the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. What did the third world represent? Lin Feng racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the 8-9 Mysteries art sped up again. The 8-9 Mysteries art seemed to be completing its final transformation. Thus, Lin Feng withdrew his mind and didn't continue to think about what happened before. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, the 8-9 Mysteries art broke through the barrier and directly broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. This made Lin Feng happy. Just as Lin Feng broke through, a mountain in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley suddenly collapsed. A huge cave was revealed. Then, a low voice came from the cave. Someone actually dares to enter the Dragon Soul Valley. Is he here to die? Along with the low voice, Li Tianlan's voice fell. An incomparably terrifying devouring power was emitted from the cave. That devouring power enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to suck Lin Feng into the cave. Not good. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Something happened inside the Dragon Soul Valley. It must be full of danger. He had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely dangerous. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. He increased his speed to the extreme and then rushed out of the Dragon Soul Valley. However, what made Lin Feng depressed was that he was enveloped by the powerful devouring force. His body flew uncontrollably toward the deepest cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his supreme aura. He wanted to use his supreme aura to resist the devouring force emitted from the depths of the cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. But unfortunately, Lin Feng failed in the end. Even the Supreme Being's domineering aura was destroyed by the terrifying devouring power. This made Lin Feng reveal a feeling of horror. What exactly was it that emitted such a terrifying aura? It was actually so tyrannical, it made one's hair stand on end. In the end, Lin Feng was swallowed by the cave. The cave was extremely dark. And it was very deep. The cave emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng was sucked into the deepest part of the cave. There was a huge mountain here. The devouring power disappeared into the belly of the mountain. Then, plop. Lin Feng fell to the ground. He was dizzy from the fall. Lin Feng couldn't help but get up from the ground gloomily. Just as he got up, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura enveloping his body. In the darkness, there was a pair of cold eyes staring coldly at Lin Feng. When he saw that pair of cold eyes, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a horrified expression. What kind of eyes were that? Take a look. It made people feel as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. That pair of eyes. Like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Terrifying. Terrifying. Awe-inspiring. People couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the owner of those eyes with a serious expression. It should be this terrifying existence that had sucked him into the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng's mind was full of thoughts as he tried to think of a way to escape. The terrifying existence sneered. I haven't even asked you a question yet, and you're asking me a question first. You've got guts. Lin Feng said, if you're a coward, you wouldn't dare to come in. That terrifying existence said, I didn't expect you to have such guts. I'm very surprised. I've seen many people with extraordinary cultivation. Once they're trapped here, they'll change their appearance. You're different from those people, said Lin Feng. People are different, of course. In this world, there are no two people who are exactly the same. The terrifying existence asked, countless cultivators who were sucked into this place have died at my hands. Many of them are much stronger than you. Aren't you worried about dying at my hands? Lin Feng replied indifferently, why should I be worried? Because I know. I definitely won't die here. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the terrifying existence sneered, you're quite confident. However, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong today. You'll definitely die here today. No one in this world can save you. As soon as its voice faded, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out. A huge claw stretched out from the darkness. Then, it grabbed at Lin Feng. The huge claw emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. It was like the claw of an evil dragon that had lived in hell for billions of years. Dragon claw. When Lin Feng saw the claw, he was very shocked. Because before this, from the memories of the zombie, he knew that a powerful divine dragon had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley. Now, the existence that attacked him seemed to be a divine dragon. Was this existence related to the legendary giant dragon that had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley? Or was there some special connection? Lin Feng was very curious about this. Of course, Lin Feng was also aware of one thing. Such a terrifying existence. It would definitely not be easy to deal with it. Although Lin Feng said that he would not die here, he was actually quite nervous. Buzz, Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra. The 3 stone swords quickly flew out and slashed at the dragon claw that was coming at them. Pft! 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 3 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He originally thought that the 3 stone swords could at most block a few rounds of attacks from this terrifying existence. But who would have thought, the first attack of the 3 stone swords actually injured this terrifying existence, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. Such a terrifying aura should not be so weak. But, it was an indisputable fact that this terrifying existence was injured. Stone sword. You actually have the stone sword. The terrifying existence could not help but cry out in horror. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. Lin Feng was very shocked. It seemed that this terrifying existence was afraid of the stone sword. The power of the stone sword was indeed incomparably powerful. But the key was that this existence was too terrifying. He should not be so afraid of the stone sword. Could it be? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He remembered. The stone sword was the most harmful to those living beings who had crossed eras. If Lin Feng activated the stone sword, he could kill this era's Emperor Realm expert. Then, if Lin Feng controlled the stone sword, he might be able to kill those emperors and holy emperors among the living beings who had crossed eras. The damage caused by the stone sword to living beings who had crossed eras was far greater than the damage caused by other living beings. Lin Feng did not know the exact reason. Therefore, Lin Feng saw the terrifying existence's terrified voice when facing the stone sword. He thought of that possibility. This terrifying existence should be a living being who had crossed eras. Only this could explain why this existence was so severely injured by the stone sword. Since it was a living being who had crossed eras, there was no need for him to be so afraid of this living being. The 3 stone swords floated beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the depths step by step. He wanted to see the appearance of this terrifying existence. When Lin Feng approached the existence, he finally saw the appearance of the existence clearly. It was indeed a huge dragon, but it was a black dragon. This made Lin Feng feel extremely surprised. The black dragon in front of him was exactly the same size as the Eastern Divine Dragon. However, the Eastern Divine Dragon's dragon scales were purplish gold. The dragon scales of this dragon were black. This was the biggest difference. This dragon was very similar to the weapon spirit of Lin Feng's black dragon sword. You are a living being who has crossed eras? Since you know, you still have to ask? The black dragon glared at Lin Feng fiercely. However, the black dragon no longer dared to attack Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had 3 stone swords in his hands. The suppression of the 3 stone swords was too great. If he rashly attacked Lin Feng, even if his cultivation level was far higher than Lin Feng's, he would still be killed. Lin Feng might even kill him. Of course, the most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. This was not something the black dragon wanted to see. However, the black dragon was intimidated by Lin Feng, a young cultivator with a low cultivation level. This made the black dragon very angry. Therefore, when he faced Lin Feng, his tone was extremely bad. Lin Feng naturally knew what the black dragon was thinking. Therefore, he did not care about the black dragon's attitude. He was now wondering if he could get some benefits from the black dragon. This guy was so powerful. He must have many extraordinary and unimaginable abilities. He might even have divine abilities so powerful that others would drool. Perhaps he could use some methods to obtain these powerful divine abilities from the black dragon. What kind of state are you in? I feel like there's something wrong with your body. Lin Feng looked at the black dragon and could not help but ask. This was something he was extremely curious about. Although the black dragon had transcended epics, his combat strength was not as strong as he had imagined. The black dragon said. In your opinion, what does transcending epics mean? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had not expected the black dragon to ask him such a strange question. Lin Feng said. Transcending epochs. Naturally, it means living to the next epoch. Moreover, one can obtain an extremely long lifespan. The black dragon said. Have you ever heard of the law of conservation? Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, he pondered over the black dragon's words. The black dragon continued, the law of conservation tells us that the more we gain, the more we lose. Living beings who transcend epochs obtain new life, and their lifespans are extremely long. Therefore, they will definitely suffer losses in other aspects. Lin Feng was speechless. Because this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It was no wonder that this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. Although Lin Feng had seen living beings that had transcended epochs, he had never seen them before. However, he had never had a serious conversation with the black dragon. Lin Feng thought of the black fog creature from before. He used to be so powerful. Especially at the beginning of the new era, the strength of the black fog creatures was simply indescribable. But as the era gradually passed, one era after another passed, the strength of the creatures in the black mist continued to decline. In addition to the decline of their strength, their bodies seemed to have encountered some other problems. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about the other situations that the creatures in the black fog encountered. However, Lin Feng knew that those living beings in the black fog must have encountered a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said. It seems that living beings that have transcended epochs will more or less encounter some trouble. Black Dragon nodded and said, that's right. That's indeed the case. At the beginning of the new era, after absorbing the era's luck, one's cultivation will reach its peak in a relatively short period of time. Many people think that they are about to break through their shackles and reach an even greater peak. However, at that time, terrifying things will happen. All sorts of strange things, curses, and other things will happen to the living beings that have transcended epochs. Therefore, many living beings that have transcended epochs will experience a constant decline in their strength after reaching their peak. Moreover, they will encounter some terrifying things. Black Dragon's eyes revealed an extremely terrified expression when he said this. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Black Dragon was so terrified. What did that mean? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and said, it seems that you are actually hiding in this place to avoid some danger that you have sensed. Black Dragon said, that's right. You guessed correctly. Lin Feng asked, what are you hiding from? Black Dragon said, I can't say. I don't dare say. Everything has its own premonition. If I tell you, it won't end well for me. You shouldn't be asking about this. Do you think that with your cultivation, you will be able to continue living smoothly after knowing all this? Lin Feng fell silent. It was indeed as Black Dragon had said. This matter was filled with mysteries and unknown dangers. Therefore, it was better not to know some things. Black Dragon continued, there are still some living beings like me who are struggling at death's door and trying their best to survive until the end of an epoch. That way, we will have a chance to be reborn. At that time, we will once again obtain the power of a new epoch, gain new lifespan, and become stronger once more. Lin Feng sneered and said, so, the living beings that have transcended epochs are one of the driving forces behind the great wars that have engulfed the universe? They want the epoch to end as soon as possible. Only then will they have a chance to be reborn. That's right. However, don't think that there is anything wrong with this. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This is a principle that everyone understands. Black Dragon said. Lin Feng frowned, but he did not refute Black Dragon's words even though he did not want to admit it. However, he had to admit that Black Dragon's words were correct. Every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost, humanity. That was it. This was especially true in a place like the world of cultivators. Cultivators were even more selfish than cultivators. They only had themselves in their hearts. How could there be anyone else? Black Dragon continued, although the living beings that have transcended epochs will encounter all sorts of troubles, there will always be some heaven-defying existences among them. Those existences are truly enviable. They can resolve all sorts of troubles and remain incomparably powerful even until the end of an epoch. Lin Feng had thought of this as well. Nothing was absolute. Anything. Accidents would always occur. For example, the calamities encountered by the living beings that have transcended epochs. However, there would always be some living beings that could view the calamities as a way to improve their cultivation. Moreover, those living beings that have transcended epochs were able to achieve this. The previous epoch. What kind of world was it? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. He only knew that this world had a boundless starry sky, beautiful mountains and rivers, 3,000 worlds, dazzling epics of history, legendary heroes that could make one weep and sing, beautiful fairies, and countless myths and legends. However, Lin Feng did not know what the previous epoch was like. Hearing Lin Feng's question, the black dragon was shocked. The black dragon couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking back to the previous era and what kind of world it was. In the end, the black dragon shook his head and said, "I've forgotten. I've completely forgotten." "How could you forget?" Lin Feng asked. The black dragon said, "Even if you cross eras and live another life. But have you ever thought that your family, loved ones, relatives, friends, fellow disciples, etc., would all die? At that time, you would be left all alone in the world, with no one to rely on and no one to rely on. Do you know what kind of feeling that is? That kind of feeling. It's really terrible. It's simply infuriating. It's a feeling worse than death." Thus, at that time, many living beings who have crossed eras will choose to forget some things, such as forgetting the mountains and rivers of the previous era, or even forgetting their family, loved ones, friends, fellow disciples, and so on. Lin Feng said, "The mountains and rivers can be forgotten, but can one really forget their family, loved ones, friends, fellow disciples, and so on?" The black dragon sighed and said, "You won't know if you haven't experienced it yourself. Perhaps you'll have the chance to experience it in the future. At that time, you'll know if you can forget them." Lin Feng could hear the sadness in the black dragon's voice. Perhaps, the black dragon couldn't forget those people either. Who could do that? For any living being of any race, the thing they couldn't let go of the most was their emotions. Perhaps the so-called severing of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, perhaps it was just a beautiful wish. Even the great Thunderclap Temple's holy monks couldn't do that. Lin Feng said, "What powerful techniques did the previous era have? Give me a few. I'll use them to defend myself." Scram. The black dragon, who was still a little sad, was furious when he heard Lin Feng's words. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng and roared. If Lin Feng didn't have the 3 stone swords, the black dragon wouldn't be afraid of Lin Feng. In the black dragon's eyes, Lin Feng was simply an ant-like existence. Such an ant actually dared to negotiate with him. How hateful. Black Dragon almost couldn't hold it in any longer and directly swiped his claw at Lin Feng. However, when he thought of the 3 stone swords Lin Feng had grasped, Black Dragon managed to restrain himself with great difficulty. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why are you so angry? This is a normal exchange of sacred arts. Teach me a few powerful techniques, and I'll teach you a few divine abilities from this epoch. How about it? Do you think I care about your divine abilities?" The Black Dragon looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng said, "So you're saying that you're not willing to cooperate? Are you planning to fight?" Wang. 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 As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the 3 stone swords began to vibrate the void. The terror was boundless. The power of these 3 stone swords. They could be said to be peerlessly terrifying. When Black Dragon sensed the aura emitted by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords, his expression turned incomparably gloomy. It hadn't been easy for him to survive until now without dying. Hei Long didn't want to expose himself because of Lin Feng. He didn't want to die. Black Dragon said fiercely, "If it weren't for these 3 stone swords, I would be able to kill you with a single swipe of my claw." That point, Lin Feng wouldn't deny it. It was indeed as Black Dragon had said. Considering Black Dragon's terrifying strength, he was indeed capable. Black Dragon could kill him with a single swipe of his claw. But so what, Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with either. "But I have 3 stone swords. Therefore, in this world, ifs, none of these are valid." Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. You're right. None of these are valid. Black Dragon shook his head and couldn't help but say. Finally. He nodded and said, I can teach you a sacred art. After you cultivate it, hurry up and leave this place. I don't want to see you again. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I don't want to stay here either. However, before I teach you the sacred art, we have to make it clear that the sacred art you teach me later must be that kind of powerful, terrifying top sacred art. You can't teach me ordinary sacred art to fool me, otherwise, I won't leave. Lin Feng said. Black Dragon said coldly, don't worry, the sacred art I teach you is definitely a sacred art that can cause a storm of blood in the myriad realms. After Black Dragon finished speaking, he raised his huge dragon claw. Then, a claw pointed towards Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng felt as if there was something extra in his mind. He checked it carefully and found that it was a cultivation technique. 9 Heavens 10 Earths Supremacy Technique. After seeing this sacred art, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. What a domineering name, 9 Heavens 10 Earths. It referred to a vague concept, roughly referring to the myriad realms of the myriad realms. The words I, the unique and righteous, were even easier to understand. It meant that between heaven and earth, I am the supreme. What made Lin Feng pleasantly surprised was that this sacred art was similar to his own path of the supreme being. There seemed to be some similarities. Of course, Lin Feng's path of the supreme being was created by him. Even though it was similar to the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Supremacy technique, it was estimated that there wouldn't be too many similarities. Lin Feng felt that this 9 Heavens 10 Earths Supremacy technique might be able to inspire him. Let him better perfect his own path of the supreme being. One day. Maybe. Could the path of the supreme being created by Lin Feng surpass the path of the mortal, created by the Red World Fairy, this kind of thing? Who could say for sure? Now that the sacred art has been taught to you, you can leave. Black Dragon said. He had already begun to drive Lin Feng away. He didn't want Lin Feng to continue to stay here. Because after seeing Lin Feng, he felt that his temper would become extremely irritable. As for the reason, naturally, it was because he was angered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, we have such a good cooperation. Don't be in such a hurry to let me go, aren't you lonely by yourself? Isn't it good to chat with you more? Stop. 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 Black Dragon hurriedly said. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had such good intentions. Hurry up and leave, don't make me flip out. Black Dragon continued to look at Lin Feng fiercely. If possible, he really wanted to smash Lin Feng into meat paste with his claws. Lin Feng said, answer my question and I'll leave. Hurry up and ask. Black Dragon said angrily. This guy only wanted to send Lin Feng away as soon as possible. Nothing else. He didn't want to think about anything else. You should know where the Great Wish Technique is, right? Great Wish Technique. The most difficult Great Tao to cultivate among the 3,000 Great Taos. It was also the Great Tao that Lin Feng had peeked at for a long time. This 3,000 Great Tao. It was incomparably terrifying. Countless people wanted to obtain this 3,000 Great Tao. One of the reasons why Lin Feng took the risk to enter the Azure Mountain Range was to search for the Great Wish Technique. As for the collision with the Black Dragon, if he could obtain the Supreme in the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths ability from the Black Dragon, he would be able to obtain it. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this pleasant surprise made Lin Feng extremely happy. If he could obtain the Great Wish Technique, Lin Feng was even happier. The Great Wish Technique was too important to Lin Feng. The mountain in the northwest is called the Great Wish Mountain. There is a Great Wish Stone. You can go to that place and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something there. The Black Dragon said. Alright, then we'll meet again. Lin Feng waved his hand at the Black Dragon and kept the 3 stone swords. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Who the hell would meet you again? It's best if we never meet again. The Black Dragon couldn't help but mutter. For Lin Feng. The Black Dragon gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng walked out of the Dragon Soul Valley. At this moment, it was night. The night in the death impasse was extremely unpeaceful. Every death impasse was like this. For example, Lin Feng had seen terrifying things like ghost soldiers borrowing the path in some death impasse nights. He had also seen things like ghost parade in some death impasse. He had also seen some terrifying and heaven-defying existences awaken from their slumber in some death impasse. Therefore, the night in the death impasse. It was too terrifying. Too terrifying. When night fell, if one was still wandering outside the death impasse, they might die without a burial place. If I knew it was night outside, I would have stayed with the black dragon for a while. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. However, since he had come out, he had no intention of going back. Lin Feng locked onto the mountain that the black dragon mentioned. He headed towards that mountain. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faint sound. If it weren't for his strong spiritual sense, he would have been able to escape. He couldn't hear those voices at all. When Lin Feng heard that sound, he couldn't help but frown. In the darkness, something seemed to be approaching them quickly. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sudden pain in his right hand. He looked at his right hand and saw a small black bug lying on it. Lin Feng wanted to slap that little bug to death. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move his body at all. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that all of his consciousness was rapidly leaving his body. Little bug, it was highly toxic. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying poison. Even with Lin Feng's tyrannical cultivation base, he was still able to withstand it. Even he was unable to resist this poison. From this, one could see how terrifying this poison was. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the powerful Mai Takeo. Rumor had it that Maio Maio was an immortal. Even now, there were endless legends about Maio Maio in the Nine States world. Later, Lin Feng followed many cultivators into the martial origin immortal mansion left behind by Maio Maio. In the martial origin immortal mansion, Lin Feng found some clues. He found a poisonous bug. According to the clues left behind by Maio Maio, Lin Feng learned. Maio Maio, a terrifying expert, was stung by a poisonous bug. Then he was poisoned to death. Maio Maio was an immortal. Yet he was poisoned to death by a poisonous bug. It was unimaginable, shocking, and unbelievable. However, it was indeed true. Between heaven and earth, there would always be some terrifying creatures born that you could never imagine. And those terrifying creatures, they were incomparably heaven-defying, so heaven-defying that people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. For example, the poisonous bug that killed an immortal like Maio Maio. And Lin Feng encountered the same thing as Maio Maio. Now, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Along the way, how many life and death situations had he experienced? No matter how dangerous it was, he had successfully overcome them. But now, was he going to die under the claws and fangs of a poisonous bug? This made Lin Feng extremely depressed and unwilling. He didn't want to die like this. But now, Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the strong poison. Even his divine sense was sealed by the strong poison. He couldn't use it to communicate with the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. Just as Lin Feng was about to be poisoned to death, Lin Feng suddenly heard the white jade toad's voice. The white jade toad was extremely sensitive to strong poison. Although Lin Feng couldn't communicate with the white jade toad, but because the white jade toad was connected to Lin Feng's soul, it was a spiritual beast. So the white jade toad could sense everything about Lin Feng. Not long after Lin Feng was poisoned, the white jade toad sensed it. So the white jade toad quickly flew out, stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, and suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, the strong poison in Lin Feng's body began to be continuously absorbed by the white jade toad. In these years, the white jade toad had completed its evolution. Now it stopped at the 4th stage. The ability that the white jade toad got every time it evolved was extremely extraordinary. But even though its ability was extremely terrifying now, after absorbing the strong poison in Lin Feng's body, the white jade toad's body turned pitch black. Even the white jade toad couldn't detoxify the strong poison absorbed from Lin Feng's body in a short time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this strong poison was. That was Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, they would have been poisoned to death long ago. Lin Feng felt his body recover and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Lin Feng found that the poisonous bug on his hand was already dead. He put the poisonous bug into the porcelain bottle. Then he touched the white jade toad's head. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad called out a few times, revealing a friendly aura. Then it returned to the mountain river ring to refine the strong poison absorbed from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle with the poisonous bug into the mountain river ring. Although Lin Feng didn't like to use poison. But it didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't know how to use poison. Taking this poisonous bug, it might be useful in the future. Damn it. As expected of the land of death, there is actually such a terrifying bug that almost took my life. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter gloomily. He didn't stop and continued to walk towards the Grand Aspiration Mountain. This night, there were roars of beasts everywhere, and terrifying creatures of the forbidden area appeared. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, and he avoided those terrifying creatures of the forbidden area. At noon the next day, Lin Feng finally arrived at the foot of the Grand Aspiration Mountain. The Great Wish Mountain was vast and majestic. It was definitely a terrifying place. The aura it emitted made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. This place is not simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Boom. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the Great Wish Mountain. After feeling the terrifying fluctuation, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He felt as if a terrifying creature had been born. Once a creature from the death impasse was born, it would be extremely terrifying. He had to be on guard. Otherwise, for anyone, it was very likely that it would be a disaster. Lin Feng had entered the death impasse many times, so he knew how to seek survival in the death impasse. Waves of sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Soon, Lin Feng saw a terrifying creature. It was a three-headed monster. Its body was like a purple python, and it was nearly 1,000 meters long. Among the three heads, the head in the middle was a python's head. The head on the left was a malicious ghost's head. The head on the right was a chelan's head. Lin Feng had seen many creatures in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying creature. This kind of creature was simply too strange. The aura it emitted was like the aura of the death god. Such a terrifying existence, who knew how powerful its combat strength was? Lin Feng completely hid himself, and even his aura was completely restrained. If he was seen by that terrifying creature, Lin Feng knew how terrible the result would be. Such a terrifying creature was too powerful, so he had to be on guard against it. That terrifying creature rushed out of the Great Wish Mountain, and then disappeared into the mountain range in front of it. After that terrifying creature left, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, "This death impasse is really a strange place. There are all kinds of fierce beasts." Yes. Death impasse. It's really strange. At this time, the demon lord's voice sounded. Lin Feng came out from his hiding place and continued to walk towards the Great Wish Mountain. The Great Ambition Mountain was a mountain that was 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. The mountain ridge extended for 40 or 50 miles. The ancient forest was densely packed, and danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng walked all the way to the top of Grand Ambition Mountain. When Lin Feng arrived halfway up the Great Wish Mountain, Lin Feng saw a huge rock at the top of the mountain. The boulder was surrounded by a powerful primordial force. Grand Wish Stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The boulder was extraordinary, and it was surrounded by endless saint power. It was densely covered with runes. Vaguely, one could even hear the sound of the Tao. That Great Wish Stone should be related to the Great Wish technique, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He thought so too. He felt that the Great Wish Stone and the Great Wish technique must have an extremely close connection. However, he still needed to observe carefully for now. Roar. A deep roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A terrifying creature flew over from afar. It was a Bian. Its bloodline was incomparably powerful. The Bian's bloodline dyed half the sky blood red. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Bian's strength was absolutely shocking, He observed the Baiyan's every move from afar. When the Baiyan came to the side of the great wish stone, it actually sat down cross-legged. It straightened its body. Its two front legs stretched out in front of its body, like the two hands of a cultivator, and its hooves were together. He began to meditate in a dignified manner. This works? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Baiyan was extraordinary. Although it didn't take human form, Lin Feng guessed that it wasn't because it didn't have the strength. It was because the Baiyan didn't want to take human form. Not only was the Baiyan powerful, but its comprehension was also extremely powerful. Not long after it sat down cross-legged, the great wish stone vibrated and emitted a mysterious sound. Those were the voices of many people. It resounded through the clouds. When they heard the voices one after another, they were stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He felt the aura of the great path from the sound. Perhaps I can use the Baiyan's comprehension of the great path to have an epiphany. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the great path of heaven and earth. Lin Feng comprehended the mysterious aura of the great path. When he felt the aura of the great path, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He sank into a deep level of epiphany. He was comprehending the aura of the great path. Lin Feng vaguely saw a long river. Then, all kinds of voices entered Lin Feng's mind. I hope to become a peerless expert and never be bullied again. I hope to win Siyu's heart. I will love her for the rest of my life. I hope that my parents and loved ones can be healthy. With my demon blood, I will dye the sky red. I am willing to burn my demon blood to protect the demon race's holy land. I will have no regrets even if I die. To protect my homeland, I will shed blood in battle. I am willing to fight until my soul is shattered. I will never retreat. Those voices were echoing in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng felt as though his head was about to split open. Pain, unparalleled pain. That kind of pain, it made Lin Feng feel as though he was better off dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul power was extremely powerful. He successfully resolved the pain of his soul being shattered. Finally, Lin Feng was gradually getting used to the voices of those people. These voices are the wishes of every living being. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. These wishes were naturally different. Some wished for their loved ones to be healthy, some wished for themselves to have a meteoric rise, and some wished for those who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the safety of their people's homeland. Lin Feng realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the Long River. He was traveling through the Long River. Lin Feng saw the runes formed by the wishes one after another. All of a sudden, the runes turned into rune fish. They swam around Lin Feng. This river of wishes had been formed over countless tens of thousands of years. The wishes of countless people had successfully condensed into this river of wishes. However, these wishes, they couldn't be considered grand wishes. The so-called great ambition was just like the great ambition that immortal venerable red dust had made. For the sake of all living beings in the world. The Red World Fairy was even willing to sacrifice herself. That was the true grand wish. I am willing to give up my 9 bodies in exchange for another chance to reverse the fate of all living beings. Suddenly, a new voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard this wish, Lin Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. For all living beings in the world. He was willing to give up his 9 bodies. This wish, it was enough to be called a grand wish. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to have seen a mysterious world. That world. Smoke filled the air. War raged on. He didn't know what kind of world it was. He could only vaguely see some scenes. Cultivators fell from the sky one by one. However, it still couldn't stop those cultivators from charging into the sky without fear of death. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. It emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked and moved expression. That aura was too terrifying. Anyone who felt that aura would probably feel a chill down their spine. Kill! Earth-shaking shouts resounded through the sky. Myriad Daos were shattered, and the heavenly Dao collapsed. Cultivators fell, and the sky cried blood. A man shrouded in boundless holy light charged into the 9 heavens. It was him who made a great wish. Abandoning the 9-fold body. in exchange for a chance to reverse the fate of the world. What kind of feeling was this? There were very few people in the world who could do this. Because, no matter who it was, their own lives were the most precious. Giving up one's life for someone else sounded unbelievable. If one lived, only then would there be hope. If one died, just like an extinguished lamp flame, once one died, everything would become nothing. So the cultivators in the world of cultivators, they were all striving to live longer. They were all striving to make themselves stronger. They were even yearning for eternal life. And now, someone actually gave up his life for the sake of the world. What kind of great moral integrity was this? It was unimaginable. It was shocking. It was moving. That powerhouse fell. In the end, the fate of the world was reversed. The scene changed. Lin Feng suddenly found that the world filled with war had become another scene. There were scenes full of vitality everywhere. He sacrificed himself in exchange for hope. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have an epiphany. Runes began to form in his mind. Those runes were combining. Lin Feng could feel the sound of the great Tao from the runes. Those runes were surrounded by endless mysterious power. His voice sounded like the chanting of the great Tao. It shook the soul. The runes of the great Tao art. Lin Feng was shocked. Those runes were actually the runes of the great wish art. Very soon, Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysterious power within the runes. Time passed quickly. It was unknown how much time had passed. More and more mysterious runes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng comprehended even more runes. Those runes intertwined in his mind and turned into the eternal immortal rune. Those eternal immortal talismans. It turned into the most primitive cultivation method. And this kind of cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the Great Wish technique. I really obtained the cultivation formula for the Great Vow art. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The Great Vow art was a magical ability that everyone wanted to obtain. Once such a magical ability was displayed, it would play an incomparably crucial role for a cultivator. Now he finally obtained the magical ability, the Great Vow art. As long as he could successfully cultivate this magical ability, Lin Feng believed, in the future, this divine ability would definitely be able to display endless miraculous effects. At this moment, a gloomy and cold aura filled the air. That aura made Lin Feng's body freeze in an instant. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He looked around. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. To the left, a terrifying creature looked at him with cold eyes. That terrifying creature walked over step by step. That terrifying creature was none other than the mighty Xuanni. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen such a terrifying creature like Tao Wu. However, the Tao Wu he had seen before was far from being as powerful as this one. Not only was his cultivation inferior in terms of bloodline, compared to this Tao Wu in front of him, it was unknown how many times worse it was. This Tao Wu in front of him was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. The aura emitted from its body made one feel a sense of horror. There was no way to know how powerful such a terrifying existence was. After seeing this Tao Wu, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He quickly got up and looked at the Tao Wu divine beast walking over step by step with a guarded expression. You're very smart. You can actually comprehend the Great Vow art from the Great Tao aura emitted when I was comprehending the Tao. The Tao Wu divine beast said. Its voice was very cold, making Lin Feng feel as if he was in the North Pole snowfield. That feeling. It could be said to be incomparably terrible. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He was quietly observing the changes. Because Lin Feng felt that this Tao Wu divine beast didn't seem to want to attack him. If it had attacked, with this Tao Wu divine beast's strength, it wouldn't have needed to wait until now. It could have attacked long ago. But since it hadn't attacked yet, it was enough to explain too many problems. Quickly leave this place. This is not a place you should be. The Tao Wu divine beast said in a cold voice. Lin Feng looked at the Tao Wu divine beast in surprise. Although he didn't feel any hostility from the Tao Wu divine beast. He didn't expect that the Tao Wu divine beast would let him leave so easily. Goodbye. Lin Feng couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He cupped his fists at the Tao Wu divine beast. Then he quickly rushed into the distance. After Lin Feng left, the Tao Wu divine beast couldn't help but mutter to itself. He's really too similar to that man. The Tao Wu divine beast couldn't help but say. 60 years ago, a human cultivator arrived at this place. What happened that day? The Tao Wu divine beast could never forget. After that human cultivator came to the heavenly mountain range. The entire heavenly mountain range. It was as if it was frozen. Countless powerful beings in the land of extremis were imprisoned. Including itself. Different from other beings in the land of extremis. The Tao Wu divine beast. It was lucky enough to see that man's appearance. That man entered the deepest part of the land of extremis. That was the place where several terrifying existences were sleeping. What did that man do in there, later? Everything returned to normal. And several terrifying existences gave orders at the same time. If any living being sees that man, you must keep this a secret. Otherwise, kill without mercy. The Tao Wu divine beast itself didn't know how powerful these terrifying existences were. But the Tao Wu divine beast knew one thing. Those terrifying existences almost never woke up at the same time. But now they woke up at the same time and gave orders. There were some hidden reasons. Thinking about it carefully. Originally, the divine beast Swanee thought that it might never see that terrifying man again. Until it saw Lin Feng. It even almost thought that Lin Feng was that man. Very quickly, the divine beast Swanee could tell the difference between Lin Feng and that man. Bloodline inheritance. The divine beast Swanee could feel the bloodline that Lin Feng inherited from that man. It was a direct bloodline. The divine beast Swanee knew. That man. He should be the father of the young cultivator in front of it. So, even if the divine beast Swanee had 100 guts, it wouldn't dare to deal with Lin Feng. Instead, it reminded Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. He didn't want other people to kill Lin Feng. When the time came, it was likely that all the living beings in the land of death would be buried together with him. The divine beast Swanee didn't want to die so miserably. After leaving the heavenly mountain range, Lin Feng found a secluded place in the ancient forest to cultivate in seclusion. He planned to cultivate the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This was a supreme ability passed down from the previous era. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he would definitely be able to erupt with unimaginable terrifying power. It wasn't easy to cultivate this ability. Lin Feng spent a full 5 months to comprehend the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This was a shocking ability, reversing fate and shattering 10,000 Dao. 9 heavens and 10 earths. Who could match it? After comprehending this ability, Lin Feng hurriedly comprehended the Great Wish technique, the 3,000 Great Dao. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. But, Lin Feng still couldn't successfully comprehend the Great Wish technique. It was really too difficult to cultivate this 3,000 Great Dao. Even for Lin Feng and the others. It was the same. Wanting to cultivate this ability was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Maybe the time isn't right yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He chose to come out of seclusion and left the great world of destruction. After confirming the route, he continued to fly in the direction of the undying realm. Traveling through the starry sky was lonely and lonely. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the ancient starship Xianxia by himself. The ancient starship Xianxia jumped through spacetime. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was studying the heart plate. Heart plate. It was a supreme treasure. No matter where he wanted to go, even if he didn't know about the ancient star map. However, as long as he could control the heart plate. In that case, the heart plate can take you to that place. This was the most heaven-defying aspect of the heart plate. Lin Feng had already obtained the heart plate for some time. However, he was still unable to comprehend the secrets of the heart plate. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. If he could comprehend the heart plate, to him, it would be a great help. The heart plate would definitely have an unimaginable effect. 1 month later, Lin Feng arrived in another part of the star region. This star field was called the Scattered Star Field. The reason why this star field had such a name was said to be because the star-scattered star field was filled with small life planets. Moreover, there were many life planets here. An ordinary star field might have a flourishing great world, as well as some massive planets with life. The scattered star field was the complete opposite. All of them were small life-bearing planets like this. Lin Feng landed on the dustless star of the scattered star field. He planned to rest here. Myriad Immortals Restaurant. It was very lively. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicious food. He also ordered a few pots of wine. He planned to enjoy the delicious food and wine. Have you heard? Some time ago, Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was ambushed and severely injured. He seemed to have been captured. Now, Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star's Myriad Immortals planet has been taken away. At this time, the conversation of the guests at the next table attracted Lin Feng's attention. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star. This name left a deep impression on him. Wasn't this Yu Simon's father? Back then, Lin Feng had competed with Nayland Monley, Yu Simon, and the others for the Supreme Treasure, Purple Flame Golden Lotus. Nayland Monley was a cultivator from the Heavenly Sage Great World. Together with young Master Nya and the others, they formed the Anti-Lin Feng Alliance. They wanted to kill Lin Feng, but they failed several times. And Yu Simon first appeared as a good friend of Nayland Monley. They had once trained together, so their friendship was quite good. However, in order to compete for the Supreme Treasure, Purple Flame Golden Lotus, Yu Simon ambushed Nayland Monley and injured Nayland Monley. Then, she ambushed and killed another 12 cultivators who were allied with them. For benefits. Yu Simon was also a ruthless and unscrupulous woman. However, Lin Feng was already used to this kind of thing. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel. It was just that Yu Simon had calculated everything, but she couldn't calculate Lin Feng's appearance. At that time, Lin Feng was hiding in the dark and saw this group of people killing each other. Lin Feng rushed out at the critical moment, suppressed Yu Simon, and captured Nayland Monley. At that time, Yu Simon used her father's identity to threaten Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng knew that Yu Simon's background was extraordinary. Her father was actually an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It was this Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. Later, when Lin Feng refined the 12 lotus seeds of the Purple Flame Golden Lotus to increase his cultivation, he was eroded by the power of the Purple Flame Golden Lotus and almost went berserk. At the critical moment, Lin Feng pounced on Yu Simon and Nayland Monley and absorbed their primordialine power. Only then did he recover. Furthermore, his cultivation base had also been greatly improved. He originally thought that he wouldn't have a chance to meet again. Who would have thought that he would hear about Supreme Venerable Myriad Star here? A powerhouse like Supreme Venerable Myriad Star is a master that no one dares to provoke in the starry sky world. In our star-scattered star region, he's a super powerhouse that can be ranked in the top 10. Which force dares to attack Supreme Venerable Myriad Star? A cultivator asked doubtfully. I'm not sure. The other party is very mysterious, the cultivator said. After a pause, the cultivator continued, but I heard that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star's daughter, Yu Simon, has been looking for her father's old friends. She hopes to unite those powerhouses and rescue her father. But no one is willing to help. Of course no one is willing to interfere in this kind of thing, lest they get into trouble, someone said. The others nodded. Since they dared to attack Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, they could roughly guess how powerful the cultivator was. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying force? A delicate face appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Yu Simon's appearance became clearer and clearer. No matter what, back then, Yu Simon's virginity was taken away by Lin Feng. Fellow brothers, may I know where Yu Simon is? Do you know? Lin Feng stood up, cupped his fists, and asked. Who are you? Why are you asking about Yu Simon? After hearing this voice, Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a group of people. The person who spoke was a young man. This young man was dressed in blue and was extraordinarily handsome. He was very eye-catching. He was only around 30 to 40,000 years old. However, his strength was extremely tyrannical. His aura was terrifying and shocking. Such a young cultivator was naturally extraordinary. In addition, there were so many experts following him. It was obvious that this young cultivator was definitely from a top force. Of course, he didn't know which force he was from. Yes. Do you know Simon's whereabouts? Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator and asked. The young cultivator didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, he asked, "What's your relationship with Simon?" "Friend." Lin Feng replied. At this time, there's actually someone who dares to admit that he's Simon's friend. I have to say that your courage is really admirable. The cultivator couldn't help but say. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This cultivator's tone was a little strange. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that this cultivator was very likely not on the same side as Simon. He might even be Simon's enemy. So what if I admit it? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Kid. You're quite arrogant, said a tall and sturdy cultivator next to the young man. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Han Yi. Go and play with this kid, the young cultivator ordered. Yes, young master. Young master. After receiving the order, the cultivator jumped out and landed on the ground. He didn't hide his aura. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. Immortal Emperor, this cultivator was actually an Immortal Emperor expert. This level of cultivator was extremely powerful. Of course, to Lin Feng, he was naturally not a powerful expert. This was because Lin Feng's strength was too tyrannical. But to others, an Immortal Emperor level expert was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Many diners who were eating changed their expressions after sensing the burly cultivator's aura. Who are those people? How could a random cultivator be so powerful? Are they cultivators from the force that attacked Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star? It's really possible. I'm afraid that Brad is finished. At this moment, many diners no longer cared about eating. They all stood up and watched the battle from afar. After the burly cultivator released his Immortal Emperor level aura, he directly released this aura, wanting to use this terrifying aura to intimidate Lin Feng. After sensing that terrifying aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. This person actually wanted to use his aura to suppress him. What a daydream. Lin Feng said sarcastically, "You dare to release your aura to suppress this young master with just this bit of cultivation? You really don't know your place. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. However, you seem to be feeling good about yourself. You really live up to the saying, the ignorant are fearless." Upon hearing Lin Feng's sarcastic words, the burly cultivator's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. You don't know what's good for you. I'm going to tear you apart. The cultivator roared and then directly threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He released a little bit of his aura, which directly enveloped the burly cultivator. The burly cultivator, who was rushing quickly toward Lin Feng, was actually imprisoned in place. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't go forward at all. You. The burly cultivator revealed an expression of disbelief. A young human cultivator with a lifespan of only about 100 years had actually suppressed him with his aura. This was too unbelievable. Oh my God, am I seeing things? The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was really too unbelievable and shocking. He was so young. Yet, he was so powerful. Lin Feng's combat strength shocked everyone's heart. Who is that brat? He's actually so powerful? It's really unbelievable. Yeah, he's too strong. It's really unbelievable. Many cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but discuss softly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, all of this was really happening in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. I couldn't tell that you were quite capable. Brat, let my people go. Then kneel down and swear to become my slave. I'll spare your life. The young man had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking down at Lin Feng. he said in an unquestionable tone. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like an ant or a dog. If Lin Feng dared to reject his suggestion, he could crush Lin Feng as easily as crushing an ant. He wanted Lin Feng to acknowledge him as his master. It was as if Lin Feng had cultivated his fortune in his previous life. This person is really arrogant. It's not arrogance. It's because this person is really terrifying. That's right. This person's cultivation is absolutely terrifying. Although he only emitted a trace of his aura, it doesn't seem to be weaker than the aura of some Imperial Emperor realm cultivators. That's right. Not only is this person powerful, but the force behind him is also so terrifying. Naturally, he wouldn't take that human brat seriously. Many people whispered to each other. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know what choice Lin Feng would make. Pfft. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Then he raised his hand and slashed down. Pfft, blood splattered out. The head of the burly cultivator who was suppressed by Lin Feng soared into the sky. He was directly killed by Lin Feng. The entire restaurant instantly became silent. Just now, the young cultivator had threatened Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng turned around and immediately killed the burly cultivator he suppressed. This was equivalent to a slap to the young cultivator's face. Lin Feng was too domineering. This was out of everyone's expectations. I've killed him. What can you do to me? After killing the burly cultivator, Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the young cultivator. His eyes were filled with provocation. The cultivators in the restaurant who were watching the show couldn't help but become excited because this conflict didn't seem to be ending so easily. Although the young human cultivator's cultivation didn't seem too high, he might have cultivated some special technique to hide his cultivation. If that was the case, then there would be a show to watch. Anyone could see the disdain in the young cultivator's eyes. Perhaps he really did have an extraordinary background and powerful strength, but so what? Lin Feng didn't care at all. Lin Feng had always had an extremely domineering personality. He killed decisively. Others respected him, he respected others. If anyone dared to offend him, Lin Feng would return the favor tenfold, no, 100-fold. Someone like you dares to say that I've committed a capital offense? To deal with trash like you, I only need one hand to deal with you. Lin Feng said as he stretched out a hand and gestured in front of the young cultivator. Arrogant. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He treated the young man with disdain and contempt in front of so many people. It was a direct slap to the young man's face. The onlookers grew more and more excited. Although Lin Feng was incomparably arrogant, but the cultivators felt that there must be a reason for Lin Feng's arrogance. To cultivate to Lin Feng's level, who would be so overconfident? I haven't been angry in a long time. Anyone who offends me doesn't have a good ending, and you're no exception. Suppress this brat for me, then cut him into 1,000 pieces. The young man gave the order. Yes. Young master. Following that, the dozen or so cultivators by the young man's side answered in succession. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the group of cultivators. Every single one of them was a great emperor. Heavens, why are there so many great emperors here? Where did these people come from? It's usually difficult to even see a great emperor, but this young man has so many great emperors by his side. The power behind him must be unimaginable. In the Starry Sky realm, there aren't many factions that can casually dispatch a dozen great emperors. Could he be a young master from one of the top 3,000 great realms? Many people began to guess the young man's identity. In fact, Lin Feng had also guessed this point. He felt that the young master was probably a direct descendant of one of the top 3,000 major worlds. This was the only way. Only that young master could mobilize so many great emperor resources. Or else. How could there be so many great emperors following that young man? The great emperors all charged towards Lin Feng. So many great emperors were attacking Lin Feng at the same time. In the eyes of many people, this time, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no way he could fight against so many great emperors at the same time. Shua. Right at this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand. In the void, he gently waved his right hand. Suddenly, the terrifying sword chi shook the void. He charged towards the group of great emperors who were flying towards him. The sword chi was dazzling. In an instant, he charged over. "Bastard, you're courting death." The group of great emperors attacked coldly. They wanted to break Lin Feng's sword chi. However, the group of great emperors' expressions quickly turned ugly. Because when their supernatural powers collided with Lin Feng's sword chi, their supernatural powers were instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword chi. The great emperors quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's sword chi. However, it was obviously not easy for them to dodge Lin Feng's sword chi completely. Pft! Pft! Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. After the sounds of tearing were heard, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. One by one, the great emperors fell to the ground from mid-air. Some of them were hit in their vital parts. They died on the spot. Some managed to avoid being hit in their vitals by a hair's breadth. However, although they avoided their vital parts, their bodies were still pierced by the sword chi. Those cultivators were lucky enough to escape with their lives, but they were also severely injured. They no longer had the power to fight. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed. This, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They were stunned on the spot. They couldn't even think properly. A young cultivator had only used one move to instantly defeat the combined forces of a dozen great emperors. This was simply too unbelievable. Therefore, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Who are you? The young master looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Previously, he was extremely contemptuous of Lin Feng and didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. However, the young cultivator didn't know until now. Lin Feng was such a terrifying existence. To be able to defeat more than 10 of his subordinates in an instant, he had to be at least at the emperor realm. When the young master saw Lin Feng, he sensed Lin Feng's life aura. It was just 100 years of life. It was so terrifying. This made him incomparably envious and jealous. Although he couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. However, Lin Feng's powerful force made the young master somewhat afraid. He wanted to know Lin Feng's identity and then make a plan. What? Are you afraid? Since you're afraid, kneel on the ground now and kowtow to me. I can spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. The world of cultivators was so heartless. The strong controlled the rules of the game. If Lin Feng couldn't defeat these people, the one who would be humiliated and killed would be him. Kid. This young master has indeed misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so tyrannical. However, if you think you can compete with this young master, then you're dreaming. This young master's origin is not something you can imagine. If I tell you, it's enough to scare you out of your wits. The young master said with an indifferent expression. He was obviously very confident in the power behind him. Lin Feng was very surprised. What kind of power was behind this guy? Could it be from the Undying Realm? However, no matter what kind of power the other party came from, Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng wanted to walk the path of invincibility. This path was destined to be incomparably firm. It was destined that the path would be filled with white bones and corpses. If he wanted to become a supreme being, he wanted to become a human emperor. He had to be fearless. Even if the other party was a creature that had crossed eras, he had to trample the other party under his feet. Lin Feng sneered, "Trash only knows how to talk about the power behind him, and you are such a trash. 3 moves. Only 3 moves. I can suppress you." Arrogant. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He actually said that he could defeat this cultivator in 3 moves. This caused the surrounding people to be incomparably shocked. Kid. This young master wants to see what kind of ability you have to actually say such shameless words. The power of the heaven-flipping seal was extraordinary. It pressed down. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, making one's hair stand on end. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from this young master's body, everyone's face couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This young master's cultivation was indeed too powerful. I wonder if that young human cultivator is a match for that young master. Many cultivators couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then they said aloud. At this moment, That young man's fist was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Swish! Lin Feng's body moved slightly. Then, he raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards the young master. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng was using the ancestor's dragon punch, which was a powerful skill. An illusion of an ancestor's dragon appeared. It suppressed the world. Bang! Accompanied by the violent collision, Lin Feng and the young master collided. The void collapsed. Destructive power spread out from the cracked void. The power caused by that strike just now was simply apocalyptic. After the collision, Lin Feng didn't move at all. And the young cultivator was directly pushed back by Lin Feng. That young master of the human race is so strong. Yes, he's really too powerful. He definitely has the battle strength of an imperial emperor or above. When he saw that Lin Feng had forced the young man to retreat, he was furious. Many people couldn't help but gasp. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed. It was really too terrifying. It made everyone's almost numb heart twitch again. Is that all you've got? You really disappoint me. Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently. He stepped forward towards the young master. Then, Lin Feng's body emitted an aura of a king. With a thought, flowers bloom, the king descends to the world. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng used a new ultimate skill. This was the great Tao inheritance of the demon lord. It was powerful. It shook one's soul. Now, Lin Feng was using this ability. Lin Feng immediately unleashed the aura of this divine ability. At this moment, his soul seemed to have truly transformed into a peerless monarch. When a sovereign descends from the heavens, who can contend against him? The young master's face was extremely gloomy and unsightly at this moment. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was actually able to suppress him. He couldn't accept it. His jealousy of Lin Feng was growing. Facing Lin Feng's attack, this young master did not dare to be careless. Rays of holy light surged out of his body. Sage limitless art. A deep roar suddenly rang out. This young master displayed a peerless divine ability. Endless holy light intertwined in the void. Every ray of holy light contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The holy light condensed into a ball of energy. The energy ball's aura was simply too terrifying. The void around the energy ball began to distort violently. Crack! Crack! It was faintly discernible. It could be heard. The void was cracking. It was truly a shocking attack. This young master came from an extraordinary background, so he also possessed some extremely powerful divine abilities. Bang! Accompanied by a second violent collision sound, Lin Feng's "A thought flower blooms, sovereign descends" divine ability collided with the young master's sage limitless art. Everyone saw that. Lin Feng's divine ability instantly broke the young master's divine ability. The young master was sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Wah! In midair, the young master spat out a mouthful of blood. His face. It was as pale as a sheet of paper. Defeated. Completely defeated. The two of them are not on the same level at all. Actually, that young master's cultivation is already strong enough. He definitely has the battle prowess of an imperial emperor. But that young human cultivator is simply too heaven-defying. That's right. That guy is really heaven-defying. It's been a long time since such a heaven-defying genius appeared in the human race, right? I haven't heard of such a tyrannical genius appearing in any human force recently. The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. We haven't heard of it, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. After all, some forces are more low-key. Even if such a top genius appears, I'm afraid the news won't leak out casually. That's right. That's indeed the case. I wonder which human force that young human cultivator is from. Many cultivators who were watching the battle couldn't help but discuss. At this moment, the injured young master knew that he was definitely no match for this young human cultivator. Although he was extremely resentful in his heart. However, now, he could only choose to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial place. Brat, just you wait. I'm not done with you. The young master left behind a ruthless sentence, then turned around and fled outside. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He didn't give the young cultivator a chance to escape at all. He sneered and said, "It's too late for you to escape now. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate technique, the 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng directly used the 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique. At that moment, everyone had a feeling that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. No one could compete with Lin Feng. The young master was locked down by Lin Feng and couldn't escape at all. After sensing the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the young master's face was filled with incomparable horror. Limitless universe technique. The young master roared. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he launched a counterattack. However, his divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng's 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique. Lin Feng's divine ability was simply too heaven-defying. Its power was so strong that it made people pale with fright. Bang, kacha kacha. Accompanied by the sound of violent collision and the sound of bones breaking. Lin Feng's tyrannical attack directly bombarded the young master's chest. Wah, the young master couldn't help but vomit blood. His body couldn't bear it anymore. He directly fell to the ground. Lin Feng was like an invincible ruler as he walked towards the young master step by step. A powerful aura suppressed the young cultivator, making it difficult for him to struggle. "Do you know who I am? If you dare to hurt me, no one in the world can save your life. At that time, you will die without a burial place. You're about to die, yet you still dare to threaten me. What a joke. No matter how extraordinary your identity is, can you compare to the cultivators of the heavenly human race? I even dare to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race, let alone you." Lin Feng sneered as he looked at the cultivator he suppressed. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expression changed. He even dared to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race. He was really audacious. The young master who was suppressed by Lin Feng also had an ugly expression. From the beginning to the end, he had never figured out Lin Feng's identity and background. Now, Lin Feng actually said that he dared to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race. Then, what was Lin Feng's identity? What do I have to do for you to let me live? The young master looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng sneered and said. "Do you know fear now?" The young master's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything. He lowered his head, but his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He couldn't help but think in his heart. "Brat. Just you wait, as long as I can escape. When the time comes, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The young master's killing intent towards Lin Feng had risen to an uncontrollable level. However, the most important thing now was to escape. Once he escaped, he could call for reinforcements. The Imperial Emperor was no match for Lin Feng, so he could find an expert of the Emperor realm. Or even an expert of the Emperor realm. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. But now, he was only a mere 100 years old. Could it be that he could contend against the Emperor realm and the Emperor realm? The young master didn't believe that Lin Feng could do this. After hearing the young master's begging words, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Since he had already formed a grudge with this person, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this person off. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't kill this young master, then once this person escaped, he would definitely find trouble with him. Of course. If he killed this person, the person behind the young master might still find trouble with him. Since he had come to find trouble with him, why should he spare him? Lin Feng ignored the young master's pleas. He immediately used the soul-searching technique and placed his hand on the young master's forehead. Then, he used the soul-searching technique. No. 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 The young master screamed in horror. Then it began to struggle. However, he was unable to struggle free. When Lin Feng searched the young master's soul, a terrifying power surged out from the depths of the young master's mind. That terrifying power instantly destroyed the young master's soul. Soul restriction. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The young master's soul was destroyed by the soul restriction in his mind. As such, he couldn't get any information from the young man's soul. These major powers liked to set up soul restrictions in the minds of their clansmen. It was to prevent the secrets of the clan from being leaked out. However, setting up a soul restriction was too cruel for the clansman. Because once he was captured, if the other party used the soul-searching technique, he would be dead for sure. There was no other possibility. Lin Feng took the young master's storage ring and looked at the few cultivators who were talking about Yu Simon. Do you know where Yu Simon is? Lin Feng asked again. A cultivator said. We're not sure about that, but I think she should still be in the Star Luo starfield. Thank you for telling me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left quickly. If it was a stranger, it naturally had nothing to do with Lin Feng and Lin Feng wouldn't care. However, Yu Simon was different. After all, Yu Simon's relationship with Lin Feng was not ordinary. Lin Feng used the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce Yu Simon's location. However, this wasn't easy to deduce. He tried many times but failed. In the end, just now, he had deduced a rough direction. Star Luo starfield, Myriad Kingdom star. This was one of the top few stars in the Star Luo starfield. Although the Myriad Kingdom star wasn't very big, it was unique. However, the Myriad Kingdom star was unique in that there were many countries on it. There were simply too many countries. Hence, this star was called the Myriad Kingdom star. Some people jokingly called it, after arriving at the Myriad Kingdom star, they threw out a pair of shoes. Anyone who was hit by the shoes might be a relative of a country's royal family. Although it was a little exaggerated, it also reflected the uniqueness of the Myriad Kingdom star. Is she on this star? Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Kingdom star. He had roughly deduced that Yu Simon was here, but Lin Feng wasn't sure if Yu Simon was really here. Hence, Lin Feng decided to head to the Myriad Kingdom star to investigate. The Myriad Kingdom star was extremely lively. It was one of the most lively stars in the Star Luo starfield. The Myriad Kingdom Star Lord was an emperor-level expert called the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This Emperor Realm Master was incomparably powerful. Very few people dared to provoke this existence. Hence, the Myriad Kingdom Star had an extraordinary status. Lin Feng arrived at the number 1 ancient city on the Myriad Kingdom Star, the Myriad Kingdom City. He planned to inquire about Yu Simon here, but he didn't expect that not long after arriving, Lin Feng would see Yu Simon in a hurry. It had been many years. Yu Simon was still as beautiful as ever. However, due to her father, the Myriad Kingdom Star Lord, Yu Simon was running around, so she looked much thinner than before. Because Yu Simon was in a hurry, she didn't notice Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Yu Simon arriving at the entrance of the Myriad Kingdom City Lord Manor and handing over a visiting card. The guard leader glanced at it and said, "The Lord Star Lord isn't here. Fairy Yu, please wait for the Lord Star Lord to arrive before paying a visit." Yu Simon asked, "May I know when Uncle Myriad Kingdom Emperor will return?" "The Lord Star Lord is out to meet with friends. It's hard to say when he will return," the guard leader said. "If Uncle Wanwa comes back, I would like to ask this lord to enter the message into this paper crane," Yu Simon said as she took out a paper crane and handed it to the guard leader. This paper crane was very mysterious. One could communicate with the paper crane using one's divine sense, and then transmit some information to the paper crane. After receiving the information, the paper crane would turn into a red-crowned crane and transmit the information to the person who wanted to transmit it. "Okay," the guard leader said. "Many thanks." Yu Simon bowed to the guard leader and left with a lot on her mind. After Yu Simon left, the guard leader looked at the paper crane in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. A ball of demonic fire surged out from his hand and enveloped the paper crane. Next, the ball of demonic fire burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye. This scene was seen by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already thought of this. That so-called Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms didn't want to see Yu Simon at all. That was why he told his subordinates to say that he went out to visit a friend. Therefore, Yu Simon's paper crane naturally couldn't be delivered to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Why did those people attack Yu Simon's father? Could it be that Yu Simon's father has something that they want? Now that they still haven't killed Yu Simon's father, does that mean that Yu Simon's father is hiding that thing? Is that why those people haven't killed Yu Simon's father, because they haven't gotten that thing yet? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The world was bustling for benefits. If there were no benefits, no one would dare to offend an emperor realm master. Simon walked on the street, but this bustling street didn't seem to have anything to do with her. She felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Simon really wanted to rest. But she couldn't do that. Simon's mother had passed away when she was very young. Simon was brought up by her father. Simon told herself. No matter what, she had to find a way to save her father. She planned to wait for a few more days on Myriad Kingdom Star. Maybe she could wait for the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms to return. Although deep in her heart, Simon knew why she couldn't see the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. But, Simon wanted to leave herself a glimmer of hope. Perhaps everyone was like this. When endless despair shrouded them, they had no choice but to accept it. They needed some hope to survive. This was the motivation to work hard to survive. If there was no hope at all, no matter how strong a person was, they would definitely be crushed by the merciless reality. Suddenly, Simon felt that her willowy waist was hugged by a pair of thick and powerful hands. Not good. Simon's pretty face suddenly changed. At that moment, she thought of those people from the enemy forces. Those people had been searching for her whereabouts. And there were many people spying on her appearance. The other party had found her? Did he want to capture her and do something inhumane to her? Simon slapped her palm to the side. Tisk, tsk. Old lovers, why are you attacking as soon as you meet? Lin Feng grabbed Simon's palm and smiled at Simon. It's you. At this time, Simon clearly saw who Lin Feng was. She was extremely surprised. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. Simon would never forget what had happened in the Nine States world. It was in the Nine States macro world that she lost her pure virginity. And the man who had obtained her virginity was the man in front of her. Therefore, how could Simon forget the man in front of her? At that time, Simon hated Lin Feng so much that she gnashed her teeth. He wished he could chop Lin Feng into pieces. However, as time passed and the family suffered a tragic change, the family became more and more powerful. Simon no longer had the time to think about the matter between her and Lin Feng. Perhaps they would never meet again in this life. But now, they met again. It was just that Simon didn't expect that when she saw Lin Feng again, she didn't have a trace of hatred in her heart. She even had a complicated feeling about it. Simon needed someone to rely on. Could this man who had obtained her body be her pillar of support? Little man, have you missed me all these years? I missed you very much. Didn't you say you would come to propose marriage to father-in-law? Aren't I here now? Lin Feng said with a smile. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Simon immediately spat at Lin Feng. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, many figures rushed over from all directions. Suddenly, the endless stream of people on the surrounding streets all disappeared without a trace. Except for the cultivators who were walking towards Lin Feng and Simon from all directions. There was no one else. Oh no! Simon's expression suddenly changed. She naturally knew what had happened. Someone wanted to deal with her. Moreover, the other party had used a large array to trap her and Lin Feng. There were a total of 13 people on the other side. These people all had powerful auras and were proficient in large arrays. Simon. You're really a slut. At this time, you still have the mood to flirt with another man. A cultivator sneered. Wan Qing, it's you. At this time, Simon saw clearly who had come, and her pretty face suddenly became extremely ugly. Who is he? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Simon seemed to know this cultivator. However, these people obviously came with ill intentions. This is someone from the city lord's mansion. This person is the nephew of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Simon said. Then she whispered, this person's father visited my father back then and wanted to matchmake me with this person. However, this person had evil intentions, so my father didn't agree. I also hate this person very much. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Simon's family was in trouble, Therefore, this Wan Qing jumped out to add insult to injury. Wan Qing. What are you trying to do? Yu Simon asked with an ugly expression. What am I trying to do? Ha 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 ha. Wan Qing laughed loudly. This young master just happened to cultivate a technique to pluck one's vitality. I want to capture you and try it out. You. Shameless. Yu Simon's pretty face instantly turned ugly, and she couldn't help but curse. I'm shameless? No matter how shameless I am, I'm still a slut. Didn't they all say that you're a pure goddess? Do you think this young master can't see your current situation? Saying that you're a pure goddess is simply an insult to the word. A slut will always be a slut, fooling around outside. This pretty boy is good-looking but useless. It's better for him to follow this young master in the future. Wan Qing was extremely arrogant. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he had brought 12 experts with him. Therefore, he was full of confidence. In his opinion, Yu Simon and Lin Feng couldn't escape even if they had wings. After hearing Wan Qing's vulgar words, Yu Simon was so angry that her body trembled. Wan Qing. My father and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms are best friends. Don't go overboard. That won't do anyone any good. Yu Simon said coldly. Wan Qing said disdainfully, your father used to be best friends with my uncle, but it's different now. Your father has become a prisoner, and you've become a fallen phoenix. Wan Qing thought that he had everything under control. He looked at Lin Feng with contempt and sarcasm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Of course. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too young, and he was from the human clan, which had already declined. Wan Qing naturally looked down on Lin Feng. Yu Simon was very nervous. She didn't know what choice Lin Feng would make. However, the situation was dangerous now. In Yu Simon's opinion, Lin Feng would probably choose to give up on her. She didn't have any deep feelings for Lin Feng. The only connection was that her virginity was taken by Lin Feng. If she thought that Lin Feng would give up his life to protect her because Lin Feng took her virginity, she would be too naive. Every man for himself. Heaven and earth destroyed. Yu Simon was used to the deception in the cultivation world. She was used to the life and death battles in the cultivation world. She was used to too many things in the cultivation world. It was because of this that Yu Simon didn't have much hope. How dare you covet my woman? Is your head on your butt? Lin Feng looked at Wan Qing sarcastically. As he spoke, he hugged Yu Simon tightly in his arms and looked at Wan Qing provocatively. Yu Simon suddenly looked up. There were tears in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng expressed his attitude and instantly hit the soft spot in her heart. At that moment, Yu Simon had a feeling that even if she died now, she would have no regrets. Lin Feng. These people are too powerful. We are no match for them at all. I still have a boundary-breaking talisman here. I will hold them back. Quickly take the boundary-breaking talisman and run away. If there is a next life, I hope we can meet earlier. Yu Simon said with a trembling voice. She was holding a boundary-breaking talisman in her hand. She wanted to give it to Lin Feng. She wanted Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. I only ask for this life, not the next. Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and helped her tidy up her messy hair. Then he said, these people are so stupid. To me, they were all like ants and dogs. You don't have to worry. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Simon was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. Wan Qing was a peak immortal emperor. As for the rest, all of them were immortal emperors. 13 immortal emperors joined forces. On top of that, he had also set up a gigantic deployment spell, and Lin Feng had said that those people were like ants in front of him. Is this true? No matter how he listened to it, they all found it inconceivable. Therefore, Yu Simon thought. Lin Feng's words were actually meant to comfort himself. Yu Simon said anxiously, Lin Feng, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. I'm begging you, okay? Speaking of which, there was a hint of sobbing in his voice. She was really a woman who made people feel sorry for her. Brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Wan Qing's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and instantly, 12 immortal emperors appeared. Including Wan Qing himself. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Everyone's body emitted extremely terrifying waves of energy. Those waves of energy. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. It was suffocating. It was hair-raising. These people attacked with all kinds of attacks. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying. It was shocking. When the 13 of them attacked together, the power was naturally even more terrifying. 13 kinds of supernatural powers gathered together and turned into a long river of supernatural powers that flooded towards Lin Feng and Yu Simon. After feeling how terrifying the attacks of the 13 people were, Yu Simon's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal an expression of extreme despair. At this moment, Yu Simon wanted to crush the boundary-breaking talisman and teleport Lin Feng out. At the same time, she wanted to stop Wan Qing and the others. However, Lin Feng had already made his move. Yu Simon saw a scene that shocked her. Facing the attacks of the 13 immortal emperors, Lin Feng gently pressed down across the void. In an instant, a giant hand of energy was formed. The giant hand of energy descended from the sky and pressed down on the 13 powerhouses. That huge energy hand contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng's huge energy hand instantly broke the supernatural powers of the 13 immortal emperors. Impossible! The 13 immortal emperors couldn't help but cry out in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, broke their combined supernatural power river with such a simple attack. This was too inconceivable. However, no matter how unwilling these people were to believe what they were seeing, it was indeed happening right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The 13 immortal emperors sensed danger. Therefore, they quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Lin Feng's killing blow. However, it was too late. The huge energy hand formed by Lin Feng instantly blasted the 13 experts. Bang bang bang, kacha kacha kacha, accompanied by the sound of 13 collisions and the sound of bones breaking. The 13 immortal emperors were all sent flying. Who knew how many bones in their bodies were broken? Plop! 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 Then, the 13 immortal emperors all fell to the ground. Their bodies didn't move. They were all dead. Lin Feng killed the 13 immortal emperors in one move. Oh my god, Yu Simon's red lips opened slightly. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. At this moment, it was really mesmerizing. After Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the 13 immortal emperors, he grabbed Yu Simon's jade-like hand and said, "Let's go." Only then did Yu Simon come back to her senses. She wanted to say something, but this wasn't the time to talk about it. Yu Simon allowed Lin Feng to grab her hand and followed Lin Feng into the distance. The illusion array set up by Wan Qing and the others disappeared. Once again, the streets were bustling with activity as people came and went. Lin Feng and Yu Simon quickly left. The corpses of Wan Qing and the others were lying on the ground. Soon, someone discovered their corpses. A large number of cultivators quickly gathered. Everyone was pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The Myriad Kingdom Star wasn't a place to stay for long. Lin Feng and Yu Simon left the Myriad Kingdom Star. How did you become so powerful? On the ancient starship Xianyuan, Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I had my own fortuitous encounter." Yu Simon couldn't help but snort. She didn't seem to be satisfied with Lin Feng's answer. Yu Simon had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her snort added a hint of playfulness. Lin Feng asked, "Why was your father ambushed? What are the origins of those who attacked him?" Yu Simon said, "My father obtained something in his early years. Perhaps it was because of that thing that he suffered this calamity. Those who attacked him seemed to be from the Undying Realm." People from the Undying Realm? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The Undying Realm, apart from the celestial race and immortal race, there must be some other powerful factions. Lin Feng didn't know which group he belonged to in the undead world, but he knew one thing. The other party's faction was extremely terrifying and powerful. Yes. People from the Undying Realm. However, I don't know their exact origins. Yu Simon said. What was that thing your father obtained? It actually attracted the attention of the major factions of the Undying Realm. Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. To be able to make the major factions of the Undying Realm attack so heavily, from this, it could be seen how extraordinary that thing was. The ruler's armor. Yu Simon said. Ruler's armor? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but ask, puzzled. She had heard of many supreme treasures. However, this ruler's armor, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. However, from the name, it was definitely an extremely terrifying supreme treasure. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Demon Lord. He wondered if the Demon Lord had heard of this supreme treasure. Demon Lord. Have you heard of the ruler's armor? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Never heard of it, the Demon Lord said. At this time, Yu Simon said, actually, I have not seen the ruler's armor before, but my father mentioned it to me. He said that this supreme treasure was forged by a supreme ruler of the wasteland. If one can obtain the ruler's armor's acknowledgement, they might be able to obtain the legacy of that ruler of the wasteland. Of course, if one can wear the ruler's armor, their strength will greatly increase. The ruler's armor is a treasure that can help a cultivator increase their strength? Lin Feng asked in surprise. This kind of magical weapon was extremely rare. However, once such a treasure was born, it would inevitably cause a storm of blood. This was because such a magic treasure was truly too shocking. Anyone who saw such a magic treasure would feel a rush of excitement. That should be the case. My father's rise is closely related to the ruler's armor. Unfortunately, my father is unable to wear the ruler's armor. If he could wear the ruler's armor, then with his father's cultivation, he would have a great chance of winning even against those emperor-rank powerhouses. At that time, it will be very difficult to find an opponent under the starry sky. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Yu Simon's father was an emperor realm master, and he was extremely terrifying. Wearing a supreme treasure like the Dominator's armor, coupled with the defensive properties of the Dominator's armor, his battle prowess was greatly boosted. At that time, it would indeed be so terrifying that it would make people turn pale with fright. It was a pity. Yu Simon's father was unable to wear the sovereign's armor. This is father's regret. But father also knew. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng asked, then where is the ruler's armor? It shouldn't have been taken by those people who attacked, right? Yu Simon nodded and said, the overlord's armor really hasn't been taken away by those people. Father has kept it in an extremely secretive and dangerous place. I tried to enter that place before, but I failed. Lin Feng said, take me there to have a look. If I can wear the ruler's armor, I might be able to rescue father-in-law. Hearing Lin Feng call her father-in-law, Yu Simon's pretty face instantly turned pink. Her heart was filled with joy. She nodded with a red face. The ancient starship Xianxia quickly sailed through the starry sky world. Lin Feng and Yu Simon had been separated for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they were like firewood burning with passion. There was no need to explain the details. Bang! On this day, a loud sound shook the sky. The ancient starship Xianxia shook violently. A middle-aged cultivator stood in the starry sky world. That middle-aged cultivator punched the ancient starship Xianxia. The ancient starship Xianxia was forced to stop. The person who attacked was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng stepped out of the ancient starship Xianxia and saw the middle-aged cultivator. This was an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, and he was extremely terrifying. The current Lin Feng. He attacked with all his strength. He could fight against a sovereign emperor. However, if Lin Feng relied on his magic treasures, such as the 3 stone swords, the Hell King's Bell, the Black Dragon Sword, the Sky Drum, and other supreme treasures, he could even fight against an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert. Therefore, after seeing this Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, Lin Feng didn't feel any fear. You dare to stop this young master's ancient starship? Are you here to die? Lin Feng crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a cold expression. The middle-aged cultivator's face turned gloomy. He was an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, but Lin Feng dared to be so presumptuous. Naturally, the middle-aged cultivator's killing intent soared to the heavens. Wan Xinliang. At this time, Yu Simon followed Lin Feng out of the cabin. After seeing the middle-aged man, Yu Simon's pretty face changed slightly. Yu Simon clearly recognized the middle-aged man's identity. Who is he? Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and asked. He's Wan Qing's father. Yu Simon said with a nervous expression. Lin Feng had killed Wan Qing and the others. However, Wan Qing and the others couldn't be compared to Wan Xinliang. An Emperor Ancestor Realm expert was an existence that everyone in the Starry Sky world feared like a tiger. Very few people could fight against such a cultivator. Wan Xinliang's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. You little bastard. You killed Wan Qing. Today, this seed will tear you to pieces. Then, I'll send your soul into the boundless purgatory so that your soul will never be reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out of Wan Xinliang's body as he began to prepare a powerful divine ability. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. Are you ready to die? Wan Xinliang walked step by step toward the ancient starship Xianyuan. The aura in his body became more and more terrifying. Lin Feng looked at Wan Xinliang with contempt and sneered. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? Are you ready to die? Little bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Wan Xinliang's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He leaped up and flew toward the ancient starship Xianyuan. Then, he sent a terrifying palm strike toward Lin Feng. Wan Xinliang was so angry that he didn't even want to torture Lin Feng to death. The power of Wan Xinliang's palm strike was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent in the face of Wan Xinliang's attack. He waved his right hand. The ancient ship's surface was covered in intertwined emperor runes. They looked like ribbons of laws that could destroy everything in their path. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Wan Xinliang and the ancient ship's emperor runes collided fiercely. Although Wan Xinliang was powerful, the restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were also extremely powerful. Therefore, the restrictions on the ancient ship easily neutralized Wan Xinliang's attack. It would be difficult for Wan Xinliang to get close to Lin Feng. This ancient ship is so powerful. Yu Simon, who had been worried all this time, saw how powerful the ancient ship was, and her eyes lit up. With such a powerful ancient ship, Lin Feng might not be a match for Wan Xinliang, but with this ancient ship, he might be able to shake off Wan Xinliang. Low-level Emperor realm? That's all you got? You're trash. I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Feng looked at Wan Xinliang indifferently. Yu Simon could only smile bitterly. Lin Feng was facing a great desect cultivator, and he was still acting so arrogantly. Yu Simon's heart trembled. She couldn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. Does Lin Feng really have the means to kill an Emperor Realm expert? Yu Simon suddenly thought of a possibility. Lin Feng's means were extraordinary. Even now, Yu Simon didn't know where Lin Feng's limits were. It sounded unbelievable that Lin Feng could kill an Emperor Realm expert, but it wasn't impossible. In this world, everything was possible. Little bastard. After I break through your ancient ship's defenses, I'd like to see if you're still as arrogant as before. Wan Xinliang couldn't help but sneer, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. With a wave of Wan Xinliang's hand, a treasure flew out. It was a bronze artifact. The bronze item was a devil's dragon blood blade. It exuded a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. A slight tremor ran through his body. It was as if it could instantly shatter the starry sky within 100,000 miles. Its power was so strong that it made people tremble in fear. This was a top-notch bronze artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Wan Xinliang brought out this top-grade bronze tool and directly bombarded the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. It looked like it was about to hit the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. At this moment, the dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The black dragon sword flew out and collided with the bronze weapon. Clang! Along with the clanging sound of collision, the black dragon sword blocked the attack of Yu Simon's bronze weapon. The army mantra. 3 stone swords out. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the army mantra and controlled the 3 stone swords to slash at Wan Xinliang. Under the activation of the army mantra, the power released by the 3 stone swords was simply unimaginable. The 3 stone swords tore through the void and quickly arrived beside Wan Xinliang. Then, they slashed at Wan Xinliang. Wan Xinliang's expression changed drastically when he sensed the power of the 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords locked onto Wan Xinliang from 3 different directions. Wan Xinliang couldn't dodge. However, just as the 3 stone swords were about to slash at Wan Xinliang brought out a miniature puppet. Swish, a light flashed. Wan Xinliang disappeared without a trace. As for the tiny puppet, it quickly grew larger and transformed into Wan Xinliang's appearance. The 3 stone swords pierced into the body of the tiny puppet that had transformed into Wan Xinliang. Wan Xinliang's original body appeared 200 meters away, and he put away his bronze equipment. His expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng's strength was beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations. Yu Simon was also extremely shocked. Lin Feng actually forced an emperor sect expert to be flustered. It was unbelievable. And this shockingly powerful man was actually her man. Thinking of this, Yu Simon's heart could not help but feel a sense of pride. Little bastard. Just you wait. Wait for me to get help and I'll take your life. Wan Xinliang looked at Lin Feng with resentment. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He cursed bitterly. Then, he quickly flew into the distance, wanting to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to give Wan Xinliang a chance to escape. Now was a great opportunity to kill Wan Xinliang. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He quickly caught up with Wan Xinliang. Then, the 3 stone swords under Lin Feng's control slashed at Wan Xinliang again. Wan Xinliang's expression became unsightly. Lin Feng's strength was beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations, and Lin Feng's cultivation was also beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations. Wan Xinliang couldn't believe that such a young cultivator, and a human cultivator who had already declined, could cultivate to Lin Feng's level. Facing the attack of the 3 stone swords, Wan Xinliang swept over with the bronze weapon in his hand. Suddenly, a bronze world was condensed. The bronze world directly enveloped the 3 stone swords. Break! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. With a flick of his finger. Clang, his right index finger flicked on the black dragon sword, and a powerful force suddenly erupted. The black dragon sword was directly bounced away. The power of the black dragon sword was too tyrannical. With the addition of the black dragon sword and the power of the 3 stone swords. 4 great swords. They displayed a heaven-defying power. Puff. A tearing sound suddenly came out. The bronze world was directly torn apart by the 4 great swords, and then the 4 great swords quickly slashed towards Wan Xinliang. Each of the 4 great swords was incomparably tyrannical. Facing the attack of the 4 great swords, Wan Xinliang was shocked. He swept the bronze weapon in his hand towards the 4 great swords. Clang clang clang. The bronze weapon in Wan Xinliang's hand only knocked away Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. The black dragon sword quickly arrived in front of Wan Xinliang. Then, the black dragon sword pierced through Wan Xinliang's chest. How could this be? Wan Xinliang looked at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was killed just like that. Boundless pain engulfed Wan Xinliang, making him feel as if he had fallen into hell. Cold, darkness, despair, fear, death. Wan Xinliang had never felt like this before. He didn't want to die, but everything could no longer be reversed. Wan Xinliang only felt endless darkness enveloping him. Then, he lost all signs of life, and his body fell towards an unknown place in the starry sky world. Lin Feng, on the other hand, blasted a palm towards Wan Xinliang's body. Myriad Kingdom Star. City Lord's Mansion, Yuanshan Lamp Hall. Boom! Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp directly shattered, which frightened the few servants who were cleaning the dust in the Yuanshan Lamp Hall. It's Lord Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp that broke. Quickly report the news. A servant said with a trembling voice. Then, a few servants rushed outside, their bodies trembling. They found the elder in charge of the Yuanshan lamp hall. Then they told the elder everything that happened in the Yuanshan lamp hall. When the elder learned that Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp broke, he was also shocked. Because Wan Xinliang was not only an emperor-level expert, and he was the younger brother of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This identity was too extraordinary. Now that Wan Xinliang had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall did not dare to hesitate. He hurried to the place where the Myriad Kingdom Emperor cultivated to report this matter. Myriad Kingdom Star Hall. This was the place where the Myriad Kingdom Emperor cultivated. This place exuded a powerful fluctuation, and the aura was extremely terrifying. Outside the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall, there were more than a dozen guards guarding this place. When the elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall arrived, he was also stopped by these people. Please pass on the message to the Lord. Tell him that something urgent has happened. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall said anxiously. Elder, please wait a moment. The guard commander said and was about to enter the hall to report this matter. At this time, a low voice came from the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall. Come in. As soon as the voice fell, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came out. The closed door opened on its own. After the elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall entered the hall, he saw the cultivator sitting cross-legged in the hall. It was a middle-aged cultivator who bore some resemblance to Wan Xinliang. This cultivator's body exuded a suffocating pressure. It was like the pressure of the Lord of the Heavens. This middle-aged cultivator was the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall did not dare to stare at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor for too long. Even if the Myriad Kingdom Emperor closed his eyes, he did not dare to do so. After entering the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall, the elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall quickly knelt on the ground and saluted the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. What's the matter? Speak. The Myriad Country's Emperor asked. The elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall hurriedly said, reporting to the Lord. Lord Wan Xinliang's origin spirit lamp was broken. Lord Wan Xinliang has fallen. What? The eyes of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor suddenly opened. Two cold beams of light shot out from his eyes, almost piercing through the void. Who did it? Myriad Kingdom Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. The Emperor of Myriad Countries had been close to Wan Xinliang since he was young. The two of them had experienced many life and death situations together. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms was far more talented than Wan Xinliang. Therefore, even though they had grown up together, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. When Myriad Kingdom Emperor was young, he provoked an expert and was hunted down by that expert. At that time, Wan Xinliang wanted to help his elder brother escape. He even pretended to be his elder brother and lured the expert away. And that time, Wan Xinliang had narrowly escaped death. When Myriad Kingdom Emperor found Wan Xinliang only had one last breath left. Fortunately, Myriad Kingdom Emperor had countless opportunities when he was young and had a peerless elixir to save Wan Xinliang. Later, the young Myriad Kingdom Emperor gradually rose and became a super overlord in the starry sky. And Myriad Kingdom Emperor took great care of Wan Xinliang. The reason why Wan Xinliang was able to cultivate to the Emperor realm was because Myriad Kingdom Emperor had spent countless immortal pills and treasures to help Wan Xinliang break through. However, the emperors of 10,000 countries were willing to do all this for Wan Xinliang. Now. But Wan Xinliang was killed. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The killing intent in Myriad Kingdom Emperor's heart was like the overflowing yellow river, uncontrollable. I heard that young Master Wan Qing led people to deal with you, Simon, but they were killed, including young Master Wan Qing. Later, when Lord Wan Xinliang found out about this, he was furious and found Taoist Qianji to deduce the cause and effect, then quickly chased out. Then, Lord Wan Xinliang's origin spirit lamp was extinguished. The origin spirit lamp hall elder said. You, Simon. It's related to Myriad Star Emperor's daughter. No matter who it is. The other party must die. All must die. Myriad Kingdom Emperor could not help roaring angrily, his eyes bursting with endless killing intent. Then he shouted in a deep voice, What are you waiting for? Go and invite Taoist Qianji. I want to ask him about the result of his deduction. Yes, subordinate will go and invite Taoist Qianji. The Origin Spirit Lamp Hall Elder did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly left after responding. He went to look for Daoist Qianji. The ancient starship Xianyuan continued to fly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng did not know that an emperor-level powerhouse was about to come to seek revenge. But even if he knew, Lin Feng had no fear. The supreme path. It was destined to be paved with white bones. Therefore, Lin Feng had long been mentally prepared. So, even if he knew that an emperor-level powerhouse was about to come, Lin Feng would not shrink back. If he wanted to walk the supreme path, it meant that it would be stained with blood. This was a path with no turning back. Either he stepped on the bones of countless powerhouses to become a supreme heavens, or he would become bones under the feet of others and be buried in the starry sky, dying without a burial place. Inside the ancient starship Xianyuan, Lin Feng began to check the storage rings he obtained. Many of the storage rings stored a lot of good things. There were all kinds of immortal iron, divine stones, heaven and earth treasures, array materials, precious insect materials. Of course, there were also mountains of immortal stones, various magic treasures, and so on. Lin Feng moved all these things into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng picked up a ring, which was the storage ring of the Emperor Sect powerhouse Wanxinliang. An Emperor Sect level powerhouse's storage ring should have extremely extraordinary things. Just as his divine sense invaded Wanxinliang's storage ring, a gloomy and terrifying voice suddenly resounded. Spirit of all evil. Spirit of all evil. Black qi spread out and wrapped around Lin Feng's divine sense, instantly swallowing the strand of divine sense that Lin Feng had invaded Wanxinliang's storage ring. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Wanxinliang's storage ring definitely hid a huge secret. He didn't know what kind of energy that strange black qi was made of. It was really too terrifying. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Something even stranger happened. After swallowing Lin Feng's divine sense, that strange black qi flew out of Wanxinliang's storage ring and flew towards Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng hurriedly brought out the black flame god burning fire, a heavenly flame. Lin Feng's heavenly flame directly enveloped that strange black qi. Lin Feng wanted to use the power of the heavenly flame to burn that strange black qi to ashes. But he failed. That black qi rushed out of the heavenly flame and rushed into Lin Feng's mind. Then, that black qi turned into an ugly ghost face and began to search Lin Feng's mind for his soul. The ghostly face formed by the strange black gas quickly found Lin Feng's soul. Then, it opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul in one gulp. You're courting death. The tiny soul person formed by Lin Feng's soul had an indifferent expression. It directly jumped out and transformed into Luya's star chart. This supreme divine ability passed down by Daoist Luya immediately unleashed an unimaginably terrifying power. It instantly pierced through the ghostly face formed by the strange black gas. He, I'm an immortal existence. You can't kill me. However, as long as I find a chance, I'll directly devour you. The ghostly face laughed sinisterly. Then, it quickly pounced towards Lin Feng's soul. So strange, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. This ghostly face's methods were really quite extraordinary. It actually had the ability to not die. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with this ghostly face. Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, the black flame god devouring fire flew out and surrounded the ghostly face. Hoo, the black flame god devouring fire burned fiercely. The ghostly face immediately let out a disdainful voice. It's useless. Although this kind of heavenly fire is powerful, it can't hurt me at all. After saying that, the ghostly face tried to rush out of the heavenly fire again. Lin Feng sneered. If one kind of heavenly fire can't kill you, what about 5? Swish, light flickered. The other 4 heavenly fires. The purple earthcore fire, netherworld fire, golden dragon divine fire, and black flame god devouring fire all flew out one after another. 5 elements heavenly fire array. Then, Lin Feng activated the 5 heavenly fires and formed the 5 elements heavenly fire array. This 5 elements heavenly fire grand array was an extremely terrifying array formation. Because the power of one heavenly fire was already terrifying enough. Let alone 5 heavenly fires combined together. When the 5 heavenly fires were combined together, the power of the heavenly fire formed was unimaginable. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Right now, the 5 elements heavenly fire grand array combined together and instantly released a terrifying might. The powerful flames engulfed the ghost face. The formation had fused the power of the 5 heavenly flames. Chi 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 chi. The ghostly face emitted an intense burning sound. Next, black smoke began to rise. Ah! The ghostly face let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng's 5 elements heavenly fire array had caused serious damage to the ghostly face. The 5 elements heavenly fire grand array was indeed terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the power it displayed. 5 types of skyfire. You alone have collected 5 types of skyfire? How is that possible? The ghost face roared in disbelief. The heavenly flame was too precious. Since ancient times, countless experts had tried to find the heavenly flame. Then, he would refine the heavenly fire. But he found nothing. Of course. There were also many experts who found the heavenly fire and tried to refine it. But how could it be so easy to refine the heavenly fire? Many people were burned to ashes by the terrifying flames emitted by the heavenly fire when they were refining it. In the end, they died miserably. This kind of thing. It happened often. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to refine one type of skyfire. However, Lin Feng had refined 5 types of skyfire. It was indeed too unbelievable. No wonder the ghostly face was so shocked. No matter who it was, they would probably be shocked when they encountered such a situation. Lin Feng's skyfire displayed an almost heaven-defying ability. The ghostly face rushed left and right. But it was unable to rush out of the 5 elements heavenly fire grand array. In the end, the ghostly face was completely refined to death by Lin Feng. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so strange? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. The mysterious item in Wan Xinliang's storage ring aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. Lin Feng was about to use his divine will to search Wan Xinliang's storage ring again. Suddenly, at this moment, crack crack. Wan Xinliang's storage ring directly cracked open. An evil light flew out from Wan Xinliang's storage ring. The evil light's speed was so fast that it rushed out of the cabin in an instant. It wanted to tear apart the ancient starship's restriction. Then, it fled. However, the ancient starship's restriction was too powerful. It reflected the evil light back. What the hell is this? Show yourself. Lin Feng chased after it. He performed the 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy technique. The terrifying attack slammed into the evil light. The evil light was beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng. Finally, it turned into a book surrounded by an evil aura. The book was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a creepy aura that made one's hair stand on end. That book definitely had an extraordinary origin. It should be the book that had released the bizarre black aura from before. Then, that strange black aura turned into a terrifying ghostly face and attacked Lin Feng. What book is this? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. He reached out to grab the book. However, at this time a cold voice came from the book. Lowly creature, take away your filthy hand. A lowly bloodline like yours is not qualified to touch the great book of the dead. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This book was too strange. It could actually speak. Could it be that the book itself was a powerful treasure? The creature that had just spoken was actually the book spirit? Thinking about it carefully, it was possible. However, this book was too arrogant. It was just a book. How could it boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng sneered. Do you believe that I won't burn you? The book sneered. Brat. Even if you control 5 heavenly flames, you can't hurt me. I'm made of profound heaven immortal silk. Fire and water can't invade me, and nothing can hurt me. All of your methods are useless against me. Really? I don't believe it, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He immediately grabbed the book. Then, he exerted force, trying to tear the book in half. However, after some effort, Lin Feng found that he had failed. That book was simply too extraordinary. He could not tear it apart at all. I already said that you can't hurt me, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Lowly ant, can you let go of me now? The book said sarcastically. Lin Feng did not believe it. He took out the black dragon sword and threw the book into the air. Clang! When the black dragon sword slashed the book, it was as if it had slashed a powerful and incomparably hard magic treasure. It made a clanging sound and did not cause any damage to the ancient book at all. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was too unbelievable. It was just a book, but it was so extraordinary. It was really unbelievable. The book continued to ridicule, "Kid. It's useless. These magic treasures can't hurt me at all." Lin Feng then took out the stone sword and attacked the book with the stone sword. The stone sword's power was extraordinary and it slashed the book. However, the stone sword was also unable to destroy the book. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The strangeness of the book shocked him. At this time, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind, "Take out the stone dagger. Use the stone dagger to stab the book." After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's spirit could not help but be shocked. He quickly took out the stone dagger. Stone dagger. It was the vampiric dagger that Lin Feng had obtained before. It was very strange. Swish! With a flash of light, the stone dagger appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng grabbed the stone dagger and directly stabbed towards the book. At this time, the book suddenly shook. It swept out a destructive rune towards Lin Feng. The book obviously would not let Lin Feng continue to attack it. Previously, it allowed Lin Feng to attack it because it wanted to numb Lin Feng. Then, it found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It launched a killing blow towards Lin Feng. Now, the book found such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it did not hesitate to attack Lin Feng. A destructive force was about to penetrate Lin Feng's body. The situation was critical. At this time, Lin Feng's body disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the book's attack. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared beside the book and the stone dagger in his hand directly stabbed towards the book. Overestimating yourself. The book sneered and rushed towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng took the initiative to strike first. The stone dagger in his hand. It directly stabbed at the book. A poochie sound was heard. A tearing sound was suddenly heard. The stone dagger. It directly pierced the book. At this time, a strange scene appeared. A large amount of blood began to gush out from the book. And all the blood was absorbed by the stone dagger. Ah! The book screamed. The book was like a living being. The book itself was a body, and this body contained blood. It's as strange. But no matter how strange you are, I'm afraid you'll die under the stone dagger's attack today. Lin Feng used runes to imprison the strange book. Then, he pulled out the stone dagger. One dagger after another stabbed towards the book. Poochie! 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 A series of tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Blood continued to spurt out. However, no matter how much blood was spurted out, in the end, it was all devoured by the stone dagger. The stone dagger was really an extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished. Stop it. Let's talk nicely. The book cried out loudly and began to beg for mercy. It had its own life. If this continued, it would be stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. Weren't you very awesome just now? Why are you begging for mercy now? I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended young master. Please spare my life. The book continued to beg. Lin Feng said indifferently, if there aren't any benefits, I won't let you live. Of course there are benefits. When the time comes, I'll acknowledge young master as my master. The book hurriedly said, afraid that Lin Feng would take its life if it spoke a minute later. What benefits? Lin Feng looked at the book and asked. The book said, young master, have you heard of the Book of the Dead? Book of the Dead? What's that? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. This was the first time he had heard of the Book of the Dead. However, since the book mentioned the Book of the Dead at this moment, did this mean that this book was the Book of the Dead? Judging from the name, it seemed to be related to the dead. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that the Demon Lord had told him to use the stone dagger to deal with the book. Could it be, the Demon Lord had known about the book's origin long ago? Was that how he knew how to deal with the book? Lin Feng had the impression that Bestial Lord was becoming more and more mysterious. Many times, Lin Feng couldn't see through the Demon Lord. The book said, the Book of the Dead. It's a book that can communicate with the Netherworld. Netherworld? Are you talking about the Netherworld? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Netherworld. One of the 3 supreme realms. It was a paradise for the dead. The book said, the Netherworld I'm talking about is indeed in the Netherworld, but it also transcends the Netherworld. It's in the Netherworld and transcends the Netherworld? What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The book said, the Netherworld. It's not that simple. Young master, have you heard of the 33-layered heavens? The 33-layered heavens. Lin Feng had indeed heard of it. It referred to the celestial realm. It was said that, the celestial realm was divided into 33-layered heavens, which gave birth to 33 heavenly lords. Each layered heavens represented a vast and boundless world. I've heard of it. But what does it have to do with the Netherworld? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. The book said, it has to do with it. Of course it has to do with it. Everything in this world corresponds to each other. Thus, if there's yin, there must be yang. The celestial realm, also known as the celestial realm, represents supreme authority and the hope of immortality. It's a place filled with countless possibilities and endless hope. It's full of vitality, and countless races live there. The Netherworld is the complete opposite of the celestial realm. Only dead souls visit the Netherworld. The celestial realm has 33-layered heavens, and the Netherworld has 33-layered heavens as well. This, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The things he had heard today were simply too inconceivable. Lin Feng found it hard to accept. When I entered the Netherworld, I didn't find the 33-layered heavens you speak of. Lin Feng said. That's because you don't have the qualifications to enter it, and you don't have the qualifications to comprehend the other netherworlds. If you want to enter the other netherworlds, you must have extremely terrifying strength to do so. The book couldn't help but say. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn because he realized, this world might be even more extraordinary and mysterious than what he had seen. At the current stage, he seemed to have only seen some things on the surface, and he couldn't come into contact with anything deeper. For example, the underworld mentioned in this ancient book was actually divided into 33 layers of the underworld, and the underworld that he was familiar with. There was only one. The book continued, the netherworld I speak of is actually a special world that's connected to the 33 layers of the underworld. That world. It should be the only world that's connected to the 33 layers of the underworld at the same time. The most mysterious and unfathomable part of that world is that it's home to all sorts of terrifying undead from the 33 layers of the underworld. Many of those undead are too terrifying, and their strength is unimaginable. The Book of the Dead can summon those undead. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard this. According to the Book of the Dead could summon the undead from the netherworld to help one fight against enemies. The book continued, although the Book of the Dead can summon those dead spirits, not everyone can do it because they need to cultivate the summoning techniques recorded in the Book of the Dead. Those summoning techniques are formed from necromancy runes, and those necromancy runes aren't simple at all. Every necromancy rune hides a huge secret. Moreover, those necromancy runes are extremely strange and can affect a cultivator's thoughts. If you can't control the backlash from the necromancy runes, then you'll be controlled by the necromancy runes. Lin Feng was shocked. Those runes were truly extremely strange. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a feeling that the existence that spoke didn't seem to be the book's artifact spirit. Lin Feng asked, "You're not the book's artifact spirit?" The existence replied, "It's fine to say yes, but it's also fine to say no." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The existence replied, "It's fine to say yes. It's because I can't leave the Book of the Dead. It's fine to say no because I still haven't comprehended the book's profundity. Lin Feng had already guessed that the book was the Book of the Dead that the existence spoke of. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't surprised when the existence confirmed that the book was the Book of the Dead. You were a cultivator who cultivated the Book of the Dead? But in the end, you suffered a calamity and used some secret technique to attach your soul to the Book of the Dead. Is that why your soul hasn't dissipated even after countless years? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That is indeed the case. This existence said. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is Yan. The being replied. How many cultivation techniques did you learn from the Book of the Dead back then? Lin Feng asked curiously. There are several hundred summoning techniques recorded in the Book of the Dead, and each summoning technique can summon different creatures. Back then, I had only cultivated 18 summoning techniques. When I cultivated the 19th summoning technique, I suffered a backlash and ended up in this miserable state. Speaking of which, Yan, you couldn't help but sigh. Looks like this Yan is also a person with a story. However, which cultivator in the world of cultivators didn't have a story? Everyone. They were all independent individuals, independent life forms. Therefore, everyone had their own story. Yan was like this. Lin Feng was like this. It was the same for you, Simon. Thus is the demon lord. This was the case for countless living beings. Lin Feng flipped open the Book of the Dead. On the first page, there were 4 large, distorted words. These 4 large, blood-colored words emitted a thick stench of blood. These 4 large words were written in a language that Lin Feng didn't recognize. This should be the Netherworld language, right? It's the language of the Netherworld, and it's an extremely ancient language that has long been lost. Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was able to recognize the origin of these 4 words. Lin Feng stared at the Book of the Dead. However, not long after, the words Book of the Undead started emitting a strange energy. That strange energy directly enveloped Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Feng discovered that he had actually arrived at an illusory world. Planter. In this illusory world, endless darkness enveloped heaven and earth. This world was boundless, and chilly winds blew. Turn into a member of the undead. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice came from all directions. Then, a dense group of undead quickly rushed over. Among these undead, there were undead transformed from huge bone dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long, and there were also undead transformed from poisonous insects that could poison an emperor to death with a drop of venom. There were also undead transformed from humans, myriad races, starry races, demon races, devil races, and other races. So many undead, covering the sky and the sun, rushed towards Lin Feng. It enveloped heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. It was truly terrifying and shocking to the extreme. Those undead seemed to want to kill Lin Feng. Humph. My heart is firm. Who can shake it? Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He closed his eyes and composed himself. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light. They shone out from his eyes. The next moment, Lin Feng found that he had returned to the real world. The dark world and the endless undead army had disappeared without a trace. What a strange Book of the Dead. It actually pulled me into a boundless illusion. Fortunately, my willpower is strong. Otherwise, I might have completely sunk into the illusion created by the Book of the Dead, unable to extricate myself. At that time, only death would await me. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Book of the Dead. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had already seen the horror of the Book of the Dead. However, although the Book of the Dead was terrifying and strange, Lin Feng wasn't worried. He had absolute confidence in himself. Lin Feng believed that he could definitely suppress the Book of the Dead. And the more terrifying and strange the Book of the Dead was, the stranger it was. This proved that the more extraordinary the summoning technique recorded in the Book of the Dead was, the more powerful the undead it could summon. Lin Feng continued to flip to the back. He saw the contents of the first page. It was densely packed with runes. Those runes should be the summoning chant recorded in the summoning technique. In addition to those runes, there were also all kinds of pictures on it. Those pictures should be related to the summoning technique, but he didn't know the specific relationship for the time being. Lin Feng put the Book of the Dead into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng would definitely cultivate the Book of the Dead in the future, but not now. Now, Lin Feng's thoughts were all on the ruler's armor. He didn't know if he could find the ruler's armor. If he found the ruler's armor, would he be recognized by the ruler's armor? And then where the ruler's armor? 1 month later. The ruler's armor was stored by Supreme Myriad Star in an ancient star called the Balefulline Star. This star was surrounded by endless Balefulline Qi. It was rumored that this star had buried too many creatures who died unjustly in the past. Therefore, the resentment of those creatures who died unjustly did not dissipate. In the end, it formed the Balefulline Star. Looking from afar, one could see the huge star suspended in the void, exuding a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The entire star was shrouded in a huge destructive force. This destructive force contained an aura and fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. This destructive force was strange because it was fused with the Balefulline Qi, so it formed a special destructive force. Lin Feng and Yu Simon flew out of the Xianyuan ancient starship. Then, Lin Feng put the Xianyuan ancient starship into the mountain river ring. "It's here," Father said. The ruler's armor was placed in the depths of the Balefulline Star's core. It needs the terrifying power of the Balefulline Star to suppress the ruler's armor. Yu Simon said. "I see. Let's enter the Balefulline Star to take a look." Lin Feng could not help but say. "Okay." Yu Simon nodded obediently. Then the two flew toward the Balefulline Star. Just as they landed on the Balefulline Star, then, a dense crowd of evil spirits and Yin corpses surrounded Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar flew into the air and began to devour the evil spirits. The evil spirits let out horrified cries and quickly retreated. However, a large number of evil spirits were still devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords and slashed at the Yin corpses. Clang clang clang, a series of clanging sounds rang out. The bodies of the Yin corpses were too hard. When the stone sword slashed on their bodies, it was unable to harm them. Roar! The dense crowd of Yin corpses let out sharp and ear-piercing roars and continued to charge at Lin Feng and Yu Simon. "These Yin corpses' bodies are too hard, there's no need to fight these Yin corpses head-on, let's leave quickly." Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon's hand and said. The most terrifying thing about Yin corpses was not their bodies, but rather their corpse poison. The Yin corpse's corpse poison was an incomparably strong poison. If Lin Feng were to take a hit, he had been poisoned by corpse poison. Because his physical body was strong, perhaps it could temporarily suppress the corpse poison, and then the white jade toad would have a chance to help Lin Feng detoxify the poison. But what if Yu Simon was poisoned? With the horror of corpse poison, it was extremely likely that Yu Simon would be killed instantly. The white jade toad didn't even have a chance to attack before Yu Simon died. As such, naturally, it was not wise to fight with these Yin corpses. After breaking away from the Yin corpses' siege, Lin Feng and Yu Simon quickly rushed into the depths. On the Balefulline Star, there were Yin spirits and ghosts everywhere. They were extremely terrifying and emitted an incomparably gloomy aura that made people feel a chill down their spines. One had to be careful when moving on the Balefulline Star, because you didn't know when a Yin spirit or ghost would appear beside you. If you were careless, it was very likely that he would be injured or even killed by these Yin spirits and ghosts. Even Lin Feng had no choice but to be careful when moving on the Balefulline Star. At night, the Balefulline Star was even more terrifying. There were terrifying corpse emperors and ghost emperors roaming about. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. This place was truly a terrifying place. Even terrifying existences like the Corpse Emperor and the Ghost Emperor were born. It was hard to imagine. Were there other terrifying creatures born on this star? Think about it. It made people feel a sense of horror in their hearts. Look, there's a light. Suddenly, Yu Simon pointed into the distance. Lin Feng also saw the cluster of lights. Although it wasn't particularly bright, it was like the only light source in the eternal darkness. Lin Feng looked carefully and saw a cultivator holding an ancient bronze lamp. That cultivator was wearing a black robe and emitted an evil aura. However, he was a monk. Evil monk. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That was an evil monk, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng completely concealed his and Yu Simon's aura, not letting the evil monk discover them. Because, Lin Feng felt that the evil monk was definitely a terrifying existence. If he was discovered by the evil monk, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good ending. The densely packed Yin spirits and ghosts pounced towards the evil monk. However, when those Yin spirits and ghosts arrived around the evil monk, they all let out terrified cries and quickly left. The evil monk, on the other hand, let out a sinister laugh. Very quickly, the evil monk disappeared without a trace. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand is very extraordinary. It scared away those Yin spirits and ghosts. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Lin Feng saw more than a dozen ancient monks descend on this star. Those ancient monks split up and seemed to be searching for the whereabouts of the evil monk. It seems that the evil monk was chased all the way by that group of enlightened monks and finally entered this place. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng said, those monks might want to clean up the sect. Buddhism was good and merciful. And that evil monk was so evil. He must be a traitor of Buddhism. A force like Buddhism that valued its reputation so much would definitely not let a traitor like the evil monk live in this world. Of course. Perhaps there were other reasons, but this was not something that Lin Feng could know. When passing through a mountain range, an enlightened monk arrived. His body was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. The Yin spirits and ghosts that rushed over from all directions were all intimidated by the enlightened monk. They didn't dare to approach. It shouldn't be too far from here. The enlightened monk muttered to himself. Crack, suddenly, the void behind the enlightened monk cracked open. Then, an endless amount of evil light surged out. That terrifying evil monk. He quickly flew out. He sent a palm strike towards the senior monk who had achieved the Tao. You. The enlightened monk was shocked and hastily blocked the evil monk's attack. However, he was no match for the evil monk and was sent flying by the evil monk. Huiyin. It's not too late for you to turn back now. The enlightened monk who was injured by the sneak attack spat out blood and shouted in a deep voice. He 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 he. Senior brother Hui Ming. Junior brother's Tao is destined to be invincible. Why should I turn back? To me, the ancient Buddha lamp is just like a cage. I, your junior brother, will never go back. Today, I, your junior brother, will send you to paradise early. The evil monk laughed sinisterly and then rushed towards the enlightened monk. The enlightened monk was seriously injured. So, he was no match for the evil monk. The two sides only fought for 3 rounds before the enlightened monk was killed by the evil monk. The evil monk took out a ball of evil fire and wrapped the enlightened monk's body. Soon, the enlightened monk's body was burned to ashes, leaving only a dozen drops of fat floating in the air. The so-called Buddha fat was the fat extracted from the body of a Buddhist monk. Rumor has it that the Buddha fat has endless magical uses. For example, calming the qi, helping people comprehend the Tao, dispelling ghosts, and so on. There were too many uses for the Buddha fat. The effect was amazing. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, many cultivators liked to hunt Buddhist monks. Purpose. It was to refine the Buddha fat in the bodies of these Buddhist monks. And on the black market, a drop of Buddha fat could be sold for a sky-high price of 10 immortal stones. Moreover, the Buddha fat was still priceless. TSK, not bad, not bad. To be able to refine a dozen drops of Buddha fat, it's really a big harvest. The evil monk couldn't help but reveal a smile. He waved his hand. All of a sudden, all the Buddha fat flew into the ancient bronze lamp in the evil monk's hand. Lin Feng and Yu Simon, who were hiding in the dark, saw this scene. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The evil monk's ancient bronze lamp turned out to be Buddha fat. This evil monk used the Buddha fat as fuel, igniting the ancient bronze lamp. It seemed The evil monk should have killed a lot of enlightened monks over the years. The evil monk continued to walk deeper into the cave. After arriving here, the evil monk seemed to have found something special. He had been frowning and thinking about something. It was just that Lin Feng wasn't sure if the special place he found had something to do with the Dominator's armor. The evil monk is very scary. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and say. Perhaps this evil monk's cultivation was much stronger than he had imagined. Simon said, fortunately, this evil monk hasn't found us yet. This guy is so ruthless. If he finds us, he definitely won't let us go easily. Lin Feng nodded. What Simon said was exactly what he was worried about. The evil monk, this terrifying creature, made Lin Feng extremely fearful. If he was discovered by the evil monk would kill him. If I can find the Dominator's armor and wear it, then I will definitely be able to contend against this evil monk. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Now he was more and more impatient to find the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng and Simon quickly headed deeper into the forest. They were gradually approaching the depths of the Balefulline Star. On the 5th night after arriving at the Balefulline Star, Lin Feng and Simon were attacked by 2 corpse emperors. These 2 corpse emperors were simply terrifying to an unimaginable degree. His combat strength was extremely strong. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Most importantly, their physical bodies were simply too strong. The 2 corpse emperors had refined their bodies into the most powerful magic treasures. Clang clang clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords collided with the 2 great emperors' corpses. However, it couldn't break through the defenses of the 2 corpse emperors. Their bodies were so strong that even Lin Feng was aghast. Experts fall and becoming corpses. They awaken their spiritual awareness and cultivate the great Tao. They enter the Tao with their bodies and cultivate the Vajra indestructible body. Lin Feng's expression was very serious. The 2 corpse emperors were now equivalent to invincible Vajra bodies. This battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng and Simon encountered danger several times and almost died under the attacks of the 2 corpse emperors. Fortunately, Lin Feng's battle strength was extremely strong and blocked the terrifying attacks of the 2 corpse emperors. He successfully brought Simon away from the pursuit of the 2 corpse emperors. They had just landed in the forest. A dense barrage of arrows shot over. Every single arrow contained a destructive power that could destroy heaven and earth. A light strike. It could shatter the void. The power was unbelievably strong. So many arrows surrounded Lin Feng and Simon. The person who attacked clearly wanted to kill the 2 of them directly. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space couldn't help but distort. This was the use of the Tao of space. Lin Feng used the Tao of space to distort the surrounding space. When the dense barrage of arrows shot over, all of them entered the distorted space. Then, those arrows flew out from the void. However, those arrows weren't aimed at Lin Feng and Simon. They were aimed at the people who were hiding in the surrounding forest and shooting arrows. Puff. 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 At this moment, the sound of tearing could not help but be heard. One by one, the cultivators' bodies were torn apart. Some died miserably on the spot, while others were only injured. Who is it? Get out here. Lin Feng shouted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. So, at this moment, one figure after another quickly flew out. Those cultivators were all wearing the attire of the evil demon bandit group. They were actually from the evil demon bandit group. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. Previously, Lin Feng had killed the young leader of the evil demon bandit group, Xianxia. The evil demon bandit group had even issued a warrant for Lin Feng. But many years had passed. Lin Feng was still living a carefree life. And for a very long time. Lin Feng and the evil demon bandit group did not have any more interactions. But he never thought that he would actually see people from the evil demon bandit group here today. Kid. Young Master Xianxia was killed by you, right? The middle-aged cultivator in the lead looked at Lin Feng with a dense killing intent in his eyes. It was obvious that this person had already recognized Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng said indifferently, "This guy recklessly came to find trouble with me, so what if I killed him? As the bandits of the starry sky world, don't you know that the weak are prey to the strong, and the survival of the fittest?" Xie Duanhuan wanted to kill people and steal their treasures, but in the end, he was killed. He can only blame himself for not being skilled enough to cause all of this. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was indifferent. What Lin Feng said was indeed very reasonable. However, so what? The leader was furious because of Xie Duanhuan's death. And the arrest warrant had not been revoked until now. Whoever killed Lin Feng would be able to obtain a generous reward. The people of the evil demon bandit group were also extremely moved. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lin Feng had many magic treasures, top-notch sacred arts, 3,000 great Dao, and countless wealth. It was enough to make these bandits go crazy. The middle-aged cultivator laughed sinisterly, "I do not refute what you said. When you are killed by me later, you can only blame yourself for not having enough cultivation. The world of cultivators is cruel to begin with. Are you ready to die?" The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand, and the 200 or so cultivators of the evil demon bandit group quickly surrounded Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Then, these cultivators took out their own magic treasure. One magic treasure after another shook the air, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The Dharma treasures shook the void slightly. These people wanted to besiege Lin Feng. This was the easiest and simplest way to kill Lin Feng. Killing Lin Feng was their ultimate goal. Therefore, they didn't care if besieging Lin Feng wasn't honorable enough. "Do you have any last wishes before you die? If you say it now, you might have a chance to fulfill them. If you don't say it, you can only enter hell with these last wishes." The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently and asked. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "I think you should say this to yourself. Kid. You're too arrogant. But soon, you'll know how stupid and laughable your arrogance is." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand. After receiving the order, the other cultivators of the evil fiend bandits all attacked Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Powerful Dharma treasures vibrated and released extremely terrifying energy waves. Then, those powerful Dharma treasures quickly attacked Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Just as they were about to hit the two of them, Lin Feng directly took out the supreme treasure, the heaven-devouring jar. Ever since he had fused with another fragment, the power of the heaven-devouring jar had increased greatly. Now that Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, it evolved into a huge black hole. Waves of terrifyingly powerful devouring power surged out from the heaven-devouring jar. The Dharma treasures that were attacking Lin Feng and Yu Simon flew uncontrollably toward the heaven-devouring jar. "Damn it, what happened?" Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, he couldn't help but shout in a deep voice, "It's that strange Dharma treasure. Hurry up and retrieve your Dharma treasures." Many cultivators began to retrieve their Dharma treasures in a flurry. However, many people's movements were a step too slow. Those powerful Dharma treasures were directly devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar then erased the spiritual imprints that the cultivators had left in the magic treasures. Many people suffered from the backlash and couldn't help but scream. Those cultivators whose spiritual sense imprints were erased by the heaven-swallowing jar were as pale as a sheet of paper. His combat strength plummeted. Of course, there were also quite a few cultivators who managed to summon their magic treasures back. Lin Feng had the heaven-swallowing jar, an extremely strange treasure that could swallow all kinds of magic treasures. The rest of the people naturally did not dare to continue using their magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, those cultivators wanted to put away their magic treasures. Then, he would use his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. Army Mantra. Weapon Control Art. Just as the magic treasures flew to their respective owners and were about to be collected by them, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the Bing Mantra. The army mantra was powerful because it could not only release the power of one's magic treasure. It could also forcibly seize control of other people's magic treasures. Now that Lin Feng used the army mantra, he immediately seized control of those cultivators' magic treasures. One by one, the powerful magic treasures charged towards their original owners. No, those people screamed in horror. They didn't even know what was going on. Then, the magic treasures that originally belonged to them had already started attacking them. Because the distance was too close. Those cultivators had no time to dodge. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. One cultivator after another was killed by their own magic treasures. Those cultivators who didn't die were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Lin Feng. This kid knows sorcery. Someone shouted in horror and looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear. Don't shake people's hearts. This kid doesn't cultivate sorcery at all. It's the legendary army mantra. The middle-aged cultivator was experienced and knowledgeable. He recognized Lin Feng's ultimate move and couldn't help but say in a low voice to calm the crowd. What? Army mantra? One of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the army mantra? Many people suddenly exclaimed. The 9 secrets of Taoism were too famous. Lin, army, Dao, Zhe, advance in groups. Each of the 9 secrets contained endless wonders. Those who obtained one would benefit immensely. Lin Feng had obtained the army mantra a long time ago. Lin Feng's high comprehension was inseparable from the army mantra. Later on, Lin Feng obtained the army mantra. Cultivating it played an extremely important role for Lin Feng. Because, the army mantra could release the power of many magic treasures. If he didn't have the army mantra, Lin Feng could only deal with Emperor Realm cultivators. However, after cultivating the army mantra, Lin Feng could kill some Emperor Realm cultivators. This was the biggest difference. The 9 secrets of Taoism were too powerful. It was a supreme technique that countless cultivators coveted. The cultivators of the Fiend Bandits had been fascinated by the 9 secret mantra for a long time. Now that they heard the middle-aged cultivator say that Lin Feng had just used the army mantra of the 9 secret mantra, everyone couldn't help but feel a huge shock in their hearts. Although this kid's army mantra is powerful, we don't have to fear this kid's army mantra at all if we don't use magic treasures. If we kill this kid, not only will we get a lot of rewards from the leader, we will also get all of this kid's magic treasures, divine abilities, 3,000 great Daos, and so on. Everyone, use your divine abilities together and kill this kid. The middle-aged cultivator shouted sternly. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. The middle-aged cultivator was an Emperor Realm expert called Su Yang. This person was the 9th deputy leader of the Fiend Bandits. Inside the Fiend Bandits, his status was extraordinary. Then let's do it. I can't wait to kill this kid. Immediately, a cultivator said. Originally, there were more than 200 cultivators, but nearly half of them had been killed in the previous wave of attacks. However, among these cultivators who had not died, there were also many experts. Other than Su Yang, who was at the Emperor Realm, there were also 2 immortal emperors and 4 divine emperors. The rest were also at the quasi-emperor realm. With so many experts joining forces, naturally, they were full of confidence. Kid, you can die now. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Su Yang was the first to attack Lin Feng. Su Yang condensed a 3-colored energy ball. The 3-colored energy ball distorted space and time. Its power was extremely terrifying. The others also condensed powerful divine abilities. The attack torrent formed by hundreds of cultivators was naturally very terrifying. However, although this attack torrent was terrifying, it also depended on who they were facing. When the other party's attack came, Lin Feng directly took out the mysterious Heaven Treasure Pagoda. The Emperor-level defensive magic treasure flew out and cast down a defensive light barrier, protecting Lin Feng and Yu Simon. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned a swarm of great desolate demon refining insects. The swarm of great desolate demon refining insects emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. These great desolate demon refining insects' attack power was extremely strong. In addition to their astonishing defense, they could also release sound wave attacks and contained poison. They were simply invincible. These people besieged Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng used the great desolate demon refining insects to deal with the evil devil bandits. This was the simplest way to deal with the evil devil bandits' cultivators. since there was such a simple way to deal with the evil devil bandits' cultivators. Naturally, there was no need to use some more troublesome methods. The defensive system formed by the mysterious Heaven Treasure Pagoda directly blocked the attack of the other party's Long River. Then, the swarm of great desolate demon refining insects quickly rushed to the front of the group of evil devil bandits' cultivators. They launched an incomparably ferocious attack on the group of cultivators. Ah! Miserable screams could be heard incessantly. After the cultivators were attacked by a large number of great desolate demon refining insects, they all suffered extremely serious injuries. The bodies of those cultivators were eaten clean by the great desolate demon refining insects, turning into a pile of white bones. Only the 7 great emperors temporarily blocked the attack of the great desolate demon refining insects. Run! Hurry up and run! The great emperor-level cultivators shouted sternly. Their expressions were filled with incomparable fear. The swarm of great desolate demon refining insects was simply too terrifying, causing them to be on the verge of despair. The 7 great emperors blocked the attacks of the great desolate demon refining insects while fleeing into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, but at this moment, 3 stone swords cut through the void. They instantly caught up to the 3 great emperor-level cultivators. Puff! Puff! With the sound of tearing, the bodies of the 3 great emperor-level cultivators were directly torn apart. Then, they died tragically on the spot. The next moment, the 3 great emperors were devoured by the swarm of chaos demon refining insects. After killing the 3 great emperors, the 3 stone swords continued flying towards the other 3 great emperors. The other 3 great emperors were dealing with the crazy attacks of the ancient desolate demon refining insects. Therefore, he was unable to deal with the stone sword's attack. No. When the stone sword slashed down, the 3 great emperor-level cultivators seemed to know their fate, so they couldn't help but cry out in fear. The next moment, Poochie! 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 3 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. 3 stone swords pierced through the chests of the 3 emperors. The 3 great emperors looked at the bloody holes in their chests. Their blood continued to gush out. They felt their bodies become colder and colder, and their consciousness became more and more blurry. What kind of demon did we provoke? The 3 great emperors murmured. Then, their bodies fell to the ground from the sky. However, before the 3 great emperors could fall to the ground, their bodies fell to the ground. The 3 great emperors' bodies were already devoured by the chaos demon refining insects. Lin Feng personally walked towards Su Yang, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Are you ready to die? Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded like the voice of death from hell. Su Yang looked at Lin Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, and his expression was extremely ugly. Although he was an emperor-level expert, he was now surrounded by Lin Feng's chaos demon refining insects. Su Yang tried many times to break free but failed. Therefore, Su Yang knew the situation today was extremely bad. Everyone had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Although Lin Feng was young, he was too terrifying. If they underestimated Lin Feng's strength, they would end up in an incomparably miserable state. Sir, do you really want to kill us all? Su Yang said with a gloomy expression. If you let me live, I can swear that I won't find trouble with you in the future. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. You have to be punished after doing something wrong. Do you think that I'll let you go just because you're begging for mercy? You must be dreaming. 9 heavens 10 earths. I, the unique and righteous. Lin Feng shouted coldly and performed this peerless technique. This was a supreme divine ability passed down from the last era. Its might was so great that it was simply shocking. I'll fight you to the death. Su Yang could not help but roar. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Along with the violent collision, Lin Feng and Su Yang collided violently. Kacha 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 sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Barf! Su Yang spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and performed the Great Suppression Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. He suppressed Su Yang in midair. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Su Yang looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged loudly. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. This world was filled with too many temptations. Therefore, this world was too tempting. No one was willing to die. Once they died, everything would be for naught. Their past efforts. They would turn into smoke. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not care about Su Yang's begging. The Fiend Bandit Group was a heinous and notorious bandit group. Countless innocent people had been killed by the Fiend Bandit Group. Therefore, people like Su Yang did not deserve sympathy at all. Lin Feng grabbed Su Yang's head with his right hand. Then, he performed the soul-searching technique on Su Yang. All kinds of memories flooded in. Most of these memories were of bloody massacres. The more Lin Feng looked, the gloomier his expression became. This Su Yang had killed countless people. Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be a pity. Lin Feng skimmed through many unimportant memories and found the supernatural powers that Su Yang cultivated. Su Yang cultivated a total of 1,500 kinds of supernatural powers. Among them, he cultivated 152 kinds of supernatural powers of the 3,000 great Daos. However, what made Lin Feng rather depressed was that Su Yang had cultivated all 152 kinds of the 3,000 great Daos. This is? Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In Su Yang's memory, Lin Feng found a memory. This memory, it was the memory of the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time was a mysterious stone that could change the flow of time. This kind of stone was extremely rare. It was said that it was a kind of stone that was born during the evolution of the era. In the past, it was much rarer than the Chaos Stone. This kind of stone could change the flow of time. Whether it was forging a powerful magic treasure or forging a cultivation space that could change time, this stone could play an extremely crucial role. Therefore, this stone was extremely important to cultivators. Once word got out, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. This stone was so extraordinary. After Lin Feng found out about the extraordinariness of this Stone of Time, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked and moved. And the location of this incomparably precious Stone of Time was this Balefulline Star. The cultivators of the Evil Demon Bandit Group entered the Balefulline Star to search for the Stone of Time. Originally, the cultivators of the Evil Demon Bandit Group came in together. But in order to find the Stone of Time as soon as possible. So these people eventually split up. Stone of Time. Stone of Time. There was actually such a treasure here. Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably astonished expression. If he could obtain such an extraordinary treasure like the Stone of Time, it would be of great use to Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng would be able to use the Stone of Time to construct a time-space. If he wanted to cultivate in seclusion, he could enter the time-space to cultivate. Within the time-space, he could change the flow of time. Once he entered the time-space, a short period of time had passed in the outside world. And an extremely long period of time had passed in the time-space. In this way, Lin Feng's cultivation time could be greatly shortened. Right now, what Lin Feng lacked the most was time. Whether it was to rescue his mother or to fight against the world extermination battle, they were all urgent matters. However, there were many things that could not be rushed, and cultivation also required time. Now, Lin Feng saw hope. After Lin Feng obtained some of the memories he wanted with the soul-searching technique, he killed Su Yang with a single palm strike. The ambitious and ruthless person of a generation who dominated the star field was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Lin Feng took Su Yang's storage ring and source. Next. Then, he stored the prehistoric demon refining insect into his mountain river ring. Then, Lin Feng and Yu Simon left together. Not long after, Lin Feng saw some cultivators from other forces arrive. Lin Feng had no idea what the other party's background was. Lin Feng and Yu Simon did not appear in front of those cultivators. Looks like they're all here for the Stone of Time. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility, then frowned slightly. The implications of the Stone of Time were too great. Once the news spread out, it would indeed attract many powerful forces. Perhaps before the experts of the Evil Demon Bandits arrived, the news of the Stone of Time had already been known by some of the top forces. However, the evil devil bandits were the first group of cultivators to arrive. After the arrival of the cultivators from the evil demon bandits, the cultivators from the other forces arrived one after another. The cultivators that Lin Feng saw from the other forces basically came to the Yin Star after the arrival of the evil demon bandits. Now, the cultivators that came to the Yin Star were not just one wave. After encountering each other, cultivators from different forces began to fight. The battle could be said to be extremely intense. Lin Feng and Yu Simon saw the great battle between the cultivators. Many people died in the great battle. Lin Feng and Yu Simon had always been watching the show. On this day, an earth-shaking sound came from the depths of the Yin Star. It was like the sound of the Tao, resounding through the clouds. When they heard that sound, all the cultivators on the Yin Star were alarmed. That sound was simply too mysterious. It contained the sound of the great Tao. It was not an ordinary sound. Listen carefully. It was like the sound of a bell being rung. Let's go and take a look. Cultivators' voices of wild joy could be heard from all directions. Other than the evil monks and the Buddhist monks, the cultivators who came here. Basically, they were all here for the Stone of Time. Now, there was a change in the Yin Star. Was it because the Stone of Time was about to appear? If that was the case, it would definitely cause a bloody battle. Lin Feng and Yu Simon did not stop either. Their speed was extremely fast. They quickly walked towards the depths. The sound of the Tao bell did not last particularly long. It did not take long. The sound of the Tao bell disappeared. However, many cultivators had already locked onto the location of the Tao bell. 3 days later, the sound of the Tao bell rang again. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Was the sound of the Tao bell emitted by a great Tao divine bell? If such a supreme treasure was present, it would be extremely extraordinary. Was the Stone of Time also in the place where the Tao bell was? If the sound of the Tao bell was not emitted by the great Tao divine bell, it might be the sound of the Tao that was caused by an unknown reason. And this sound of the Tao shook the clouds. It spread very far. Although they did not know the exact reason, but something extraordinary was about to happen. When the sound of the Tao bell rang again, more and more cultivators felt that a great opportunity was about to arrive. Even Lin Feng thought so. Lin Feng and Yu Simon increased their speed. They continued to fly in the direction of the Tao bell. 5 days later, above a huge mountain range, a large number of cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were divided into several waves of forces. There was a wave of cultivators that consisted of 9 monks. Although there were few of them, but each of them was powerful. Those monks were the Buddhist experts who had entered the Yin Star to surround and kill the evil monks. Later on, they heard about the Stone of Time. Therefore, they could not hold back. They also came to look for the Stone of Time. The second wave of forces that Lin Feng recognized were the forces of the evil demon bandits. The evil demon bandits. There were many experts. However, Lin Feng did not see the leader of the evil demon bandits. He did not know if the leader of the evil demon bandits did not come to the Yin Star. There were also cultivators from 7 or 8 forces. However, Lin Feng did not know those people. He did not know where they came from. However, Lin Feng had seen some cultivators from those forces engage in an extremely tragic battle. Many people had also died in the previous battle. So many experts had arrived. However, they did not take action. Everyone was still waiting for a good opportunity to arrive. Lin Feng looked at the mountain range in front of him. That mountain range. It was shrouded in grayish-brown fog. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura. The entire mountain range was enveloped by powerful restrictions. After sensing the power of those restrictions, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The restrictions on that mountain range were too powerful. Even he could not help but feel a dangerous aura. 6 hours later, the Tao bell rang again. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble slightly. Everyone's gazes were fixed on this ancient mountain range. Was something going to happen to this mountain range? The sound of the Tao bell rang out incessantly, shaking the void. It resounded through the clouds. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the depths of the mountain range. Crack! Crack, the mountain range's restriction began to crack. Many people were overjoyed. As long as the mountain range's restriction was opened, everyone would be able to enter to search for opportunities. As for who would obtain the final opportunity, that would depend on their own abilities. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. A huge dragon soared into the sky from the depths of the mountain range. On the dragon's back, there was an immortal stone. That immortal stone was surrounded by endless immortal light. That immortal stone seemed to be an eternal stone. It was surrounded by endless mysterious power. Giant dragon stone. Soaring to the 9 heavens. Someone exclaimed as he looked at the scene that appeared in the sky in shock. This was definitely an extraordinary phenomenon. Someone said with a trembling voice, that stone on the dragon's back. Could it be the legendary Stone of Time? As soon as this was said, it was simply setting off 1,000 waves. The Stone of Time was a supreme treasure that countless people coveted. It could change the flow of time. Such a supreme treasure was enough to make countless people go crazy. And now, so many experts had taken the risk to enter the Balefulline Star in order to fight for the Stone of Time. If the immortal stone on the dragon's back was the Stone of Time, it would definitely cause a bloody battle later. The dragon carried the immortal stone and rushed into the depths of the mountain range, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was very anxious, hoping that the mountain range's restriction would dissipate quickly so that they could search for the Stone of Time. However, this kind of thing was useless even if they were anxious. Everyone could only wait patiently. Among these people, the one who was the least anxious was probably Lin Feng. Because there were only 2 people on Lin Feng's side. Moreover, Yu Simon's cultivation wasn't strong. If they really fought, Lin Feng still had to take care of Yu Simon. So, Lin Feng planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there was a chance, he would go and snatch the Stone of Time. After waiting for 3 hours. Finally, the mountain range's restriction dissipated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. These cultivators from the major factions couldn't wait any longer and went to look for time stones. Lin Feng and Yu Simon only entered the mountain range after everyone else had entered. When they arrived at the central region of the mountain range, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. A cold and terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng's body. That aura made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. That aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Be careful. Why do I feel like something's not right? Lin Feng looked around warily. The surrounding forest exuded a gloomy and cold aura. But other than that, Lin Feng didn't find anything strange. Ah! Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from the front. A cultivator was silently met with disaster. After the blood-curdling scream, his body quickly fell to the ground from midair. What happened? Many people couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. No one knew what was going on. A cultivator with a formidable cultivation base had already met with a calamity. The situation was too strange, causing everyone to feel a sense of horror. Everyone rushed towards that cultivator. Some people went to check on that cultivator's condition. But they found nothing. They couldn't find any injuries on that cultivator's body. That cultivator's death was simply too bizarre, causing quite a bit of panic. This place is too strange. They died without a sound, without any wounds. Could it be that they were cursed? Is that why they lost their lives? Someone said. The cause of that cultivator's death was attributed to the curse. Once a cultivator was cursed, then anything could happen to them. Many people liked to push some unknown things to curses. Ah! At this time, another scream came from another direction. Naturally, not all the cultivators went to check on that cultivator's death. Only a small portion of the cultivators went to check on that cultivator's death. Most of the cultivators chose to continue heading deeper. And the cultivator who died this time was a cultivator who chose to continue heading deeper. Many people were alarmed. This was the second cultivator to die. Even the cultivators who didn't care about the first cultivator's death. At this time, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They sensed that something was wrong. Many people rushed towards the second cultivator who died. Someone checked on that cultivator's death. However, there were still no clues. Just like the first cultivator who died just now. His entire body. There were no wounds. They couldn't find the cause of death. His death was simply too bizarre. Because of that, many people still thought that this cultivator died from the curse. Only with such an explanation could they feel a bit more assured. We have our ways to counter the curse. We don't need to fear the power of the curse. Someone said. They were very confident in themselves. However, very quickly, another cultivator died. One cultivator after another died here, causing many cultivators to think of retreating. We'll make a decision after we leave this place. A cultivator said in a low voice. They didn't want to take any more risks in this cursed place. They wanted to leave this place to discuss their next move. However, those cultivators who wanted to leave weren't able to leave so easily. All of them were met with disaster. After screaming in pain, their bodies fell from the sky, dying a strange and tragic death. We're trapped here, the curse here wants to kill all of us. Someone said in fear. Humph. Don't try to scare us. You're just messing with our hearts. A cultivator couldn't help but coldly say. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Not everyone believed in the so-called curse. Many people felt that there must be a reason for those people's deaths, and it wasn't the so-called curse. Lin Feng crouched down in front of a body to check. He couldn't help but frown. How did this cultivator die? It was too strange. No wonder so many people thought that these cultivators were cursed to death, because they couldn't find any clues. So, they could only blame these people's deaths on the curse. But Lin Feng felt that these people didn't die from the curse. It was just that he couldn't find the cause of their deaths. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed a gloomy and cold qi moving towards him. Normal people might not be able to sense this cold aura. But Lin Feng's perception was too strong. Lin Feng had already felt this gloomy and cold aura not long after entering this mountain range. However, now this gloomy and cold aura had become extremely targeted. It seemed to be specifically targeted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also felt this. And Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When that gloomy and cold aura quickly approached him, Lin Feng directly used the Tao of space. The void within 1 meter of him seemed to have completely turned into a quagmire. It was simply impossible to move an inch. Chi, just at this moment. A tearing sound resounded. It seemed that something had rushed into the outer area of Lin Feng that had turned into a quagmire of void. There really is something hidden in the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, he had his suspicions about this, but after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. So Lin Feng felt that he might be too sensitive, but now, Lin Feng had found evidence to prove that there was indeed something hidden in the void. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis swept out and began to search for the thing that was imprisoned. Originally, his divine telekinesis couldn't find that thing at all. But now, after that thing was imprisoned, its body couldn't move at all. The difficulty of searching greatly reduced. Therefore, when Lin Feng's divine telekinesis swept out, he really found that thing. When Lin Feng saw clearly what that thing was, his face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was a spider the size of a fingernail. But that spider was incomparably strange. That spider was completely transparent. Its body was the best protection. That spider was able to rely on the advantage of its body. It could easily hide itself completely in the void. Moreover, it was guaranteed that no one else could see it. That spider's movement speed was extremely fast, coupled with its ability to hide its aura. Therefore, even if a cultivator used divine telekinesis to search, there were no clues. Lin Feng lightly pointed at that spider. Poof! A cold light instantly pierced through that spider's body. That spider was killed. Transparent blood flowed out of his body. However, the transparent blood dripped onto the ground. Sizzling sounds could be heard from the ground. The rocks began to burn intensely. In an instant, a huge hole was corroded out. The transparent spiders were obviously poisonous. Everyone, be careful. It's a type of transparent spider that silently killed off these cultivators. It's not the so-called curse, Lin Feng said. He pulled Yu Simon to his side and protected her. As for reminding others, Lin Feng also had his own selfish motives. Although these people were competing with him for the Stone of Time, Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the Stone of Time. Perhaps there were even more dangerous things waiting for everyone in the deeper regions. And these people. It was a good opportunity to draw away the danger. The more people there were. When danger arrived, the chances of Lin Feng suffering a calamity would be lower. A transparent spider? Could it be the legendary void killer spider? Legend has it that it's an extremely terrifying type of poisonous spider. It can turn invisible and hide in the void. It also contains a strong poison. Once released, the poison in its body is extremely terrifying. It can easily kill great emperor-level experts. An old man said. If those people were killed by the void killer spider, there shouldn't be no wounds on their bodies, right? Moreover, those people don't look like they were killed by poison. Someone raised a question. At this time, the old man said, the most terrifying thing about the void killer spider is that it has all kinds of killing methods. Therefore, the deaths of those cultivators might not have been caused by the poison, but we don't know how they died. Is there a way to deal with the void killer spider? A cultivator asked. If they could find a way to deal with the void killer spider, they wouldn't have to worry about the threat it posed. When the time came, everyone could continue to search for the Stone of Time in the depths of the mountain range. The void killer spider is most afraid of the cold. Who cultivates an ice attribute divine ability? The old man couldn't help but ask. I just happened to cultivate a divine ability called 10,000 Miles of Ice. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator with a graceful figure walked out. As soon as she finished speaking, the female cultivator made a series of hand seals. In an instant, a miraculous change occurred. With the female cultivator as the center, heaven and earth began to rapidly freeze. Not long after, the surrounding tens of miles turned into a world of ice and snow. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing screech could be heard. In the void, one by one, the void killer spiders fled into the distance. But because the temperature was too low, and the low temperature, it was the void killer spider's greatest enemy. Therefore, one by one, the void killer spiders fell to the ground, frozen to death. Some cultivators picked up the frozen void killer spiders. Then, they said loudly, these void killer spiders are really frozen to death. This is great. Looks like our crisis is temporarily resolved. Hearing that, the female cultivator waved her right hand. Then, the frozen world returned to normal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after the crisis was resolved, the cultivators continued to head deeper into the mountain range. One was faster than the other. For the next part of the journey, they didn't encounter any danger. The group reached the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a huge abyss. Everyone stopped in the forest in front of the abyss. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a huge dragon flew out of the void. It was the dragon that everyone saw before. At the bottom of the abyss. It seemed to be the dragon's resting place. Quickly retreat. Seeing the dragon's huge body rushing out from the bottom of the abyss, many people couldn't help but change their expressions and quickly retreat. They didn't dare to get close to the dragon. Because the dragon's aura was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that if they got too close to the dragon, they would be attacked by the dragon. If they were attacked by the dragon, it would be a devastating blow. It was very likely that he would die here. However, what surprised everyone was that the dragon didn't attack anyone. The dragon, Tuasher, soared into the sky. Then, it circled around a 10,000-meter-tall mountain peak. The dragon's huge body landed on the mountain peak. Then, the dragon's body wrapped around the mountain peak. Finally, the dragon. It turned into a stone dragon. And on top of the stone dragon's head, stood an immortal stone. I can feel the power of time from that immortal stone. That's right. I can also feel the power of time. It seems that immortal stone must be the legendary Stone of Time. After seeing the immortal stone standing on top of the stone dragon's head, many people couldn't help but say excitedly. Originally, many people thought that the stone of time wasn't particularly big. Maybe it was just a small piece. But after seeing the stone of time, they realized that the stone of time was actually so big. Looking at the shape, the stone of time was oval. It should be about 100 meters high. And its diameter was also about 100 meters. Such a large stone of time was definitely extremely rare. If they could get this stone of time, it would be too heaven-defying. It was definitely an unimaginable opportunity. Many people were peeping at the stone of time. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and quickly flew towards the stone of time. This cultivator was an expert from the evil demon bandit group, called Guotianyu. This person's cultivation was abnormally strong. He was an emperor-level expert. He was the 8th deputy leader of the evil demon bandit group. His status was respected. In the Starry Sky world, he was also a very famous expert. This person made a move. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Many cultivators looked at Guotianyu. They were wondering if Guotianyu could successfully collect the stone of time. If he failed, the cultivators of the other forces would naturally try it themselves. If Guotianyu succeeded, at that time, they would surround him. If they attacked the evil demon bandit group and Guotianyu, they wouldn't be afraid that Guotianyu wouldn't hand over the stone of time. So many people had already made their own wishful thinking. But since Guotianyu dared to make a move, if he really got the stone of time, he might have a way to escape. Guotianyu was quickly approaching the stone of time. As he got closer to the stone of time, Guotianyu's expression became more and more dignified. This was because Guotianyu felt a terrifying force acting on his body. That terrifying force was preventing him from moving forward. Guotianyu suddenly sneered out loud, "It's ridiculous. You want to stop me from moving forward? It's simply a daydream. Today, the stone of time, I must get it." Guotianyu was an extremely conceited person. So he was extremely confident in his own means. He believed that with the many means he had mastered, he would definitely be able to obtain the stone of time. Of course, it was good to be confident. However, when one was overconfident, it might turn into arrogance. Just like Guotianyu now. He was extremely confident. However, he was a little too confident. When he was 50 meters away from the stone of time, his body suffered a calamity. Guotianyu's lifespan was rapidly depleting. The time stone was actually plundering Guotianyu's lifespan. Ah! Guotianyu roared and rushed forward. He wanted to collect the stone of time as quickly as possible. But at this moment, the stone of time shot out a terrifying beam of light. That beam of light headed straight for Guotianyu. It was so powerful. People couldn't help but be aghast. What a powerful attack. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the terrifying power of the stone of time's attack. The attack of the stone of time was simply too powerful. He wanted to fight. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, Guotianyu's cultivation was also extremely tyrannical. Perhaps Guotianyu had some extraordinary means to resist the attack of the stone of time. This was also something that was very likely to happen. At this time, the stone of time's attack had already arrived in front of Guotianyu. Guotianyu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly used a divine ability to resist the attack of the stone of time. The divine ability that Guotianyu used was called 10,000 feet to heaven. It evolved a path to heaven and directly suppressed the attack of the stone of time, trying to destroy the attack of the stone of time. However, the power of the stone of time's attack was simply too tyrannical. It actually destroyed Guotianyu's divine ability. Then, that beam of light continued to blast towards Guotianyu. Not good. Guotianyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly dodged, trying to avoid the attack of the beam of light. However, Guotianyu failed. He was swept by the terrifying beam of light. With a bang, Guotianyu's body directly exploded. Guotianyu, an Emperor Realm expert who had dominated the star field for countless years, actually fell just like that. That was an Imperial Emperor level expert. He actually couldn't resist the attack of the Stone of Time. This was too inconceivable. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. How terrifying was the attack of that beam of light to be able to kill Guotianyu in an instant, damn it. The cultivators on the evil devil bandits' side looked extremely gloomy. The death of an Imperial Emperor-level expert could be considered a huge loss for any force. The evil devil bandits were naturally no exception. Guotianyu's death was a huge loss for their side. The Stone of Time can actually take the initiative to attack, and the attack is so terrifying. I'm afraid no one can collect the Stone of Time, right? That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps there is a powerful expert with monstrous means. If an existence of that level makes a move, it should be successful. Many cultivators couldn't help but discuss. Ordinary cultivators naturally didn't dare to make a move. Even many of the Emperor Realm cultivators were frowning as well. They didn't dare to try. Guotianyu's death was vivid in their minds. It rang the alarm bell for everyone. If they didn't have enough strength, if they rashly made a move, they would definitely die. After a long period of silence, an expert walked over from afar. Since everyone is unwilling to make a move, then this Stone of Time belongs to this old man. The approaching cultivator had the demeanor of a transcendent being. This person was called Sky Crane Loose Cultivator. He was a famous rogue cultivator in the Starry Sky world. Now that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had come, he was also spying on the Stone of Time. Lin Feng even guessed that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had been here from the beginning, but this person's patience was extremely strong. He didn't appear in advance. Now that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had appeared, he probably felt that no one would dare to try again. Not good. Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's cultivation is unfathomable. If he makes a move, what will happen to us? Some cultivators of the big forces said in a deep voice. It's fine. Let's wait and see. The higher-ups of the big forces issued an order not to act rashly for the time being, but to see if Sky Crane Loose Cultivator could successfully collect the Stone of Time. Then, unfettered Sky Crane walked towards the Stone of Time, step by step. His cultivation was truly terrifying. The terrifying pressure emitted by the Stone of Time did not affect unfettered Sky Crane in the slightest. Unfettered Sky Crane quickly approached the Stone of Time. At this moment, the Stone of Time shot out a terrifying beam of light towards unfettered Sky Crane. With a wave of his hand, unfettered Sky Crane sent out a dazzling sword energy. The sword energy collided with the Stone of Time's attack, creating a clanging sound. In the end, the two attacks were annihilated. Unfettered Sky Crane is so powerful. He was able to block the Stone of Time's attack. It seems unfettered Sky Crane might be able to obtain the Stone of Time. That's not necessarily the case. The Stone of Time's attack won't end so easily. Just now should be the appetizer. Just wait and see. The Stone of Time will definitely release an even more powerful and terrifying attack later. That's right. The Stone of Time's attack has just begun. As for the outcome, it is still impossible to determine. However, even if unfettered Sky Crane obtains the Stone of Time, it will only be a gift to us. He is a loose cultivator. Although he is powerful, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Can he fight against so many of us by himself? Many cultivators discussed spiritedly. Simon could not help but say, unfettered Sky Crane's cultivation is so powerful. He might really succeed. Lin Feng nodded and said, there is indeed such a possibility. Unfettered Sky Crane's cultivation is absolutely terrifying. However, I wonder what other powerful moves the Stone of Time will unleash. Unfettered Sky Crane was getting closer and closer to the Stone of Time. Wang. The Stone of Time once again released a powerful attack. This time, the Stone of Time shot out one destructive power after another. The dense destructive power was like a peerless immortal sword. It was extremely powerful and all of them shot towards unfettered Sky Crane. Unfettered Sky Crane's eyes were extremely cold. When the second wave of attacks from the Stone of Time arrived, unfettered Sky Crane opened his hands. An illusory world appeared in his hands. The illusory world quickly devoured the attacks from the Stone of Time. Just like that, unfettered Sky Crane easily destroyed the second wave of attacks from the Stone of Time. Unfettered Sky Crane's combat power shocked everyone. It was inconceivable and terrifying. Soon, Unfettered Sky Crane was 10 meters away from the Stone of Time. He was extremely close to the Stone of Sky Crane. Sky Crane's loose cultivator wanted to take the Stone of Time in one go. He sped up and dashed toward the Stone of Time. Then, he waved his hand and a powerful devouring power surged out. Unfettered Sky Crane by Unfettered Sky Crane, Unfettered Sky Cranes of Time. The Stone of Time shook the void, and a terrifying power gushed out from the Stone of Time. Unfettered by Unfettered Crane Unfettered Skies of Time, Unfettered Time. Was. Unfettered Unfettered Edition Sky Crane Loose Cultivator roared. He wanted to quickly escape from that strange and terrifying power of time. However, he tried several times. They all ended in failure. The power of time emitted by the Time Stone was simply too terrifying, causing Sky Crane Sanran to be unable to break free. In the end, Sky Crane Unfettered's lifespan was completely devoured. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Sky Crane Loose Cultivator let out a mournful and unwilling roar. But no one could save him. Right now, Tian He and the other two were in a very bad situation. He struggled a few more times, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. Cultivator Sky Crane's lifespan was completely stripped away. It was as if his body had lost all its strength. In the end, Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's body fell to the ground. When he hit the ground, there was no longer any trace of life. Furthermore, Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's eyes were glaring angrily. Obviously, he died with his eyes wide open. Dead. Even someone as powerful as Sky Crane Cultivator was killed by the Stone of Time. Who else can collect the Stone of Time? Some of the cultivators outside sighed. They didn't have any hope of collecting the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time was simply too terrifying. It made one's heart palpitate. After losing 2 experts in a row, everyone became even more fearful of the Stone of Time. Simon said. Even Sky Crane Loose Cultivator is dead. Is there really no way to collect the Stone of Time? Lin Feng said, if you want to collect the Stone of Time, you need to resist the corrosion of the power of time. Otherwise, you won't be able to collect the Stone of Time. Simon nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng said. Even if one was powerful, they could resist the various attacks of the Stone of Time. However, resisting the corrosion of the power of time was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Simon said, if a cultivator has grasped the law of time, they should be able to resist the corrosion of the power of time for a short period of time. Only immortal realm cultivators can comprehend the law of time. Lin Feng said. He stood in the distance and observed the Stone of Time. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Lin Feng felt as if a living creature was being nurtured inside the Stone of Time. This was an earth-shattering thing. The Stone of Time was already extremely terrifying. If a living creature was being nurtured inside the Stone of Time, it was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying this living creature's cultivation would be. You don't have the strength to collect the Stone of Time, but you want to obtain this treasure. You're overestimating your cultivation. At this moment, a sneer was heard. An expert walked over from afar. It was a middle-aged cultivator. His aura was unfathomable. Sovereign Tai Qian. Someone exclaimed. He recognized the expert's identity. This was a sovereign realm expert. He was definitely standing at the peak of cultivation. Outsiders had no way of knowing exactly how powerful such an existence was. Now, a sovereign realm expert had come personally. It seemed like he was going to collect the Stone of Time. An expert of this level was too powerful, making everyone present feel pressured. Previously, many people had seen Sky Crane Loose Cultivator make his move. The cultivators from the major factions were waiting for Sky Crane Loose Cultivator to succeed. Although Sky Crane Loose Cultivator was powerful, he had yet to break through to the sovereign realm. Emperor Tai Heaven was giving off a suffocating aura. He was like a high and mighty deity looking down on everyone. No one dared to look at someone as strong as Emperor Tai Heaven. The Emperor realm was a very special realm among great emperors. Once one reached the Emperor realm, their life force would undergo a huge change. Because of this, Emperor realm cultivators were unimaginably terrifying. Even if there was only a fine line between a peak Emperor Realm cultivator and an Emperor Realm cultivator. But in reality, there was a huge gap between the two sides. And it was a gap that was almost impossible to cross. An existence at Emperor Tai Heaven's level rarely came out, but he came to the Balefulline star in search of a Stone of Time. It was obvious. Just how powerful was the Stone of Time's allure? Even an Emperor Realm cultivator couldn't resist its allure. Emperor Tai Heaven walked towards the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time seemed to know how strong Emperor Tai Heaven was. So it released the power of time to envelop Emperor Tai Heaven. The power of time was capable of destroying everything. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they couldn't stop the power of time from corroding their body. Against the power of time, Emperor Tai Heaven waved his hand and summoned something that looked like a crystal. It was a crystal that was almost transparent. Taking a closer look, you could see that there seemed to be water flowing inside the crystal. Against the power of time, Emperor Tai Heaven raised the crystal in his hand. Something shocking happened. A powerful devouring force was emitted from the crystal. The power of time that came from all directions was completely absorbed by the mysterious crystal in Emperor Tai Heaven's hand. After seeing this scene, someone suddenly exclaimed, "A time crystal! That's a time crystal! It's rumored to be a special crystal that can absorb the power of time. It's extremely rare." A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. The cultivator clearly recognized the extraordinariness of the crystal. And now, Emperor Tai Heaven had a mystical treasure like the time crystal. Furthermore, it could negate the power of time from harming his body. So he didn't have to worry about the power of time harming his body. Emperor Tai Heaven's face was filled with pride. He came prepared. He was confident in obtaining the Stone of Time. The Grand Heaven Emperor continued walking towards the Stone of Time. The Time Stone seemed to know that it couldn't do anything to Monarch Tai Qian. Therefore, it shot into the sky and tried to escape. The Stone of Time has really gained sentience. Some cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. "Where do you think you're going?" Monarch Tai Qian snorted coldly as he unleashed a tremendous amount of dermic powers to suppress the Stone of Time. The Grand Heaven Sovereign naturally wouldn't let the Stone of Time escape so easily. If the Stone of Time escaped, wouldn't all his efforts be for naught? Emperor Taigon also knew that there must be other experts secretly eyeing the Stone of Time. If the Stone of Time escaped, the Stone of Time might be taken by someone else. At that time, he would have nothing to do with it. The Grand Heaven Sovereign would never allow such a thing to happen. In the face of Monarch Taigon's suppression, the Stone of Time gently shook the void. Instantly, a powerful force swept towards the Emperor Tai Qian. When the two attacks collided, Sovereign Taigon was actually sent flying. The Stone of Time's methods were truly extraordinary. After sending Monarch Tai Qian flying, it wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, at this moment, the void split open and a cultivator stepped out. It was a middle-aged cultivator. His eyes flashed with a sinister and terrifying light. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, the fiend bandits were instantly excited. "The leader is here!" The cultivators from the fiend bandit group cried out in alarm. The leader of the fiend bandits was Xie Duanhuan's father. Back when Xie Duanhuan was killed by Lin Feng, the man issued a wanted order in the universe. The entire starry sky world wanted Lin Feng. However, no one had been able to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng had heard of the leader of the fiend bandits like thunder. It was just that he hadn't had the chance to meet him for so long. Now that he saw the leader of the fiend bandits from afar and felt the terrifying aura emanating from him, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was definitely an existence that was close to heaven-defying. Who knew how terrifying his cultivation must be? If he ran into someone else, Lin Feng had no chance of winning. After the leader of the fiend bandits appeared, he threw a punch at the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time that was trying to escape was sent flying. Then, the leader of the fiend bandits formed a dense array of runes. Those runes flew out and suppressed the Stone of Time. This person's methods were truly extraordinary. Not only was his cultivation high, but he also seemed to be proficient in formations and runes. Now, he wanted to suppress the Stone of Time. Just as the leader of the fiend bandits was about to succeed, Taigon's sovereign launched an attack on him. Sovereign Firmament naturally didn't want the Stone of Time to be taken by the leader of the Fiend Bandits, so his attack was extremely powerful. Sovereign Firmament, you're courting death. The leader of the Fiend Bandits roared and threw a punch at Sovereign Firmament. At this moment, the void split open again and a third expert attacked. The expert who had appeared this time was Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. This person was chasing after Lin Feng. It just so happened that the Stone of Time was born. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to attack. Now, he finally found the opportunity. The opportunity that Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star had found was excellent. Because Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the Fiend Bandits were engaged in a fierce battle, each holding the other back. This also bought time for Supreme Myriad Star. Endless magical power surged out of Supreme Myriad Star's body and directly enveloped the Stone of Time. It's done. Supreme Myriad Star's eyes suddenly lit up. Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the Fiend Bandits who were engaged in a fierce battle had ugly expressions. The two of them quickly abandoned each other. They charged toward Supreme Myriad Star. Supreme Myriad Star casually threw out two golden puppets. This was a puppet technique. The two golden puppets flew directly toward Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the Fiend Bandits. In midair, the two golden puppets transformed into Supreme Myriad Star's appearance. The two golden puppets were terrifyingly powerful and had no problem holding back Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the Fiend Bandits for the time being. The Stone of Time is mine. Supreme Master Myriad Star smiled as he was about to collect the Stone of Time. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. In the void, a pitch-black lump of iron appeared and smashed toward Supreme Myriad Star. Ahaha! The Stone of Time is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Emotai attacked Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star while roaring. His words could be said to be rather arrogant and despotic. This was also in line with Emotai's character. Emotai exerted his strength to the extreme. He slammed into Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star could naturally choose to continue collecting the Stone of Time, but Emotai's appearance was too sudden. If Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star continued collecting the Stone of Time, he would not be able to block Emotai's attack. Emotai's attack was very powerful. If Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was hit by Emotai's attack, it would definitely cause great damage to him. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star might even be killed by Emotai. All of these could happen. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was naturally aware of this, so he had to temporarily give up collecting the Stone of Time in the face of Emotai's attack. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star threw a punch at Emotai. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, Emotai and Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star collided fiercely. Emotai was no match for Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star and was sent flying. However, Emotai was strong enough. Although Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star sent Emotai flying, he could not cause any damage to Emotai at all. Whoosh! At this moment, a light flashed next to the Stone of Time. A young cultivator appeared silently. This young cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately took out the heaven-devouring jar. A powerful devouring force gushed out of the heaven-devouring jar and enveloped the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time also launched an attack on Lin Feng. The Stone of Time swept out a terrifying power of time. The Stone of Time wanted to use the power of time to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped in the void, his deep voice resounding between heaven and earth. The power of time also has its own destiny. The god of time also has his own destiny. Flowers bloom and wilt, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, night and day, the changes of time are all inseparable from the great path of destiny. As for me, I am the incarnation of fate. I will use the power of fate to dissolve the power of time. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a large amount of fate power descended from the sky. The power of destiny collided with the power of time formed by the Stone of Time. Lin Feng's Tao of Destiny was indeed powerful, to actually withstand the erosion of the power of time. And at this moment, the heaven-swallowing jar unleashed its might and directly swallowed the Stone of Time. Got it. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Little bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, the three sovereigns roared furiously. The three great emperors attacked together, launching terrifying attacks at Lin Feng. The divine abilities of the three great emperors could be described as world-destroying. In an instant, the void shattered and then flooded towards Lin Feng. The attacks of an Emperor Realm Master were indeed extraordinary. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. After feeling the terrifying power contained in the attacks of the three great emperors, the surrounding cultivators all felt their hair stand on end. Who is that kid? How dare he steal the treasure that the three great emperors want? He's simply courting death. Yeah, that kid is completely courting death. The attacks of the three great emperors can probably kill him in an instant. Many cultivators could not help but be extremely shocked after seeing Lin Feng take the Stone of Time. However, when those cultivators saw the three great emperors attacking Lin Feng, they immediately knew that Lin Feng would die without a burial place. The attacks of the three great emperors were really too terrifying. It was not something that a young human cultivator like Lin Feng could contend against. The attacks of the three great emperors were about to reach Lin Feng's body. At this moment, whoosh! A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared from where he stood. The situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Feng's heaven-patching technique played an extremely crucial role at the critical moment. Lin Feng appeared hundreds of meters away. The demon iron also flew back to the mountain river ring. Then, Lin Feng grabbed Simon and quickly flew into the distance. Until now, many people still had not recovered from the shock of what had happened. Because everyone originally thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. However, the reality was not so. Not only did Lin Feng dodge the attacks of the three great emperors, but he was also unscathed. I'll take the Stone of Time. Everyone, don't worry about it anymore. Everyone, go back to your homes. Before leaving, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Many people's mouths twitched violently after hearing Lin Feng's words. Who the hell was this guy? He was unscathed even when he was in trouble. Before leaving, he even said such teasing words. Little beast. It's you. The leader of the demonic bandits was the first to recognize Lin Feng's identity and immediately roared. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent, as if he wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Then, Supreme Myriad Star also recognized Lin Feng's identity. Supreme Myriad Star was also full of killing intent towards Lin Feng, and couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately. Boy, blood debts must be paid with blood. Today, you can't escape. Supreme Myriad Star's cold voice came out. Among the three great emperors, the only one who didn't have a grudge with Lin Feng was Supreme Myriad Star. However, the Stone of Time was taken by Lin Feng, so Supreme Myriad Star's killing intent towards Lin Feng was not much weaker than the killing intent towards Lin Feng by Supreme Myriad Star and the leader of the demonic bandits. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the three great emperors who were somewhat flustered and exasperated. He stepped on the world of 8 directions and increased his speed to the extreme. Then, he quickly disappeared from everyone's line of sight with Simon. The three great emperors chased after him. Heavens, the Stone of Time was actually taken by a young cultivator. I really didn't expect that the three great emperors couldn't get the Stone of Time, and in the end, it was taken by that young human cultivator. We can't deal with an Emperor Realm Master, but with our cultivation, dealing with that human brat shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Let's go. Let's surround that human boy. Although the Stone of Time is with him, it's only temporary. It's still uncertain who will get the Stone of Time in the end. I think we have a great chance of getting the Stone of Time. Many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Human nature was greedy. If the Stone of Time was taken by the great emperors, the cultivators of the major forces wouldn't dare to snatch it. However, the Stone of Time fell into Lin Feng's hands, which gave the cultivators of the major forces hope. End of chapter 3479. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.